Do your business systems make life easier or more complicated? Are your different departments using their own specialised systems that don't talk to each other, so you end up using spreadsheets, costly bespoke integrations and manual workarounds to see the full picture? Data gets duplicated, you get frustrated, and worst of all, it starts to affect your guests' experience. The Fuse Metrics system brings everything together. It's been designed from the ground up as one easy-to-use system with everything from finance to HR, ticketing, tills and your CRM. It's a smarter way of working, so your team can work more efficiently, with each team member just seeing the parts of the system they need to do their jobs. Fuse Metrics even integrates with your website to bring your online ticketing, retail, membership and other data all into the same system. Fuse Metrics is one system, so your staff will have a more consistent working environment and a single point of contact for technical support. Training staff becomes faster and easier with all departments trained in the same work environment. It just makes sense. So end the web of subscription costs, support calls and hair-pulling frustrations of multiple management systems for different jobs and let Fuse Metrics streamline and simplify your leisure business, letting you focus on what's really important. Fuse Metrics. Do your business systems make life easier or more complicated? Are your different departments using their own specialised systems that don't talk to each other, so you end up using spreadsheets, costly bespoke integrations and manual workarounds to see the full picture? Data gets duplicated, you get frustrated, and worst of all, it starts to affect your guests' experience. The Fuse Metrics system brings everything together. It's been designed from the ground up as one easy-to-use system with everything from
Director, welcome to iFLY Basingstoke for the UK Nationals in association with British Indoor Skydiving Association. I would like to hand over to the Mayor of Basingstoke indeed.
Good morning, iFLY. My name is Councillor Paul, and for the second time I've been honoured to come along to iFLY to go to the National Championship. I've actually flown in the tunnel. And I did a tandem skydive for 15,000 feet in October. That was for charity. A little bit for me as well. Anyway, welcome. I'll just carry on, cut the ribbon, and you can get on with your championships, and good luck.
Okay, the first team, can you start getting yourself ready?
Do your business systems make life easier or more complicated? Are your different departments using their own specialised systems that don't talk to each other, so you end up using spreadsheets, costly bespoke integrations and manual workarounds to see the full picture? Data gets duplicated, you get frustrated, and worst of all, it starts to affect your guests' experience. The Fuse Metrics system brings everything together. It's been designed from the ground up as one easy-to-use system with everything from finance to HR, ticketing, tills and your CRM. It's a smarter way of working, so your team can work more efficiently, with each team member just seeing the parts of the system they need to do their jobs. Fuse Metrics even integrates with your website to bring your online ticketing, retail, membership and other data all into the same system. Fuse Metrics is one system, so your staff will have a more consistent working environment and a single point of contact for technical support. Training staff becomes faster and easier with all departments trained in the same work environment. It just makes sense. So end the web of subscription costs, support calls and hair-pulling frustrations of multiple management systems for different jobs, and let Fuse Metrics streamline and simplify your leisure business, letting you focus on what's really important. Fuse Metrics. Do your business systems make life easier or more complicated? Are your different departments using their own specialised systems that don't talk to each other, so you end up using spreadsheets, costly bespoke integrations and manual workarounds to see the full picture? Data gets duplicated, you get frustrated, and worst of all, it starts to affect your guests' experience. The Fuse Metrics system brings everything together. It's been designed from the ground up as one easy-to-use system with everything from finance to HR, ticketing, tills and your CRM. It's a smarter way of working, so your team can work more efficiently, with each team member just seeing the parts of the system they need to do their jobs. Fuse Metrics even integrates with your website to bring your online ticketing, retail, membership and other data all into the same system. Fuse Metrics is one system, so your staff will have a more consistent working environment and a single point of contact for technical support. Training staff becomes faster and easier with all departments trained in the same work environment. It just makes sense. So end the web of subscription costs, support calls and hair-pulling frustrations of multiple management systems for different jobs, and let Fuse Metrics streamline and simplify your leisure business, letting you focus on what's really important. Fuse Metrics. Do your business systems make life easier or more complicated? Are your different departments using their own specialised systems that don't talk to each other, so you end up using spreadsheets, costly bespoke integrations and manual workarounds to see the full picture? Data gets duplicated, you get frustrated, and worst of all, it starts to affect your guests' experience. The Fuse Metrics system brings everything together. It's been designed from the ground up as one easy-to-use system with everything from finance to HR, ticketing, tills and your CRM. It's a smarter way of working, so your team can work more efficiently, with each team member just seeing the parts of the system they need to do their jobs. Fusemetrics even integrates with your website to bring your online ticketing, retail, membership and other data all into the same system. Fusemetrics is one system, so your staff will have a more consistent working environment and a single point of contact for technical support. Training staff becomes faster and easier with all departments trained in the same work environment. It just makes sense. So end the web of subscription costs, support calls and hair-pulling frustrations of multiple management systems for different jobs and let Fusemetrics streamline and simplify your leisure business, letting you focus on what's really important. Fusemetrics.
Good morning, everybody. We are here at iFLY Basingstoke for British Indoor Skydiving Nationals 2022. I am Ray Ahmed and I'm here with my co-host Laura Hampton.
Hello,
Laura. It's good to see you.
It's nice to see you
Some
too,
fresh
Ray.
faces this morning, which is good. Hopefully you know I'm Ray. I've been commentating probably for a few years, been flying a little bit for a number of years, competing, judging, doing it all that I can, and it's good to be back in this seat here at iFLY to commentate over the next 2 days for this wonderful competition. And next to me I have the wonderful Laura Hampton, who is a ninja, and I think she can talk a little bit more about herself. Go for it, Laura.
Ninja, I love that. I love
Wow.
that. Yeah, I guess quick summary, reigning four-way national champion for another 2 days, and then we'll have a new one tomorrow afternoon, and work in the sport of skydiving as well. So I'm excited to be here as your FS expert, helping Ray chat through the FS rounds.
Yeah, a quick word out to everybody that's joined us this early in the morning that this is British Indoor Skydiving Nationals 2022. We're here at iFLY Basingstoke. In I'd love to say the sunny, wonderful part of the world, but it's a bit foggy outside. But that doesn't matter because we're indoors
We are.
in a wind tunnel, and I don't think that really matters too much. Quick word out to our sponsors. So we have Studio 34, and they are a high-flying team of marketing specialists that'll enhance your flying performance and make your ideas soar. Fusemetrics, who are suppliers of state-of-the-art business management services.
Oh.
Semantic, who have been iFLY's, website partner for over 17 years. And CM Brand, they are the promotional product specialists. So very much thankful to our sponsors, and I believe our sponsors are indeed sponsoring one of the various categories that are running today. So we'll introduce them a little bit more as we go through the show today. So
Absolutely.
I think we should probably talk about what's coming up today. So for everybody at home and tuning in and listening in, we have a large number of teams. We've got 57 teams competing. And it's really nice to see so many teams back in the various different categories. And we're covering everything from formation skydiving, vertical formation skydiving, freestyle, and of course the dynamic event, which will take place a little bit later today in the afternoon. We've got 12 teams in AAA.
Yeah.
I'm going to read them off because I don't know it off the top of my head yet. We've got 9 teams in AA, 12 in single A, 8 in rookie, and 4 in VFS for you this morning. So it'd be really good if we could go through the draw. We're going to start with the AAA, I think.
I think so, yeah. So we've got a really exciting competition coming up. So the first round of today, we've got OP22-1. So that should be quite a nice one for our teams, I think. So for anyone who's unsure what any of this means, anything where there's a letter, that suggests that there's going to be a static shape or formation made. Anything with a number is what we call a block. So there's some dynamic elements to it where the teams are going to have to move holding on to one another or do spins and different moves partway through. So this first one, we've got O and P, which are static formations, and then we've got 22 and 1, which are going to be block formations. In terms of the engineering for this one, pretty straight up, I think. There's not really too many options, so we'll see how our teams get on. There's a little bit of moving in and out for some of the players, some of the competitors, so we'll see how well those guys can cope. So round 1 should be fairly straight up, and it should give us a good idea of where everyone's at.
And then round 2,
Round
right?
2, we've got 19 LF4 on round 2. So this one's where it starts to get really interesting, right, Ray? We were talking about the different engineering options last night, and I think there's a couple of 19s. So we were talking about long
so you've
19
got a
versus short.
a normal 19, as I like to call it, the 19, and then the short 19. And the short 19, I guess, gives you opportunity to move fast into the into an L, or is it the end of the 4? Why would you take the shorter 19? Or do you want to explain what that short 19 actually is?
Yeah, of course. So with each one of these formations, there are different options on how the teams can actually engineer them and perform them. So there are 2 variants on the 19 that our teams are going to be choosing from. One is referred to as the short 19, but the downside to that is that it means they will swap positions with each other. It's a slot switcher. So some of our teams may choose to take it because it is the faster engineering. Others may choose to stick with the long 19 because it's more familiar and it doesn't create a slot switch. We've then also got an option with the 4 at the end. Same thing, short 4 versus long 4. And there's lots of different L's that we could take as well. So this is going to be a really interesting one to see what decisions people make.
Yeah, and I think the interesting thing about this draw in general as we go through it is it's going to suit a variety of different teams, which we're going to talk to you about as we go through the competition. What rounds will suit the teams that come through the door. So, but we'll move on to round 3 now for you. And what do we think about round 3, Laura?
7-10D we've got for round 3. So block 10 is what we call a slot switcher. It's going to require the competitors to swap places with each other during the move, which makes it a little bit more complicated, but it should be fairly straight up from the 10 to the D. The big decision that our teams will have to make is on whether they'll take the P7 or the regular 7. I think my team would take the P, but we will see what people choose.
Excellent. And then we've got the round. Have we got, going through the rounds, bit 4, 5 and 6, have we got anything that sticks out that will be tricky or that have slot switches in them or generally you might want to look at in a bit more detail?
Nothing particularly tricky. I think the E14, 17's a slot switcher, so we've got the complexity of that, but fairly straight up. We've got 6, 9, 13, where there'll be a decision to make about which beginning of the 9 our teams choose. And then A5, 21. I think that's going to be pretty straight up. I think some teams may look at an alternative A, but on the whole, that one should be quite straight up, I think.
And I think if we move into the next half of the draw.
So around 7, we've got 12, 18, 15. So 12, another slot switcher. 15, there's a couple of different ways that our teams may want to take the 15, and that will depend really on what they've trained. We've then got H, G, 3M, straight up.
Yeah.
8, 2N, B2N, we've got a couple of decisions on the B, but fairly straight up. And then our final round 10, J11, 16, should all be fairly straightforward as well.
So as you can see now, the tunnel's just started up. Yep. So we'll stop talking about the rounds and let the teams actually fly the rounds, right?
Indeed, yes.
So we're back at round 1. And I think the teams that we're getting in at the moment in the antechamber that you can see there, we've got Say It Again But Slowly, Omni, the tunnel edition. And
Tummy edition.
Tummy editions. Omni, for those that don't know, do everything now.
They do.
So they're also flying on their bellies, which is great to see. And Silver Linings as well. And we're getting a little bit of a wave there in the antechamber. So
from Quadruplane. Hello, Quadruplane.
This is it. This is the beginning of the competition.
Indeed, yeah.
Look at how many people are watching. All the other competitors are watching in the antechamber. It's first thing in the morning. It's always FS flyers that kick everything off. That's the way we're built. And we have teams Say It Again But Slowly getting ready.
Ray, you've competed quite a lot. How are these guys feeling right now?
I think these guys are feeling pretty nervous. You know, they're like their first team in.
Yeah.
Laura, what engineering are they taking?
So they've got the O, the P. This is the 22. Looking pretty nice so far. Nice close. Then into the 1. There's a bit of a long move there for tail moving into the 1, but they've managed it and they've seen the pictures in the blocks and kept it nice and calm, so this is looking good. This is actually the first of the teams that we're going to see today that includes the twins, Vix and Bex Bradley. They are competing in 8 teams over the 4 different categories of FS. Oh, bit of a lost grip there, unfortunately, on the block 1, so that's going to be a bust for them. We do have indicative scoring at the bottom of the screen, so for those of you who are watching along, you can see the scores that will be coming up. Those are just an indication of what's happening. They're not official scores by any means, but for those guys, unfortunate bust I think there where they've lost the one, but a pretty nice first round.
Exactly,
nice and calm.
they'll be really happy with that. I think they've got the twins have got one flyer that's in single A and one flyer that's, I don't think, has actually flown the AAA blocks before.
Yeah, so they've only done an hour of training before just so they could see the blocks, so they've done great. Here we've got Omni Tummy Edition. So these guys, most commonly seen doing VFS, we're expecting these guys to do very well in the vertical formation skydiving, but they wanted to give the belly stuff a go just to get their skills up, so good to see how these guys are getting on.
See if they've got the discipline for
it. Bit of a fumble on that first O formation, but they've managed to see it through. OP 22 is looking nice, and then into the 1, we'll see one of these block moves coming through, and actually very nice. Managing that well. We've got Tim Gaines in the tail slot, who's at the bottom of the screen, as you can see there. Very keen for me to point out that he is very tall, and that's a tricky thing actually to navigate in a tunnel of this size. So the chamber that these guys are flying in is 14 feet in diameter, so it can be a little tricky with the longer formations such as the 22 to make them fit, but these guys are actually doing a fantastic job.
They are. I mean, they're doing a really good job, and you would expect them to, you know, being such good flyers, versatile, like, you know, vertical flyers, as well as doing lots of freestyle. Belly should come naturally to them, and it's just the discipline, and I think, you know, they train VFS, so they can train FS pretty easily as well.
And they seemed happy with that as well, some high fives as they come out of the tunnel. So that's one of my favourite things about these style of competitions, is that you've got everybody is crammed into that chamber. There's a lot of camaraderie, a lot of sportsmanship happening in between rounds, and everyone just cheering each other on, so it's great to be able to watch.
It's a giant goldfish bowl though. It is. It's a giant goldfish bowl. It's interesting, and we love it. And here we got Silver Linings.
Silver Linings, of course, the winners of the AA, the Indoor Nationals, which took place in February of this year. So they have stepped up into the AAA category, which is the highest. So for them, they've had to spend a little bit of time learning some new blocks that they won't have seen before, but certainly benefiting already from the fact that they've got some experience and actually handling this one really well. So OP 22-1, we've not got anything new for them. This should be showing us a good indication of where they're at, and it's looking quite snappy so far.
I mean, yeah, at the beginning, I think you can see they're all coming on and off the grips simultaneously. You can tell they've got that training in building them as well. A little bit of panic and a little bit of caution, you know, trying to rebuild it, get everything back together once they've lost the rhythm a little, but they're doing really well. Silver Linings, they should be proud of their round one.
They should, yeah, and they've got a new team member in there as well. So Paul, who's got the red helmet that we can see on the screen now, he's joined them just for this competition, I think. So they seem very pleased with how things have gone there.
I know, and it's great to see. So the teams now, as you can see, this is Silver Linings, they will be getting out of the antechamber. So just so for everybody watching at home, you know, you can see that we can only have three VFS teams into the antechamber at one time. And then these guys will come out and the next set of teams will go in. But it's a good chance for you to like rub shoulders with everybody, you know, express how you're feeling, whether it's good or bad. Again, that goldfish bowl effect though, you know, if you're having a bad session, it's going to feel a bit awkward, but you know, you move on very quickly. So the next few teams are coming in now, and I think we have Peregrines, Forerunners and R4MJ.
We do indeed. So yeah, good to see a few new teams in here. So the Peregrines, who are going to go in first. We've got Pete Harries there from Chimera, who is the camera flyer from Chimera. Can see him on the screen now. We've also got Alice and Paul, who are quite prolific FS coaches over at Skydive Langer, and Kat, who's a member of staff there as well. So a lot of flying ability here, a lot of experience, but minimal training together as this four-way setup. So we'll see how they get on. We've then also got the Foreigners, who have been around for a few years now.
Yeah, they have.
So they should be benefiting from the experience of flying together. And then the third team that we'll see is R4MJ, which is actually made up of people who've flown in some quite high-level teams previously, but again, minimal training together. So we'll see how they get on.
So first in, we've got the Peregrines ready to go.
Nice entrance.
And have you been coaching them?
I have been coaching. Well, we'll see how they get on and then we'll talk about that. Yeah, so they've done 45 minutes of training together. And as I said, quite a bit of experience in this team, in other teams, but the first time really that they've been able to fly properly together. And it's looking very nice. So these guys are managing to get through the points with quite a good amount of speed, but at the same time, they're looking very clean and tidy. They're looking like they're flying together, which is important, right, Ray?
Exactly. And it's nice to see how they're tackling, like, you know, the move from the 22 into the 1. How they, you know, you need to make sure that, you know, the setup of blocks are important, right, to then spin the block as efficiently as you can, and the closing of the blocks are super important to move on to the next random or block. So
Absolutely.
they're doing a good job of that here, which is great to see.
What's been really interesting in coaching these guys as well is that we've got Pete, who is the camera flyer from another team, Chimera, who has been present at a lot of training, who has been exposed to a lot of four-way information, but has actually flown very little of it himself. So it's really great to be able to see how he's translating the knowledge that he's got into actual flying skills and showing us what he can do in the tunnel.
He's also your freestyle or free fly
He's
teammate.
my free fly teammate as well.
Wow. Keeping it in the family. I love it.
Indeed.
So next in we have the foreigners.
We do, yeah. So
Bumped into some of these guys at breakfast this morning, looking a little bit pensive.
how are they feeling about the competition?
I think everybody's pretty chilled about the competition this morning, you know. I think they're just raring to get going. I mean, you know, when we talked about the draw, we went through it pretty quickly, but it's like, it's not the nicest of draws, the AAA draws.
It's not. It's a fairly slow draw, and there's lots and lots of different engineering choices that people can make, so lots of thinking to do. But as we said, these guys have got some experience in flying together, so we should see that benefiting them in this round. A possible bust there, so it looks like one of the team members let go of the grips before the key was actually given, so that'll be unfortunate for them, but still getting through, seeing some nice pictures. It's looking very clean and tidy, isn't it, Ray?
I think one of the things you'll notice, and maybe a difference from one of the first teams that we saw, we said with silver linings, they were coming on and off the grips together. I think foreigners just need to get that, build that into their muscle memory a little bit, because we're seeing grips coming on and off from different people at different times, and that makes the judges look at things a little bit closer.
Yeah.
And it just means that it's not as clean as it could be in places. And I think this is probably just round one nerves, to be honest.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they'll probably come back a little bit stronger once they've got this round one done.
It's often the way, isn't it, at these competitions? You don't realise necessarily how much nerves you've got and how much built-up tension until you get in there, and often it just takes 1 or 2 rounds to calm you down.
Exactly. So next in we're going to have RM4J, and Renata, who I've known for many, many years, flown with Renata through the years. She'll be directing this team, I think, to a certain extent. Really knows her stuff, so I'm sure she's been doing a great job with this team.
We've got a lot of experience as well with Jodie Lee, who is there with the purple helmet. She's been in various teams over the years. She's also coached a lot of teams herself. Last year she coached 4 teams and 3 of them managed to medal. So a lot of knowledge, a lot of skill there. We've also got Matt, who was in Eros. So he's got a huge amount of skill and experience in a 4-way team setting. And then John Welsh, who has done a lot of training with Hayabusa, multiple-time world champion. So as we can see here, there's some speedy flying, but perhaps not the discipline that we've seen in some of the other teams. So what we're noticing here is that there's a lot of people on and off grips at different times, which effectively just makes it trickier for the judges to see those formations.
It's difficult to build a team rhythm as well. And you can tell these are, at the moment, they look like 4 individual flyers rather than a team.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
Maybe they'll look at this and go, okay, we need to calm it down a little bit.
They play their instruments beautifully as individuals, but as an orchestra, not
Very
sounding
good,
super great.
Laura.
I've definitely not had that feedback myself before.
That's an inspiration from one of your coaches.
Indeed. We're seeing the effects of that, I think, now as well, so slowing down towards the end. I don't think they'll be super happy with that as a first round, will they, Ray?
I don't think so. And I think, and then your left-hand side in the corner, you can see the indicative scores that are popping up at the moment. So that's really interesting that Team Peregrines are at the top of that leaderboard as we have it now.
Indeed.
So these teams are now going to be walking out of the tunnel chamber, and then as you can see, we've got some other teams that are lined up ready to come in. And I think we have some of the more competitive teams are coming in, or more trained teams per se. So I think the next lot of teams coming in, we've got Apex, UK Wimby, and Amerikai, and it's exciting to see what these teams can do. And I think we're going to see a step up. Now, and we talked about it briefly in the beginning, right at the start of the show, how different rounds are going to suit different teams. But now we're looking into more of the trained teams. I think Apex have been together, switched some slots. I can't speak. Switched some of their slots around, so they're kind of like, you know, I think the back piece has moved to the front piece, the front piece has moved to the back piece. So that should be really interesting for them, new challenges for them, so we'll see what they can do. And then we've got UK Wimby, who is a team that won Wimby Maniac with Hari flying on the point slot. And then we've got Marakai, who have been training for a period of time. Very, very good UK team. So it'd be exciting to see what these guys put in on round 1.
Marakai, of course, came second at the competition earlier this year and then did a great job representing the UK at the World Meet Indoors in April as well. So here we've got Apex entering the tunnel. So they are launching the O, which means that they are getting into the tunnel in that O formation straight away, which is the first team we've seen doing that, which is great.
Nice
So
work.
we've got some nice discipline, good moves there, especially in the back piece on that one. That was quick.
So that's Chris Judd, right? Flying on the... No, Chris is flying.
So Chris is flying point. So we've got, that's
Mather.
Taff at the back, Pete Mather in the yellow helmet. So he's moved from the front to the back. So he used to be in the point slot. He's now in the tail slot. We've got in the green helmet, I believe that's Dave Rogers.
Yes, that's right.
Then we've got Mark Fletcher in the red helmet, and we've got Chris Judd in the blue helmet. So these guys, again, there's a huge amount of experience in this team. Each one of them has come from quite high-performing teams in the past. Pete, of course, has previously been the national champion outdoors. So we've got a lot of experience, not a huge amount together, though they have just come back from a competition over in France where they did very, very well. So
and what's interesting is that moving of the front piece to the back piece, you can see the confidence in the back piece, because the front piece, you know, it's a kind of a relief to go to the back a little bit because you can see more and see what's going on, and you could really see that from Pete moving from effectively from outside centre to tail.
Absolutely.
So it's good to see. So next in, we should have UK Wimby now. I'm expecting these guys to go super fast. So. Maybe they'll go nice and slow for the first round. And so we've got a couple of flyers from a Wimby team from France and a couple of UK flyers.
So we've got Fabrice, Hari, Julian and Philip in here. Julian is actually the coach for Team Apex, so I'm sure there's a little bit of competitive spirit in there. He wants to make sure that he beats his coach team, but it's looking nice so far.
Nice work, yeah. Really like how he's spinning those ones.
So there's the 22, a little bit of a clash, So often for these guys, especially coming from a tunnel like Wimby, which is much bigger, the diameter of the Wimby tunnel is much larger than we've got here in Basingstoke, which means they're having to adjust a lot of their moves to make up for that. And it might take them a couple of minutes to get used to it, but they seem to be settling down a bit more now.
Yeah. The 22 looks on the back piece looks a bit sticky for each of the formations, so but it's done now.
A little bit of a tricky move there, I think, as well into the one. It looked like there was a bit of a stretch for them, but yeah, not a bad first round. Now we've got Marakai.
Yes.
Heading in, so Pete Allen in Marakai, who's on the far right of the screen now. He's a multiple-time national champion. He's competed for a very, very long time. We've got Liz in there as well, same situation, multiple-time national champion, and then Kath and Kate, who do a huge amount of coaching, a lot of skill, a lot of talent in this team. And they came second earlier this year, so they'll be looking to hopefully get further up the podium if they can. It's a nice start for them.
Brilliant start for them. You know, known people on this team for many, many years, been coached, been on teams with them. It's just great to see them still super role models in the sport, you know, and showing us how it can be done and flying so well.
It's interesting to see the different techniques that people are taking on the block one here. So with the block one, so this is the 22, we're moving into the one now. So there are options that can be taken where you either cog it, which means that you make sure your legs are not going to interfere with each other as you pass through, or you can go over at the same time, or you can choose to send one piece before the other. Those guys went at the same time, and it seems to have done quite well for them.
I think that's pretty good.
Round.
So, you know, indicative score flashed up there of 25, and that looked pretty good to me. Fastest I think we've seen so far.
Yes.
But they look really happy with that as well, and it's great to see a bit of Hari's face there. And it's really good to see how these teams are getting up. So as we said, stepped it up a notch for those three teams, and I think coming in now we're going to see what Jeanette, or I don't know how they're pronouncing it. Is it Jeanette Wimby?
Jeanette Wimby, I think, yes.
NFTO and Boom Entry are coming in.
Indeed. So we've got Jeanette Wimby. They are the only open team in the competition, so they're a French team, so they won't be competing as part of the British Nationals, but they are still here to show us what they can do. NFTO, of course, were over at the World Meet, the World Championships, about a month ago, where they were crowned the female world champions, so it's great to see them back. They've actually got a change of lineup for this competition, though.
Yes, they do. They have a new point flyer. I think Kath has gone back to, she's having to go back and put a little bit more effort into work. So she's stepped back, and they have a new lineup. So let's see how they get on. But here you can see on the left-hand side the indicative scores. And I think, as we said, Marakai out there in front on the indicative scores with 25.
And then UK Wimby are Team 108 on 23, and Team 107 is Apex on 22. And then we've got 106, which is R4MJ, and 104, which is the Peregrines.
Exactly. So next in, we've got Jeanette Wimby, and I think Jeanette Wimby, is Julien flying on this team as well? I think he's flying on 2 teams. So Julien's...
Yep, so we've got Julien, we've got Anne, Pauline and Thomas.
Brilliant. So this must be one of Julien's coach teams.
So Julien there in the doorway, just coming in. He's coached quite a few of the teams that are here over the years. And a nice start for this team as well.
Yes, very good.
Again, these guys are going to be navigating the new size of tunnel. They're going to be used to a much larger tunnel, but they seem to be doing it well.
I think they're more junior flyers as well, so they look a little bit smaller to me, but that might just be me. And maybe this is one of Julien's factory teams that he's putting up, because the French seem to do it so well, right? Especially with the tunnels and the drop zones that they have to pull in some teams. They just seem to be able to consistently produce really good formation skydiving flyers.
What's really nice that we're seeing here on the screen now is how methodical they are. Everything looks very surgical. Everyone knew exactly the move that they needed to make and where they needed to be, and that's what we've maybe missed in some of the teams that we've seen earlier on this morning, is just that precision, and I think that precision is going to make that team perform very, very well. NFTO then coming in now. We've got Sean there with Anna, Varna and Libby, who has taken the place of Kath. So their first outing in this lineup. Let's see how they get on.
Go Libby, she's been doing a lot of flying this year, a lot of intensive flying in all disciplines, really getting to understand airflow and what it means, and it's showing all of her flying. So let's see what herself and NFTO bring to the table. And they're in.
Here we go. So this team came third earlier this year at the competition, and then have stepped up for the outdoor competitions and the World Meet, but this is the first time we've seen them indoors for a few months, and looking quite snappy. A little bit of a clash there on the 22.
This will be first round nerves. This will also be a little bit of a new team member, let's see how they get on. I mean, I think they've got a lot of energy in their block work. See if they can hold on to that into the top of the one.
Potentially, a lot of pressure on this team as well. Coming in from the World Meet, having been crowned the female world champions, to then be here on the British scene again, indoors, new lineup. There's a lot of expectation, but also we have to recognise that there is a change in the lineup which can change the whole dynamic of the team. So they should be happy with that first round. They seem pleased.
Yeah, they do. And I think next up we will have Boom Entry.
Would you like to know a fun fact about Boom Entry?
Yes, please.
Wonderful. I have one to share. So this team is actually called Woodfellas, but an autocorrect fail on the entry form sees them competing as Boom Entry. So we've got in this team, we've got Chris, who has flown AAA in Team Skyfall alongside Vic and Bex. So he's got a little bit more experience, but the rest of them relatively inexperienced.
And yeah, for those of you that are watching at home and wondering about, where the teams are placing, how they're doing, and that we're seeing some of the teams stepping up. All of these teams most team members, I think, on Boom Entry, as well as some of the teams we saw earlier on, are actually competing in multiple teams.
Yes.
So, across the categories. So we're going to get some really good trained teams mixed up with some of the less experienced or more scratch teams. Which just makes life interesting, right? You can see the block technique, how it works, the differences between trained teams and non-trained teams, and what you can aspire to, really. And these guys have done a great job, coming in. I wouldn't have thought they'd put that much training together, but showing us what they've got, which is great to see.
Absolutely. And there we've got some indicative scores coming up again for us. So Team 109, which is Marakai, tying now with Team 111, which is NFTO. So that should be a really fun competition for us to see going forward. Of course, round one, as we talked about when we were discussing the draw, was fairly straight up. Yeah. Round two is where we're going to see some engineering choices, which may see some of the teams pull ahead and some of them fall behind.
And what's really cool about this is me and Laura have got a few bets going on about which teams we expect to come out on top and in which order. We'll reveal that as the next few days.
Yeah, we'll see how right we are, and then we'll share.
Yeah. One of us might be punching the other one out of the studio, but let's see how we get on with that. So that was round one of the AAA. and now we've got round 1 of the double A.
Yeah, so I don't know if it's possible for us to bring up the graphic of the draw here, but we have got, basically it's a slightly abbreviated version of the draw where these teams in this category are going to do fewer of the blocks and the different shapes in the dive pool than AAA. So you may see fewer shapes being made. We don't have the complexities of the slot switcher moves, which we have in AAA, but nonetheless there are some tricky moves to be made. So we've got round 1 for this one is going to be
Satellite.
6. So we've got 6J1.
Yeah, so 6J1. So not the nicest. Well, actually not too bad, right? For a double A round.
It's not bad. There's a lot of momentum that can come from the block 6 where you have to pass vertically over one another, as we're seeing IBME doing here. So there is potential for the teams to be taking some of that momentum into the next shape, which these guys are managing well.
So just remind me, Laura, I think block 6 is one of the first blocks that you look at in the single A.
Yes.
And block 1 is a double A block, is that right? So I think it is. I think it's introduced in this category.
Yeah.
For anyone listening, if you wish to correct me, please do on the live stream or just send me a message.
So block 6 is a really nice one because it does force us to think about technique. So in all of these moves that we're watching the teams making today, it's not just a case of flinging in a flip here and there. It's much more precise than that. And for those guys, they'll be looking for certain pictures and certain timing to make the blocks work. And that was quite a nice steady first round. They're hugging out in the antechamber, so they seem pleased. And IBME actually have been around for quite a long time in various lineup guises, so nice first round for them.
And I think the nice thing about this is I can remember back to my time when I competed in double A, and you'd look around to the AAA flyers flying around, you go, wow. What can they look at what they're doing and what can we do, and you this is great to be able for them to showcase their talents. Absolutely. And it's really cool. So a little bit of how do we say it, taking a little bit too much energy into the close of block 1, but now they're refocusing.
So this is Grenade that we're watching here. Grenade is an all-female 4AFS team. They've got together at the start of 2020. They won bronze in the double A category earlier this year, so they're another team who've decided to move up into they've stayed in their category. They've stayed in double A for this year as well, so they'll be looking to get slightly higher up the podium if they can. So we've got Danny, Tej, Claire and Lucy there. That was quite nice. It looked like it was very clean, so similar to some of the top AAA teams that we saw. It was nice precision, seeing each other flying together, which sometimes feels in the moment like it's a little bit slower, but then when you watch it back, that precision is going to reap rewards for them.
Exactly. So that's good to see. So those teams are complete. A nice view of our of the tunnel. iFLYworld.co.uk. It's nice for us to so for anybody that wants to to look out, listen to what's going on, feel free to have a look at iFLY. I believe it's iFLYworld.co.uk, as you can see there on your screen.
You can also interact with us on social media, so get in touch, use hashtag BISN 2022, so BISN, British Indoor Skydiving Nationals. Get in touch with your questions, your feedback, funny things you'd like us to say. We'll do our best to fit them in. Here we've got some indicative scores for the double A as well, so just 2 scores so far, but we will see more of those coming up as we go through. So the next teams that are going to be making their way into the antechamber, we should have Sora and Quadruplane.
Yes, this would be good to see, and they're getting ready and in the door.
So Sora is Anne, Sandy, David and Martin. And they've
Fleming.
And Fleming, yep. So they've done 2 hours of tunnel in this particular lineup. Previously they've been in teams including Keshen, Draconis, Symbiosis and Dive Hard. So a bit of experience, but not a lot of experience together, and this is their first competition as a team.
Yeah, so for those of you that are new to formation skydiving that might have decided to tune in a little bit early today and wondering why some teams are launching stuff into the tunnel and some teams are just coming in and building it as they get in that first formation, it all comes down to how much training you've done, how confident you are with each other, and how you want your round to go. And this team is, as I said, they have, as you've mentioned, Laura, they have done some training, but they came in as individuals, built the block, built the 6 as they got in, and went in a nice pace to their round. So I think they'll be happy with that.
A lot of the decisions that we have to make in four-way come down to how comfortable we feel, and while some things may appear on first glance to be the fastest way of doing it, such as launching into the tunnel, if you're not confident with that particular move, or you don't feel like you can make it happen in a competitive environment, it's often worth just taking an alternative so that you've got that confidence.
I remember I've been in the tunnel where we've launched an entrance into the tunnel, and as soon as I got in, I forgot the whole round. So I sat there out-faced for the whole competition, just not knowing what I was doing, and it was the whole round, sorry. And it can be really disconcerting. So sometimes it's good to take things back to basics, which some of these teams are actually doing. So in now, we have quadruplay.
We do indeed.
And their ticket scores are ticking over the indicative scoring. And we should give a shout out to our indicative scorer.
Yes.
Brian Cummings, who is sitting there doing this for us. He's like glued to a screen, looking at this, and I'm really hoping he's not too warm in that room and doesn't fall asleep on the scorer. So thank you very much, Brian, for coming and doing this.
And the indicative scoring, of course, is useful for us to see the immediate indication of what the score might be. It's unofficial, but we do have remote judges. In fact, we have one judge here present.
Yes,
and
the chief judge is here, Thierry.
Yeah, and we have the rest of the panel of judges are joining remotely from various places across the world.
All over the world. So we have judges from Australia, judges from, we're covering the whole globe in the timing sim scheme, which is really good. So we have a judge in Australia that will be probably stopping off at about midday so they can get some sleep here, and then a judge from Canada will be joining one of the panels. So it's really good that we can do this kind of hybrid way of working with the judging, and hybrid to have indicative scores as well. That you can see there in the top left-hand corner, and to also have the judging scores that will be coming through as well. So
Team 202 there, Grenade, with the top score on the indicative scoring so far. 201 and 203 are IBME and Sora, and then quadruplane Team 204 there. But yeah, going back to the judging, I think it is really cool that we can have that level of judging. We've got judges all around the world that we're able to call on their expertise and their experience to get us the very best top level of judging that we can get here, which is absolutely awesome.
Which is really good for us to be able to have this kind of hybrid model. Is fantastic. So we used it at Langer for UK Artistics. We had we could only manage to get 2 judges in the UK, and we said, okay, can we take another judge that could do something remotely? And it worked. It actually works really well. So it's going to be interesting how we do this going forward as well.
And you've done a lot of judging yourself, Ray. How would you be approaching this kind of competition? Are you nervous going into it? Are you feeling confident?
I tend to avoid judging FS.
Okay.
Only for the reason that it's too close to home.
Okay.
I like to judge the artistics competition, but as a judge coming into this, you need to be trained, right? It's all about being trained. It's all about watching lots of videos, making sure you're getting it right, because some of these teams move very, very fast.
Yeah.
So it's good to see what they can do. So I'm sure the judges are all ready and prepared and are at home, not listening to us at all, just getting on with it.
Indeed.
And I think now we have Birds of Paradise.
Birds of Paradise, indeed. So another one of the Bradley twins teams. So we've got Vix, Bex, Rodstone and Joelle Perrin. So Joelle is, I'm maybe not pronouncing that correctly, so sorry Joelle if I'm not, but Joelle is actually a native French speaker, so this has been an interesting experience according to Vix and Bex to be training and coaching in French. So good for them, and it looks like it's paying off. This is a nice, clean, tidy team. Bex and Vic will be flying approximately every 10 minutes. They're in so many teams.
So they'll do as much flying as I'm doing talking today.
Oh, I can't imagine that.
I know what I'd rather be doing. If they want to swap in and out, I'm more than welcome. I'm joking. But no, it's great to see. So they're definitely making the most of their tunnel entry fee.
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah. So next in, we should have
Squad Game.
Squad Game.
Indeed, Squad Game.
That's a nice name, actually. Not Squid Game, but Squad Game.
Nice. So we've got Patricia, Jason, Sam and Debbie in here. We've got Jason and Patricia, or Patty, met on a Satori training camp in 2012 and competed against each other. Now married with children.
Yes, they do. They've got a little boy who's 7, I believe.
Which is crazy because I remember them getting together.
Yeah.
It's the skydiving community is amazing, but sometimes you're just taken aback by how small it is.
I know, and it's crazy. It's like 3 years, 4 years since we've all really seen each other, I think, because of COVID as well.
Yes.
And coming back to these environments where you'll see each other and go, you've got a 7-year-old. And people look at me going, Ray, you've got a child too. It's crazy. Yeah. And it's just it's great to see. Some things don't change, and you still like hugging, happy to see people, and it's like the time hasn't gone at all. So We go, just close that block, and they've got it.
So a little bit of a tricky, sticky bit there on the block 1. Someone got a little bit stuck on the net, I think, on the way round. But still a nice round. I feel like I'm saying that about all the teams. It's a nice round full of them. But genuinely, having competed, I know how difficult it can be to just get the first round out of the way. So I think applause to everybody, no matter how round 1 goes. It's done, move on, and then we get into the meat of it.
I think what's important to see from watching the categories like the AA and the rookies through to single A is to see how the discipline can be instilled in these categories and how you can move that. And you can't get to the AAA type of flying without instilling some of that discipline that we're learning here and watching from these flyers in these categories. It's really important to see that.
And speaking of instilling discipline, here are the Winged Hussars.
Winged Hussars!
Who are quite well known on the skydiving scene. They are certainly not a shy and retiring group. Lots and lots of energy in this team. They are being coached at this competition by my teammate, by James. James Woods from Chimera is coaching them here. So he will undoubtedly be focusing them on clean, what we call quiet flying, so no unnecessary movement, no unnecessary energy being taken through or momentum being held from blocks. It's all about keeping things nice and clean. And a little round of applause there, waiting for his teammate for a high five. Those guys seem happy with their first round.
You can really see it from I've seen them fly before, but they've really calmed it down. So James's words are taking some effect, I think, to a certain extent.
And they've been together for a little while now as well, so there's a lot of passion in this team. They all come from Poland, so they're very, very passionate about representing their country and putting together a Polish team here in the UK. And they've had various different lineups since 2018, but did really well earlier this year. They won silver in the A category, so that's why they've moved up to the AAA. They had an 8.2 average there, which they're hoping to exceed at this competition. And looking at the indicative scores, we've still got Team 202, which is Grenade, are the first team with 14 at the moment on the indicative scoring, and then 205 and 207 we've got Birds of Paradise and the Winged Hussars.
Brilliant. And I think next in we should have 2 more AA teams, that's the Chili's and Vortex.
Indeed.
And then we will be starting on the single A with Children of the Corn. So you get a good view of the antechamber, people stretching out there, somebody stretching out with their booties on, which is good. Good way of putting on those hamstrings, those tight booties. So yeah, you can see the faces of everybody, which is great to see how they're feeling, and they're getting ready in the door, and this should be Team Chili's.
Indeed, yeah. So it's an interesting vibe actually out there this morning.
Yeah.
I think everyone seems very relaxed, but there's also a little hum of anticipation, I think. We're going to see some more nerves coming throughout the day. But this is Team Chili's.
I think for the teams in general, maybe for me as well, I'm used to having a UK indoor national competition around April time.
Yes.
Or March, April time. So this time of year, just don't expect it, and it's cold and damp outside, and it takes a while for your enthusiasm to get going. But I think you can definitely see there've been a lot of teams, there was some speed settings done yesterday, and teams milling about, getting to know each other, getting a feel for each other, and I think that we should see a little bit more excitement and energy, I think, as the day progresses.
Yeah. It's an interesting one that we'll probably talk about more throughout today, but the change in format of the British Indoor Nationals, we've gone from the competition being held in February, as it was earlier this year, to now being held in December, with, I believe the intention is to then keep it in December each year. So there have been some interesting conversations amongst the teams as to whether this particular competition counts as the end of their season, or is it the beginning of their 2023 season.
And we always talk about this, Team Vortex, just getting ready to get into the tunnel now, but we always talk about how you balance, especially because most people here will be skydivers as well, how you balance indoor and outdoor skydiving, because you have to train and commit to two, because they're two very different disciplines now.
Yeah, absolutely.
One lends itself to the other.
Getting a little bit stuck there on the block 6 on Vortex. So that's where we're talking about discipline, especially on the block moves where we have to hold on to one another to make these moves. It's so important to see each other, see the pictures, and make sure that you follow that discipline, and that's where these guys have just got a little bit stuck on a bit of a reach on the block 1 as well. This is a tricky first round for them, I think.
I think it is. I think they just need to reset. They can fly, they just need to reset and think about what they're doing. I think this team might be being trained by Anna Hicks,
Okay.
FTO.
So we've got James, Paul, Sai and Zoe in here. And so much of it, you'll know, Ray, from competing over the years, so much of what we're seeing here is a mental game as much as it is a physical game. And sometimes overcoming those nerves that you've got can be the trickiest part.
It is, and I think one of the things that we talked about the two different sports of skydiving and of flying and indoor flying, and I think one of the advantages that you have from flying indoors or outdoors is that you have that plane ride, right? And you have that canopy time to come down and decompress, and it's a slightly different way of thinking. You've got that time to think, okay, I can chuck that round out. But here in this goldfish bowl, it's very difficult if you have a bad round to come in and go, well, how do I get rid of that feeling? How do I move on? So here we've got Children of the Corn. So this is now the single A draw.
Yeah, so we've got Joe, Lee, Michael and Philippe in here. They competed at the 2022 Outdoor Nationals in the rookie category. So they have come in the single A. They've moved up a category with the aim of winning. That's what they told us. They want to win. So we'll see how these guys get on.
So we'll get you some graphics up for the next round as they come in. But here we can see that they're trying to build I think that was an C, and that would be a N. And they're not coming on and off with the grips at the same time, so it's a bit difficult to tell. I think they'll be a bit disappointed by that first round, but it's first round nerves, as we mentioned, so hopefully they can chuck a bit of shake of the heads at each other, going, "What are you doing? No, what were you doing?"
Joe there's questioning,
exactly.
what were you doing? What's
and
happening?
Here we go. So if you've got want to contact us, got any questions, got any feedback for us, please contact us on iFLYworld.co.uk.
And we'd also love to know, especially for any four-way flyers out there, the engineering options that we've got, particularly up in AAA. Let us know what you think. What options would you choose? Round 2 is going to be a tricky one for people to work out. We've also got some decisions to be made on rounds 3, 5, 7, 9. So get in touch, let us know your thoughts on that. And if you're not a flyer, if you're not a skydiver, if you haven't jumped out of a plane or jumped into a wind tunnel, get in touch with your questions. Let us know if you've got any experience at all, what did it feel like, and we'd love to answer those for you as well.
Yeah, so next, we didn't see the graphics there for the single A round, so we'll get that up for you shortly. So for round 1, it is NGC, I believe.
That is correct.
So not the nicest of rounds. Some long formations there, and less room for communication in those 3 randoms. So we're going to be seeing how the teams get along with that. So next in we should have a team with no name.
Oh, great face there as they entered the tunnel. So that is the N. We've got the G, which is quite long, they're navigating it well, and then the C. So as we progress through these categories, we're now into single A, and the general idea is that the dive pools, or the set of sequences and moves that they have to make, is reduced as we go down the categories, but so too usually is the experience level. So whilst technically some of these dives are easier than the dives that we're seeing in the AAA category, they are reflective of the experience level of the flyers that we're seeing. So these guys doing a great job of navigating what are actually some very, very tricky random shapes, right?
I mean, this is my idea of hell as an outside centre, to be honest.
There's a lot of outfacing.
N to a G, you can see there is quite tricky. It's all about outside centre. You feel like the whole team is just looking at you, going, "What are you doing out there? Come back here." But it's all about communication, really, between the centres, and I think that these teams are learning that. As we got another Bradley, another twin there. I should be calling them Bradleys and twins, should I really? Sorry.
They've changed their helmets, so we have no hope. We can't
Vic
tell.
And Bex, I can't tell.
Vic and Bex, again, as we've mentioned already, they're in 8 teams across the 4 categories, and their rationale for doing that, so this is Team Fornado, their rationale for doing that is that they can just get more people involved in the sport, and I think sometimes the biggest hurdle to getting involved is just that you don't know what to do, and to have people like Vic and Bex who are willing to give their time and give their expertise, it's just absolutely amazing.
They're
so
great
kudos
role models,
to them.
great role models in the sport. As are yourself and what you guys are doing with the progression and stuff like that. It's really good to see how that's working, and just nice to see, because Vic and Bex have been doing this for years, and just like really watching how much they enjoy it as well. Their enthusiasm really comes through to all of the teams that they've been through. So
and you
big
say
shout
that, Ray.
out
I
to
mean,
them.
I remember you being in Kaizen
Yes.
back when I started, and there is such a strong sense of community within skydiving, both outdoors and indoors. And when you've got role models within the sport that you can see doing things, that really motivates you and inspires you to want to go and learn and do it yourself. And the fact that both Vic and Bex are helping people to do that along the way is just brilliant.
And you know what, the other thing is nice to see is watching people cross over as well. I mean, being a role model for crossing over, watching others do it as well. Like, when you watch like yourself competing in FS and then sticking a free fly team together as well. And so it's really cool to see that, and it shows others that it can be done.
Absolutely. So RAFSPA team here, we've got RAFSPA One Trick Ponies. There was also another RAFSPA team that's going to be coming in later. But yeah, so One Trick Ponies is Ian, Lucy, Pete and Richard. I'm not sure much of the backstory on these guys. I haven't got a lot of information about them, but it looks like they're flying quite cleanly. And typically the RAFSPA teams do put in a bit of investment prior to going into these competitions.
They do,
don't
very
they?
much so. And as they should. And it's, military teams, they can do that. They want to make sure that they can show what they're capable of. And you can really see that these guys are like really making sure they're on and off of the grips at the same time. They're hanging on to them.
A big thing about the FS that we're going to be watching compared to the other disciplines is that it's really where precision is going to win out above all else. So when we move into the dynamic and the freestyle, correct me if I'm wrong, but with those being more artistic categories, then it's about expression and performance, whereas for these guys, precision above all else is what's going to help them to win through.
For the dynamic, I think you'll find it's also about a lot of precision. It's like making sure that you don't you cross those lines
and,
going up and above the rings and all of that kind of stuff. So up, we can now see that single A draw, and you can see that the flyers were flying NGC. We got it eventually, Laura. A bit slow, us two here. But as Laura mentioned as well, that this first round is very much it's a random round. Actually, you could say it's a rookie starter round, but quite tricky one because it had a long formation in there as well. So three long formations, right?
Any formations where we've got someone who is what we call out-facing, so facing away from the centre of the formation, is going to be tricky. So something like the end that we can see there on the top left of the screen, the crank, we've got someone who is completely out-facing in the outside centre slot, so that's always tricky to navigate, compared to something like the J, which is the first point on the round 2, where everybody can see everybody very, very easily. So N, traditionally very tricky, G also tricky, and especially so when we're in a wind tunnel, because we've got limited space, and as you can see, a G is quite long, and the same thing with the C. C is actually long and out-facing, so lots for these guys to have to get their teeth into for round 1 of the British Nationals.
So next in, let's see how Nemesis get on with it. There you go, straight into the N, to the G, nice move there, and into the C. So the key, I mentioned it already, I think this round always feels about the outside centre, and in this you can really see it from Nemesis, whoever.
So it's Dave Cunningham in the outside centre slot.
Very distinctive, black suit, marshalling as it goes round, but it has to do a lot of the turns. But doing a good job from the N to the G.
Doing a great job, actually. A lot of these teams will have had discussions as they were forming around who is best suited to which slot. So traditionally, different slots within a four-way team or different positions will have different requirements laid on them, and we can see Dave here doing a fantastic job in the outside centre slot, where often the requirement placed on you is to do these big turns, a lot of out-facing. Similar situation for the point flyers. So yeah, it's really great to see him coming through in that position and doing a great job of it.
And I think one of the things that we should have pointed out from watching that team is that make sure you're clear on your separation, because Dave was doing a good job on his moves, but like that G to C, just watch that left hand. That's where the discipline is coming in, for making sure that the whole team is on and off the grips. And as an outside centre, I'm an ex-outside centre, flying outside centre probably most of my FS flying career, you could say that. And it was you always feel the pressure because you've got to do all those quick transitional moves, but then you kind of feel like you're grabbing.
Always reserved for the strongest flyers, isn't it, outside centre?
I don't know why.
the most glorious
Sorry,
of slots.
what do you fly there?
It doesn't matter, right? That sounds like centre as well. So here we've got shock and awesome. We've been told to expect more shock than awesome from these guys. And you won't be surprised to hear that once again, Vic Bradley is in this team, so it's another player coach team for the Bradley twins. Vic with David, Chris and Shane. They've done 0 training. I was actually chatting with Chris this morning. He said that they met up as a team this morning. I said, have you been through the draw? Have you dirt dived everything? No, we just had breakfast so far. So they are the epitome of what we call a scratch team, and that terminology in the skydiving world just means that they've done minimal training. So they've done absolutely nothing. They won't be expecting too much, but hopefully just having a good time and benefiting from that experience of the Bradley twins as well. Team Tilstock next.
I'm liking their suits.
Look at those, they look fantastic.
Nice and blue. You can get a better screen, better shot of it from the anti-chamber shot. It looks a bit darker here, but that's better for the judges to be able to score.
That's an interesting point, isn't it, on the jumpsuits? We saw one of the Weenby teams earlier on. I think it was Jeanette Weenby, one of the team members there, had a bright blue suit, which I remember from a few years ago was problematic for the judges.
And I think it's just, I mean, cameras have, they've gone miles, haven't they, in the last 10 years, and as I say, gone miles, and improved so much that you don't get that blurriness on colours, but you forget sometimes that you really need to show the judges, and this is it. And this team is showing us right now, you need to come on and off those grips at the same time to really show the judges that, you have clear separation and that you're moving as a team.
For sure. I think there's a lot to be said as well for wearing matching suits as a team. It's something that can really bring you together, and I know these guys have only recently got these suits, but it makes them feel much more of a consolidated unit. They are together, and there's their coach Rich Cotton as well, peering around the corner. He's off to find them. Team Tilstock, named after the skydiving centre, Skydive Tilstock, which is based up north, so they all train together and they all spend a lot of time up there together. There's Vix or Bex Bradley.
Yeah, exactly, shaking it about. And in the left corner you can see Varna and Dennis, their son's flying, I believe, in one of the teams just coming in now.
He is,
Tano, there he is.
There's Cole tripping over. Well done, Cole.
Tano there. Great to see him flying. So take a look at that, expressing his love of being there with to his mum and dad.
So triple trouble there to the far left. We've got Marcus Beck in the red suit next to his son Cole Beck.
Yes.
And then we've got Tano Parker, who's in that team, son of Varna Parker, who's in NFTO. And then Karina has joined them as well, very young flyer herself. So really great to see these second generation skydivers coming through.
It's amazing.
Something for Bodhi to aspire to, maybe.
It's also expensive.
Ray, you're very much of the I'm going to go flying and leave the baby at home, right?
Well, if he likes it, he can crawl in with me and see how he gets on. I think you have to wait till he's 4 though, right? And if he enjoys it, that's great. He can go out, get a job, drop some papers off and figure out how he can fund it himself.
Fingers crossed he hates it. So we've got wind kickers coming in first. So Team 308, the wind kickers in single A. Let's see how these guys get on.
Oh, bit of a miscommunication there.
This is what I was talking about though with the formations, particularly the C. So for the point flyer, who is the person at the very top of your screen, on the C they have to be completely out facing and they're right at the end of everything. They've got no view and they don't know if the tail flyer is on or not, and that's what we just saw in that point there. The tail flyer wasn't quite on, the point flyer hadn't noticed, and they've moved on before the tail was ready. So it really is a lot about discipline, and a big way that we achieve that discipline is actually during the preparation.
Yeah,
so.
exactly. And I think we used to have a joke in Kaizen that C was my favourite random because it was a one-way outside centre is free and has to pick up the grips. But of course, for inside centre, it's shockingly horrible.
Yes.
And then I spent a few years slipping to the back piece, and I really truly got an understanding of, God, I hate C's as an inside centre. But yeah, because you've got people on your legs, and you've got to present arms, and you've got to make sure you pick up points. So it's not the easiest of randoms. I mean, for round 1 for single A, I think this is pretty harsh.
Yeah. It's a lot of it, as I said, comes down to the preparation, and these teams will have spent the time prior to coming into the tunnel doing what we call dirt diving, which means that they'll be walking through the sequences using trolleys on the floor called creepers to creep and practice the sequences in the belly to earth formation, and making sure that you're really clear on who's on what grips, who's going to be giving the key or giving the nod to move to the next formation. So important to creating an an environment of discipline that they can be successful within. These guys, 4-arch, I think that's how we're saying it.
Yeah, 4-arch, which is a great name. And a big shout out to my ex-teammate Laura McClelland, who's just said we're doing a great job. Hello, Laura and family, and thank you for your nice words. And I'm glad it's you're enjoying listening to our dulcet tones.
Oh, wonderful, isn't that nice?
So here we go, this is 4-arch. Is this for the love of arching, or is this 4-arch? We've got to find out why they're called 4-arch.
Yeah, I've got no information about these guys at all. I can tell you who's in the team, but it looks like we're having a little bit of trouble. We're watching from the top camera, which can hide a lot of what's happening, but the way that the person in red there was flying, they kept on stretching their arms out, almost as if they're struggling for wind speed there.
Yeah, maybe.
It'd be quite interesting to maybe have a look back and see what they were looking like on a level there.
A little bit about wind speed in general. I mean, I think most teams are flying at about what we say 65 to 67% here in the tunnel, which is about 90 to 92 miles per hour. For those of you that aren't familiar with flying, it's kind of like sticking your head out of your face out of a car at 90 miles an hour. Not that you'd want to do that, but quite strong wind speeds.
And then flying around while you're doing it.
Exactly. So it gives you a good idea of the wind speeds you need to keep people flying in this tunnel. But as we said, it's most teams are flying at about 65 to 66%. So now we've got that team that we mentioned earlier. So this is Triple Trouble. So this is Tano, Marcus with his son,
Cole and Karina. I have been reliably informed by Chris Cook that Cole is actually a 3rd generation skydiver, so his dad Marcus is also the son of a skydiver. It's funny, isn't it, how it stays in the family, but great to see these guys coming through. I know that Cole and Tano, not a lot of experience at all as skydivers. Cole has been working at Skydive Langer over the summer, but has still not got a huge number of jumps to his name, and the same thing for Tano. I think he's done about 20 hours of tunnel, which definitely helps. Using tunnel as a tool to build your skydiving skills is definitely an advantage. But nice first round for them, I think. They should be quite pleased. I think the biggest thing for them, especially coming into it with parents who've done so well in the sport, will be living up to that pressure, but also that competitive, I want to beat my mum or I want to beat my dad.
Yeah, but then you've got to remember that, there are times that your parents were away doing all of that amount of training is what you've got to do to get there.
True.
It requires discipline, but, it's good that they want to do it,
Indeed. And we've got team 312. We've got a score for them. I don't think we've seen them fly, though.
No, so let's have a look. That'd be an interesting, maybe that's just an input error.
Come on, Brian. We've got team 305 there, Nemesis on 18 points.
And so we've got, it's all a bit out of order at the moment. And I think so at the top of the board, we've got team 305, which you mentioned is Nemesis, which is a trained team.
Team 303, Fornado, which is Vix Bradley, who's in there with them. So they're on 11 points, as is Team 308, which is the Wind Kickers. And remember, just to reiterate this one more time, this is indicative, unofficial scores. So just giving us an indication, just so that we got something to give us an idea of how the teams are getting on while we wait for the official scores to come in from the judges.
Yeah, so next in we should have the last of the single A teams. So we should have Redlands, Harpies, Live, Laugh, Low Turns, and then Team Spare. And these teams are, as we said, last the single A, and then we will be starting with the rookies following these 3 teams. So looking a little bit pensive there in the tunnel, Team Redland Harpies. So I'm assuming they're from Redlands, or is that just a?
I don't know that exists anymore.
Maybe they're old Redlands jumpers. Maybe we should find out later.
Indeed. I do know their aim for this competition is to not come last, and their biggest rivals are the Wind Kickers, who we've already seen flying. According to the information these guys have given me, big rivalry between those 2 teams, but varying experience amongst the team. Some of the guys here have won medals previously, but we'll see how they get on together. Casey, Karen, Clive and James.
I like the yellow on his jumpsuit, but no gloves. Wow, it's very brave for a competition.
That is bold, isn't it? So we do usually have white gloves. We've got someone there, in fact, wearing black gloves. It's all just making it slightly trickier for the judges to see what's happening.
I think you can see, for those of you watching, that it gets very blurry to see when those. That's why we have the white gloves on the black suits or the darker suits, because it's very difficult to see where that hand ends and where that grip starts from the outside centre. So
it may feel less of an important thing when you're at the lower levels, but certainly as we progress up the categories and get speedier, you can imagine some of those teams are putting in, 20, 30 points in the time, and if you've got anything that's going to detract from the judges being able to see each point clearly, that's a potential disadvantage.
Yeah, so there you go. Maybe Brian might have been having some difficulties there as well. So with the indicative scoring, they scored 5. I think the judges will question that a little bit, whether they can see some of the grips on and off. Oh, there's a nice wave there for everybody watching at home. I think what's interesting, we're talking about gloves and flying. When I started to free fly a lot, I took my gloves off so I could feel the air a little bit more as I was getting out of the plane and just feeling the sky. And I find it difficult now to fly with gloves, including in the tunnel. It's an interesting thing if I get back into FS.
It feels very liberating to go without gloves, doesn't it? But,
it's a nice launch of an M into the tunnel. Nice
indeed. So this, I believe, is the wavy whackers.
The wavy whackers.
We are seeing here. Oh no, live, laugh, low turns. Sorry, live, laugh, low turns. So featuring Dan Staples there in the green, who very recently achieved his category systems instructor rating. So Dan is an instructor for skydivers starting out. I'm bringing some of that instructor knowledge here. A little bit messy though.
It's like he doesn't want to play. He was pushing people out the way.
Yes, yeah.
So and I think it's we said that this round is all about outside centre at the moment. This just feels a little bit more about inside centre, which is really interesting.
So in live, laugh, low turns, we've got Hilary, Harry, Dan and Charlie, all university alumni, 2 of them University of Nottingham, 2 of them University of York. So nice to see they've overcome that rivalry, brought themselves together as a team, and they seem quite happy. Lots of high fives, and that, as we've already mentioned this morning, it's one of my favourite things about competing, is all of the good spirit behind it. And no matter how it's gone, you come out, you put that round behind you, you move on to the next one with a good high five. It's nice to see that here.
I think we've got a bit of a break now. I think the next teams in will be the rookie, so we'll try and get that rookie draw up for you to see at home, so you can see what's coming up for the rookie rounds. And I think I'd like to just maybe a few fun facts about iFLY, just for those of you listening at home. Or maybe we should talk about
let's talk about the draw first, then we'll do some fun facts. So round 1 of the rookie, we've got KAN. K is a hook. Can be a tricky one, just because it can feel quite compressed. The way that we tend to build this is a little bit rounder, so some people might feel like they're being a bit squashed in the formation. As rookies, they are traditionally the least experienced flyers as well, so it'll be interesting to see how these guys manage to navigate that as a first point. It's certainly not an easy one. The A is relatively straightforward, though we have got the outside centre needing to really occupy that middle area of the formation, which when you've got people holding on to you on all limbs can be tricky. And then the crank with the out facing that we saw on the single A round, which again, it's not a nice round 1, is it, especially for rookie teams?
I think we've not done anybody any favours with this draw. To be honest, it's not the nicest of draws in that round 1. It's not, but you know what, at least then it's done. Your round 1 nerves go into a pretty poor round 1, and it means that everybody's on an even level playing field.
So team 404, name not found. They are team number 401, but their name is 404, which is very confusing. And I believe this is another Bradley twins team. Of course it is.
They've not left the tunnel, have they?
Oh, do you know what? It's not. Wow. It's not. I'm wrong. I take that back. So this is Sophie Wright, Chantel Warren, Luke Nicholson, and Maggie, who is flying in place of Matt Wood, who couldn't make it. So Chantel actually a judge herself.
Yes, very much so. New to judging. I think I did some trainee judging with Chantel a couple of years ago, maybe a year ago, and she's really coming into her own as well. And she didn't have many jumps when I talked to her last year, so she's really come a long way. If she can get this amount of flying in, and that'll be a really nice round 1 for them team.
She's not going to be happy with those dirty gloves on Luke, though, is she? I feel like this is going to be my theme of the day, looking at people's hands and gloves. But no, it's nice to see. I know she's, again, not got a huge amount of experience as a skydiver overall, and very new to four-way, so great to see her coming in with a team. And here we go, it's the Bradley twins again. This next team that's coming in is Fledglings. So the Bradley's rookie team.
I mean, their necks are going to get very heavy if they're winning a lot of bling. By tomorrow.
They're used to it, mate.
Yeah, they are used to it. And I've flown with the twins as well on an 8-way team. Actually, we did a few years, probably 2016 or 17. We did an 8-way team with a bunch of free flyers, which was really interesting. We didn't get one exit out the door. And then I think on round 8 we decided, should we just free fly?
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, and everything came together.
Fair enough, play to your strengths. What's really interesting about this team, what I love about this team, is that Samrina and Laura are only partway through their AFF, so 2 of the flyers that we can see here are only partway through the process of learning to skydive, and I think that's one of the great things about the wind tunnel, is that it gives us access to be able to fly and to be able to feel what it's like to be in free fall. Oh, just getting a bit stuck in the door. But to be able to come in and train and be in a team and compete before they've even got their skydiving license
Everybody
is amazing.
getting claps and high fives.
Yeah,
well
brilliant.
done. Amazing job.
What an amazing thing, though, to only be partway through learning and to be here competing at this level. It's absolutely fantastic.
I mean, I wish I had all those opportunities when I was flying, because you kind of feel that, you know, you never felt really part of the community as you're learning to fly, and you felt like, you know, you're always on the outside of it, and, you know, you didn't know, because when you were individual drop zones, you don't know quite what you were doing. But this is, you get to rub shoulders with everybody, you know, and it's just fantastic. It's a great environment, as you say, Laura.
You do.
And just suck through the door there. If Maria Russell's listening or listening in or watching this, she has some good experience with that.
So we've got second 8 here. They competed earlier this year as first 8, so they are back for a second go. And this is with the Bradley sisters coaching. We've also got Bex is playing as a player coach with Elliot Wright, Lorna Marshall and Andy O is in there. Elliot was a quarter of the bronze medal winning team first 8 at the Indoor Nationals in February. And yes, apparently he is always very difficult to find on a dirt dive. I don't know how. He's got the brightest outfit I've ever seen.
Herding sheep.
Indeed.
Or herding cats, as a team, a 28-way team used to be called.
Herding sheep much easier, famously.
It's really early in the day, people. You have to forgive me. I'm heating up slowly. So
that's the first of our rookie teams that are done. So the first 3, Team 404, fledglings and second 8. So as we've mentioned already, rookie is the category which is traditionally intended for those people who have the least experience. So it's a smaller pool of different formations that you have to complete. None of them require any dynamic movement. They're all static shapes. So a really great way of getting an introduction to this sport and seeing competition for the first time as well.
It is, and I think that the good thing about it is, and we mentioned it earlier, is that, you know, you get to see so many different disciplines, and also see so many different levels of flying. But also you get to see what those other people are doing, as in, you know, the free flyers, the freestylers, and, you know, you get to get a really good view of what skydiving or flying, or, you know, flying your body in general what you can actually do with it. So, you know, you don't have to make any fixed choices what you do, but it's in a team environment as well. So you just learn so much from each other and being around all these people. I am kind of jealous that I didn't have this one. We didn't have as many wind tunnels when I started out.
Absolutely.
And just didn't really know too much about it, and didn't know that you can compete. So this is good that you know, people are here doing it. So we got another rookie team coming in now.
So this is another RASPA team, another military team. This is the no-trick ponies, as opposed to the one-trick ponies that we had earlier. So, I mean, that's a good trick. He's almost on his back.
Exactly.
I liked that.
Bit of side flying.
Yeah. The
more side flying. This is good fun.
tunnel instructor looking a bit nervous there.
Not sure Amy wants to get in.
And it is tricky. I mean, anyone who's tried flying in a wind tunnel, particularly if you're a member of our audience who hasn't done much, you know that whilst it is possible to fly very precisely and to be in a lot of control, it takes time to get to that point, and being able to fly in a group of 4 and to be able to get it right is really hard. So these guys are doing a really nice job of getting their first foray into 4-way, struggling a little bit in that outside centre slot. Oops.
They're going to wish that they could backfly like this later on in their careers. It happens, you know. We've all been there. Bit of a mix-up of which grip you should be picking up. Bit of miscommunication.
It's all right there. Amy's got them. So we've always got, as a safety consideration, just in case they're needed, we've got the members of the iFLY team, who you can see wearing the fully red jumpsuit. So Amy there with the red jumpsuit and the blue helmet, just there to make sure that everything's running to schedule, no one's getting in before they should, but also should anything go not to plan, she's there to help them out as well. So just a little bit of a backup.
So next
for us.
in we have Team Kaleidoscope.
Kaleidoscope. Fun fact about these guys, none of them know how to spell the team name. Apparently very reliant on spell checker for this one.
I bumped into these guys at breakfast this morning, and they're not had too many jobs together, not flown too much together. 2 boys and 2 girls,
Yep.
nicely even split team, very
Best way.
friendly, and just learning, getting a feel for understanding. But I think one of them is in an NFTO suit, which is looking pretty good, fits really well.
It does,
So
doesn't it?
hopefully some of that is rubbing off.
So apparently the two male members of this team are brand new, only got their FS1 this year. So FS1 being the qualification in skydiving that allows you to do things like 4-way formation skydiving that we're seeing here. They only managed to achieve that this year, so they are brand new to it. And the 2 female members only started in the last couple of years as well. So a team from Cork, which is Skydive Northwest. They were friends first, and they've been coached by Kate Lindsley from Merakai. So we're seeing certainly the influence of Kate in how calm these guys are being.
Kate is a fantastic person to be coached by, and she is a really good person to fly with as well. I've flown with her a little bit, and she's just really good, and you can see that coming through, which is really nice.
We do see a lot of the members of the top teams will coach other teams as well, and it's a nice way of making a little bit of additional income, but it's also a really great way of consolidating the knowledge that you've got.
And passing it on, you know, I used to love, I mean I still do, I love coaching because it makes, as you said, it consolidates your own understanding.
Yes.
But at the same time, it's like you really are giving back, you know, for all those years and all the effort and, you know, paying for other coaches to come in, you can give some back, which is a nice way to do it.
Absolutely. So we've got wavy whackers in here now. So we've got Keely, Sophie, B and Tom. So Sophie, like Dan Staples that we talked about earlier, has just recently achieved her skydiving instructor rating, which is absolutely brilliant. She's not been in the sport for particularly long. The team together won a bronze medal in the European Skydiving League, or the ESL, so they travelled over to Europe earlier this year and won a medal there. They were a rookie team looking to step up into single A after this competition.
Look at this team is showing you how it should be done.
It's super nice,
Go
very
wavy
they're happy with that as well. Very calm, and that's what we're looking for throughout
Well
all
done,
of the
wavy
FS
whackers.
teams. Very happy with that.
Look
Very
at that.
nice.
I mean, and I would be.
Oh, a
that was
nice
a
big hug
fantastic
as
round
well.
for wave whackers. They made it look really, really easy.
They did.
Nice and calm in the middle, as the centres really communicated really well. Well done, wave whackers. Look at that
Keely
smile.
looking happy. Sophie there being a good example. Good to see our instructors being a good example to people. But yeah, it's brilliant to see that calmness, and what we're looking for in all of the FS jumps is that people are nice and calm and precise. You know, there's an adage in skydiving that slow is fast, and I don't subscribe to that. Fast is faster for sure, but precise is fast. And where these guys can be precise in their movements, there's no unnecessary energy going into them.
Yeah.
That's where they're really going to do well. Moving into the
agree
VFS now? or-
No, we've got two more rounds.
So we've got Omni coming in, who will be the third team, and they will be the start of the VFS, which is the vertical formation skydiving. Should we have a quick chat about the VFS
Yes,
draw?
we can
So we might be able to get that up on the screen for you.
Hopefully, we'll be able to get the VFS up on the round as Omni go in. But first up, we will have the 2 rounds. Here we go with the VFS draw. So we have the Trident, Cortex and Core Buddies, and the Arrowhead. It will be a tricky round 1, not the easiest for the VFS, only because you do have some side-by-side flying, and you can effectively switch out of it. So it will be interesting to see what continuity Omni take through. But now we can see that we have Team Over the Rainbow for the rookies in.
Indeed. So over the rainbow, team 407. We've got Charlotte, Emlyn, Jackie and Stephen. First year at Nationals, they all jump at Tilstock, and their aim for this competition is just to improve their skills as skydivers. You get so much of that, don't you, at competition?
Yeah.
And that comes from the flying, but also the people that are around. You know, we've got Dave Growls is here. He's coaching this weekend. Dave Growls is a member of Hayabusa, who are multiple-time world champions. We've got Julian here, who is from Wimby, who is, again, multiple-time world champion. We've got Pete Allen. We've got Liz, multiple-time British champions.
Gary Smith.
Gary Smith. And I think we can also add into that category James Woods, right? Indoor and outdoor reigning national champion.
Didn't Chimera come 5th in the world? I think I'm going to high five. You can't see it at home, but I'm giving Laura a high five because that is pretty amazing.
I tried to do a loud one there for the audio.
Should we do it again?
There we go.
I hope you can hear that at home.
But some
next in-
applause there for the Over the Rainbow team. We're just applauding ourselves
Sounds
in the
like-
studio. Good job by the Over the Rainbow team.
So look, the junior team, this is fantastic. This team is being coached in iFLY. I think it's NFTO are coaching, and various members of NFTO are coaching this team. So this is a young project coming through from iFLY, and I'm really looking forward to see what the mini jets can do. And they're in.
We've actually got an interview as well coming up with NFTO and the mini jets. So we're going to have them actually very shortly during the break. So we'll be able to have a chat to them. And yeah, gosh, I don't want to comment on how small they are, but they are so small.
They're doing so well, though. It's amazing, isn't it, what reach they've got? And it's like you feel that, you know, they're so small that their heads are also still very heavy for their bodies, and they've got these big helmets on as well. So it's just, it's great to see what they can do. And look at the communication, that's really good.
I think the skills that you learn, especially picking up a sport like skydiving early on in your life, the skills that you learn about teamwork, about flying together, you know, for some of these formations that you have to build, as an individual, you could very easily just get your points done, get them going quickly and celebrate your own individual success, but actually this is a team sport. Oh, big round of applause, everyone's very impressed.
That's really cool to see, and it's nice to see some of these junior teams. So you can hear the wind speed going up, everybody. This is, you know, it's going to be maxed out. We're talking about belly speeds of 60 to 70%. These teams are going to be flying on 95 to 100% in the tunnel. So it's really good. So the first we have in is Team Omni, and these are our national champions. They represented the UK in the World Meet just about a month or so ago.
They did. So these guys were over in Eloy for the World Skydiving Championships, where they did a fantastic job.
Exactly.
Such a fun group of people as well. VFS traditionally is a very difficult category to get into because it requires you to be able to fly not just the formations, but to be able to be head up, head down, keeping up with each other at very high wind speeds, and these guys doing a fantastic job.
They are, and I mean, I think we've got the wrong name in the bottom.
It is definitely Omni.
Corner. It's definitely Omni flying at the moment, and you can see that the camera angle has changed as well. So we're looking at the bottom view.
Yep, so we're camera looking up from the bottom of the tunnel.
Exactly, so you need to see that so you can see when the grips are on and off in vertical formation skydiving. You see Omni showing a great job, and I'm really loving the shoes. I think they're Sarah's. So great job there from Omni.
We're also seeing the wind speed in the bottom left. So for those of you watching along, wind speed of 95% compared to what we had for the formation skydivers on their belly, who were about 60%. So much higher speeds for these guys.
Yep, so Omni, you know, we were expecting Omni to stretch out there. They did a really good job. It's a shame I don't think we've got any indicative scoring for Omni. Brian's obviously not feeling brave enough to do that for the VFS.
I would say loads of points.
Yeah, just lots of points.
I know that these guys are aiming for, in fact, their previous team performance, their average was about 20. So when we talk about averages, what we're referring to there is that over the course of 10 rounds, how many points do you score on average? So 200 points over 10 rounds would equate to a 20-point average. That's what these guys were able to achieve previously, Omni, and they're aiming to win VFS this time and hopefully to increase that average with a view to going over to Norway. Going over to Voss for the World Cup.
Exactly.
And for the Indoor World Champions for VFS as well.
So next in we have the 3 remaining VFS teams who've gone Pan XCIX or Pan, that's a number in Roman numerals, which I'm unfortunately it's too early in the day for me to figure out. But
1,109, no?
There you go.
I think someone will tell me.
Team Enigma.
Yep.
And then we have Team Rebellion. So I think Pan, what did you say it was?
That's-
1,109? Are you making it up?
I'm having a go, but...
a team, they are not a scratch team. They have competed together before. I believe this team consists of Seb,
Elise.
Elise, is this team? Yeah, Elise is competing in this team.
Becky and Andy
as well. Yeah, so these guys can fly.
They
right?
can.
And so we're expecting to see, lovely shoes. I love it. You can see the shoes, and that's a good view from Bex and Seb, I think. So they're off. And the indicative scoring is up. Thank you,
there
Brian.
Becky and Seb actually currently hold 4 Dutch VFS records, indoors and outdoors, for the highest average and the highest score in a single round, which is absolutely amazing. They achieved a 15.1 average at the 2022 Indoor World Cup in a Dutch team called Disgruntled Seagulls. And it's the first time Elise has flown VFS indoors, apparently.
Yeah, but she's a very strong flyer. I mean, Elise has just come back from being she's a world record holder now. from building I think it was an unofficial 97 way, but officially an 80 way of all female skydivers flying on their heads. Fantastic achievement, and to watch it, and I feel like I'm a part of the team by throwing my pom-poms up in the air and wishing them well. But these guys are doing a great job here. You know, well-trained team, and I haven't really talked about the draw here too much, just because it happens so quickly with VFS. So maybe I'll just give it a quick shout out again now. So this round is, as I mentioned, it is OP22-1, same letters and numbers as the formation skydiving, but very different moves. So we have two randoms and 2 rounds, and as I said, and we mentioned it, discussed it before in previous competitions, the randoms tend to be a bit trickier here for building than for VFS than for FS, and the blocks, because you generally tend to be vertical, can move quite quickly. So it's kind of like a little bit of a reversal here. And this team at the moment that we have in is Enigma. So this is the team with Hutch, Ants, I believe.
So we've got Saul, James Jordan, Max Fuller, and Rob Southwell.
I got that wrong. It's the other team, right? And they're doing a good job here. So you can see this is a nice camera angle that you can see, not the judging angle. So you can have a look at, you know, some of the difficulty of VFS here. In the sense that, you know, you have different levels when you're flying on your head, when you're flying on your feet, and taking different docks as well. You can really see the level of difficulty here. So this is a great camera angle to watch the VFS on for you at home. Not to judge by, mind, but very good one to look at the angle and the difficulty of how they fly.
Sorry, go on.
Next in we do have Hutch, Ryan, Ant, and I can't remember the last person's name. Forgive me, shoot me later, but I'm sure that will come in soon. So these guys, good flyers, not really done much flying as a team, but you can see here that the other view that we had is a great way to see to see how these flyers are faring in the tunnel. You can see here that the indicative scoring is back up as well. They're just having some difficulties on the levels here, and resetting a little bit, getting the levels right before they build the formation. There you go, so you can have a really good look at this view. It's a fantastic way of seeing what they're actually doing. So now they're building that last block and the close of that block. You just need to get that grip and they're off. Great. And this is, you can really see it here. So you've got a mixture of head up, head down flying, but you've also got a mixture of levels as well on that first random. Really good, and they are out of time, and I believe that is the end. I think that was Team Rebellion.
That was Team Rebellion, yeah. So that is the end of the VFS. It's also the end of the FS overall. So round 1 of formation skydiving is complete. What do you think so far, Ray?
It's been mad. That went by really, really quickly. I mean, I really enjoyed that. I mean, I can't think, I don't know how many hours, maybe it's been an hour, I can't tell, but we all saw some really good stuff, right?
Yeah.
From the FS, from the AAA teams, like watching those train teams coming in and out, and then watching the discipline, or some lack of discipline actually, from some of the rookie teams just learning how they're getting on, and then the AAA and the AA teams, and finally we got a little bit of that high wind speed in the VFS as well. So I'm really excited of what's coming. We've got more rounds to go. Got rounds.
We do. Lots more coming.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, where you're going to be listening to us and seeing our faces all day. Good luck with that. And I think now that, you know, we can focus a little bit more. But I think we're coming up to a break now. We're going to have a little bit of an interview.
We are. So we have NFTO and the Mini Jets. So we're going to be moving to an interview with them very shortly. And after that, we're going to come back and we'll have the dynamic, right?
No,
we'll be going back into more FS. Oh, yes. It's me again.
It's you again.
How exciting.
Sorry, you don't get a break today.
I was off for a break. Back for round 2 of the FS.
And so it's been a great morning. And so we're going first into an ad break, and then we'll be coming back to you with our interview with NFTO and the Mini Jets.
Do your business systems make life easier or more complicated? Are your different departments using their own specialised systems that don't talk to each other, so you end up using spreadsheets, costly bespoke integrations and manual workarounds to see the full picture? Data gets duplicated, you get frustrated, and worst of all, it starts to affect your guests' experience. The Fuse Metrics system brings everything together. It's been designed from the ground up as one easy-to-use system with everything from finance to HR, ticketing, tills and your CRM. It's a smarter way of working, so your team can work more efficiently, with each team member just seeing the parts of the system they need to do their jobs. Fuse Metrics even integrates with your website to bring your online ticketing, retail, membership and other data all into the same system. Fuse Metrics is one system, so your staff will have a more consistent working environment and a single point of contact for technical support. Training staff becomes faster and easier with all departments trained in the same work environment. It just makes sense. So end the web of subscription costs, support calls and hair-pulling frustrations of multiple management systems for different jobs and let Fuse Metrics streamline and simplify your leisure business.
Straight over to Steve, who is going to be interviewing NFTO and the Mini Jets. Over to you, Steve.
Okay. Hi, I'm Steve Rotier. I'm here with NFTO, and I'm also here with the Mini Jets. NFTO actually do coach the Mini Jets. They're the new upcoming youth team. So I'm just going to ask a couple of questions first to the NFTO, and then we'll move across to you guys at the Mini Jets. So first of all, the main question, I believe, is how does it feel to be world champions?
Feels awesome. We've trained so hard over the last 6 years essentially, and building up to it, and we've been battling from going to world bronze to world silver to finally make the aim of world gold. It's amazing, and we've had such a close team, including our teammates that our previous teammates are not here today, but our cheerleading from home, Kath and Simon are. It's just a really great feeling to get there, and now we want to try and transfer that into the indoors.
Beautiful. And what are you trying to achieve today? Or this weekend, shall I say? Are we looking to win it? Where do we think we're going to come?
Well, being realistic, we can only compete against ourselves, so we want to do our best. For sure, you're always going to competition wanting to win, but all we need to do is be the top scoring female team so we can qualify for the indoors. So we'll do our best.
Well, good luck with that. Good luck with that. And finally, what can we expect from you next year?
Is that NFTO? Yeah, well, we're going to be training hard here throughout the winter. I play Basingstoke. We're camp at least every month. And then, the aim is we are aiming to go big at the Indoor Worlds and try and make it a double for outdoors and then Indoor World Champions. That's the aim. But can't promise anything, but we'll give it a darn good go and try and make you guys proud.
Well, that's all you can ever ask for. Give it a good go, give it a good go. Let's move across now to the Mini Jets. If one of you would like to introduce them for me. I know you guys did an amazing job. I don't know if you wouldn't have heard it, but the crowd that we actually had screaming for you after that round was really, really good. So definitely watch that back from the live feed. But if anybody want to introduce and explain really about what you guys are doing with the with the Mini Jets.
Alexa, I'm 6. I'm Rachel, I'm 11. I'm Leo and I'm 8.
I'm Logan and I'm 12.
Really, really well done, guys. What would be your favourite round if you were to choose one? Would anyone have a favourite round?
Favourite formation? What's your favourite formation?
Satellite.
Satellite, what about you?
Bow. Bow, same.
Open accordion.
An open accordion for you. Well, good luck, guys. I think you're actually going to smash it today, so fingers crossed for you. And I think everyone in this room is rooting for you, so very, very well. Good luck. That's it. Going back to the studio.
The Mini Jets and from NFTO. Here's their plans for next year as well.
Indeed. And how great were them? Bow, yes, I agree with that. Great formation.
Fantastic.
open accordion,
Yeah.
satellite.
They know what they like, right? Which is a good thing.
They know their stuff as well. You ask a lot of teams and they wouldn't even know what the names of the formations are. So fantastic by them.
It's really good to see. And then we're waiting now. We're going to be, I mean, it's great to see, like, you know, NFTO bringing stuff back, teaching, like, you know, the mini jets, bringing them along as well.
Yeah.
So next generation or third generation, whatever you want to call it, of like flyers coming into the tunnel.
Absolutely.
You know, and they'll look back on this like kind of footage in the years to come, going like, you know, look at us back then, and you know, what were we saying? And it's just really nice to see, and it's nice to see NFTO giving back as well, and coming back off. You know, Anna gave a good overview of, like, you know, the highs and lows of going to World Meet and, like, you know, starting out with that bronze medal and really trying to push for that gold medal and finally actually getting there. It must be a real relief for them now. I mean, you know, you feel like, you know, you've done it, you've achieved it, but to now go for the double, the indoors as well.
I mean, especially to do it in the female category in a sport which has historically been quite male dominated, but these days is much more accessible to people from all different backgrounds. And I think that's another one of my favourite things about being a skydiver, is that it really is just open to anybody, and it's great to see them setting the standard and inspiring people.
I know, and I think we should point out that, you know, we talked about Elise flying in the Project 19.
Yes, we did. Yes, the female head down record.
And
recognised in 100 years since women got the vote in America.
Exactly, and I think the amazing thing about it is the fact that I think 13% of women. Our representation in the sport is about 13%, and to have 80 women create a record, or 100 women going to create this record, is just fantastic. And then to have an unofficial 97-way head down record, it's fantastic to see, and it just goes to show that, you know, you can do it. You know, even if you are in a minority, whether that's female, you know, neurodiverse, whatever it is that you might be, you know, you can go out and achieve things. And I'm super pleased, and I was watching from the sidelines to see how they get on, and it's nice to see the kids flying now. And as you say, it's a lot more of an accessible sport. I think
it really is,
especially the tunnel flying part of it as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which is good to see. And I think the tunnel is. I can
Starting
hear it.
up.
It's
so
starting
heading
up
into
again.
round 2. I'm not sure if we can get the round 2 draw up on the screen for you. We may have chance to do that. But round 2, we've already talked about how this is one with a few different engineering options. I was working with the Peregrines last night. I've been coaching them, and they were certainly having a lot of discussion about how they were going to engineer and perform these different formations for us. So round 2 is going to be 19 LF4. And we are starting it all off with Say It Again But Slowly. So let's see what these guys decide to take. So that's the 19. Looks like they're going for this short 19. No, they've gone for the long 19. Long 19 into a standard L, if you have a standard L. And then let's watch them with their 4. They're going to go for the standard 4 as well. So they've gone completely standard with this, which means there are different options that the teams can take. There are different ways of performing these formations, and they will have to choose based on what they're most comfortable with and what they think is going to give them the advantage over the other teams. So we've got straight up standard from Say It Again But Slowly. Of course, these guys are one of the player coach teams from Vic and Bex Bradley, with Sophie Wright and Fleur Jones. Fleur Jones, of course, recently achieved her AFF instructor rating, which is an awesome accolade. Well done to Fleur. Also does a lot of big way with Brian, who's doing our indicative scoring. So good to see her in a 4-way competition. I haven't seen Fleur actually flying 4-way that much. So nice first go at round 2. Them setting the bar quite high, I think.
So Omni have changed suits very quickly, everybody. They are now in the belly suits, and we could talk about why we have different suits for different things in a little bit. But Omni tummy edition.
I love
ready.
that they call it tummy. That makes me so happy. Tummy flying. So here they go on the 19.
Got a bit stuck on the top of the 19.
They're going to go for the short 19.
Yeah.
So the implication of taking the short 19 is that it creates a slot switch, which means that 2 of the members, both of those that we see at the far left of the screen now, are swapping positions every time. So each time they have to repeat the move, it's at a different position to where they were the previous move, which can be a head game.
It can be, and you know, if any team can do it, Omni can, because they do this in the vertical flying. But obviously this is new to them for what they're seeing. But I don't think the slot switching is particularly hampering them too much. I think it's really the energy, understanding the energy and the closure of the blocks.
Indeed.
Nice. Nice work there.
I didn't realise actually that the VFS draw is exactly the same letters and numbers as well. So for these guys, 19 LF4 means two completely different things depending on what suit they're wearing.
Completely. And that's the joy and the fun of it. So next in we have Team Silver Linings. Let's see what they take. I think I'll go with standard for this.
I think they might take the short 19 because it's not a AAA block. So they've actually, as a AA team, they've got experience. Oh, I didn't watch that properly. I didn't see if they took the short or the long. My teammates will be at home cursing me for not realising. So standard 4, and now we've got the 19.
It looks standard to me.
Yeah, they've all
gone standard.
They have gone for the standard.
Yeah.
So the implication of that is that they don't have to do the slot switch, but also I think that's the longer build, it's the longer engineering. So what we often have to do in four-way in particular is make a decision between what is going to feel most comfortable and that we can therefore fly the most confidently versus what is going to give us an engineering advantage and is going to be a quicker build. They've gone for what they presumably thought was more confident, but it looked a little bit sticky.
It did look a little bit sticky, and I think that the issues is they might just not have, they seem happy, they just might not have trained the blocks as much as other teams. But as you say, you're right, it's like, you know, it just depends upon the team and what that team has trained. Even with the trained teams, you know, you can approach and look at every single bit of engineering, you can look at a variety of different randoms and a variety of different blocks, i.e. with the engineering, but you know, you tend to be familiar with one set of moves over another set of moves. So we're going to see some teams, some very good teams, trained teams, potentially not taking some of the options that we're seeing, just because they're not as comfortable, as you say, with taking that, and that they think they would go faster through what is more familiar to them.
I do hope, you know, when we get into the slightly faster teams, that they choose different things to one another, because that's always so interesting. And speaking as a competitor, you can often come out of the tunnel and think, yeah, we did a great job of that, but actually, would it have been faster the other way? And I know there's a round coming up later today, which is quite similar to something that came up at the Outdoor Nationals this year, where Team Apex chose a better engineering than my Team Chimera and saw the benefits of that. So yeah, hopefully we'll see lots of different options. So this is the Peregrines coming in. I know what engineering choices they've taken. They actually decided to go against my advice, which is, we'll see how it works out.
It's working out well so far.
It's all going all right, isn't it? So these guys have chosen to take a short 4, which will allow them to stay in the same slots in spite of taking the short 19. So by taking the short variant of both of those formations, they avoid the slot switch.
And it's actually working out pretty well for them, Nora.
It is. It actually is.
I disagree with you on that one too.
Oh, burn. That's why I'm sat here with you, Ray, and I'm not in the tunnel. But I know for these guys, there was also a conversation around who they wanted to have in the piece of the 4 versus who was going to be the outside spinner. So what these guys have actually done is entered the tunnel in what's called their B slots, so their second slots, and then they're seeing it through on that basis. So really well done. Really nice job by those guys. They're going to be really happy with that, I think. And I probably owe them all a beer.
I'll have one of those as well, actually, where you're going. But no, they did a great job. Really good. And it just goes to show you, right? Each team is different. And, you know, if you want to go with whoever flies out of the outside slot or on the 4, like, you know, the solo flyer, if you're more comfortable with one team member doing it, then do it this way.
And it was a great conversation with them as well, because what's really important in four-way is that you know your own skills, you know your own strengths and weaknesses, and that you're quite able and open with those to be able to choose the things that are best for you. This is foreigners taking standard 4.
Yeah.
Oh, we got a little bit confused. That can happen. So presumably, yeah, they're taking the short 19. So the slot switch here can causing a little bit of confusion for them.
A little bit, and this is the problem that we mentioned, right? It can get to be, if you're taking too much on and it's too much for the brain and you're not seeing the right pictures and you're not used to seeing those pictures, it slows everything down, right?
Yeah.
And that's what's happening here. So sometimes it is worth taking it standard.
I think we had a little bit of a bust potential there as well, so a missed grip on one of the formations, which, I mean, they seem happy enough with it. To be honest, that's, you know, usually the approach that you need to take regardless of how the round is gone, is everyone give a bit of a thumbs up and a high five and move on. So yeah, hopefully they're happy enough with that though.
Yeah.
We've got, who's coming in next? We've got R4 MJ.
Yeah. This is that experienced team that you mentioned earlier, and I just want to give a big shout out to Anne Maxwell, who's listening at home, saying we're doing a great job.
Oh, hi Anne. Thank you very much. Yeah, we've got actually lots of people texting Ray and I directly. So if you're in the fortunate position of knowing us,
Or
unfortunate, please feel free to get in touch directly. If not, hashtag BISN 2022. You can get in touch and tell us what you think. Share your questions, share your feedback. So R4MJ, they are taking, let's see, the 19. They've gone with the short 19.
Still very, they're looking a little bit punchy still.
Yeah, they're looking good.
And we talked about them being 4 individual flyers, but
yeah.
they're actually calmed it down a bit and are now flying a bit more like a team, really looking that communications back.
Yeah, absolutely.
So round 1, they can knock it off and just say, okay, now we're on it for round 2 and continue in this vein.
Sometimes it's a round 1 issue, sometimes it's the style of dive as well. So I think for this draw overall, there's a lot of thinking, a lot of choices to make, but round 1 was very straight up. So it may have been that they entered for round 1 thinking, yeah, we got this, no problem, it's nice and easy. Round 2, there's different options. They're going to be maybe giving it a little bit more respect.
Does anybody go into round 1 thinking this is nice and easy? Because I've never done that. Maybe you are that good, Laura, that you can do that. But I'll tell you this much, never in my head have I ever thought that on a round 1.
But you've got extra things added into the mix after round 1 as well, though, right? You've got, if people are scoreboarding, so looking at their own scores, they're going to be coming into this knowing that, oh, we're quite close to the 3rd place, so we need to push it a little bit more, or you can feel a bit deflated if you haven't done as well as you were hoping. So lots of mental games going on.
So next in, we've got Maracay, we've got UK Wimby and Apex, who are just walking through the door now. So I think we saw from the indicative scoring at least that Maracay and NFTO were tied after round 1. So it'll be interesting to see what those indicative scores give us on round 2. So to see how they get on, and slightly slower round, I think, to a certain extent, maybe a little bit with some of the 19 and the 4. Than round 1, but let's have a look at what we got. So
potentially, I mean, 22 is quite a long block as well. So if they, well, I was going to say if they take the short 19, depending on what they're comfortable with, the short 19 from the L to the F and the 4, the momentum of that could actually benefit them depending on the engineering choices they take. Apex currently in 3rd place, I believe, in AAA based on the unofficial scores. So let's see what these guys are going to show us this time.
Go.
So that's the 19. They're taking the short 19, L, F, and 4.
Looking good.
And they're taking the standard 4 as well. Yes. So, yeah, this is the engineering that I would have chosen. Yeah. How about you, Ray?
Yeah, I would have chosen this as well. For the team that I would have been, if it was a trained team, with Kaizen, we probably would have taken this.
So what we saw there, and if we were to press our replay button, I probably missed it now, but what we saw there was a little bit of miscommunication potentially, where one of the team members couldn't quite reach the grips of the other one. But what was really nice is that they all spotted that and they waited while that mistake was rectified. So they're going to be unhappy, I think, with having made that mistake. We can see a little bit more punch, a little bit more fire in their flying as a result. But still quite nice. I don't think they're going to be super happy with that.
No, I don't think so. They started off really strongly, but they had that blip.
Yeah.
And then that was just an issue for them. And let's see how UK Wimby get on now. They did well in round 1, but I think they want to make sure they consolidate and build on that. They're going to turn up the gas ever so slightly on each round, I think.
I think a team where Hari is your weakest link is still a very strong team. Exactly. So I wouldn't rule these guys out. I think they can do a really good job. Taking the short 19, a different L. So they've gone with putting their outside centre on the back of the L. Which is not the option I would have taken. I would have taken outside centre on the front just because rotation tends to be quicker than translation. But the visuals are actually probably better if you've gone to the back. So yeah,
and it depends upon what you prefer, right?
Yeah.
You know, if you prefer the translation, you know, I never have done. I always prefer the rotation. It just seems better, but. You know, it just depends upon what you train and how you do it as well, and maybe these guys have trained that.
Yeah.
So
there's something to be said for being able to see a lot more in the outside centre slot as well. So doing a nice job here, and it is Hari in the outside centre slot.
He's not slowing
them down. Really great job. No, he's not at all, is he?
We didn't mean to call you the weakest link, Hari.
I think he will. I think he would accept that, though. You know, in a team that also includes Julian. Who else have we got in UK Wimby? We've got Fabrice. We've got Philippe Jenks.
Yeah.
Making him French there, Philippe. Philip Jenks, it's a good, strong team, so looking forward to seeing more from them. Merakai now, so Merakai second at the Indoor Nationals earlier this year. Lots of indoor training. They only fly indoors, which is actually true of very few of our teams this year. One of the only indoor-only teams that we've got. The mini jets, of course, also indoor-only, not old enough to go skydiving yet.
A little bit of a blip down before, but I mean, I do like the way Merakai fly. There's a calmness in the way that they fly, which is nice to see.
There's a calmness in the way that they are as a team as well. You go and you spend time with these guys outside of the tunnel, and they're very relaxed, and I don't think that necessarily indicates that they're not feeling the pressure of this, but it shows that they're at competition, the training is done, let's trust in what we've got and let's put it out there.
It's not the best round from them, the best round that we've seen so far. A bit sticky in places, I think. Engineering wise, I completely lost it. So
they chose my engineering. The Chimera way. So they chose the short 19, the L with outside centre on the front, and then the standard 4 as well. It looked like they were struggling on their 4s.
Yeah, they were. Got a bit sticky, I think, in the sense that maybe it was a level issue. Maybe it was just a bit over the line.
Also, the slot switch coming from the short 19 and then having to switch people who are being spun around in the 4, it just looked much less comfortable. So interesting. I think a tricky round for Apex, a tricky round also for Merakai. So we'll see what NFTO have got to show us.
Yeah, so I think Merakai scored a 24 on that, Apex a 23.
UK Weenby 23, Apex also 23, and then Team 106 R4MJ on 19. 104 is Peregrines on 16. So we're starting to see an indication, certainly, of how things are likely to pan out, and I think this probably aligns with what we were all kind of expecting coming in. But with that said, Jeanette Weenby have got a chance to bring some more for us. UK Weenby, we've seen, have outperformed Apex on that round, whereas they didn't on round 1, so it's still very much all to play for.
Yeah.
So the tunnel is starting up again, wind speed is picking up, and we've got our next team to come in is going to be Jeanette Weenby, then we'll have NFTO, and then we'll have Boom Entry. So here we go, Jeanette Weenby coming into the tunnel now.
Let's see what they got.
Nice entrance, they've launched the 19. They are doing the short 19. They're also, being a French team, they've mirrored everything. So the primary reason that French teams tend to do this actually comes, correct me if I'm wrong, Ray, but it's because of the aircraft that they've got over in France.
Right hand, left hand door.
The door of the aircraft is on the other side, which means in order to complete these formations in the same way that everyone else does, they actually have to flip them to make them work. So we often see French teams taking this option. Which often makes me wonder why the rest of us don't, because the French are such incredible flyers, and I think, why don't we all just flip it around?
The amazing thing here is Julian is able to flip between doing one thing with his last team and then doing this. So he's a pretty awesome flyer.
Incredible,
really knows his stuff, and and can slow it down to the level that the team need as well. So really impressive coaching and flying work there from Julian.
Now we've got NFTO coming in, so NFTO scored quite well on the previous round. They were tied with Merakai. Merakai, we think, on the indicative scores got 26 on this, was it? 24. So we'll see if NFTO can do any better. I think Shah mentioned in their interview the aim for these guys in this meet is just to be the top scoring female team. Should be fairly straightforward.
Yeah, pretty much. But I also think it's a competition against themselves, really, that she mentioned. And I think, it's really hard to come back from just getting a gold medal, to coming back to an indoor competition, slightly different discipline, and then performing at your best, because, everything is in cycles.
So they've chosen a different engineering here. So they've gone short 19 and also short 4 and a different L. So I think this is really fun to watch, actually, because Apex and Merakai have both chosen different options to NFTO. Let's see if it pans out for them. Indicative scoring suggests it has.
It has, yeah.
26 on the indicative scoring.
Nice work.
Looking very nice.
Very nice work there from NFTO. They'll be really pleased with that.
They should be.
I'm glad you figured that one out. It was taking me a while to figure that one out. I'm like, get your eye in, Ray. But yeah, no, really good effort there from NFTO. They'll be really pleased with that. And, and David's got a bit of a smile on his face. He walks through the back there.
And next we've got Boom Entry coming
Yeah.
into the tunnel.
This is it. So this is the team boom entry just coming by. Oh yes, I bumped into these guys at breakfast, I think.
You saw everyone at breakfast.
I
How long
know.
were you at breakfast for?
I was just wandering around trying to like say hello to people, you know, trying to get pretty
Get a
lonely
vibe?
myself, that's why. No, it was good to get a vibe just to see what people were doing, because I don't know a lot of the teams. I've not been in the UK, or not generally speaking, haven't been to UK Nationals this year, so I wouldn't know many of the skydiving teams. So it's just a good way to get to meet people and see what they're competing in, what their ambitions are for the competition. So bumping into them at breakfast is one way of doing that.
And a little bit slower, but nice and methodical. Bit of a glitch there, didn't spot what was happening. We've got Shane in this team in boom entry is going to be supporting Vix and Bex with coaching some of their less experienced Vic and Bex teams while the twins are flying. So Shane's been around for quite a long time, but pretty much a scratch team there, so they'll be pleased hopefully with that. It looks calm and smooth despite the small glitches. So we've got team 111 there, which is NFTO, 26 points on the unofficial scores for round 2, giving them a total of 51. Team 109 is Merakai on a 49. 108 is going to be UK Weenby there, and 107 is Apex. So a little bit of pressure being added, and I think I love them dearly, but I think Apex are the team that could be struggling a little bit with seeing that on the scoreboards.
I mean, let's see what happens. I mean, they have done some slot switching and whatever else it is, and they've not had as much training, I don't think, that some of the other teams have had. So let's see what happens. There's loads more rounds to go.
I mean, with that said, they have done 15 hours over the summer, so whilst it's not a huge amount, there's definitely more they could do. They'll be expecting to do well, and I think a big thing about being able to see these indicative scores is that it can give you a sense of where everyone is, which can motivate you and push you forward, or it can hold you back.
So now we have the AA are starting out on their round 2, and that round is 7-8.
7-9.
7-9. Sorry, my eyesight's going.
Get your glasses.
Thanks, Laura. 7-9, so 2 blocks.
Indeed.
But 2, what do we call them? Random blocks, yeah?
Yeah. So there's no vertical movement over one another. It's just everyone's staying on the same level. There is a choice here where they could have chosen a P7, so building the 7 slightly differently. There's also a choice as to how they build the 9, so you can start facing one way or the other. It doesn't matter. And that's true with a lot of the formations. There are different options that we can take, but it looks like these guys have gone pretty straight up. So the team in the tunnel at the moment is IBME.
Yes. IBME, and the good thing about the two random blocks here is that these are both random blocks that you learn in the single A dipole. So the teams that are competing in the the AA should be very familiar with them. Should keep it close, and you have the tunnel walls. These kind of random blocks are harder in the sky, I think, to a certain extent, because you don't have the tunnel walls here. It helps to keep it nice and small, I think, having those tunnel walls. So next in, who do we
So we've got Grenade coming in now, who will possibly be looking for one of those female slots at the Indoor World Cup. So in spite of the fact that they are in AA, there is an option for BISA, which is the British Indoor Skydiving Association, to elect to send this team as well as NFTO as the female representatives. I believe there were 4 slots per category, so we could well see these guys competing over at the World Cup, which is in Voss?
No, I think
that's the outdoors.
Tatchalandia. So we didn't mention this at the beginning of the competition, but for all of the senior teams, and indeed, as you mentioned, some of the AA teams, there is a World Cup coming up in Tatchalandia, which is in Slovakia. Where is Tatchalandia? My brain has gone. I'll check that one. But it's in April, I think, of next year, and this is qualification for that competition. So some of these teams may well be going to compete for the UK in that competition coming up in April next year. So the Voss, as you mentioned, just is the outdoor competition, and that takes place, I believe, in July or August. I can't remember.
I have no idea.
We need to do some fact checks.
We do, don't we? We've got lots of facts about the team, but we need to work out what's going on in the world next year. It still seems crazy to me that it's 2023.
Yeah.
And of course, the second time we've done the 2022 Indoor Nationals, everything's confusing.
And that, folks, is all down to COVID, as you're all aware of. And but you know what? It shows that we can move on and do other things, which is good. We can catch up. We can learn. We can learn from the experience. And you know what's really good about this competition is seeing so many faces and seeing how nice it is to share that, be able to sit next to you in a room and do some commentating.
Yes,
It's awesome,
absolutely,
right?
absolutely. It's crazy to think it wasn't that long ago that we weren't able to do this, and now here we are again. So Team Sora getting in next of our AA teams, so 7, 9. Let's see what engineering these guys elect to take. And as Ray's already mentioned, these are what we call random blocks. They are all on the flat, all on a level, so should be fairly easy for the guys to execute. With that said, it does require them to move in synchrony with each other. So for the 7, as we see, everyone has to perform a 360-degree turn, but if they do that out of time with one another, that's where they could end up hitting each other and potentially causing some issues. So everyone is timing exactly with one another to make sure that they don't have any problems. And the same thing with the 9. They're each doing a 180-degree turn. They have to make sure they don't hit each other as they do it. All while flying at about 90 miles an hour.
Oh, that's crazy, isn't it? 90 miles an hour. Then I think when they turn the wind tunnel up for me to go free flying or to fly some dynamic lines, like they turn it up even higher. So we need to find out what those wind speeds are.
Indeed.
Emma, if you are listening, you need to find out what the actual wind speed is in miles per hour for the dynamic flying, for the speed setting, and for the freestyle.
And for the VFS as well.
Yeah, I mean, they give us, for VFS we know that they're flying about 95 to 99%, I think, in the VFS, all topped out. It'd be good to know what that is actually in miles per hour.
Indeed. So we've got quadruplane coming in next. So quadruplane, who are, let's have a look at who they are. So quadruplane, Graham, Jim, Phil and Vincent in the AA category. I like the colour of these guys. I like how they've all got different suit colours, different options.
Yeah.
Suit choice, of course, a very personal thing.
Always.
So many of the top teams that we see will wear matching jumpsuits to one another, and you do get a sense of camaraderie and a sense of onemanship between you when you've all got the same choices. But when you're choosing your team colours and choosing which suit manufacturer you want to pick, it's very much a personal thing.
Yeah, very much so.
So that was quite nice from those guys. A lot of really good flying, especially on the Block 7.
Yes,
I sound surprised, and I don't mean to, but it's very precise flying from everybody, and I think part of that comes from the fact that they are flying in what is a relatively small tunnel, a 14-foot diameter.
Yeah.
As you mentioned for the VFS as well, it doesn't allow much margin for error in terms of people floating away from one another. So it's good to see that these guys are benefiting from that at this point.
Yeah. So next in we should be having.
So we've got Birds of Paradise.
Yeah, Birds of Paradise.
And then we'll have Squad Game and the Winged Hussars.
I love that name. Winged Hussars.
Hussars.
So now we're moving rapidly through round 2 of the AA, and then following that we'll have a couple more teams from the AA, and we're moving into the single A round. So we'll be looking at that single A formations at some point as well. Maybe in the next break we can have a look at those and send them out to you on the screen so you know what's coming up.
Nice team handshake there.
Nice helmets as well, right?
Indeed.
Look at all those labels that on their helmet. It's like,
there was a question, wasn't there, on our group chat this morning as to whether Vix and Bex had to wear all of their team stickers. So each one of the teams has got a number which tells us which team they are, and each of them must display that number on their helmet. So you'll notice for those people flying in multiple teams, they will have multiple stickers on their helmets.
Very much so.
Birds of Paradise now making their way into the tunnel. They've taken the standard engineering of the 7, and then, they've taken a non-standard engineering on the 9, but it makes sense. It means they're in facing for the 7, so that's what I would have chosen as well. A little bit of a miscommunication. I think there was a bit of a shake of the head there from their point flyer, from the outside centre flyer, sorry, but it looks like they're getting it all back. Everything's very disciplined. Bit of a push there from inside centre on point. And that's what can happen with these formations. If anyone doesn't perform their 360-degree turn exactly in place, that's where you can end up having collisions as well. So there's a huge amount that goes into training for these competitions that is focused on just being able to execute your own personal movements well within the context of having to see what everyone else is doing as well.
Exactly. I honestly think the baddies should have a little like marker as they come in out of the tunnel to point to which round they're actually flying with which team. That's a round 2 for the single A, I believe, to give us a little bit of a heads up of what's to come.
So we've got J6 coming up for the single A. So J, a nice formation in many ways because there's a lot of in-facing, so everyone can look across the formation and see each other very easily. And then block 6, a vertical move, so we'll see how well everyone executes those. But first we've got squad game.
Who are competing in the double A. They are doing the 7-9. And you know what? I don't know. I mean, you can actually say that this is actually an easier round than what the single A team are actually having to do. So it's quite interesting, isn't it?
It's weird, that, isn't it? It's not often that works out, and I think the way that the draw has been done here is slightly different to how it can be done. So the other option is that it's more of a trickle-down draw and everyone's doing the same thing. But here, yeah, we're going to have some teams going in for round 2 thinking, yes, this is super easy. Others thinking, oh, this is a bit tricky. That was nice.
Yeah, it was a good
just some nice, calm flying. Good
and
to
it's
see.
nice to see, you know, after all the madness that we saw with the different engineering for the AAA teams and like, you know, what you can do, what you can't do, where it goes wrong, where it goes right. It's nice to see some of the AA teams just slowing it down and taking it calmly. And here we go with the Winged Hussars. Winged
Hussars. James Woods, the coach of the Winged Hussars, who, as we've already spoken about, he'll be really getting these guys to focus on smooth, quiet flying. They've got a huge amount of energy between them, so much enthusiasm for the sport, but they need to rein that back into more precision in their flying. And actually already we're seeing that looking really nice. A bit of a clack there between the front piece on the 9, but nice communication. So everybody, I've flown with these guys, you know, everybody more than capable of doing these movements faster as individuals, but they're so disciplined at this point to make sure that they're flying together. This is lovely.
It's nice. And as soon as that you lose that discipline, things can break down.
Yeah.
And you know, you things, the pictures look different. And you don't want that. You want to be able to go at a team speed, especially with these random blocks. It's really important. There's no point in one piece flying faster than the other.
Yeah.
Well, you need to remind me of that when I'm competing.
We should do a team after this.
We should, you know.
My
Yeah,
goodness.
let's do that.
Someone offered us some suits, you know. We could get in.
Let's go and do it.
An indicative score there of 17 for the Winged Hussars, and some big hugs in the antechamber there. They're looking very, very happy. 17 for team 202, which is Grenade as well. 207, which is the Winged Hussars on 17 as well. 201, which is IBME on... Ooh, where have I gone? 201, 15. 203, which is Sora, also on 15, and then 205, which is the Birds of Paradise on 13.
It's all nice.
Oh, we've got a couple of 14s as well. Oh, it is tight, isn't it? This is going to get very, very exciting.
So I think next in we will have the Chili's Vortex competing in the AA. So that's the 7 and the 9. And then we will have Children of the Corn, one of the first teams in the single A, who will be doing that J6.
Yes.
I think it's J6. Yeah. So first off, we will have Team Chili's about to get into the tunnel.
Yeah. We've got the camera person there as well. One of the really nice things about this competition is that we've got a lot of media attention. We've got a lot of people watching. So as well as the audience that we've got tuning in, we've also got lots of plans to keep on promoting this, which I think is fantastic because skydiving, both indoor and outdoor, is such an incredible sport to be part of. But so many people, I think, mistake it as something that is inaccessible or difficult to get into. But as we can see here, you can just pop down to your local iFLY in Basingstoke or Milton Keynes, or there's one up in Manchester, one over in Birmingham, and a new one coming in London that just opens it up. Everyone can go and have a go.
Fantastic. I want to go and have a go at that one.
This could be you this time next year. If you've never done it before, get yourself down to your local iFLY. This could be you at the British Nationals 2023.
And if you are in London, I believe that iFLY is right next to the O2.
Oh, do a little walk over the top of the Millennium Dome. That's good fun.
So it should be good fun.
Do a fly. So the Chili's, just totally ignoring the Chili's there, getting into our own little separate conversation.
Thinking,
but
what
the
can we do
Chili's
to get to the Millennium Dome and do some flying?
We should head down. Oh, I wonder if they want some commentary just on their flying, just general flying.
If you
No
hear radio
competition.
silence for the rest of the afternoon, you know why.
That's where we've gone. So the Chile is doing a nice job there. I didn't spot an indicative score come up for them, but again, it just looked nice and smooth. The next team that we've got coming
Team
in
Vortex.
then, Team Vortex.
So they had a pretty sticky round one.
They struggled on round one, so hopefully they've gone out, they've been able to compose themselves, and a big part of the mental game of four-way will be how do we get past what's been a tricky start for us, and how do we make sure that we keep on pushing to be better every single time. Looking more disciplined this time, and
Very
often
much
that
so.
means just taking it back to basics, getting things back, taking it simply. One of the phrases that we used to use a lot and that our coach Nicholas would use is learn it, earn it, burn it. So if my teammates are listening at home, they'll be like, oh,
Don't wanna hear
that phrase again. But what we mean by that is that you get into the tunnel and you've done all of the preparation that you possibly can. But once you're in there, make sure that that preparation was correct, that everybody's got their moves down. Take it a little bit slower. Once you've done that for a page, then you can start to ramp it up, and it's only after that that you can really push it to full speed. So a lot more discipline from Vortex on that one than we saw on their previous round, which is nice.
We never use that expression. It was very much like ramp it up. So you know, do the first few pages, build it up, and then you can really start to let it out. But I think that raises a good point. I think Laura mentioned that you're sat here next to me.
I am.
Just coming back from the outdoor competition.
Indeed.
Why aren't you competing?
Why aren't I competing? So Chimera decided as a team that for us it wasn't enough time between the World Meet and the indoor competition. I think we've already mentioned indoors is almost a separate discipline in itself these days. You know, you're flying at different wind speeds, you're flying without a rig, which is the skydiving equipment, so that can make a difference to your momentum, to your inertia. So for us, there just wasn't enough time coming back from the World Championships to then be able to get ourselves trained for this.
So this is Children of the Corn.
Indeed, so this is the first of our single A team. So that's the J or a donut, and then 6, which is a Stardian. So they will do one part followed by the next part, and that's really important. What we should see in these vertical moves is that there's almost an imperceptible pause partway through to make sure that the first set of people who's gone through, they're out of the way, so the next set of people can then go through. I think this chap on his back, doing a nice job of some back flying there.
I think one of the most important things for Block 6 is really anchoring, you know, is the outside, whether your tail or point, letting your centres go through is really making sure that you don't let that gap build up, and you just make sure you anchor it and let them through. Working really as with your piece partner on Block 6.
Indeed. Children of the Corn there getting an indicative score of 12, and Team 304, who've yet to fly, have managed to score 11.
Yeah.
Impressive. Getting a little sorry there from Brian. So just the one indicative score so far of 12, but that's looking really nice.
Pretty good though, Brian. He'll get back on it, I'm sure, and he'll be really on it for the VFS, which I'm really excited about.
It's worth mentioning, actually, we've got Brian Cumming sat in the room next door to us. Apparently he's brought his own kettle with him, his own tea bags. He is hunkering down for the day, but it is Brian Cumming bringing us all of the unofficial scores, which is no mean feat in itself.
And maybe a cup of tea.
That would be nice, wouldn't it?
That'd be nice.
Give us a brew. Come on, Brian, get a brew round.
Milk and sugar. That'd be great.
But it's a big ask. It's a big job to have to do. There's a huge amount of expectation because whilst we do keep on saying it's indicative, it's unofficial, there is still an element of we want it to be as correct as it can possibly be. So Brian, a very accomplished flyer himself, a huge amount of experience, but even for him it's going to be tricky keeping up with all of this. So thank you so much, Brian, for everything you're doing. You're an absolute legend.
I mean, live judging I've done a bit of live judging and I absolutely love it. Oh, it's a real shame there, the piece broke.
Yep.
Bit of level issues, I think.
So that will be a bust on that. So with each of these block moves, you have to show the beginning of the block, you have to show the inter, which is the move, and you have to show the end of the block as well. Because for those guys, they started the block, but then one of the pieces broke apart, let go of each other halfway through. That will mean that they bust the inter, they bust the finish of it as well. So that's a real shame. But a very inexperienced team. Claire there just getting out of the tunnel, only got her FS1 this summer. I know that Fab in the team is also in Silver Linings, but it's his first sort of foray into player coaching, I suppose. He's having a go at being the coach in the team for those guys. So not much experience, but still putting out a really nice performance.
So just a few facts about iFLY for anybody that's interested, and that the construction at iFLY Basingstoke, where we're sat right now, myself and Laura, and people are flying, it took 6 months to complete, and actually cost £3 million.
Oh, bargain.
I know, complete bargain.
Oh, we can
If
buy one of
anybody's-
these with our fee from today.
Exactly. If anybody's got a few million hanging around, we can go and build our own tunnel.
Nice.
And amazingly, iFLY flies 165,000 people
Gosh.
a year in the UK. So that's across 3 of their tunnels. So that would be across iFLY Manchester, Basingstoke, and across iFLY Milton Keynes, which was their first tunnel.
My
The
goodness.
12-footer in Milton Keynes. So just a few fun facts.
Imagine if we got 1% of those flyers to turn up for the Nationals in 2023.
We'll be heaving.
Wouldn't be enough space.
Exactly.
Where would Brian put his kettle?
Exactly. We'd be talking from, like, the petrol station.
We'd be in the
from
Premier Inn
Costa.
down the road, wouldn't we? We wouldn't fit in. But wouldn't that just be incredible, though, if 1% of those people that have given our sport a go were to come back and compete, and hopefully having this competition televised in this way, and hopefully you guys are enjoying this, and if you haven't tried it before, you might come along and give it a go.
Yeah, so also wanted to mention the iFLY Gold Rush, and this is a competition that's held routinely on air, and all the proceeds go to charity. And if you can find it on the iFLY website, and what you need to do is go on, find out how to enter, and lucky winners potentially can take home a prize pot worth over £1,200, and that includes flight vouchers to all 3 of the iFLY tunnels in the UK, potentially a choice of a cookie helmet, or even some jump tickets for UK drop zones of your choice. All those prizes are provided for by our sponsors that we mentioned earlier in the show. So now at the moment we have the Rapsa One Trick Ponies. They're doing all right on this round. I think they also had a bit of a mare on round 1, but nice. And I think round 1 was just really tough, I think, generally speaking, for the double A.
Yeah, absolutely.
For the single A.
I think it's difficult for everybody, and I guess part of the atmosphere that we've got here is so jovial and so relaxed, and everyone's really chilled, and you're hanging out with your friends, and it's been a big year for skydiving, and we're coming into the winter season. Everyone's so excited to see their pals, and then you have to sort of flick a switch in your brain that says, no, I'm in competition mode now, and which I think it's tricky to do.
What's interesting to see there from the last team that we just saw flying in the tunnel was that they had a better round 2 than they had round 1, yet the round 1 was an all random round.
Yeah.
And round 2 was a random with a block. So, it just goes to show that, randoms aren't always the easiest things, especially if they're long things to build. And it depends upon the engineering of the whole round itself. So we saw there that they definitely flew a better round in round 2. So that should be, we are now in with, I think the next set of flyers that are coming in should be Nemesis. Shock and Awesome. Looking forward to what the shocks are from this one.
Yes, I think they've been pretty awesome so far.
Exactly. And Team Tilstock.
Excellent. So Nemesis, Gail there with the blue helmet. I know that she recently got her FS coaching qualification, so she is now able to coach people in formation skydiving up in the sky, which is really, really cool. Great to see her furthering her own skills whilst being able to coach other people. I know that Laura Marsh as well in this team, she was added as a new inside centre, a new addition to the team just 3 weeks before the Outdoor Nationals, which took place back in August of this year. Previously, they tell me they won the UK Nationals in 2022, so I don't want to flex at all, but I'm pretty sure that I won the UK Nationals indoor and outdoor in 2022, so not really sure what I mean there, but they are winners of the UK Nationals, coached by Kath Leather. And fun fact about these guys, Dave's electric car spends more on electricity per month than everyone else pays on their mortgage. So wow. doing his bit for the planet, but costing himself a pretty penny.
But there is something about electric cars, right? You're still using carbon, so...
Indeed. Let's not get into that too much. But yes, nice flying by those guys. Again, we mentioned Dave Cunningham in the round 1 doing a great job in the outside centre slot. Nice flying again there. And Laura, having come in brand new to the team, really managing to hold it together from the inside centre slot as well. Oh, a little bit of miscommunication, incorrect grip taken there, but it's all right. A nice tap from their coach there, told them where they need to go. That's where we need to see the discipline really on the block 6. So that's where it's getting a little bit tricky for these guys. We just had the move into the 6, didn't quite execute it as per the plan, and that's caused a little bit of confusion. So now we've got needing to swap places. And I think Shock and Awesome, I'm not sure if this is awful, I'm not sure if that's Vic or Bex, but she is doing a great job, whichever person it is, of getting everyone back. So it's Vic Bradley there is the player coach who's just instructing the team. I think they just got a bit confused there.
It can happen, right? And it's great to have is it Vic, did you say, that's
Yeah,
flying
it's
this
Vic
thing?
Bradley.
And it's amazing to see Vic being able to have a number of teams she's flying in with different very similar to Julianne, I guess, flying in different categories. It must be really hard for it to keep on top of what's going on.
And managing to do it beautifully, doing a fantastic job. We actually posted a picture earlier on at iFLY UK, posted a picture of Vic and Bex with all of their teams, and it's a room full. It's a lot of people that they are helping. So Team Tilstock getting into the tunnel now. These guys have been training up at Tilstock. Obviously, I've also seen them down at Skydive Langer in Nottinghamshire. They've been doing some outdoor training there.
What's good here is we can watch the six, and what I was saying about the outside flyers, making sure that they hold their ground so the pieces don't get too far apart. And we can see it here, the tail flyer and the point flyer are just letting it breathe a little bit too much. It makes it very difficult for the centre flyers to pass through.
And what we mean there by anchoring is just using your arms and your legs to stay still. Staying still in a wind tunnel when you're being buffeted around at speeds of 90 miles an hour plus is a tricky thing to do. You know, it's quite a skill in itself to be able to sit still, and when you're performing these dynamic movements such as blocks, you have to make sure that you are letting the momentum go before you move into the next shape that you need to make.
Yeah, that's very true. So I think that's another set of single A teams. We've got a few more to come through now, so I think in the next set of teams we will have wing kickers, fort arch and triple trouble.
We've got team 305 there. Sorry to interrupt you, Ray. 305 on the indicative scoring. We've got 21, so 305 was Nemesis. Really nice score for them. 21, much higher than the other teams. Team 301, which I think was that Grenade. Team 301.
Yeah,
no, Children of the Corn 301, scoring 12, the next highest. So if that's true, if that comes into the official scoring, that would be a very nice round for Nemesis.
Yeah, very good. I mean, that's 21's quite good, right?
Yes.
Pretty much outscoring everybody else. But we've got 6 more teams to go for the single A, and then we'll be looking at the rookies. So, and seeing what the rookies will be doing for round 2. But first we start off with the single A. So first up we should have wing kickers getting into the tunnel, getting ready. Faces looking a little bit pensive, but you know, they're getting used to it now.
Some of the flyers you might notice have got tape on the top of their helmets as well. So the flyer in the yellow suit, he's got tape all over the top of his helmet. That's for learning head down skills in the tunnel, right?
Yeah, it is. It's you know, you spend a lot of your time learning head down in the tunnel by starting on the net, wind speed, getting the position right, and then the wind speeds are gradually increased, and to save your helmet from too much pain, we put some tape on it. Have you learnt to fly head down in the tunnel, Laura?
Not yet.
Cool. Next on Laura's list.
It is. It actually is. Do you want to teach me?
Yeah.
We'll do it after this.
Yeah,
we'll do it in one of the breaks.
Let's do it. I wouldn't trust me too much to teach you. Once you learnt it, I'll fly it with you.
Excellent. Sounds like fun. A little bit of a clash there in the team on the block 6. So block 6, as you can see, it requires a vertical movement where 2 of the team members are going to fly over the top of one another, and there is a benefit to keeping that gap as small as possible, because then the distance is as small as possible. But then if you end up crashing into each other's legs, that can cause a bit of an issue. So I know that was certainly something that Sarah and I had to get used to in Chimera. Our tail flyer had such long legs, still does. But having to hop over the length of those legs can be difficult. Here we go. So we've got our next team coming in, who are 4 arch.
Yeah, and the really good thing is, like, and we know we've been slipping in and out of camera shots, but maybe for a few of these rounds we can slip into the side-on view as well, zoomed out, to see the dimensions that Laura's just talked about, where we're looking at those levels. You can really see it in in this view here, how much height or how little height you should take into block 6, and they're you know, it's pretty big. They don't need that much, but it's confidence building once you've gotten over. But you know, now the teams are going to start to bring it down a bit.
There's also the challenge of what we call the burble during these vertical movements. So the burble is the name given to the area directly behind someone, or in this case above them, where there is no wind. So if you've got somebody else underneath you, you've got no wind to fly on at that point, and you have to navigate that by getting through quickly, but also keeping control for when you do land back on the air again. It's not an easy move to do.
It's not. And, you know, we talked about Brian and his indicative scoring next door. Brian does a lot, if anyone's listening, Brian does a lot of work in the tunnels of some belly dynamic flying where he does some 6 ways and some even 4 ways and 2 ways, just to get you used to that burble and that way of flying, so you can, you know what to do with your body when you enter into positions like that. Also really helps with big wave skills as well.
Have you been invited to take part in Brian's stuff?
No, Brian, I
No.
haven't been invited to take part in your stuff.
No, me neither. It's sad, isn't it?
It's really sad, right?
Yeah.
You think, here we are plugging his stuff, and do you ever get involved?
I know.
Never.
Well, hopefully there's one in the post. So here's triple trouble. So we've got Marcus, Cole, Tano and Karina looking very clean. So presumably getting some coaching assistance from Varna, who is Tano's mum. I think I also saw Gary Smith, who is coaching NFTO, giving them a little bit of help as well. We can see Cole in the black, they've all got black helmets, but Cole, one of the flyers there, who is giving a nod each time they complete the formation. So that's to let the rest of the team know that yes, that formation is built, we've done it, we can move on to the next one. That role is usually taken by the flyer that we call inside centre. So that's what is happening there. They are keying, and some nice high fives. Everyone's looking really happy. I know these guys have done a good amount of tunnel together. And they seem to be really, really enjoying it, which is nice to see. I think that hopefully we'll see a lot more of them competing over the next few years, because they are all quite young as well, so they've got plenty of time to do it.
Okay, yeah, that's good. And they're looking really good, right? And it's going to be interesting, as we said, to see what they're going to bring forward as well, and if they stay together. And it looks like they might. You know, they've got a bit of a taste for it as well, and it, as you said, it creates discipline. And you know, they've got great role models within their own families, so why not?
Absolutely,
really?
Absolutely. There we've got Dennis Parker as well on the screen in the blue hoodie. So that's Tano's dad is there with Varna, Tano's mum. They seem proud, don't they? Having a little hug there. And Gary Smith as well. So Gary's been coaching the top teams. He's the Hayabusa coach. Hayabusa being the Belgian team who are multiple-time world champions. So Gary's been coaching them for a long time. He also coaches the Qatar team, who came 3rd at the World Championships in 4-way open over in Arizona this year. So to have people of that calibre just hanging out here in Basingstoke, it's crazy, isn't it? It's amazing.
Nuts.
So the Redlands Harpies coming into the tunnel now. Clearly a skydiver there, little bit of mud on the jumpsuit. Take a bit of a tumble. Oh, so a bit sticky getting into the tunnel, getting into the chamber actually, getting into the tunnel itself. That can be tough.
I spent years going into a tunnel with mud on my jumpsuit. I'm not entirely proud of it, but you know.
You should be.
But the landings and flying a canopy and learning to fly and stuff was all a bit overwhelming for me in the early years. So I can completely understand where these guys are coming from.
It's a good point about the additional or the different challenges that we face when we're competing in a skydiving setting versus an indoor skydiving setting. So we've already talked about how here it's very much a fishbowl. Everyone's contained in one place. You can see how your competition is doing, which you can't see in the sky. You don't see other people's jumps before you go. But you've also got falling towards the ground at speeds of 120 miles an hour plus. You've got to save your own life at some point, and then you've got to fly your parachute back to the ground and then go up and do it all again. So it's a different beast, I think.
There's 2 things that stick out for me from competition. I think there was one year, I think it was 2014, there was a world meet in Postjov, and I think I remember landing from one jump next to a helicopter. And I was just like, I have no idea why. Why all the rest of the team managed to land on, but I managed next to a helicopter, a bit too close than I like. And I think coach at the time was Pete Allen.
Oh, really?
Just sat down and said, Ray, why did you fly towards a helicopter? Very calmly.
It's an interesting choice to make, isn't it?
Interesting choice.
So here we have live, laugh, low turns again. So another team that's struggling a bit with the momentum of the block 6. And going a little bit too early there as well. So what I mean by that is that if they do it again, the flyer who's got mostly orange on their jumpsuit, just going a bit sooner than their partner on the opposite side of the formation. So if that happens, it's very difficult to navigate the burble that we've talked about, and it's difficult to see the pictures.
Yeah, comms. It's all about comms, right? It's important to see and work with your piece partner, but also keep a good eye on your cross partner as well. To see what's going on, and this is a great view. I mean, we should. If I think we've got
that, if we can keep it there a little bit. I think we just saw Dan in the green helmet using his hand on the wall of the tunnel there as well, which is something that you can do. There's no problem with doing that indoor skydiving. In fact, it's one of the benefits. We have all these reference points that we don't have up in the sky, and some of the teams who are indoor only will use that.
Yeah, they
if
use
there's
it as
something
a...
that's going to benefit them to kick off a wall or to use a hand.
And I think we've got the rookies coming up. So if we could get the rookie draw up on the board for people to see, I think they'll be coming your way shortly.
So it's going to be 404, team not found, followed by fledglings, followed by second 8. And if we have a look at what we've got on the draw, the rookie draw is going to be OHD. So we've got O, which is a satellite, we call it a round formation.
Yeah.
Everyone's in facing, so much more straightforward than the N that we saw in the previous round. You can see it up on the screen there. Also with the H, the bow, a favourite, of course, of the mini jets.
Nice and round as well.
Nice and round as well. We can all see clearly. The Yuan at the end, the D, there is an out-facing element to that for the point flyer. They're going to have to be looking away, but trusting that their teammates are where they need to be. The trick to doing those out-facing moves is for those flyers to be able to see what's happening, but never to the detriment of their own body position. As soon as we start twisting or causing asymmetry in our body position, that's where we can fall over or find it difficult to stay in place.
Yeah.
So let's see how these teams manage to do that.
So we'll be running through the 8 rookie teams, and then I think in one of the following breaks we will show you round 2 for the VFS that will start up, so you get a good idea of what the VFS are doing in their round 2.
Yeah.
But first up in the door we have team 404, team name not found. I'm assuming that's because they were 404 and didn't find their team name.
Yes, who knows, who knows. But yeah, this is Sophie Wright, Chantal, Luke Nicholson and Maggie. So Sophie is doing also, as well as a rookie team, she's doing a AAA team. So doing a great job of remembering what's going on in each of those categories.
Really good, right?
Honestly, all the people that I've seen in multiple teams and managing to keep on top of it is amazing. Let's have a look at that side camera again. It looks like we're having a bit of trouble there with levels. The flyer with the white grips there just looked a little bit low on it.
And I think this is actually good if we just stay with the side camera for a little bit. I mean, it gives you a good idea of the different levels, the wind speeds of the teams, and how the rookies are managing just to get in, getting in and keeping those levels as well. Because as we said, rookie teams, it's just, one team member being helped in there.
Yeah.
So these are relatively new. Is this the team that are still doing their AFF?
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
fantastic
and
to see them.
And we can see a couple of them, and a few people you may have noticed wearing belts around their waist. These are weight belts, and they contain lead. So they're adding extra weight to themselves to help even out the balance between them and their teammates, so they can all fall at the same speed. So there is an element of the body position that you take affecting how quickly you fall through the air, but sometimes you need a little bit of physical assistance from the weight belt. So you can see as these guys are flying, as they build their formations, sometimes they come up a little bit off the net, sometimes they sink down a bit. Actually, these guys are doing a good job of staying on level.
Yeah, they're doing a great job. But then I'm just looking, I think, is it a Vic's face? I can't tell again.
Vic, yeah.
And it's just like looking at her face, she is constantly smiling. I just think it's amazing. So I keep talking about role models, but what a role model to have that, And I remember one of my role models very early on, first time I flew was with Andy Growls in the tunnel.
Oh, really?
And just like smitten with such a nice, happy face to have in front of you really inspired me to fly a little bit more. So those role models are really important.
And I think it will be coming naturally to them as well, because it's so much fun. So it's not something that they're trying to plaster a smile onto their faces for. It's genuinely just having a great time.
And next in we have Bex Bradley.
We do. So Bex coming in with second 8, Elliot, Lorna and Andy. So these guys getting in now. Lorna hasn't done an awful lot of tunnel flying or skydiving. But apparently David Hasselhoff follows her on Instagram. So that makes up for
I
it.
need to go and talk to her later.
The Hoff. Who's the best person that follows you?
I've no idea. Anybody follows me?
You know who answered one of my tweets once?
Really?
No, Stephen Baldwin did.
No.
He did. Stephen Baldwin from the Skydiving Film Cutaway.
Wow.
He responded to me, wished me luck.
Wow. For everybody at home, me and Laura just have to go have a chat. I mean,
I'm
that's
just going to go now. I'm
amazing.
just going to go check my Twitter, see if he's been in touch again. So we're seeing this on a level flying again. You can see where there's a bit of discrepancy just on that one particular formation there, where the team wasn't quite on the same level, and that makes it very difficult to fly together, because what happens is you end up either pushing down on each other or somebody's not got enough air to fly on. So balancing those levels is really, really important. Looking happy with it though.
I know they are, and what's really good about this view is also you can see how hard people are working with those booties as well, and maybe for those that aren't really familiar with formation skydiving and this kind of flying in general, why do we wear booties? We came back to like different suits.
We did, yeah.
You know, and like different for different disciplines, and we wear booties really to help us control, like you know, to make us be able to move, you know, move the airflow around us so we can move a little bit more accurately and a bit faster with efficiency. But you see from some of the other disciplines, like VFS, for example, booties aren't very useful because they just catch air and aren't very helpful for flying in general. So we've got some indicative scores.
Yep, so team 403, which is second 8 on 11, team 401, which is 404, team name not found, on 9, and then team 402, which is fledglings on 6 there. I wonder if there's going to be any Bradley rivalry. I hadn't thought about that. Do you think that they are looking at each other's team's scores with a little bit of competitiveness?
I don't think they do, you know. I honestly think that they just really, they're so good at what they do. They just really want the best from their team. I know you would, right? If you went in with a teammate, okay, coaching another team, Laura, I have no doubt.
I was just thinking that they're such better people than I am. Genuinely just wishing each
for
other
those
well.
of you that can't see us at home, you can see a cheeky little grin from Laura right now. Okay, yeah, that's exactly what I'd be doing, right?
Go Peregrines.
Yeah.
So our next team that's about to come into the tunnel then, we have got Rasper No Trick Ponies. I think that these guys might do all right on this round. They showed some nice discipline on the previous one, I think, if I remember rightly. So
yeah, they did.
This one should play well to those strengths if they can be disciplined.
Yeah,
again.
so now if we can see, I mean, you can see some of the level viewing maybe, if we get to see that camera angle again, you can really see, like, you know, they're flying a little bit higher in the tunnel, getting used to the fall rate again. You know, you can really see how different people within the formation, or the different flyers, have slightly different body positions. So some are a little bit flatter, or struggling with the fall rate. You know, it's harder to take those grips unless you're falling at your full, you know, in your comfortable range. So it's getting to know how each other flies, and I think often we talk about flying to the lowest common denominator, right? The one that isn't, how you have to be comfortable in the position you're flying to fly and to turn and to move and to pick up grips. So you really have to fly to that common denominator. So I think these guys are figuring each other out, you know, where their fall rates actually are.
You can also see from this angle how people are keeping eye contact or referencing across the formation, as we call it. So it doesn't necessarily mean that they need to be staring into each other's eyes the whole time, but what they do need to do is keep an eye on those levels by looking across the formation, making sure that they're not losing that close proximity, that they're not going out of sync with one another, and dealing with it as soon as possible. You know, these things do happen. We're flying around in these high wind speeds, and sometimes we float up compared to our teammates, sometimes we sink out a little bit, and spotting that as early as possible is the key to being able to fix it.
Definitely.
So we've got kaleidoscope now in the tunnel. So we can see again, we've just got a few of these level issues going on, but that really nice referencing from the person with the blue helmet with the red on the top, you can really see how he is looking across very intently. He's actually in charge of when the formations are completed and when the team can move on to the next one. So that's why he's giving a nod to the team. Some nice flying here. I do like those NFTO suits with the
nice,
NFTO logo on the booty.
I have one of those at home.
Do you?
Yeah. I was an NFTO member in 2015.
Most people have been, I think.
I know.
Yeah.
They get through us.
But yeah, it's looking like it's a bit levelly. A few level issues for these guys, but still managing to make it happen. A little round of applause from the tunnel instructor there as well, which is nice. So the next team that we've got coming in are going to be the Wavy Whackers. So these guys did really well on their first round. They were very happy indeed. So hopefully they're going to be able to take the enthusiasm from that first round, the good feelings, the good vibes of that first round, and take it into the next one. But again, it's a mental game. Sometimes a good first round can put you off for the next one. Let's have a look at these guys from the top camera if we can, because I think we should see a nice number of points coming through here. But as you can see, very disciplined, very controlled. Oh, a little bit of a reach there for B, trying to get onto the bow there. But this is looking nice. What I'm really enjoying about this team is that there's no unnecessary movement happening. Everyone's very solid.
They're not moving. I want to see when these guys get an E to see if they start moving around the tunnel. For everyone at home, that's a Mika. And it has a tendency, from the way it's built and the round information itself, is that, you know, you tend to walk around the tunnel as a team. This team is, you're right, they're just keeping it nice and tight, centered, you know, as it should be, and there's not a lot of walking.
It's a great foundation for whatever these guys plan to do next. So four-way really is just a series of pictures that we see, and as we get faster we see those pictures in quicker succession. It's never about flying faster, it's just about performing the moves more precisely each time, and because these guys are very precise in the way that they're approaching it, it's a really solid foundation for whatever they want to do next.
Yeah, and it's really good. And if for those of you at home, rookies or wanting to start flying FS or whatever else, is really watch Wavy Whackers. They're a really good example of this kind of flying and the discipline that they're building.
They haven't done a huge amount either. So Sophie just got her instructor rating, which took... there's a lot of work that goes into achieving that, so it's not like she's had lots of extra time to train. B, who is in the team, is still only on her skydiving B licence, so not a huge amount of experience, but doing a great job. Team 406 then, the Wavy Whackers, with an indicative score of 15, giving them 33 total, putting them at the top of the leaderboard at the moment. Team 405, 14 on round 2, that is Kaleidoscope, putting them on 24 overall. And then 403, which is second date, 11 points there, giving them 21 overall. 401 as well, not far behind, Team 404, Team Not Found. So Sophie Wright in Team 404, Team Not Found, Elliot Wright in second date. So sibling rivalry.
Good. And hopefully we're going to have the VFS. We have, I think, 2 more rookies in now, Over the Rainbow and Mini Jets, and then we will have Omni starting the VFS. So it'll be really good to see round 2 for the VFS as well, for those at home that can have a quick look at what round 2 is.
Is there any impact to them going in first out of the VFS? Is there any downside because the tunnel hasn't been on as high a speed?
Really, I think the tunnel here is pretty good at getting those speeds up and running for and they won't jump in straight away either. So it's a really good opportunity, I think, for this tunnel is great for that. They'll wait a little bit to make sure that wind speed gets to what they need it to be.
Okay.
And they'll take it from there, and it hasn't affected them so far, so be really good. I mean, hopefully with the VFS we'll be watching from the side cam, so we can see some of those levels that we're talking about and the moves that they're doing, so it'll be a really good view for those at home as well. And Over the Rainbow at the moment, showing us what they can do, taking it nice and slow.
I'm sure I remember seeing Charlotte, who is the point flyer, doing her AFF this year. I feel like time has lost all meaning to me, but I'm fairly sure that she is a very inexperienced skydiver, doing a fantastic job. Again, similar to what we saw with the Wavy Whackers, you know, just very calm, very precise in their movements, and that's what we need to see.
Yeah.
So Charlotte making her way out of the tunnel now, and then the next team to come in is going to be the Mini Jets. Sean from NFTO, who's been coaching them, just there, stood at the window, making sure they're okay. Some calming breaths there from the one in the green helmet. And look out to the crowd, look out to the audience. There's some confidence there, isn't there? When you can look out to the audience as you get in. What was your approach when you were doing indoor competing? Would you look to the audience?
Yes, definitely much. I wouldn't look to the audience at all. I think that, you know, you look afterwards, right? But you don't see much.
No, true.
Right, you're just seeing the reflection of the tunnel walls, I think, and I don't think that, you know, you see very much of that at all. So I think you're very much in your own little bubble, and I think that it's important to just focus on that, and then you can look at the tunnel later, I guess, to a certain extent. True. I don't know what your thoughts are on that.
I don't know. I think it's part of the experience for me, is being able to see people watching, and whilst it does get the butterflies going in your stomach when you can see everyone looking at you, it's also really cool. You're like, yeah, everyone can see what we're doing, and especially if you've had a good round. I mean, I've seen the outside footage of our final round earlier this year, and the applause and the reception that you get is just, it's amazing, and you don't see that in outdoor skydiving because you don't see the rounds as they happen.
And so now we've got round 2 coming up for the VFS, and you can see that it's an Angry Pelican, a block, a Rebel, double joker, 2 randoms, and chain gang. And what's interesting in this round is really the double joker, and where you move in between. So you've got some outside flyers. You always have one outside flyer. It depends upon the orientation and the continuity that they want to take into it. So now we can see that Omni, how they're going to launch in the tunnel, launch on their feet, and they've started that round. This is a really good view, being able to see the how the levels work out for this team.
So the timing starts for the VFS teams when they get off the net, right? Whereas for the formation skydiving teams, it's when they enter the tunnel.
Exactly. The good thing about this is a much better round than round 1, which is a bit stickier, and Omni is showing us exactly how it should be done. And what's really interesting in this round is that you do have some transitions, but you don't have between the flyers. But what you don't have is the level of the dock picking up of the docks that we had on round 1. So we don't have the staggeredness that we saw on round 1, which is pretty good to see.
The VFS, of course, is not one of our sponsored categories, so that's fine. We can move on from that. The FS AAA category is brought to us by Fusemetrics, the AA category in association with Semantic. Lots of sponsors here for us today, so thank you to all of those. We've got Studio 34, making your marketing ideas perform. We've got Fusemetrics, the suppliers of state-of-the-art business management systems. Semantic, of course, providing the iFLY websites that mean business. And the CM brand, who are the promotional product specialists. Lots of sponsors here, lots of media covering the event as well. Of course, we've had the mayor has been down here opening the event for us. It's a big thing. There's a lot of people getting involved, and it's great to see how skydiving as a sport is really starting to pick up more of this mass attention.
It's good, yeah, because most of the time you come down to, I remember coming down to Basingstoke years back when I first started flying here, and you get into a taxi and they're like, you're going where? Why would you go to a wind tunnel? It's like, I didn't know there was a wind tunnel here, but now a lot more people in the community are aware of this wind tunnel, especially what it can do, bringing youngsters in as well, kids coming in for school holidays or, coming in to fly. That's a nice wave there for Becky. Thanks, Becky. It's just a really good environment to be in. I think more and more people are getting into it from a community feel in general. And we will have Team 99, I believe.
Pan 99.
Pan 99. So thank you, Brian.
Thank you, Brian, for translating the Roman numerals for us there. We are very excited.
Quite a cerebral bunch, these guys. Let's see how they get on. Nice technique there from Seb. Elise flying here as well. You can see that outside move that Elise has. She has to just flick outside. An out-face move, sorry.
Huge amount of skill in being able to fly VFS. Exactly. I mean, we've talked about the FS and how much training goes into that, and how it's a big skill to be able to sit still. But for these guys, they've got to be able to fly in every single orientation. And
the great thing about it is what you can see here. You're burbling each other and yourself every time. When you're head down, you've got legs that you can't you need to balance. You need to go into a daffy, which Elise is showing there. But you can't always hold that daffy when you're out facing. So it's a tricky thing to move. And I think the more experienced flyers like we saw with Omni, they're wearing, similar suits with similar amounts of drag. You can see here that in that suit that this team, Pan 99, have different levels of drag on their suits as well, which has an impact on how you actually fly. So that's a good round from Pan 99.
Yeah. So next up we've got Enigma, I believe that is.
Yes, Team Enigma.
So Team Enigma coming in. So I know Max quite well. Team Enigma, Max, he's been doing a lot of coaching over at Skydive Langer for us, so he's really given a lot to the sport. I know that he's done nearly 100 coaching jumps in the last few months since April, so absolute legends. And I know that James Jordan's been doing a lot of coaching, Saul as well, and Rob as well, to be fair. These guys are very passionate about giving back to the sport, and over the last couple of years they've been trying to do a little bit more each year that they can, and great to see them
doing really well. Their flying skills are improving. It's like, I can't tell you the difference between flying VFS or flying head down on your own, from then trying to fly it with 2 people, then trying to fly it with 4 people, and you're all learning together. And that's a great thing about Omni. They've very much learned as a team, they've grown as a team, and after this category is finished, we will be watching, we'll be going straight to an interview with Omni, so they can tell us a little bit about what they've been doing and where they're going. So here, that was Team Enigma.
It was. We've got one of them with a tinted visor there. What are your thoughts on tinted visors?
I don't like tinted visors. It means I'm a I need to look into your eyes kind of human being. That's that's years of FS, but I think it's feasible, I guess, for VFS. It can be less distracting as well. You can see Team Omni there just getting ready for their interview, but last tunnel flight, sorry, losing my words. The last tunnel into the chamber now that you can see is Team Rebellion. So they'll be completing their round 2. There we go. And they're off.
So flying a bit higher in the tunnel than the other teams, as we can see from this angle.
And you can see here that the chain gang, which is the last block. just getting the hutch, just getting a little bit lost there. There you go, back on it. See this one out-face fly. So now you've got the double joker, quite a hard random to build, and now we will have the chain gang. There you go. Almost.
Holding onto his helmet there, looks like he thought he was going to lose it for a moment.
Yeah, I think he's lost something in the inside, but yeah, it just goes to show how difficult this stuff is to fly, right? I mean, Ant's a super experienced flyer.
Yeah. Can you do VFS, Ray?
I can do it, but very poorly. I can fly some VFS. It is enjoyable flying it, but at the same time, it's I'm not very good.
I think we need to petition to see Ray back in the tunnel. So
And yeah,
everyone
I'll
get in
that.
touch if you want to see that. Hashtag BISN 2022. Get Ray back in the tunnel.
And now we're going straight over to that interview with Omni99. Steve, can you hear me?
I can
Hi,
indeed.
Steve.
Hi guys, how you doing?
Good, thank you.
Good. So we are now here with Team Omni. So Team Omni, we know that you guys are, let's just call it amazing at VFS. Okay, we're not going to sort of undercut you by any sort of means at all. But how are you finding it flying the FS flying? And how does it compare to VFS?
So there's a lot of similarities in like the way we take the drips, the way we build the formations, and the way we kind of like reference off each other. But there's a lot more knee bashing. Like we're a lot bigger across the tunnel. When we're vertical, like we take up a lot less space. So yes, we've been smacking into each other quite a bit.
So a couple of bruises for all of you?
Yeah.
Everyone's pretty much the same. Yeah. Well, good luck with that, and hopefully you'll keep going well, and sure you can win it very, very soon. How do you think we can encourage more people to take part in VFS?
So yeah, it's finding a team. Obviously, there's a slightly higher entry barrier because you need to be able to do head down in the tunnel. But if you can find like a few friends and you just start flying together, that's how we started. We were just flying together just for fun, really, and we decided, shall we just put some structure to what we're doing, and then we just started doing it. But like, just trying to find a coach, trying to find someone to help out, just trying to just give you some pointers and some tips on how to fly what we're doing a lot easier. There's lots of really easy ways that we spend time trying to work out.
That's fair enough. And how long have you guys been flying for now? It's 2015, is that correct?
So we started in 2014, like end of 2014 in the tunnel, and I could only just fly head down at the time. It literally just transitioned. Started then, and then we did our first nationals in 2015, and we've been together since then. So apart from COVID, which gave us a year out, we've been competing every year since then, basically. So 7 years now.
Wow, well done guys, well done. One final last question before we end up going into an ad break is really, how can I put this? I'm trying to think of what I was actually trying to say. I do apologise. So the final thing is, what are we really aiming for in this competition, and what else can we expect from you? Sorry. What are we aiming for in this competition? We will get there at some point today, guys. I apologise. Should we try?
Don't worry, guys. You can buy one for reception on the way down.
Right. Hopefully, Jonathan's going to start talking, and we'll actually get this off. Right. I'm thinking they can actually hear us, so let's just go for it and work through it. So, what are we expecting from you this year, and what can we expect from you for the rest of this year and this competition in total?
Yeah, I mean, I guess on the vertical side, we're just trying to set like a new indoor record for ourselves, which we may not do because we've changed the team and we've been changing the lineup and stuff. But we'd hope for some kind of indoor record. Belly flying, we just like to do better. We've got so much to learn there because we've barely done any. So we just like to improve on our own average. Maybe not come last, but we'll see. Probably come last.
Well, guys, thank you very much for your time and good luck. We can't help this over-speaking from Jonathan. I do apologise, but now we're going to go to an ad break, so we'll call it there. Thank you very much, guys, and we'll see you back in a few minutes. Thank you.
Do your business systems make life easier or more complicated? Are your different departments using their own specialised systems that don't talk to each other? So you end up using spreadsheets, costly bespoke integrations and manual workarounds to see the full picture. Data gets duplicated, you get frustrated, and worst of all, it starts to affect your guests' experience. The Fuse metric system brings everything together. It's been designed from the ground up as one easy-to-use system with everything from finance to HR, ticketing, tills and your CRM. It's a smarter way of working, so your team can work more efficiently, with each team member just seeing the parts of the system they need to do their jobs. FuseMetrics even integrates with your website to bring your online ticketing, retail, membership and other data all into the same system. FuseMetrics is one system, so your staff will have a more consistent working environment and a single point of contact for technical support. Training staff becomes faster and easier with all departments trained in the same work environment. It just makes sense. So end the web of subscription costs, support calls and hair-pulling frustrations of multiple management systems for different jobs and let FuseMetrics streamline and simplify your leisure business, letting you focus on what's really important. FuseMetrics. Do your business systems make life easier or more complicated? Are your different departments using their own specialised systems that don't talk to each other, so you end up using spreadsheets, costly bespoke integrations and manual workarounds to see the full picture? Data gets duplicated, you get frustrated, and worst of all, it starts to affect your guests' experience. The FuseMetrics system brings everything together. It's been designed from the ground up as one easy-to-use system with everything from finance to HR, ticketing, tills and your CRM. It's a smarter way of working, so your team can work more efficiently, with each team member just seeing the parts of the system they need to do their jobs. FuseMetrics even integrates with your website to bring your online ticketing, retail, membership and other data all into the same system. FuseMetrics is one system, so your staff will have a more consistent working environment and a single point of contact for technical support. Training staff becomes faster and easier with all departments trained in the same work environment. It just makes sense. So end the web of subscription costs, support calls and hair-pulling frustrations of multiple management systems for different jobs and let FuseMetrics streamline and simplify your leisure business, letting you focus on what's really important. Fuse Metrics. Do your business systems make life easier or more complicated? Are your different departments using their own specialised systems that don't talk to each other, so you end up using spreadsheets, costly bespoke integrations and manual workarounds to see the full picture? Data gets duplicated, you get frustrated, and worst of all, it starts to affect your guests' experience. The Fuse Metrics system brings everything together. It's been designed from the ground up as one easy-to-use system with everything from finance to HR, ticketing, tills and your CRM. It's a smarter way of working, so your team can work more efficiently, with each team member just seeing the parts of the system they need to do their jobs. Fuse Metrics even integrates with your website to bring your online ticketing, retail, membership and other data all into the same system. Fuse Metrics is one system, so your staff will have a more consistent working environment.
Welcome back, everybody. And now we're going to go straight to the tunnel and we're going to be starting round 3.
That's right. So round 3 of the AAA in FS is going to be 710D. So this is one where there are a couple of 7 options. So you could take standard 7 or you could take a P-shaped 7. So a standard 7 would be with the 2 inside flyers facing one another, and a P7 would have them at a 90-degree angle from one another. So my preference would be the P7, but we'll see what everyone's going to take. Cool. So they've gone with a standard 7, and this first team that we see here is Say It Again But Slowly.
So 10, not the easiest block in the world to turn. It really takes a lot of training, I think, and a lot of good comms, and really, and it's a difficult one, I think, for the tail flyer.
So 10 is the first of our blocks that we're seeing today where a slot switch is required. So we had some teams in the previous round who forced a slot switch on themselves by doing the short version of a 19. The 10 is a slot switcher, so unless you're going to do a funky swing move to get out of it, it's going to change the positions of the people in the front pair. So those who are at the top of the screen now and now at the left, they are swapping places with one another throughout that block move. So that adds complexity. They've got to remember more moves. But also it changes how the shapes move. It changes the dynamics of each block, so it can be something that gets the whole team and not just the front pair that are changing.
And in we have next Omni, the tummy edition.
I just had a chat with these guys outside, so we had a quick break. We were allowed out, weren't we? They unlocked the door and let us escape for a moment, and I was asking them how they're getting on in their competition. They said it's a huge amount easier for them with both disciplines having the same draw.
Exactly.
So round 3 for Omni in here is 710D, and it will be 710D in VFS as well.
Missed
the end of the 10.
There we go.
So missed the close of the 10 on that one, which means that they won't score that point. But still, you can see that they know the technique. You can see they know the order that everyone has to fly in, and they are doing it. They're just not hugely trained in FS, which makes sense. They're the VFS national champions, so doing a fantastic job though.
I mean, we always talk about it though, with VFS and vertical flying is very much vertical flying, but that intermediate free fly, whatever you want to call it, does have work that you do need to work on your belly, right? There are moves that you should do on your belly.
Yeah, absolutely.
And let's not forget we deploy on our bellies. So
I'm laughing at Martin there doing a little bit of a backflip before he got out of the tunnel.
He's just proving a point, right?
Yeah, he's got this in all orientations. So now we've got the Silver Linings heading into the tunnel. So Silver Linings, who won the AA category earlier this year, moving up to AAA. So 10 is going to be a new block for them. This is one that they haven't seen in competition ever before. So we'll see how they do it. So here's the block 10. Paul goes through. Nice, very well executed from the Silver Linings there. So what's really good about that 10 that they've just shown us is the discipline. One person goes through, then the next person follows them through. One person goes, then the next person goes. Get that timing wrong, and that's where you end up hitting each other, potentially falling on top of each other.
And they've built those pieces. They built standard 7s?
They're building a standard 7, yeah. So it's a nice job on the 10. Oh no, not quite. So spoke too soon there. So unfortunately they did fall victim to a bit of mistiming there. So the key for that really is to see those pictures, which they showed they could do in the first page, but then maybe lost it slightly due to the slot switch. We're going to see the full scoreboard now. So NFTO at the top of the scoreboard at the moment with a total of 51. Meraki after them with a total of 49. And then UK Weenby, third place at the moment with 46.
And these are the actual scores?
These are the official, no, these are
unofficial scores, yeah.
Unofficial scores. So the unofficial scores at the moment showing us that NFTO are in the gold medal position, but very close still with Meraki.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's really tight. I mean, when you look at it, and depending upon what we have coming up in the next few rounds, I think, that can change, and you just have to have a couple of busts here and there for those differences to be negated.
And we're only 2 rounds in for those teams as well, let's not forget. So there's a further 8 rounds, and for these guys it's going to be a case of making sure they keep their eye on the prize, that they keep a focus on every single round. I think there's a very tight competition being created between NFTO and Meraki. There's also between UK Weenby and Apex, and for each one of these teams it's just keep on pushing every round, make it count.
Yeah, and I think the important thing, to a certain extent, is you keep pushing every round, but the great thing about this competition, it's over 2 days.
Yes,
right, so you have another day, so you have a complete reset. It's like starting a new competition tomorrow.
It is.
So it'll be interesting to see how the teams finish at the end of today, to see what mindset they'll be in for tomorrow.
We were always very much a second day team.
Yeah. So are we.
We always like to get the mess and the fumble out on day 1. So these guys have gone with a P7.
Is that under your instruction at all, Laura?
I wouldn't say instruction, Ray, but certainly it was my recommendation. But as we know from round 1, they don't necessarily take my recommendations. So nicely executed. That P7 just making, in my opinion, the move into the 10 slightly nicer. And then from the D, you've actually got a nice bit of momentum, so a little bit sticky there with Pete, not quite getting the momentum benefit there, but if you execute it just right, you've got the move from the end of the 10 into the D, into the P7 for the outside centre. It's actually quite a nice fluid one. So really nice 10s as well.
Silver Linings made the standard 7 look pretty good, actually. And,
they did, and I think that it's a marginal difference, but if you can make use of that momentum, if you can make use of the momentum, then it can be an advantage. I think those guys did a great round there.
If Pete had stuck his legs out when he was doing that and flew out the door, then I'd be super impressed.
These AFF instructors, they only perform on hand signals,
exactly.
don't they? They seem happy though. There we go. There's some big hugs, big high fives. So the next team that we've got going in is going to be the foreigners.
So let's see. They've had some interesting rounds. I think they're rounds 1 and 2. I'm hoping that they can consolidate, bring it down, do team speed. Let's see how they get on.
So I believe that these guys were they AAA last year as well?
I think so, yes.
So they have got a little bit of training under their belt. They've seen these formations before.
Yeah.
They've chosen the standard 7 as well. It looks like that's going to be the preferred option, certainly at this level.
Nice 10s from the back piece there, keeping it nice and tight. I always sort of find that it definitely feels like 2 different pieces, block 10.
Yes.
The front and the back piece, you definitely feel that you've got your own jobs to do. Not so much communication with your cross partners, as we said for block 6, that the AA or single A team just drew.
A lot of trust, I think, in block 10. I always found, certainly when you're in the middle of it for the close, you're trusting that the inside centre is going to get over the top of you and that they're going to land in the right place. And equally, they are trusting that you're going to be in the right place to allow them to do that. Rare in 4A that we have such a blind move, which makes 10 very, very tricky.
And as I said, for that tail fly, it's about getting the height, getting the movement, also not going around it, just making sure you can get a little bit of forward movement, but pivoting as well. It's just a really tough move, I think, whoever flies that tail slot. This one coming up now that Renata's just showing us, making it look pretty good.
There's still, it feels like there's momentum in this team, though. I think that it clearly shows there's a lot of skill, there's a lot of flying ability in the individuals, but it still feels to me like there's a lot going on.
Yeah. I think they want to fly at the speeds that they're used to flying at.
Yes.
As individuals,
yes.
Not at the team speed. And sometimes it's if you're such incredible flyers and you've flown at higher speeds, faster in other respective teams, it's really hard to tone it down.
Yes.
It just isn't what you're used to. So it's a lesson learned, but they're still they're keeping it together.
They're still doing a great job. I think for me, my preference is always for the quieter style of flying, where there's no excess energy, you're not having to control momentum so much because everything's quite balanced. But equally, these guys putting a bit of pep in their step and still managing to put out what I assume will be a very good score.
I agree with you there on that style of flying, the quietness and the energy. I spent a lot of time doing 2-on-2s with a variety of different coaches and flyers, and it's it really is that thing of the top flyers in the world, what are they telling you to do? It's all about calmness, less energy, making sure when you're closing blocks, you have the least amount of energy as possible, and you have to work towards a team speed, really, at the end of the day.
With that said, we're being completely proven wrong by the fact that our 4MJ are currently first in round 3 with 18. But yeah, I do agree. I think that the quieter style of flying that we see from teams like Maracay, for example, I think, and Apex as well, a lot of the rounds that they put out at their recent competition over at Wembley showed that discipline, and that's where we can really start to excel. But the indicative scoring right now, team 106, which is R4MJ with 18, team 104 there, the Peregrines with 16, and 105, which is the foreigners, on a score of 13.
So next into the tunnel, we should have team Apex, UK Wembley, and Maracay.
So Apex, I think if they are looking at the scoreboard, currently in 4th place, I think that will play on their minds. I do. I think that they are going to be coming into this with the hunger to get themselves on the podium, which I believe they've got the ability to do. But it depends if they can keep that under control, which they are doing right now. So really nice job of that 10 into the D. They've taken the standard 7 as well. So the standard 7 there for the front piece, there was a little bit, and again, a miscommunication again. This is where I think that the P7, this is just my opinion, but the P7 would have just favoured them more with the better momentum. But they're executing it, they're seeing it. So nice job landing the close of the 10 there. And this is another team that it just feels like there's a huge amount of potential. They're definitely going to go far. I know one of their ambitions for the coming year is they are very much focused on the UK Outdoor Nationals for 2023. So they've been doing a lot of training indoors to get themselves a good foundation for that. And now moving into their outdoor season next year, I think they're going to do really well. Our next team that's coming in then, we've got UK Wingby. So UK Wingby heading in for their round 3, having a quick look at the speed, making sure that they are good to go. And they'll be going in with 710D. Let's see what they take. So they've also gone standard 7. So standard 7, there's the 10, then the D. They look a little bit more cautious on this round than they did previously, and a bit of a tumble there as well. They feel like they're not quite as confident in these moves as they were in the previous round. They'll just be learning it so that they can then pick it up once they get more comfortable. Nice job there on those 10s. Very nice on the close of the block as well. This is starting to look a lot nicer, so I think they've definitely found their comfort in this round. They should be getting some nice scores now. I think they'll be happy with that one. So slightly trickier in the earlier part of it as they were just trying to get their head around everything, and often we see that with these slot switcher style moves. You've got 2 full pages to complete before you've even seen everything once. 4 pages to have seen it a couple of times. It's only really after that that you start to feel a little bit more confident. Here we've got Merakai then making their way into the tunnel. So Merakai currently set up at first place or close to first place with NFTO. This is looking nice. Very disciplined. All moving together. So notice how on that block 7 everyone's turning in sync with one another, and they can all turn very quickly. So they've taken that foundation of seeing each other, having the communication, and then they've just added the speed of their own personal flying, which is looking fantastic. These 10s pretty nice as well. It looks like they've got one slot down a little bit better than the other one. I think it's this one looks, yeah, this one looks slightly less comfortable for them, but still managing to nail it. This is a nice round for them. It's always a good sign when it feels like the round has lasted forever. And lots of applause as well from everyone outside of the tunnel there. Fantastic job by Merakai. So Merakai coming out of the tunnel now. Some nice high fives there. So we're going to open up the tunnel doors, and the next teams that are going to come in will be Jeanette Weenby, NFTO and Boom Entry. So this is round 3 of the FS. We are doing 710D. So far most of the teams taking the standard 7, the Peregrines taking the P7. So we will see what comes through next. Once again, the AAA category is brought to us by Fusemetrics, suppliers of state-of-the-art business management. So thank you very much to the sponsors that we've got there. And just having a look at the on a level camera, the tunnel will be starting up very shortly. And the first team that will enter will be Jeanette Weenby.
You lost me for a little bit there, Laura. I had disappeared. I had a battery malfunction.
I know.
I'm sorry for those at home who thought I just have to listen to Laura. You got full on Laura there for a little while, and I think she did an amazing job.
I thought you were going to say something lovely there about her coming for you, but no.
No, that was really good, and it really gave me the opportunity to watch. And you're right, Merakai's flying was just phenomenal.
Super nice.
I mean, you're right on those 10s as well. Definitely one slot works a lot better than the other, but it was really nice. Those 7s were some of the best I've seen. So
no, they were very nice. I appreciated you flashing a phone in front of me as well to let me know what was happening. That was extra multitasking for me to do. But so now we've got Jeanette Weenby in the tunnel. They look a little bit less confident. It might be similar to the UK Weenby team, just feeling not quite as confident in the beginning of it and picking it up and building it, and there's nothing wrong with that. We've already talked about how important it is to consolidate what you've prepped outside of the tunnel during those first couple of pages, and with a slot switcher you've got 4 pages worth before you've even seen it a couple of times.
And I keep saying it, I think block 10 is one of the hardest blocks in the dive pool. I think it really is one of those ones, and you have to learn it in every orientation, right, as it is a slot switcher.
Yeah.
So I think it's just painful, but you know, the more experienced teams that we have, like now we're going to be watching NFTO get in as well. It'll be interesting to see how they get on now.
Yeah, absolutely. So NFTO getting into the tunnel next, currently on the indicative scoring in first place. So they will be hoping to put in a good performance here. What will be interesting is their change of lineup means that their front piece is different. So we've got Libby instead of Kath, and when you've got a slot switcher and a tricky formation like a block 10, we'll really see how that's affecting them. So standard 7.
Libby, I don't think Libby's going to slow them down too much, as we can see there.
No, definitely not slowing them down. And there's something to be said for people who are just very strong flyers can come and fit into a team, but there's still that element of the dynamic. And if you've been used to flying with a certain person and a certain balance, then it can throw you off. But for these guys, it's not doing that at all. It looks like a very nice round. A little bit of distance on the build of that 10 that they had to make up there on the move through. So you can really see how much they're seeing each other in these jumps. Even in the slight movements of the heads and the discipline and where the grips are coming from, they're definitely on the same page as one another the whole way through. And that just means they can keep on ramping up the speed more and more.
They're pleased with that, and they definitely look happy with what they're doing. And they're generally, like, their scoring level is pretty much, Libby being there doesn't seem to be making too much of a difference from what I can see. They're flying as NFTO fly. I mean, if that slot, I think, especially for this, if, I think with block 10 in there, if Libby had been flying on the back piece, it could have made more of a difference. But here, I think, I just think it's fine. It's like watching NFTO fly. It's great. So this is boom entry. Slightly slower speed than what we've just seen from NFTO. But these guys are getting stronger every round as well, and I think it's always hard being the team that comes in for whatever reason, if you're flying on several teams or whatever else it is, to come in at the end after flying after a super fast team like NFTO. So hats off to you, Boom Entry. You're doing your thing, and that's what matters. So they're taking the P7. No? Yes,
they are taking the P7. I think on that point about seeing other teams and comparing yourself, the point that Sean made during the NFTO interview about we can only compete with ourselves is so true, because what difference does it make? The teams in front of you, it can be a bit of a mind game if you see someone's doing really well, especially if you're competing very closely to them on the table, but it doesn't make any difference. It's not like you're going into the tunnel and saying, oh, let's make sure we go even faster because we might win, because you're already doing your best.
And I think what I talked about in the beginning about the effect that NFTO might be having and just up on your screen for everybody at home that we're now watching what's coming up for round 3 for the AA, which is 19NO. But just coming back to that's what we were saying about NFTO, I think they're coming off. It's the opposite effect that I think I'm seeing from these rounds. Normally you come off the high of a competition. You come back, you've achieved your goal, you normally have a dip in performance, but they just seem to be they're still really tight, they're still very strong, and they have the confidence of winning a gold medal going into this, going, you know what, we've got nothing to lose, we just want to come and, as Sean said in the interview, as Anna and Varna said as well, we've got nothing to lose here, we're just going to go all out, go do what we normally do, and have a great competition. And I think, we're seeing that, and it's really good. I mean, confidence breeds, winning breeds winning to a certain extent. They've got that gold medal now, so it's going to be interesting to see what they're going to do next.
So the AA category is now starting. AA in association with Semantic, so websites that mean business. If you're looking for a businessy website, that's where you need to go. And the AA flyers are getting in our first team, as Ray has already mentioned, IBME.
And this is 19. We've just seen the close of block 19. We saw this early on in round 2 of the AAA.
Yeah. So in the AAA, there was a clear choice to be made between a short 19 and a long 19 that would influence the rest of the dive. For these guys, 19NO, there is still that choice to be made, but actually, because of the nature of the N, it probably makes sense to take the long 19. So we'll see what these guys are doing. They are taking the long 19. I think you could probably have taken either one, but to avoid the slot switch, I probably would go with the longer 19. We typically see as well that teams who are in, as we go down the categories, they're less likely to have variations. We used to refer to it as our vocabulary. Our vocabulary grows with our experience, and actually they've probably only got the long version of the 19 at this level. So
I like to call it tools in my toolkit.
Nice.
Yeah, to have more of those, and you have those in life as well, right?
Yeah, beans in your bag.
Yeah, beans in your bag. I like that expression. Is that like a Midlands expression?
I don't know, I think I just made it up.
I like beans in your bag. I'm going to start using that at work.
Let's see how many beans these guys have got in their bags. So I'm looking forward to the social media feedback on that one.
Beans in your bag.
So Grenade also taking the Lon 19.
Grenade are doing pretty well, actually. I mean, they've been, this is a fairly experienced team, is that right? They've stepped up into, I can't remember now, I think...
so this is an all-female team. They're
that's the one.
In the AA category, probably hoping to be going to the World World Cup. Danny, Teej, Claire and Lucy, they've been coached by Debbie Lamsley and Varna Parker. So Debbie previously off of NFTO, Varna currently in NFTO. They formed at the start of 2020, so... gold in rookie at the Not Nationals, which was the outdoor event that took place when proper nationals couldn't happen. Gold in A outdoors in 2021 and bronze in AA indoors in 2022.
Yeah.
So a lot of achievements under their belts, and they should be happy with that round. That looks pretty good.
It looks really good from where we were sitting, and I think it's nice that you kind of get an eye now for the suits or the flyers or the body positions that people are flying in. Like we're already 2 rounds in, starting on round 3, and we're already feeling out which our favourite teams are in certain categories.
Yeah.
Liking the style of flying. We mentioned the wavy whackers, I think, earlier for the rookies, and looking at Grenade as well as a team coming up in the future.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's really good. So people have, you've got that constant suite of role models or people to look at in the different categories, which I think is super important for those people that are just starting out in the sport.
And that style of flying is something you can see more and more with experience. So it's quite a personal thing. And though these teams are all performing the same moves, the way that they execute them is going to be very unique to them as a team and also to them as individuals.
So next in, the tunnel is... Sora, and you can hear the tunnel.
A bit of nervous energy maybe there. One of their team members just patting on his legs, getting himself ready.
That's what I'm like when I go out for a bike ride at 5:30 and it's dark and raining.
5:30 in the morning?
No, in the morning or in the evening. It's dark in Copenhagen at the moment. But yeah, when it's cold and dark and wet outside and you have to go out on your gravel bike, it's like, oh, cold.
I've got no idea what it's like outside right now. So
Ray
and I, little glimpse behind the curtain, we are sat in one of the back rooms at iFLY Basingstoke. All of the action is happening outside somewhere, but we are sat here with a big screen in front of us so that we can see what all of you are seeing, and a big green screen behind us, but no windows. Could be a beautiful summer day. It could be the middle of winter. Who knows?
I think it's actually the middle of winter.
Do you?
Yeah. And the brightest lights we're going to see are the lights that are staring at us, which you can't see at home from inside the studio.
So the thing here with the Long 19 is that the shape that comes next, the N, the grips between the outside centre and the inside centre are the same, but it means that they've got to re-angle that shape in order to make space for their point flyer, which is what's happening here. They've not quite managed to re-angle that. So we've got a replay on that so that we can see that happening if we want to. We can bring that up, but yeah, basically we've got that requirement to just change the angle a little bit, just to be able to fit everyone in. So here we go, here's a replay, let's see if so that's where these guys have ended up just overlapping with one another a little bit there. I feel really bad bringing up a replay, it's not going very well, but I just wanted to make a point there that sometimes, we might think, oh, that's a nice and easy move because I'm going from holding onto your legs to holding onto your legs again, but we need to think about everyone else who's in the formation and make sure that there's space for them to do what they need to do.
It's always that line of access, right? The point tail line of access as well, making sure you're building it for all of the flyers, and even if it seems like for the centre flyers that you're just flying in the middle, it's not about you, it's about making sure that the formation is on the right line of access in general.
Exactly, and when you're in the wind tunnel, making sure everyone's going to fit.
I remember Gary Smith giving us some coaching a few years back, and he would never refer to us as name, it would just be centres, to the inside and outside centres, and then the point and tail flyer actually got named, I think.
Oh, really?
But me and Laura, no.
That's interesting. We all had names apart from Pete, our camera flyer, who was just camera guy.
Is he still known as camera guy to Nicholas?
Always. To all of us. We've all got nicknames in Chimera. We are petitioning to get our nicknames on the medals that we pick up at the AGM.
That was quadruplane. I think one of my best moments of camera flying was the time that we lost Si. This was an NFTO. He was busy fiddling with his camera, and we all got on the plane and we just left him. We're like, well, that will teach you.
Yeah, it's sad, isn't it?
Shout out to Mr. Brentford if you're listening, Simon.
Shout out, Simon.
So now we're still going through, I think, on the Where are we now?
So that was quadruplane that just left. Now we're going to have Birds of Paradise, followed by Squad Game, followed by the Winged Hussars.
I'm going to have to go out and meet the Winged Hussars.
Hussars. You'll be able to find them very easily. Just follow the noise. We love
Does
them.
that mean
They're
I'm going to find
fabulous.
James as well?
Yeah, probably hiding in a corner trying to get away from it.
Mr. Woods.
So Team 202 at the moment, which is Grenade, the highest scoring in round 3 AA with 13, giving them a total of 44. Team 203, which is Sora, have got 11, and then Team 204, which is Quadruplane, on 10. And then Team 201, IBME, let's not forget them, they're on the board too. They've got a score of 9. So these indicative scores are great, aren't they?
They're really good. They are really good.
Giving us a bit of an indication of how things are going. So tunnel is starting up. It's another Bradley twin. Oh, they're just 2 of them. Do we believe this?
Maybe they're what's they called, quartuplets or
I think there's 8 of them. I think that there's 8, and that's why we're seeing them in every
Octuplets?
single
Wow.
yes, every single round they're in. All right, so 19 to the N are very controlled. So they've got the Bradley twins. It appears are occupying the entire centre of this. So the 2 of them both in
and
Birds of Paradise.
they're going to show you how it should be built. Slight tweak there.
Along with Rod Stone and Joelle Perrin.
So this is nice closing of the 19.
And then that re-angling that we were talking about as well. So just bringing the N round so that the point flyer has got space.
Beck's helping, Vic helping Bex out a little bit by pulling it around.
Yeah.
Which is really cool.
It's just disciplined, isn't it? It's just, this is what I love. I
Great
love
way
the
of
discipline
watching.
of it. It's just so clean.
Great to watch people at home or, those coming up. If you want to see this, watching the twins fly in this is fantastic.
I think impressive for anyone to see as well, whether you've got skydiving experience or not. If you've done it before, you know how difficult it is to have that discipline and to be able to hold your ground in the wind tunnel. And if you've never done it, it's eye-opening to see how much control these flyers have while they're in those wind speeds. Here we have
Squad Game.
Squad Game. Apparently they wanted to be called Squid Game, but one of them was too scared.
Oh. Who's the scaredy one? That's what we need to find out.
I know who it was. I don't want to name them. It was Patricia. Patricia did it.
Really? Patty? Okay.
It was Patty. So Squad Game doing a nice job of this, I think.
Yeah, I think they had a little bit of a mare on round 2, I think, if memory serves.
But they've come back in with more, I was going to say big eyes, that's such a four-way term, but we do use that term big eyes, or what we mean by that is you're looking and seeing everything that's happening. They look much more together on this round to me than they did on the previous one.
It's about communication, it's about seeing where the rest of the piece is. Seeing it's piece partner, cross partner.
It is, and this is the first competition where all of these team members are present. In the last 5 months, they've only done 30 minutes of tunnel time, so it actually comes as no surprise that we're seeing them improving round by round because they're just getting more current.
Wait, it's the Winged
Hussars! I feel that Ali's request that we put our microphones closer to our mouths may be retracted quite soon. So here they go, the Winged Hussars into the tunnel. I like their jumpsuits. I feel like a fashion commentator at the moment, but I like how they've got matching, non-matching.
I know, it's good, isn't it?
It's quite cool.
It's like we watch with Apex with their different coloured helmets.
You know why they've got those colours?
Why?
So Chris Judd has blue because Chris Judd was formerly in Chimera, which is blue.
Very good.
Fletch has red for ACM.
Very
Dave
good.
has green for Formula.
Very
and Taff
good.
has yellow for Vision.
Very good.
There you go. Four-way backstory. But these guys, again, bringing the James Woods calmness. I think that James is going to be doing hopefully a lot more coaching over this coming year, and his style, which is the Chimera style, is very much of the quiet, no excess energy. That said, they have just had a little bit of a tumble. Mac there on the bottom of the screen. They are jokers. But yeah, certainly I think we can expect to see more of that style of flying from this team the more they work with James.
Yeah, I think the Chimera style that you're referring to is very much the more senior teams, more of the top teams. That's the way of flying now. I mean, I think just how we see it, right? That calm, smooth flying. And there are very few teams that can, and I used to watch this with the French girls quite a lot, right? The amount of energy that they could carry into, but I couldn't do that. I'll be my first to put my hand up going, I could fly it that quickly, but I couldn't stop it, and that energy would not dissipate. So I can't fly like that. You know, it's just a factor we couldn't as a team, but they could.
Yeah, and it works differently depending on the team as well.
Exactly.
So for some of these teams, we do see a punchier style of flying, which there are pros and cons to, and some of them we see more of this quiet, calm style of flying, and the same effect can be had. You can achieve the same level of scoring. It just depends on what your style is as a team and what works for you.
So just up on the screen there, you can see that round 3 that's going to be coming up for the single A, which is PKD, which is side body hook yuan. So first off in the tunnel, we're going to have 2 of the double A teams competing. That will be Chili's and Vortex, and then we will see the first of the single A teams, and that will be Children of the Corn.
I actually think, you know, for these teams that are going to be doing that round, it's another tricky one. It's another tough one. The P to the K, there's some very similar grips. It's going to require a lot of seeing each other. But we've got the Chili's first, who of course are double A.
Yeah,
so
the 19
here. To the N.
Again, the outside centre thinking that they're actually helping when they're really not. They need to. It's actually you thinking, oh, I need to back into this as the outside centre. But what you need to do is actually step forward a little bit and just change angle.
Yeah.
You know, maybe just come out a little bit, step forward a little bit, make some room for the inside centre who can then help guide you where you need to actually be, who's got the eyes on the formation.
And that's where the preparation prior to getting into the tunnel is really so important. So everybody has a role to play. Everybody has a move that they need to make within the context of the four-way team. So everyone needs to be really confident that they can execute their individual part, and that everyone else doing the same will mean overall success. As soon as one person thinks that they need to fly something differently to help someone else out, you don't see the effect that that's going to have on your teammates.
And that's why we spend so much time on creepers. For example, you want to see those lines. And what's interesting, when I moved from doing formation skydiving to dynamic flying, I would still walk around. You can't do it on a creeper because it's on different orientations. But I'd walk around with my phone and flip my phone. And the free flyers would be laughing at me. But I'm like, I need to do it because this discipline has been built in from belly flying or from formation flying.
So Vortex now into the tunnel. So Vortex, the last of our double A team, so 19NO.
Go, and it's really interesting actually. I mean, we can flip maybe at some point to the side cam again, because it gives you a really good idea of levels and what level pitches people are putting in for the 19, just to see what it's like. You know, the judging camera doesn't quite give it the justice that you need, but there's a lot of height similar to block 6, that too much height potentially that teams can put in, which means that, you know, you're going over the piece clearly, as we can see shortly.
So as they do. We get to see the 19 again. That would be nice. So there we go.
Yeah, that's a really nice
over
19.
The top. Really nice. And then for those competitors, those team members who've got the out-facing moves and also the dynamicism of a block, it's really, really tricky to execute that well. So good job by them. The next team that's going to be coming in then is Children of the Corn, the first of our single A teams. And just to reiterate, the round that they will be doing is P, side body, K, hook, and D, yuan. PKD.
Yes, PKD.
A tricky one, do you think, Ray?
I think so. As you said, for the single, again, it's another random round, but P to K, you know, K to D, well, it's all right. It's not too bad. It's not as bad as NGC, but yeah.
So there's the P.
There's the K.
There's the K. There's the D.
I always wince when I see these kind of random rounds. Like when I look at like G's and I look at K's, and because you really have to build that trust, and that comes with the tail flyer as well as the outside center as you're building that K, and you don't want to cheat it too much. You don't want to, you know, as you can see here, they're quite heavily cheating the K.
Actually doing a nice job of that. I think for the point flyer, so the person in the blue, red and yellow, their job effectively on this dive is to just sit still and then pick up a leg grip at one point. They could,
step forward a little bit to make it not so tight.
But that skill of being able to just sit still is another one that you underplay it, but actually to be able to sit still in the tunnel is difficult to do.
I know.
Nice back flying as well.
Exactly. Good job, Children of the Corn. Look at that. They're happy with that.
Joe on the back fly. Yeah, they seem pretty pleased, don't they?
Yeah, good for them. Look at that. Thumbs up.
I want to give him a thumbs up in return.
But you are.
I am. It's pointless.
So yeah, we're going to be continuing now with the single A. 3 more teams. Again, we're going to have a team with no name, Fornada and Rasper One Trick Ponies. But you know, in the antechamber just outside, you can see a variety of different people milling about, doing their thing. I can't believe it already into round 3.
I know, lots of people on their phones there. Lots of people just trying to get a bit of alone time, bit of me time. What was your process as a competitor?
I'd need headphones, I'd need music, I'd need to go off and find my space. This environment would kill me. I'd need to get out.
Really?
It's just too many people. I mean, it's funny because, on different teams you have different dynamics. On Kaizen, for example, like myself and Lynn and Laura, I guess, needed a little bit of quiet time. Maria she just needed people.
Yeah.
She's quite happy. She could keep it in her head. But, I needed a little bit of both. Every now and again, I need to go out and, touch somebody outside of my bubble, if that makes any sense.
Yeah,
but most of the time, I'd just be, head in music, trying to make sure I've got an idea of, got your list of tunes that you've got in your head to make sure you can visualize. And I still do that today when I'm concentrating on something. I still use the same way of working to calm my headspace down a little bit as well, not to get too overramped.
Here is a team with no name heading into the tunnel. So the second of our single A teams, they're going to be doing the PKD again.
What was the thought process for you guys? Did you have different ways of working as a team?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think one of the most beneficial things that we did as a team early on was to just talk about our different processes of dealing with things, because I think conflict comes from not understanding each other.
Exactly.
And in the very, very early days of Chimera, I really wanted to talk and be around people. I know, it's surprising. But I really wanted to be chatting and be around groups, whereas other members of the team needed a bit of quiet time. And I would see that sometimes as, maybe they're in a bad mood, or maybe they're feeling sad. That's why they've gone away. But actually, that's just how they work. And, the flip works as well. So understanding each other is a really healthy thing.
And that's the egocentric side of us as well. We think it's our fault or something that we've done. And if you clear the air, if you have like rock sessions or whatever else it is, to make sure that it's not about you. It might be about something completely outside of what we're doing as a team. But if you clear the air and you have that conversation, understand what space you need, you're going to work much better as a team going forward, right?
Absolutely. So Team Fornado getting into the tunnel, another Bradley twin team. These guys struggled a little bit on the previous round, but this one, the random round, actually seems to be playing to their skills.
Yeah.
This is playing to their strengths. So really nice job by the point flyer there of just being a solid reference point. We've got, this is terrible that I don't know which twin that is. So Fornado, this is Bex. Yeah, so Bex providing a solid reference for them in the middle as well, and everyone doing a great job.
I mean, we've slowed it down, right?
Yeah, we've got quite big moves, especially for the back piece. There's quite a lot of travelling, holding on to different people, and whenever we're holding on to two grips at the same time, for example in the P or in the K, that can be hard as well. If we're taking hold of each other and we're creating more surface area between us, it creates level issues. Putting your arms forward makes you go backwards, so you've got to deal with that, bring your legs out and come forward. So really nicely executed by those guys.
A big shout out to my husband who's at home, Dean Smith, who has just said that he needs to help me work on my own headspace. It's like, thank you for sharing that one. Dean. But no, big shout out, Dean. If you can get Bodhi to listen to his mum a little bit later, that would be great when he gets home from school. So in at the moment we have Team 304, so this is Rasper One Trick Ponies.
Here they go. So shout out to Brian Cumming, who has just dropped me a message. What do you mean by sticky?
It means when you get stuck.
Yes.
And this could be due to, just scraping the bottom of the net, or just
momentum changes. Yeah.
And the piece that you're flying, one bit gets stuck. They're not flying as a rigid piece. I think that's what I mean by sticky. I don't know if that's what you mean as well, Laura.
It's a similar thing, I guess. At the top level, what I mean by sticky is moves that don't have a flowing momentum. So if you're coming from facing to your right, and then your next move is facing to your left, and the next one is your right again, you can get a bit stuck in the momentum change and the direction change. Whereas if you've got something where you're just going around, then that can be a bit easier to execute.
And there's both the two outside centres. Sitting in this seat, I think as outside centres you tend to have to do that quite a lot. I've been stuck for quite a long time in many different draws and dives. So
yes,
yeah, it's part of the slot, I think, to a certain extent as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So just checking in on our social media feed at the moment to see if we've got any comments coming through from people. We haven't got an awful lot. We've got a few people just mentioning that they're enjoying what we're doing, which is nice. But if you've got any questions or anything that you want to share with us, please do. We're using hashtag BISN 2022, BISN 2022. Hashtag that using Instagram, using Facebook. I think we're probably on Twitter as well. Get in touch. Let us know. Our next team that's going to be coming in then is going to be Nemesis, followed by Shock and Awesome, followed by Team Tilstock.
Yeah, then it's exciting. The single A teams coming in. And you know what? I should refer back to it again. We've got quite a few teams, and we've got 12 teams in the AAA. We've also got 12 teams in the single A as well, 9 teams in the AA, and 8 teams in rookie, which is a really good way of seeing levels of progression in the formation skydiving. I mean, great to see so many teams coming together in the various categories and moving up into the next categories as well.
It's more
It's
teams
really
than we saw back in February as well, which actually surprises me. I think Chimera's absence is from the fact that the competition has taken place so soon after the World Championships, and for us that was a conscious decision, but for a lot of these teams it seems to be a nice way to kick off the season.
Yeah, it's great. It's really good to see, and I'm very much enjoying watching. Sometimes you can go, you tend to get in outdoor competitions you can get 20 rookie teams and only 4 or 5 AAA teams, but it's nice to see this healthy balance.
There's a good spread. These guys are having a great round, by the way, Nemesis, so looking very snappy. Their inside centre flyer doing a cracking job there of some quite demanding moves, reaching a little bit on the move into there, but no, really nice, really good round for those guys. Really enjoyed that. So these guys are just getting stronger and stronger. I think Nemesis might be one to watch for the future as well.
Very good. No, they are a good team, right? And they started off I think it had a lot of the first round nerves as well, but they've been around for a little while as well, I think, Nemesis.
What would you be doing tonight if you were competing?
Or having food.
Yeah.
Probably having a relatively chilled night with the team, so watching a few bits on telly, maybe some football. I know you don't watch football, but I would watch a bit of football as there is a World Cup going on, and then just getting an early night.
Maybe having a bath.
Oh, I had one yesterday. It was
fantastic.
Did you? For those that are wondering why I'm so obsessed with baths, it's because we don't have many baths in where I live right now in Copenhagen. Generally, it's always showers, and I've been away a lot this year, but have I come across a bath? Nope. But here in the Premier Inn where we're staying, there is a nice big bathtub, so you'll probably find me in a bathtub.
Very nice, very nice.
For anybody that doesn't want to have this information, just let us know. Just drop us a message and say, please stop talking about what you're going to be doing later, right?
It's an interesting topic, though, I think, because for some of these teams, they're here just for a bit of fun, and maybe they'll go out and get some food, maybe they'll have a beer or two, and they'll relax in that way. Whereas for the other teams, it might be a different situation where they want to be more focused, or the way that we relax and recuperate after a day of competition can be very different. Something that we had at the Outdoor Nationals, which was always very beneficial, was our own separate team room. And I know that's something that you get when you get into the higher scores and you get towards the top of the podium, and that was always fantastic for us because we could just go and have a bit of a downtime.
You need it, and I think it's really important, find your space. If it's around your food bag, if it's around a drinks machine or wherever it might be, whatever you're competing
Ours is always around a food bag.
Yeah. I think everybody's is really, to be fair. But I mean, it's important to find your space where you can be in your team, but you have the opportunity in your bubble, but you have the opportunity to step out of it as some team members need to, but you know where to come back to.
And that's what you don't see watching the videos of these guys flying in the tunnel, is all of the preparation that includes where are we going to put our stuff? What time are we going to meet to walk through this again? Keeping track of people. Exactly. 4 people have got to be in the same place at the same time, and one nips off to do something. It can be a nightmare. So a lot of preparation that goes into this 35 seconds of judge footage.
And I think it's important to know as a team what you're going to do, what your plan is for the day. Know when to meet on a creeper, know when you're going to get some lunch, know when you're going to step out, know if you need to make a phone call or you've got to do something with work. Just let each other know. It's comms that you would form in the tunnel when you're flying. You also need the same comms when you're outside and preparing for a competition, or even preparing for training, whatever it is that may be. So take those skills across with you to a certain extent in life.
Absolutely. I always found it really helped me when I used to work in the real world. It was something that I would take into my real world job, and now my job as a skydiver as well, just understanding people and having a process.
It's really funny because a lot of the tricks, and not a lot of the tricks, but a lot of the learning that I had from team experiences of flying, I've taken back into my working life, into organisational development. And it's the great thing about the skydiving community is it's so vast and so varied with different backgrounds that you're much more. It's a very diverse environment, and it's also very inclusive.
Yeah.
So from that, you can take that back into the workspace and really apply the way you build a team. How you keep a team engaged, and
absolutely
all of the life cycle of a team and the energy that it has as well. You can take that back into the workplace. And it's just really interesting.
Some indicative scores here for the A category then. So team 305, we've got Nemesis with a score of 25. 301, which is Children of the Corn, a score of 18. Then we've got 302 on 13. Team 302 is a team with no name. Maybe they'll get themselves a name after this.
They will do.
That would be nice, wouldn't it? Team 307 with a score of 12. That is Team Tilstock. And the tunnel is starting to ramp up again. Of course, iFlyWorld.co.uk. If you're not sure what that is, go and have a look. See what you find there. Right, the next team heading into the tunnel then is going to be the Wind Kickers. There we go, the P to the K to the D. Nice discipline. You can see before the key is being given by the inside centre, they are having a look around. They're making sure everybody's ready. You might notice some of our flyers today have got little bits flapping around their necks. So the inside centre in this team, the one with the black jumpsuit with the grey grips, a little bit of flapping around. That's just a hair protector that they've got in there. Keeping your hair out of your face is quite important, isn't it? Most of the guys that we'll see flying here today are going to be wearing what we call full face helmets. So completely covered with a visor on the front, which is just a bit more comfortable, keeps the wind out of your face, keeps the sound and the noise down as well. Many of these flyers will be wearing earplugs to protect their hearing. We've got a few people in open face helmets, which is where it's exactly as it sounds. You've got your face open to the elements. Certainly here in the UK, I think a full face helmet is required, isn't it?
Exactly, very much so.
Ray getting some selfies of us while I'm speaking.
Yeah, exactly. So it's very cool.
If you want to see those, hashtag BISN 2022. Check out our horrible faces mid-speech.
No, not at all. I'm trying to take, Laura's a beautiful young lady, and I'm just taking as many pictures of her looking at the camera as I possibly can.
So a little bit of confusion now. That's a real shame because they've taken, I was going to press the replay button there, that's not fair. They've taken the wrong grip there on the D. So everyone just getting into the swing of things here in 4-arch. There was a bit of confusion on the way in about what they were building and whether it be the P or the K. And that is the challenge with some of these things. Because a P and a K have got a lot of similarities, it can be tricky then to work out, which one are we supposed to be doing?
Yes, exactly. And that can be part of the problem, really, to a certain extent.
Absolutely.
Laura's wondering why I'm posting all these pictures. You'll find out. That's great.
I'm having the best time of my life. I hope that you'll share these pictures with me, and I'll put them up around my house, and I'll think, remember that year?
And then eventually be like throwing darts at them, just get them off the floor.
So we've got Triple Trouble. These guys had a few names. It was difficult to pin them down on what they were going to be called. Prior to this competition, there was a point where they were going to be called Limitless. Yeah. I think there were other names that Phil Curtis had for a couple of them, having flown with them. But here they are. So, oh, Dad, what are you doing?
Yeah.
A bit of confusion there. So inside centre moved on before the rest of the team had built. But again, just these guys are looking nice and settled and calm. There was a bit of a glitch there at the beginning, but everyone's just sitting still. And something Ray referred to earlier, the point tail axis. Basically, we want to see each one of these flyers occupying their quarter of the tunnel and staying there pretty much. So there's a slight movement as these guys are rotating around the tunnel, but it's minimal. That shows that they're doing the minimum that they need to build these shapes, so it's just more efficient.
Yeah,
nice round for them.
It's a really nice round. And what was really good to see, and we'll probably start talking a little bit more about this later on through the rounds, is that how you reset after you have a glitch. Mm-hmm. And they had that glitch really early on, and they managed to reset. I mean, I've been on rounds before where you have a glitch early on, and you never reset. Or, you know, really proud of the fact that you can have a glitch midway through the dive and you can reset, you build back up. What was it you called? It was something...
Learn it, earn it, burn it.
Learn it, earn it, burn it. And you have to learn it, earn it, burn it during a skydive, or during a round, an indoor round, which can actually be quite tricky, you know.
I don't know if you were commentating when this happened, but Chimera at the Wind Games.
Yes, I probably was.
So there was a block 4 that James and I were talking about yesterday on the way down, where I just didn't pick up the grips. I was outside centre and it was my job to pick up the grips on point, and I just didn't do it. And I didn't do it the first page or the second page or the third. And James was saying he got to a point in the dive where he just knew it was going to happen and he just stopped caring. He's like, well, we're not getting this point. She's not going to do it. It's not going to change. So we'll just carry on. And sometimes
I did wonder,
these things
and
happen.
I remember it.
I was so confident in it as well. But sometimes these things happen, whether it's a one-off glitch or somebody's, you know, taking the wrong grip on a D every time, or whatever it might be. You have to just carry on, because what you lose in stopping and trying to sort it out, you would have gained in just carrying on.
Because you can lose 30 to 45 seconds of comms, aren't you? You might as well just keep going. You'll get some points and you go through it. But it's what you learn from that as well, right?
Absolutely.
I brought that confidence down a little bit, right, for you to focus a little bit more for the next round.
You know me, Ray. I was absolutely fine. I didn't cry. So the Redlands Harpies, hopefully no need to cry for these guys. So Redlands Harpies, it was nice to see them on a level there for a second as well, so you can see how they seem to have some maybe level issues at points. Looks like the person in the white open face helmet is maybe struggling a little bit for airspeed, but
it's when you reach out. That's what we were talking about earlier. You have to be comfortable in your fall rate and going to the common denominator, right? So if you're uncomfortable and you can't pick up the grips, as you stick your hands out, you're going to float, right? So you need to be comfortable in your own fall rate, and the team have to work towards what that common denominator actually is. So if somebody has to put on a weight belt, or somebody has to have a baggier suit, and you talked about it in Chimera as well, right?
Yes.
You know, you have a super tight suit, and Pete has a there you go, some high fives. Not Pete, sorry. Will has a nice what's it called? What are those? Slow fall suit.
A slow fall suit, yeah. He's very tall. Did you know?
I know he's very
He's
tall,
incredibly tall. We've got a few contenders for taller people.
Yeah,
Tim Gaines.
Tim Gaines definitely, but he's mainly doing VFS. So for the FS definitely, and I think. A gentleman called Luke, maybe. That's
Luke Nicholson, apparently is quite tall.
So Will has got some competition.
He has. We were hoping he was going to come down this weekend, actually. We were going to have a tall off.
Yeah.
See who was taller. It's the only way, is to have them stand back to back. There's no way we could just use their measurements.
Taller.
So live, laugh, low turns. Oh, I'm glad we've talked about how tall Will is. It wouldn't be a competition without mentioning that. But live, laugh, low turns.
Considering Chimera aren't even flying, I think, you know, it has to be mentioned.
Yeah, we'll talk about Katie Woods as well at some point, I'm sure. But live, laugh, low turns. They're doing okay. I feel like they had a bit more energy in the previous round, which had a block in it, I think. Whereas this one, they seem a little more cautious. Sometimes I think when you are approaching an all-random round, where traditionally you can score more points on an all-random round in four-way, but that can put added pressure where you want to look after it and respect it. You don't want to push it too hard. But yeah, their previous round, J6, I felt like had a little bit more pep in it. They seem happy though. There's Dan Staples, looking happy with that. Yeah, he's looking quite pleased with how things have gone. So we're going to open the tunnel doors and we're going to let in the next set of teams. So that was Live, Laugh, Low Turns. And then we've got Team 404, team name not found, Fledglings and Second Date. Just noticed, Ray, as well, our schedule shows spare, and we welcomed them as a team.
We only did it once.
That's a spare slot. Jazzy helmets from these guys as well. I'm enjoying it. So
for all of those of you who think that we just managed to talk and don't need a schedule and have no idea what's going on, I'm afraid that's a lie.
Indeed. So we've got the rookie round 3 up on the screen for you now. So we've got MBP. This is a star. Star is famously a very easy formation because we're all looking in. We should all be able to see each other very easily, and it's nice and compact. It will fit in the tunnel. The stair step diamond, there's just a small rotation for a couple of people, so that should be a nice easy move in theory. And then moving into the P, again, it shouldn't be too much of a drama for them. I've got high hopes for this round.
Yeah, no, it should be good. The team, I can't keep saying 404 team not found. They've slowed it down, I think, which is important. And I think they're really working on the communication between them as well. That's a really important foundation for categories, for single A or for rookie at the end of the day.
Indeed.
And we're seeing what you can do when you slow things down. Yeah, you're not going particularly fast. Or she didn't let go of that grip there. Definitely a bust in there, Brian.
So this is Luke Nicholson, who is contending for Taller Than Will.
Oh, is it? Oh,
So
very
Luke
good.
in the bottom left corner. I don't think he's taller. We joke about it, but there are kind of pros and cons around physical dimensions within a team, and there are ideas on where people would best fit position-wise. Is that something that you subscribe to? Would you put your taller person in tail, for example?
I would go back to skill set to a certain extent, but then it also depends upon whether you're an indoor team, whether you're an outdoor team, because a taller person on the outside of a plane is much more useful, right? So tail flyers tend to be long and gangly and can reach up and do things that you couldn't do. You generally want your smaller flyer to be a point flyer. But for an indoor tunnel, I don't think it really matters that much. Is where your skill set actually is. I don't know if you agree with me, but I don't think it really matters. But I think it helps. A lot of people are flying stuff outside that they're bringing into the tunnel, indoor flying, and I think that's just generally how it works. Your tail flyer from the outdoor, when they're hanging onto a plane, tends to be the longest person. And I remember when I started out as a tail flyer because it's the one where you're seeing the most, right? You're looking into the formation the whole time. So generally the one with the least experience, because you're not having to look over your shoulder, you're not having to outface too much. So it's a good place to start, really.
Yeah, no, absolutely agreed. I think for us, when we moved from having Chris as tail to having Will as tail, there were certain aspects where we could use that. We called it the length advantage. That's what Nicholas called it for us. There were certain points where we could use that, but it also meant that we had to renegotiate some of the block moves based on that change in height. But here we've got second date again coming in for us.
And they are a good team. I mean, this is Anne Fleming on the team as well. And I know Anne, sorry, I'm picking on Anne to a certain extent, but it's because I've known her for so long.
She bought my jumpsuit off me. She bought my bright pink jumpsuit from me.
Awesome. Why isn't she flying it?
I don't know. We should have a word. I do know one of the facts about this team is that 3 of them hate pink, so it might be that.
But, 3 of them do, but 2 of them are wearing pink, right, from what I can see.
Wow.
So that's interesting. Pink gloves, and somebody's got pink grips. They could be red grips, to be fair. No, they're definitely pink grips.
Do you know what? I don't mind the pink gloves, and I know I keep on talking about people's fashion choices, but bright pink I actually prefer over white, especially for outdoors. That bright fluorescent pink doesn't really, it doesn't occur in nature, whereas white occurs quite a lot, especially up in the skies over the UK. There's quite a lot of white cloud going on.
There is.
We can lose our hands.
But we don't jump in that, of course, right?
Of course, for safety reasons, we would not. But just in case one was to come over during our free fall, it's good to have your hands nice and visible.
I think that's why I just fly without gloves. Brown hands, quite helpful.
Oh, there we go. Good.
Okay, so this is incoming indicative scores for the FS rookie. I think we have team 403, which is second date with a top score at the moment of 13. Team 401, which is 404, team name not found. Please find your team name with an indicative score of 12. And team 312, no, that's on the... That is team 312.
That's
is
Rogue
a single
one
A.
A.
Yeah,
single A, sorry.
So I think Brian's getting a little bit confused, or he's hit some numbers in.
I don't think you guys can hear when Brian pipes up in our ears and goes, sorry. Brian, you're doing such a fantastic job. Honestly, there was a point coming into this where I thought that we were doing the scoring and the talking. Can you imagine?
That's loads of fun. Maybe, Brian, we should give that a go. We can run in between rooms and see if we can do it.
I do think that Dave Rogers and Mark Fletcher earlier this year did a brilliant job of it. I fear that I would not have the brain power. Right, here we go. Raspen No Trick Ponies, team 404. So they're coming in on this rookie round as well. So we've got M. And then we're going to move to the B, the stair step diamond, and then moving now into the P, which is the side body. So it's all looking quite nice and calm. So we've got one member of the team, the one with the orange helmet, not wearing booties. And I think we're seeing the effect of that. That person is having to do a lot more with their legs to keep themselves in place, whereas having the booties on... Do you know what? I feel like it's almost fallen out of fashion, or it's a way of getting a suit that's going to suit everything. You can buy an FS suit that's got some grips on it, but by leaving the booties off, you can maybe use it to free fly, but it almost ends up being not great for anything, like a hybrid bike.
In between,
yeah.
No man's land. But what's interesting is that I've flown a little bit with some free flyers who are not used to wearing booties as well, and I think with booties, when you wear booties, you can take away the feeling of the air on your shin, and you can actually fly a lot. And you watch the free flyers, you do fly a lot with the wind off the inside of your leg and the wind off the outside of your leg. Give it a try when you're next to a free fall. And you do fly a little bit differently. You can't turn as quickly, I don't think, but actually there is a reasonable amount of control in it. So I say there is something for, if all of the team don't fly with booties, or the booties aren't effective, then you can do it. But you can't have one person flying with them and the others not. I don't think it works.
I think it makes it trickier. So Kaleidoscope doing nice work here. So definitely seeing a lot. Again, the inside centre doing a great job there of just making sure that everything is properly built, everything is ready to go. And Ray getting some lunch as well. What a dream.
Sorry,
lunch
Laura.
has just come in. It's all right. Don't worry about it. Don't worry.
I'd like to add, though, I did point out to Laura that she needs to look at her phone to see what she can actually get for food. So
I have done. I honestly, I didn't expect them to have that prison-style opening to just post it through the door to us, but they do. It's weird, isn't it?
There's a letterbox, everybody, where they just chuck it through.
Genuinely are not going to let us out today, are they? That bucket in the corner is going to get some use. Right, so we've got, is this the Wavy Whackers?
One of our favourite rookie teams. Yeah.
Are we allowed to say that?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, these are my faves. Go on, Wavy Whackers. So they're doing a great job again. It's just very, very disciplined. If we have a look at Keely as an example, so Keely in the white jumpsuit, you can see the journey that she's taking, the path that she's taking around the tunnel is exactly the same every time. She's forward into the P, she's back into the M, she turns to the... Uh-oh, don't let me down. She turns to the B, she comes forward. She's back, she turns, she goes forward. She comes back, she turns. And that's what we want to see from these teams, is every individual flyer in the four-way should know what journey they're taking around the tunnel. And each one of these four people, I've used Keely as the example, but each one of them is doing that and executing their moves brilliantly every time.
They are really on it, Wavy Whackers, and I think it'd be nice at some point if we could get to chat with them about their journey a little bit. And
yeah, we should get an interview with them. But
I really want to see them flying an E, because if that E doesn't walk, I can't wait.
Yeah, they're going to be brilliant, aren't they? I'm not sure who's been coaching them.
We should
find
find out.
See my notes. It'd be good to know. So might drop them a message, see if we can get some more information about them. But yeah, loving their style of flying, loving the precision that they're bringing to this, and they're also just really nice people. They're so lovely. They're so fun. So we've got the VFS round coming up. Let's have a quick look at the draw.
Yeah, here we go. So we've got Flower Flower, which is a very nice block. We've got a mixed anthem, and so 2 blocks and then a D, a box. So the Flower Flower is very much everybody's holding hands, splits, does a 360 and comes back together, and it's all head down. The mixed anthem is as it says, 2 head up, 2 head down flyers, turning split, the P splits into 2, and they do a 360 and come back together. And the mixed and the D is very much, which is a box, I believe, is a mixture again of head up and head down flyers. And you've got 2 kind of outface flyers, so you could have some difference in engineering here as to who, at the end of the D, at the end of the box, who moves into the Flower Flower. But I think Flower Flower as a block is pretty easy, so they would take that pretty standard. So now in the tunnel we have another rookie team. We have Over the Rainbow.
I've just been informed as well, the Wavy Whackers are being coached by Matt Cumming.
Wow, good job,
Matt Cumming, of course, 8-way national champion with microclimate. He went over to the World Meet in Arizona where he competed, and also formerly a member of Team Eros, 4-way team that has podiumed a few times. Don't think they're continuing this coming year, which is really sad, but part of R4 MJ for this meet. So here we've got this side view on these guys. So Again, you can see how everyone's referencing across the centre, really clear keys from the person in the grey helmet who is their inside centre. And what we mean by keying is that that person is nodding their head to say, this formation is done, we can move on to the next one. And it's only by recognising when that person gives that key that the whole team is able to move together. Nice job by them.
It was really good, and that's really well disciplined as well, which is nice to see. And they look happy about it. What a cool suit, by the way. Just saw that. I think she had stars and
yes, it's pretty, isn't it?
Very cool, very colourful.
Very, very nice. People are definitely going a bit more wild with their options on their jumpsuits these days. There was a period where everybody just had plain black.
Yeah, we were taking ourselves way too seriously
Oh,
then as well, weren't we? So, you know, you need to kind of like... Now look at them, so many colours out there. Saying that, the mini jets are in with their nice blue. I love that. Oh, bit of communication there. Good.
I'd be interested to see if this team takes it outdoors when they're old enough. So I think the oldest one that we saw in the interview was 12. So they've got potentially 4 years to wait for that. But be interesting to see how it translates and how much it can keep their interest. I think when you're flying at this level already and you're so young, you've got quite a long time before you're going to be kind of moving on and doing something new. So can four-way keep their attention, or will we be coming back in a couple of years and finding they've moved on to a different sport?
It just depends really, and I guess it depends upon the children's journey, but we've seen it with a lot of the freestylers or the dynamic flyers like Kira Poe. Maya, who is a freestyler, they're now outdoors flying. I know that Amalia is outside now flying. So, you know, you start young and then eventually, you know, they might get into it, they might not. But we are seeing a lot of those younger flyers who are now so talented in the sky. Next up, we have the VFS and the round that we just talked through that round. So I think we have the flower, the mixed anthem and the box.
So some engineering options for the VFS team on this one as well.
But I think we're going to see, let's see if they take it standard. It goes so quickly, it's hard for me to spot some of the time.
So here's Omni.
Yeah, there you go, there's a flower. There's the mixed anthem, 2 up, 2 down, and you can close, and then straight into the box. Yeah, and then just going to take it standard as they normally would. Close the flower. This is looking good for Omni. You can see, this is what I really like about this angle, is you can see the staggered levels as well that you need to take when you're head up or flying.
So they've come into this as the reigning national champions, and I mean, realistically, I'm sure that no one will mind us saying it's unlikely that they won't win again. What influence do you think that's going to have on them?
I think they're just going to keep going. I think, you know, as I said in their interview, they're probably they're working towards VOS next year. But they are expanding to a certain extent as well. They've both competed in half of them have competed in the freestyle, for example.
And they're also doing the two-way dynamic, aren't they?
Yeah, exactly. And now they're also competing in belly. So who knows, you know? And the thing that I like about Omni is that they're willing to share. They share so much with others, trying to get them into the VFS. They share their ethos a lot to a certain extent, and they're approachable people as well.
They're really lovely,
and that's having an impact and effect on other people that want to get into VFS or vertical flying as well. To see if you can have a team like Omni who have grown together, how we can do that as well, which is really cool to see.
Absolutely, and I think it's really nice that they're also doing the four-way belly stuff, because I guess similar to, you know, skiing and snowboarding historically, they're quite different sort of beasts. Each one of them has got a different style about it, and sometimes you can almost get a rivalry between the two, and people don't want to pass between them. Whereas with Omni setting the standard and saying we're going to do VFS and also FS, it just shows that it is open and you can move between them.
You can. I mean, it took forever for me to learn to free fly. It took probably years and like, you know, many hundreds of hours in the tunnel, and then trying to do it in the sky is a completely different thing. But you can cross over, and you can have a little bit of both worlds. And I used to do a bit of wingsuiting as well. You can get into all avenues, you know, as long as you have the basic skill set, and it depends upon what you want to push for. And you're free flying now. You know, you've won a few medals.
Don't like to talk about it, right? But
great competition.
Who have we got now? So this is, I was going to say it's Silver Linings. It's probably not Silver Linings. It's Pan 99. And if you want to get in touch and talk to us,
she's back up now.
She's back up.
And the good thing about this team is that they've done some 2-8. So Seb has, we've got a little bit more information on them as well, and it's great to see them flying together. I think they wanted to compete in the 4-way VFS earlier in the year. and they weren't able to, and I think that now they've come back a little bit stronger.
They've got a great track record as well. Back in 2018, Andy was in. Andy, Becky and Seb were in Andy and the Pandies. Scored a 7.8 average at the British Indoor Nationals. And as we've already mentioned more recently, Becky and Seb achieved a 15.1 average at the 2022 Indoor World Cup in their Dutch team, Disgruntled Seagulls. So they've got a lot of pedigree behind them. They've got a lot of good skills, so we should see them really starting to ramp it up as well. And remember, if you want to stay in touch with us, if you want to talk to us about what we're saying or give us some stuff to talk about, then you can use hashtag BISN2022. That's the British Indoor Skydiving Nationals, BISN 2022.
So next into the tunnel, we should have Team Enigma. So Team Enigma, a little bit of information for them. Sol is our team captain and has 100 hours of flying time. Jordan 80, so they're all about the 80, 30, hours flying time. They've unfortunately had some. Their freestyle dream was shattered apparently when James couldn't compete in the outdoor competition. So now they're bringing it back into indoor, and so I believe Sol and Max won gold in the outdoor two-way VFS. And now they're just moving on from strength to strength, and these guys are being coached by Sarah Boyd of Omni 99. So we're looking to see good things from them as well, and they also look like a team that are laying the foundation that we can really build upon. So we're going to be seeing more of them in the future, hopefully without the shiny visor.
And we've changed the team name there in the bottom corner as well, which is great. It's definitely Enigma that we can see there, not Pan 99.
So that was Team Enigma.
Very, very nice.
And next up we should have Team
Rebellion.
So this will be the last of the VFS teams. See Hutch smiling there as well. They had a bit of a mare in their round 2. Hopefully this will suit them a little bit better. It's not a complicated dive, pretty straightforward. Not the fastest of rounds, but not particularly slow. So let's see. Flower is even Flower is a block that even I can spin. So
even you.
Yeah, even me. So Hutch has gone for a little bit of a wonder. He'll come back in a minute. Catchy, that's it. Close block. Oh no, they moved straight on to the mixed anthem. So they'll take a bust from the end of the end of the flower, and it's closing the mix. Yeah, here we go to mixed anthem.
So they'll only take a bust from that rather than an omission, won't
exactly,
they?
Yeah. Okay, that's great. And then we're just seeing here that box. No, sorry, this is back to the top of the round. So that was flower. Mixed anthem.
Similar to the FS, there's a huge amount of discipline here, isn't it?
Yeah.
Isn't there? And we saw when they had that little whoopsie at the beginning.
Whoopsie.
Yes. Everyone waits. Everyone has that discipline to sit and wait. And even the communication of moving on from the close of the block to the next point instead is going to be... Oh, here we go. So we've got the scoreboard up.
And it looks like Omni, as we expected, are out there in front on 41 points. And then Pan 99 in second place, 22. Enigma, or we're missing an E on that, but Enigma are there at 15, and then Rebellion. A few dodgy rounds, not dodgy I'd say, but a few issues at the beginning of their rounds for Rebellion in rounds 2 and 3. But you never know. There's still 7 more rounds to go, so they might pull it back. And interesting rounds. I think we're moving straight into some adverts for you, and we'll be back for round 4.
Do your business systems make life easier or more complicated? Are your different departments using their own specialised systems that don't talk to each other, so you end up using spreadsheets, costly bespoke integrations and manual workarounds to see the full picture? Data gets duplicated, you get frustrated, and worst of all, it starts to affect your guests' experience. The Fuse Metrics system brings everything together. It's been designed from the ground up as one easy-to-use system with everything from finance to HR, ticketing, tills, and your CRM. It's a smarter way of working, so your team can work more efficiently, with each team member just seeing the parts of the system they need to do their jobs. Fuse Metrics even integrates with your website to bring your online ticketing, retail, membership, and other data all into the same system. Fuse Metrics is one system, so your staff will have a more consistent working environment and a single point of contact for technical support. Training staff becomes faster and easier with all departments trained in the same work environment. It just makes sense. So end the web of subscription costs, support calls and hair-pulling frustrations of multiple management systems for different jobs and let FuseMetrics streamline and simplify your leisure business, letting you focus on what's really important. FuseMetrics. Do your business systems make life easier or more complicated? Are your different departments using their own specialised systems that don't talk to each other, so you end up using spreadsheets, costly bespoke integrations and manual workarounds to see the full picture? Data gets duplicated, you get frustrated, and worst of all, it starts to affect your guests' experience. The FuseMetrics system brings everything together. It's been designed from the ground up as one easy-to-use system with everything from finance to HR, ticketing, tills and your CRM. It's a smarter way of working, so your team can work more efficiently, with each team member just seeing the parts of the system they need to do their jobs. FuseMetrics even integrates with your website to bring your online ticketing, retail, membership and other data all into the same system. FuseMetrics is one system, so your staff will have a more consistent working environment and a single point of contact for technical support. Training staff becomes faster and easier with all departments trained in the same work environment. It just makes sense. So end the web of subscription costs, support calls and hair-pulling frustrations of multiple management systems for different jobs and let FuseMetrics streamline and simplify your leisure business, letting you focus on what's really important. FuseMetrics. Do your business systems make life easier or more complicated? Are your different departments using their own specialised systems that don't talk to each other, so you end up using spreadsheets, costly bespoke integrations and manual workarounds to see the full picture? Data gets duplicated, you get frustrated, and worst of all, it starts to affect your guests' experience. The Fuse metric system brings everything together. It's been designed from the ground up as one easy-to-use system with every.
Hi guys, so we're back here now. We've got Connor Figg and we also have Max Fuller, so hello to you both. So first of all, we'll start with you, Connor. What teams are you competing with and what disciplines are you also competing in today?
This year doing freestyle, that was my main plan, and then we had some changes around this morning, and now we're doing a last minute scratch team with Max for two-way dynamic as well.
Oh, very interesting, very interesting. And then Max, what about you? What are you competing in? What's your team names for both teams?
I'm competing in a four-way VFS with Team Enigma, which is Saul, James and Rob, and then this team as well. So this team was supposed to be myself and Sarah from Omni, but Sarah's been a bit ill this week, so we've had a last-minute sub for the national champion from last year, so can't really complain.
So you've only just subbed in. So, good question then. How much training have you actually done in preparation for this competition?
Precisely none. Our first round is going to be our first time flying together.
Absolutely brilliant.
Had a bit of excitement in it.
And you've flown a lot. You've done a lot of competitions. I've flown with you previously when I've competed, and you're a very, very good flyer. So what's your sort of most recent achievements that you've done?
Probably the UK Nationals back in April. Got the gold medal in freestyle and two-way dynamic back then. So yeah, we're going to defend both titles this time.
Good. And what can we expect from you next year?
That's an interesting question. Got loads of camps at a few different tunnels around Europe and a bit of load organising at some events as well. So hopefully going to be a very busy season.
Brilliant. And what about yourself, Max?
Similar. We're kind of hoping to take Enigma VFS to the sky, maybe do Nationals next year as well. Oh, sorry, no, not Nationals, the World Cup next year, if we can get in. Yeah, lots of jumping, lots of organising.
Brilliant. And one final question before we go into a break is, where do you think you guys are going to place when you're actually within your own team together? Have you got an idea of where you're aiming for?
Honestly, I have no idea. Competitions, they always throw curveballs in, so anything could happen. Just going to try and enjoy the journey and see where we end up at the end.
That's a really good outlook. Spoken like a gentleman. And that's pretty much up for us now. We're going to move to an ad break, and we'll see you in a few minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon and welcome back, and as you can see I've had a little change in the seat next to me and I am welcoming in Emma Matacola. Welcome Emma. Emma, we're going to be changing the scene a little bit. We're going to be talking a little bit about the dynamic flying, some freestyle, and Emma, as most of you know out there, she is a super cool artistics expert, and you know what, it's really cool to have so much female power coming out of this commentary team today. So I'm not going to say much about Emma. Emma can introduce yourself. Welcome Emma.
Thank you very much, Ray, and I'm very happy to be here. And like you said, I've been listening to you and Laura this morning, and you sound amazing. And I was just saying how lovely it was to hear so many female voices. So I'm very glad to be here to join you.
Female power, that's it, we're just bringing it. So what have we got coming up? We've got the dynamic four-way, the freestyle, and the dynamic two-way. And I haven't seen much competition recently, Emma. I mean, mainly only because there hasn't been much commentating going on, or we haven't really seen the visuals or the streams of it. So, do you know what teams we've got coming in, and what categories they're competing in, and we've got scratch teams or training teams?
So we've got quite a lot of the teams that we saw So obviously we had the February Nationals that were held for last year. So we've got quite a lot of the same teams coming in. We've got a few new ones, but it's really nice to see a lot of the kind of local Basingstoke flyers progressing and, improving their skills and creating new teams within themselves.
It's awesome. And I think now we're going to switch to a video and we're going to be showing you at least one page of the dynamic four-way that's going to be coming up next. Emma, do you want to talk us through it a little bit?
Yeah, so you can see up on the left, it's telling you what these moves are. And here we're going into what's called the Crossing Classic, which is a new move for this competition. We've not seen that before, but you can see this is the 4 flyers flying around the tunnel. We're coming up to the four-way now. And so the round that we are about to see is head-up mixed snake, Crossing Classic, and head-up in face circles.
Yeah, I think... I'm sorry, I think we got that one mixed up because we're reading the wrong sheet. It should be head-up mixed snake, Crossing Classic, and head-up in face circles. Yeah, you got it right. I got it wrong. We don't know, we're getting confused. It's all this changing between FS and dynamic. It's all getting confusing, but the tunnel is on. The flyers are ready to go. Emma, the stage is yours. Let's go.
Yeah, so we can see them getting ready. So just looking through the draw again, we've got the head-up mixed snake, Crossing Classic, which is the first time we're going to see this move. It will be very interesting to see it, especially in four-way. That's all 4 flyers are in the tunnel now. They're doing their head-up mixed snake, which is a combination of head-down flying and head-up flying. Here is the Crossing Classic.
It's fun. Looks like fun. I mean, the really good thing for you guys watching at home is that the difference from the FS and the VFS that you've seen really is that the aim of these guys is to cross through the lines. You can see a side camera and you can see the side cam in the ring, and you could see the centre line as well. And the whole idea of seeing the 2 lines is to make sure that the teams don't cross or cross those lines appropriately, really, and that they make sure they go over and underneath the ring at the appropriate times of the various moves. So this team, Emma, is 2 guys, a girl and Harry?
It is two guys, a girl and Harry. So it's Harry Sohn, Zach Nicholas, Emily King and Ryan Arkle. And it is actually Emily King's first time competing in dynamic four-way. The majority of this team competed last year in four-way. And they've now got Emily, who's previously competed in freestyle.
I know, and how old is Emily now? She must be about
14 now.
It's crazy, right?
I know. Flying for 10 years since she was 4 years old. So this team look like they're
well.
They're doing pretty well. They look like they're taking it all in their stride. What we are looking for, or what we're hoping not to see, Ray, is any red lights.
I spent a whole competition with 2 rounds. Just all I've seen is red lights every time I've crossed through a ring or a line.
We've managed to not see any now. They're out of the tunnel. They've just grabbed Emily out. That looked like a great first round, Ray.
Yeah, amazing. And really nice to see. I mean, I'm so used to seeing red lights coming up that it's nice to see them not have them. And next in the tunnel, we have the other four-way team, because we've only got 2 teams competing in the four-way, which is actually a pretty good accomplishment. And they are Team I'm a Snake.
They are Team I'm a Snake. So this is Martin Roberson, Elise Sharp, Tim Gaines and Sebastian Mulder. And actually when I asked them yesterday how it was all going, Tim was surprised to hear that their team name was I'm a Snake, because he didn't know what it was. So we've seen these 2, they're flying in various other disciplines, these 4, they're flying in various other disciplines. It perhaps looks a bit slower than the previous team, although I know that they've done a lot less training.
Yeah, there's a first set of red lights, there's a bus there. I think that was probably on the sideline, right?
Yeah, so each time we see those red lights, Ray, it's a 5-second penalty added onto the time. We can see the time down there in the bottom right-hand corner, and that is timing how long the flyers are in. They've got to fly for as short a time as possible, as fast as possible, but sometimes when flying fast, they can make those careless mistakes leading to a 5-second penalty.
And that's quite punitive, you know, that can really add up as well, especially if it's a long round like this is. This isn't the easiest of rounds, and there's a lot of mixing between head up, head down, as in, you know, it's easier to zoom around on your head, I guess, to a certain extent. Head up flying is a skill set that's acquired a little bit later and takes a while to finesse. So not the easiest of rounds, but you know, just one bust isn't too bad, and I think they're on their final page now, right?
Oh,
just as I said that.
Just as you said it. So we'll know that each of those two busts will incur a 5-second penalty. So that's so far 10 seconds added on to their final time, which is not what they'll be wanting to see. And one more.
The red lights of doom. Sorry.
Very dramatic.
Well, it is. When you're in there flying it and all you see are red lights, it's not very nice.
It really isn't. It really isn't. And that is the time is up. They are out of the tunnel. A big smile there from Elise Sharp. The high fives all round. I mean, I don't think this team did really any training for this. So it's, you know, they've done with it what they could.
And the really good thing about this is that the teams can actually see instantly where their busts actually are. They've got a screen inside. I believe they've got a screen inside the atrium as well, so they can have a look and see how they're getting on. They're not really contesting it too much, and they're just moving on. But it's good to see the replays of where those busts actually came in. And this is pretty much a scratch team, right? They're not really in it for much, but I think you know, it's good to have some competition for the other teams, and great to see Elise competing in yet another discipline. I think she's competing in 2-way, 4-way, and in VFS as well, right?
Yeah, she is, all after she's just come home from the record.
Yeah. We talked about her this morning, so we're not going to big her up too much, otherwise her head will get way too big to fit into the tunnel. But good on her for competing in so many different disciplines as well. And of course for all the Omni members that are flying around and doing different teams as well. So great to see. Okay, so now we're moving into this. We've got a little bit of a break, and I think we're going to be moving into freestyle, I believe, Emma. Is that right?
We are, yeah. We've got 5 freestyle competitors. Some of them we've just seen flying in the dynamic 4-way. We've got Connor Figg flying, his team name is Serendipity, Emily Watton, Emily King, Owen, and Harry Sohn. So we've seen all of those fly before in the last Nationals. Apart from Emily Watton, who we can see there on the screen with the blue and black helmet, and this is her first competition.
It's exciting, and for those of you that don't know, I've recently become a freestyle judge, so I can be a little bit an international freestyle judge. Actually, I mean, freestyling judging for a little bit, but it's really nice to see. Be good to see what Serendipity are putting out there as well now, and seeing what Emily Watton puts out as well, because I'm not seeing her fly, as you say, so she'll be learning a little bit from others around her. And they're both based out in Utrecht, is that right, in the Twin Tunnels?
Yeah, they are. So the two of them and Rosie Manning have just bought their first home in the Netherlands after 6 years of travelling around the world and working, and they've had an amazing lifestyle. So Rosie's just come back from the record, and the two of them, Emily and Connor, are here to compete in Emily's first competition. So they're really excited to show their different freestyle styles to the judges.
And it's not to music, it's not to anything. They might have the music in their head, but Connor's freestyle is really coming along, and he's shown us a lot recently. So it'll be good to see what he does.
He's a very controlled and powerful flyer, isn't he?
He is, very much so. And he's using the full use of the tunnel as well. It's interesting to see that most of the judging angle of this will mainly probably be from a centre line. You can see there that Joel is just sitting in that bottom right corner. So he's on the sideline, so he's getting a good idea of use of the tunnel, complexity of the moves from the angle he's sat at as well. And Connor's using a lot of the tunnel, I think. Lots of different moves. So he's got some flowy moves as well as some a nice side spin there as well. Awesome side flying. I love a bit of side flying. And lovely shoes.
They're great shoes. I feel like I've seen those soles of shoes before on some of the other flyers. But Connor took the gold medal last year in freestyle in the Nationals. Also took gold in the 2-way dynamic with teammate Rosie. But that was beautiful, Ray.
Nice. I think I'd like to see some more kind of centred spins from Connor, and then maybe a bit more use of walking around the tunnel a little bit more. But maybe it's the angle that we're looking at as well. So, it'd be interesting to see, the judging view is always very interesting as well, because they will, as you can see, Joel sitting there on the bottom corner, he's writing a few things down, but, he has a good view of how much of the tunnel is actually using. So next in, we're going to have Emily Watton. I hope that's how you pronounce it. It's Watton, right?
I believe so.
Cool.
Oh, she's very excited. She's very nervous. She's saying she's wishing that she had Rosie here with her. Rosie, who's currently working at City Skydive but hopefully you should be tuning in.
Who's Denise?
Whoever the suit belonged to, I guess.
Exactly, that's cool. Nice socks as well. That's nice. She's putting her moves. I have no idea what these moves are called, but nicely using some of the whole of the tunnel. Nice spins.
So this is Emily's first competition.
Bit of side flying there.
Oh, she's using all of the time she's got, isn't she?
I find it difficult these days to not have music behind it because I'm so used to the music being part of the routine, right? But as a judge, you have to learn to be able to watch what they're doing and not take the music into account. So I'm still learning as I go, but oh, that's a nice move.
Oh, that's nice.
Good job, Emily.
It's a very nerve-wracking experience taking part in your first competition, and she's just seems to be staying calm. It looks like she's flying beautifully, Ray.
Yes. Nice, well done, Emily.
Nice one.
I'm loving her socks as well. It's really cool. I think socks are very important in freestyle and in dynamic flying these days. And in the sky.
Make your performance better.
Of course.
Oh, look at that lovely replay of that spin.
Nice into that spin. I don't know what the spins are called. I just call them spins. I don't know if you got any better ideas, Emma, but they're just nice spins.
A head-up spin.
Yeah, exactly. All right, now so we have Emily King. So we've been watching Emily for years, right? And she's just progressed at a great level. She's mainly been coached by Zach.
Yeah,
if that's right.
By Zach Nicholas, who will be flying later on in the two-way as well. She's excited. She's pretty nervous about this. She just really enjoys being here, the whole dynamic of the competition, being with everyone again. And it's been amazing to watch her grow up kind of thing on the competition scene. She's really matured. She's competing in four-way as well.
Yeah, you know what's interesting is we were talking to, myself and Laura were talking earlier about watching youngsters in the tunnel, how long they'll last, will they take it into the sky? And like we know now, we've seen Kira and Maya and all of them starting out as youngsters, taking it into the sky and just killing it in the sky as well. And you're thinking, why do we even bother? It's not really worth it, right? But looking at Emily here as well, wondering if like in a few years' time whether she's going to want to take it into the sky. Let's see. You know, maybe we can ask her later.
Yeah, I did ask about her future plans. She wants to do more freestyle to music, which obviously we really enjoy seeing as well. So in this competition, she's been looking, that's really lovely from Emily. She's been looking more at learning the dynamic four-way dive pool, as that's been new to her. So she's been more focused on that rather than, obviously refining and working on her freestyle skills. But a lot of that time and energy has gone to learning the four-way dive pool.
I think learning to freestyle in general is really about control, being able to hold your body. It really lends itself well to dynamic flying, where you have to control your body with others around you as well. So learning to, where the wind is, how it flows, how to keep stationary, how to stop things and stuff. But next in the tunnel we've got Ewan. Is that right? Owen, sorry. I'm really bad. Ewan, Owen, I'm just... Sorry, bad with names, and that's all good. Emma, you can laugh. It's
I've pronounced my own fair share of wrong names. So Owen competed at the last year's Nationals, which were actually held in February this year. He looks like he's made some good progress, looks more in control than we've seen previously. Owen is an instructor here at iFLY Basingstoke, is a Basingstoke local.
Wow, that's good. Oh, and some really nice flying here from Owen. I didn't see much from last year, but this is some really nice. He's got some nice spins in it. It's got a nice way of moving and transitioning between the moves as well, and he's just got a nice, feel to his routine. So really good job.
Yeah, it definitely looked like it flowed. It looked nice, in control of lots of those moves, and he really filled it, didn't he?
He did, very much so. Really nice. Nice socks as well. Just saying.
Is this going to be commenting on all the socks and shoes? Ray can be our
official.
You
can't see them in booties, can you? So, it's not like they wear nice socks over booties. So it's good to see.
This is true. So I've got some nice slow-mo replay there of Owen flying his routine. So the routines are 1 minute long. There are no compulsory rounds. This is free routines only for the freestyle. In now we've got Harry Sohn.
Yeah, because Harry, last time I saw Harry compete was in Windor, I think. I didn't see him last year either. Wasn't able to attend, but it looks like he's been working on his routine a little bit. Definitely looks more of a fluid flyer. Using the tunnel, using the wind speed. It'd be interesting to see. Oh, a nice bit of side flying there. Just needs to hold it a little bit longer, I think. Be interesting to see maybe going forward when these teams come back what wind speed they're flying on as well, because that comes into play. And we've got it actually. Yep, nicely pointed out to me. I think Harry's flying at 85% wind speed.
Yep.
Which is obviously some of these moves are quite difficult to fly on the higher wind speeds.
Yeah, they are. And actually, fun fact: Harry only flew his routine complete for the first time when he was doing the wind speed settings. So all of the teams before they begin the competition, they all choose their wind speed. They'll have a time to set their wind speed, and Harry only flew his routine for the first time complete during that wind speed setting time.
It's really good. So that was the freestyle round 1, and just a quick shout out that the freestyle category is sponsored or powered by Studio 34, which is their strapline is making your marketing ideas perform. So thank you very much, Studio 34, for bringing us the freestyle category. Next in, I think we're going to be moving. So we're going to be moving into the two-way dynamic, and I think we are going to be quick heads up, Emma, what that draw actually is.
That is going to be head up mixed snake, followed by head down 360 and mixed shuffler. So we can see there are now 2 flyers in the tunnel, and this is the pattern that they need to fly. You can see in the top right-hand side there are 3 moves, so they've got to fly each of these 3 times. And each of those is called a page, and they've got to do it in the shortest time possible, fly as fast as they can, but particularly in a competition of this level, they're also wanting to fly big and clean, and try to avoid those busts, the red lights that we were talking about, which incur a 5-second penalty.
I mean, this is where I think I always used to go wrong, and Loren will probably agree. my teammate. You'll say that I never flew big enough, so sometimes those lines I would just be too close to the lines, and I'll just bust. That's why I've seen so much red in my life. I think it's a real art form to learn to fly big, and you've competed as well, right? You know how difficult it is to to focus and to keep things big, and all your coaches and sitting there outside go, just fly bigger. I'm like, no, but there's pressure. We want to get this done, and we're looking for different things. We're looking for references in the tunnel, and it's just hard. So you're right, flying big is really important.
Yeah, and especially, I mean, it's different at different competitions, but at this competition, we're at the Nationals, we're at a not such a professional standard. We're looking for the team's not looking to shave off split seconds, because it's probably not going to come down to that. They're looking to fly bigger and cleaner, and the 5-second penalty is more damaging than trying to save a few split seconds. So we've got Team Enigma in the tunnel. This is Saul and James Jordan. They've been flying together for a little while now. They've both done quite a lot of tunnel and quite a lot of skydiving.
I think they've picked up 1 bust already. It's a little bit unfortunate. They've just stopped a little bit, got back together, which is really good. You can do that, and it's the best way. Let flyer 2 catch up with flyer 1. Another bust there, and I think that was on the sideline. Yeah, I believe so, but we'll find out in the replay later on. But it's important that when the flyers are flying around each other, that the second flyer doesn't get too far behind or in front of the first flyer, which means that you will incur some busts there, because you're not crossing the lines at the right point in time. They look like they're flying big enough, which is really good.
Yeah, they're just on the mixed shuffler now. So 1 bust. These 2 they also competed before in the Nationals in February, and they feel like they have made some progress, and they're definitely looking a lot more confident, a lot better than they were previously.
Yeah, no, definitely really good, and it's a shame they picked up 3 busts, but it's round 1, and that's another bust there, just as I spoke. And I think what happens is that these busts are generally they're reviewed by the judges. They'll have a look at what those busts are, because we're working in very much a live space here with the judging. So the judges will look at the busts afterwards to make sure that they're confirmed and they're all happy with those, and move forward. So at the moment it looks like they are 4 busts in, but they're on their journey, right? They're learning. And I think Enigma are also doing their half VFS team as well, right? So
yeah, they are. Yeah, and next year they're aiming for four-way dynamics. Saul told me.
Yeah.
So these two are so full of enthusiasm. They just love what they do. They love flying in the tunnel. They love skydiving. They're always full of enthusiasm, and they're always keen to get better and to improve.
And I think the busts there were really for them just being the second flyer being a bit too far behind the first flyer. So it's really important to learn to wait, to pick up the second flyer as well. It can be a bit too tricky, but it's really important to learn to wait. So you just see Martin waiting there. Who's he flying? It's
Elise.
Elise, very good.
So this is Martin and Elise. They have done about 5 hours training together. They're feeling good about the new moves, particularly the crossing classic.
It's better than the classic, I think, the crossing classic.
So these are two very fast flyers here. They're looking good. They're looking nice. Going fast, no bust so far. Into the mixed shuffler. There we go. So you can see that these two are flying significantly faster than the previous pair. And this is through a lot more sort of training and experience, and these two have been flying in various teams and various formations for years in different disciplines.
And they have the confidence. They fly in this tunnel a lot. They know each other quite well. They know how each other flies. 5 hours of flying together when you're already a good flyer, one bus picked up there, just means that you'll just have the confidence to go in there and do well.
Yeah.
And it's great to see to see teams in different disciplines coming together. So I'm not sure what the bus was from, but we'll find. It might be through the ring. I'm not sure. Let's have a look later.
So they're on their final page now, and I mean, it's looking good. These are going to be one of the teams that are kind of pushing for the top spots. We've got 5 teams competing in the two-way dynamic, and these are going to be certainly pushing for the top of the table results. That's a nice clean exit, Ray.
Very good, right? I like it. It's nice to see. And I think next up we should have team with Connor in it, and I believe that is team barely competent. I don't believe that at all.
Well, actually, Ray, this team were this was originally Max and Sarah Boyd from Omni, who were competing in many disciplines, and at the last minute, Sarah Boyd has pulled out of two-way dynamic, and Connor Fick has stepped in.
Well, he's I'd say he's pretty competent, so they might need to think about changing that team name.
Oh yeah, very, very, very confident, competent. Change the name. So just seen Connor flying in freestyle, and now he is with Max and barely competent.
Go Max.
Again, this is looking like a nice team. Max looks to be a bit of a slower flyer than Connor, but they're both looking good.
Connor's getting a bit ahead there. It's good. He's waiting. He's hanging out, and that's actually probably the best way to do it. You put it means that the more competent flyer, competence, can see what's going on with the not as experienced flyer, and can really say, okay, I can slow down here and I can hang out and wait. So it's a good way of doing it.
Absolutely. And do you know what, Ray? These two have never flown together.
Brilliant, right?
At all. And this is what's really nice about these competitions. I'm sure it's quite stressful for them, but we like to see the bonds that are made and the relationships, and you can last minute step in and still just laugh and have a great time. And this is a great performance to say they've never flown together before.
Exactly, and they're making it's a true testament to Max's flying as well. Really strong flying here, able to lead Connor around. And to testament to Connor as well, able to slow down when he needs to, but kind of helping and guiding Max through as well, but not getting ahead, which would be bad. That would be busts on the board. Lots of red lights. This is clean so far. Really nice to see.
Yes, we've got 4 judges for this discipline. We've got Gary Crisp, Jamie Arnold, Joel Strickland. Oh,
yes,
Strickland just went out of my mind a second, and we've got Jimmy as well. So they are currently sitting and watching. So on the left of the screen we can see the centre line. On the right of the screen we can see the sideline. So 2 of the judges are watching the centre line, 2 are watching the sideline, and they've got what's called the Dynamar system. So they've got a button that they'll press. Any mistakes, they'll press the button, the lights will turn red. But that looked like a clean round,
That's
Ray.
amazing. Well done, Max. I'll take my hat off to him. Really good flying. Nice that you can just pick up a teammate of Connor's caliber and go in there and fly. So really good work. So next in, who have we got? We've got
A to Z, which is Zach Nicholas and Harry Sohn.
There you go.
So we've seen Zach flying in the four-way already. We've seen Harry flying in the four-way and in the freestyle. So the two of these, they've done 2 hours training time for this competition for the two-way.
This looks like a different lineup to me. So it's Buster Lines. Buster Lines.
Buster Lines, I apologise, that is Matt Kite and there's Dan Mills. They're northern, well, they fly at the Northern Tunnel in Manchester. Both of them are actually Welsh.
Very good. Manchester's not too far from Wales, is it? Really?
Oh, you're testing my geography.
I am now.
I'm not here to talk about geography, Ray.
I just got a very stern look from Emma there to say, you test me on geography again, I'm going to punch you in the face.
I wouldn't do that, Ray. So this is Buster Lines, hopefully busting no lines. This is Matt and Dan. Their coaches are Josh Bennett and Matty Mitchell, with a bit of coaching also from Steve Rottier, who is our roaming reporter here.
He's looking out for them, I'm sure.
He will, certainly will be. So these two, this is their first competition.
Very good.
Very nervous. I asked them how they were feeling and they gave me a very sort of stiff, nervous smile back and said, it's fine. But they look like they're doing it's some really nice flying, Ray.
Yeah, no, it's really nice to see. And I think it makes me wish I bought my suit, and it makes me wish I was flying again. Do you feel like you were back flying again?
Me too.
Yeah, I know. It just feels like I think the last time I competed, I was probably like a few months pregnant with Bodhi. So back then, that was quite cool. Yeah, it just makes you want to crack out your suit and go, maybe we should do it.
Maybe we should.
We should, Anna. We'll just put the kids in a crash.
Perfect.
And we can get out and
put them in the bottom of the tunnel. Let them do their thing, and
we can watch them from above.
So these two have been in the tunnel most weeks for the last few months, trying to get in as much training as possible. And I'll tell you what, that shows that is. They're looking good. They're looking clean.
Did you say they were tunnel instructors, Emma?
They're not tunnel instructors, no. Just flyers, hoping to keep on improving. They actually only learnt the dynamic lines about 18 months ago.
Wow, good for them.
It's very, very impressive. That's a fantastic performance from Buster Lines. I'm sure they're going to be really, really pleased with
really
that.
pleased. And what's interesting is that we're watching another team now come in with these really tight suits, and their suits had a little bit more give, a little bit more forgiving, give them a little bit more air to catch as well. So, I guess, there's two schools of thought. Wearing baggy suits can help you at least hold your position for a little bit longer, rather than wearing the tight suits, which you have to really, it's as if you're not wearing any clothing at all, right, as you're moving around the tunnel. Two schools of thoughts, but in the tunnel now we've got team A to Z.
So these are both instructors, former instructors. This is Zach and Harry. As Ray said, they're wearing the tight suits. They are flying this pretty fast, Ray. This is definitely going to be one of the top, fighting for the top of the medal table.
I should hope so, being iFLY instructors.
Absolutely.
Oh, they've just picked up a bust, Emma. Won't be happy with that.
Didn't see what that bust was, but no, they won't be happy with that. Not letting it throw them off, though. Carrying on moving at that rapid pace. So this is the head-up mixed snake, head-down 360, and mixed shuffler. It's not going to be the fastest round. It'll be very interesting when we start seeing the scores. This is definitely on track to be the fastest one we've seen, I think, Ray.
Yeah, definitely. Looking at the timing again, but they have picked up that bust as well, right? So I'm not sure I can't remember off the top of my head what Elise and Martin put in, but I think they're finishing up. One more to go, and they're out the door.
Yeah, that was looked like a nice round. They look quite pleased with that, Zach and Harry.
Zach's going, bust is 4. What exactly? Has to challenge it somewhat. You need to make sure that is challenged.
So it'll be interesting to see whether that was a bust. I didn't see what it was for, but it will be very interesting to see when we get the scores.
I know it will be. So that went by so quickly, and I feel like, I've barely seen anything, but it was good. It's good to get the dynamic off the boards, and normally it comes at the end of the day, so it's nice to stick it in the middle, I think. Wake up the freestylers. So now we're going to be taking a short break, and we'll be coming back to you. I'll be saying goodbye to Emma, saying hello to Laura again. We're going to an interview now with Laura with Wavy Whackers. Over to you, Laura.
Ray, thank you very much. How are you guys doing over in the studio?
We're good. Me and Emma are getting used to each other.
We are.
Feeling each other, seeing how we're getting on.
I'm missing you. I'll see you again soon. But yes, as you say, I'm here with the Wavy Whackers, who we've been talking about already this morning. We are loving your style of flying. You guys are looking on it. Tell us, how do you think it's going, Tom?
So far, it's been pretty good. We came in thinking we were going to, do about average, but what we did about an hour and a half of training last week or the week before, and then half an hour of training yesterday morning, and it just sort of all clicked yesterday morning. And obviously we've been going in, and it's just been really smooth and really fun, as you can see. We've been high-fiving after every jump.
And what's the approach then for this meet? Are you guys seeing this as the start of the season, or is it the end of the 2022 season for you, Sophie?
I think probably the start for us. We've not flown together as a team before, so it's kind of starting how we mean to go on. We've got a really nice team dynamic. Everyone is really, really good friends. So yeah, it's great fun.
Wonderful. And you've made the T-shirts for today, right? Can we get a proper shot of these fantastic T-shirts, hand-drawn, with everyone's positions? You are quite the skilled team. And Sophie, you recently got your instructor rating as well, right?
Yeah, it's all very new, still finding my feet, a bit scared, but yeah, it's really good fun.
Fantastic. And what are your plans then for next year? Are you going to be continuing with indoor training over the winter, or is it straight to outdoor? What's going to happen, Tom?
I think we're going to do a little bit more indoor, because obviously it's cold, and then we're trying to do all of the UKSLs, although they've not been announced yet where they are, I suppose. So we're just going to try and do a bit of indoors, and then try and do the rest of the competition with the goal for competing at outdoor nationals and doing as well as we can.
Fantastic. And you've got an average that you're aiming for at this meet, right? B, do you want to share that with us?
Average as well as we can currently. Aiming for 20, but...
Aiming for 20, so coming for the podium. I like it. Well, thank you so much, you guys. It's an absolute pleasure watching you fly, and good luck for the rest of the competition.
Cheers.
And we're going to go to an ad break for you now, so we'll be back just after this with more FS.
Do your business systems make life easier or more complicated? Are your different departments using their own specialised systems that don't talk to each other, so you end up using spreadsheets, costly bespoke integrations and manual workarounds to see the full picture? Data gets duplicated, you get frustrated, and worst of all, it starts to affect your guests' experience. The Fuse Metrics system brings everything together. It's been designed from the ground up as one easy-to-use system with everything from finance to HR, ticketing, tills and your CRM. It's a smarter way of working, so your team can work more efficiently, with each team member just seeing the parts of the system they need to do their jobs. Fuse Metrics even integrates with your website to bring your online ticketing, retail, membership and other data all into the same system. Fuse Metrics is one system, so your staff will have a more consistent working environment and a single point of contact for technical support. Training staff becomes fun.
And I've managed to push Emma out and bring Laura back in.
I'm back!
Amazing.
I missed you so much.
Yeah, me too. I missed you, but I had Emma, so it was all good. this female power commentating stuff is pretty cool. I'm really enjoying it. All the girls. So now the tunnel is heating back up. We are going to put the dynamic and the freestyle to bed just for a little bit, and they can have a little snooze. And,
it looked great. It looked like everyone was doing a great job.
Really good. Freestyle competitors, fantastic, putting new moves out there in the tunnel. It'll be really good to get an idea of what that looks like from the outside, and that's my judge's hat on to a certain extent. But the dynamic looked pretty good as well. Some busts from teams that you weren't expecting, but some busts as well. I know it'd been good to know what those busts are actually for, but I'm sure Emma's finding out right now. But now we're back to the FS. We're going to start out with a AAA. And I think we'll have a look as well to see, I think some of the official scores might be up and around soon, so we might be able to catch some of those.
I've heard these rumours, yes. I think over on In Time Scoring, I think, has got it. So we'll try and get those up for you as well. But of course, the indicative scores so far giving us an idea of how things are looking. So we did have Meraki and NFTO fairly close. NFTO's lead has been extended a little according to the unofficial scores. Then we've got UK Wemby and then Apex down in fourth at the moment. Apex actually very close with Jeanette Wemby as well, and then not too much between them and R4MJ, so it's still all to play for here in the FS.
I think those were all the official scores actually, so that's really good to see that the scoring is up and running, and we can see that the indicative score is slightly out there for Meraki. But NFTO look like they're powering up and ahead at the moment.
They do. They'll be pleased with that. But here we go with Say It Again But Slowly. So we're back with the Bradley twins again. And this round, let's see what this round is. So we are currently on round 4 of the AAA, and round 4 is E14-17. So a fairly straight up round for these teams. There are no engineering decisions to be made, but it is a slot switcher thanks to that 17, so it means that our teams are going to have to be really on it to perform the 14, which has the potential to be a fairly quick block in spite of those slot switches. And a nice job there by Say It Again But Slowly.
Yeah, I know. It'd be good to get those Brian's thumb back up and running on the indicative scoring. I don't know. He's relaxing a little bit too much. Probably got his hands behind his head with his feet up.
He's gone to make a brew, hasn't he?
Probably. Brian, get back in your room.
Get me a tea, then get back in your room. Right, here we've got Omni, fresh from their dynamic, and did they also do freestyle? They did BFS?
No, they didn't do any freestyle.
No freestyle. Lazy. All right, so here they go, back on their bellies, Omni Tummy Edition. So there's the E.
It's as if Brian was actually listening to us, and he's ready and he's going.
Then we've got the 14. So 14, very similar to the 7 block that we saw earlier on, in the fact that you have to do a 360-degree turn, and also that you have to time those turns with everybody else, because everyone can smash in the fastest turn possible, but if you hit your teammates, it's going to cause trouble.
Yeah, you can see a bit of breakdown on communicate comms here, just because it's a little bit different, and they're not used to some of these visuals. And it's hard to build the 17, and the key to the 17 is to not pick up the grips until you absolutely have to.
The 17 is particularly difficult on the build because you've got a three-way, what we call compressed, so everybody's holding onto each other in a line, and that line can lift up because it's got more mass, it's got more surface area, so that group of 3 people is lifting up, and at the same time a 4th person's trying to hold on, so it is a real challenge to try and keep everything on level.
Yeah, and I think the key point is build the compress, pick up the grips when you think all the grips are going to be built, so that that hopper can then go and do what they need to do.
Absolutely.
And I think block 14 is probably one of the slowest blocks right out there for speed, so it's not the fastest round, but let's see. So this is block 14.
There we go, and this is the Silver Linings back in the tunnel again. So Silver Linings have been together for a while. I know that they've had some coaching over at Skydive Langer. I think they've been working with Jodie Lee and Matt. They also had some coaching from myself and James as well. A really nice group of people. They always have very good snacks. We like coaching these guys. They always bring us food. So there's the 17. For these guys, having moved up from AA to AAA, the 17 will be a block that they're not familiar with because it is a AAA specific block. It requires them to do a slot switch. So even when they're returning to some familiar blocks like a 14, they've not done it in those other slots.
No.
So that's going to be a mind game for them.
And it is, and I think with these type of things, you really need to slow it down. It's important that you're, like, you're doing something new. Don't beat yourself up too much. Be happy about what you've done, but just take it nice and slow, because then you can speed up and ramp it up for those rounds that you're more comfortable with. And we talk about confidence. It's building the confidence, right?
Yeah, and they look really happy there. They were all high-fiving as they came out. And in fact, during the break that I had while you guys were doing the artistics, the vibe out there, the general feeling out there was very relaxed. Everyone's just having a nice time. I thought there'd be a lot more stress, to be honest, but everyone's just taking it one round at a time and enjoying being together in this competitive environment.
I think that's it. I think COVID's taught us one thing, at least. It's like, how to make the most of our time, and especially how to make the most of our time together to a certain extent. So we're really lucky that we can get back to this environment that we're in, and I think people are just taking it in, absorbing it, getting used to being back in this environment, and generally not taking ourselves too seriously.
Yeah, absolutely. And here we go with some more scores for us. So these, I believe, are the unofficial scores at the moment. So Silver Linings 12, say it again but slowly, 11, and Omni Tumney Edition 10. So they're still heading up the bottom of the table, but doing a great job of it. And next we've got Peregrines. Little handshake for them.
This is your team.
They heard me when I said that I maybe owe them some beers. Apparently they're going to be holding me to that.
And I did say at the same time that I would be joining them in that.
Am I buying you beers as well?
Of course
Oh
you
my
are.
gracious me.
Good thing you only have to buy one.
It is. So here we go with E14, 17 for these guys. There's the 17 build.
Having the tallest person having a bit of a hop, was that? No?
Nope, that was Kat.
Kat
Brown having a hop. So it's a tricky move to make because you have to go over your teammates, but there are routes that you can take that reduce the amount of burble you're going to have. So you ideally want to pass over the arms as that grip opens up rather than going over an entire body. I think we're seeing Kat is taking a slightly different journey. She's going around the outside of the formation. Perhaps just a lack of confidence
It
there.
is, and it's not an easy thing to do as a hopper, and especially if, like, you don't feel like you've got the level, you're not going to make it. You'd rather just go around it just to make it happen. But they seem really happy. A little bit of a wave there from Pete.
And it's the 17 is one of only a few blocks where it switches the back piece as well. So I think to have a block where you've got to be doing that quite complicated move of a hop over, and you're not necessarily as confident in it because you don't do it as much because of the slot switch, then it's fair enough if you take a slightly different approach.
So next in we've got Team Foreigners, and I think maybe it's worth coming back to that. How many blocks do we have that switch the back piece?
Certainly some.
Yeah,
that's
I
for
think
sure.
It's definitely
there are
two.
some.
I think it's 10 and 17, right? And,
yes. So the slot switches are much more common up in the front piece. So you do, with experience, get much more comfortable in that setting of having to choose between which slot you're in and getting used to both of them. And they almost become second nature. You don't have an A and a B slot in the front anymore because you're so used to it. But the backs, they rarely have to do it, so it can be difficult.
Yeah, very much so. Really something that has to be trained. And one of the things I quite liked when I came to doing the back piece, from moving from the front piece, was that I could get to fly these blocks 10 and 17 very much, and they're all new with new visuals. So sometimes it's worth setting out. The front piece should go out and do some back piece work as well, so they get to get new challenges.
Absolutely. And vice versa, the back piece should see how hard we have it up at the front.
Exactly.
While they're just chilling. So here we have R4MJ. I was chatting with Matt during the break from this team, who was saying that they're pretty happy, they're enjoying it. It's their first competition together. They're not quite sure of what their plans are going to be for next year, but I'd really like to see them stay together.
Yeah, it'd be nice actually, and see if they can work on that team speed a little bit more, because as you said, a bunch of individually good flyers. Just need to work on how to build as a team. Like, choose a technique that you want to fly and fly it, similar technique together, because it's hard sometimes if you have different techniques to get that team speed.
I wouldn't be surprised as well if these guys are training themselves, they're coaching themselves, because there is so much experience in it and they've all had a lot of very high level coaching. But sometimes having an external point of view can really help move things along.
Yeah, I mean, you look at some of the top teams, like you look at Airspeed asking Joey to come in, you look at some experienced flyers, definitely very experienced flyers on Maracay, but they have Dave overseeing them at the moment, Dave Growls. I think it's important to have that outside view, not necessarily for technique, but also for just to, an outside view to tell you what's going on with the team.
Yeah. This looks like a really nice round for our 4MJ.
Yeah, no, it's nice, very good.
Some good speed in there. I think they should be pleased. Yeah, there's some clapping happening inside the chamber there as well. Everyone's impressed. So, nice job. There's the winged hussars.
Winged hussars.
They've been enjoying our theme tune for them, by the way. Yeah, they were having a lot of fun. So
I'm going to have to get out and meet them later. But I'm sure James is hiding, because I haven't seen
James
him anywhere.
James is there. We can see James. There he is with his burgundy jumper on, the dark hair and glasses. That's James Woods from Chimera. He's the reigning national indoor and outdoor champion, and he's coaching the Winged Hussars here. So
Winged Hussars.
He's leaving them to it. Off he goes.
Sorry. I can't help myself.
The Hussars. So we're going to open the doors for the next set of teams to come in. So this is going to be Apex, UK Wimby, and Maracay.
So yeah, this is really interesting actually, because when we looked at the indicative scoring, it looked that NFTO and Maracay were quite close together, but I think there's only a few points in between Maracay and UK Wimby as well. So let's see how we get on with those indicative scoring. These teams are, it's not too many points in between them. It's points that can be gained back, but it's really good to see the two coaches there. So Team David and Gary sitting down having a natter. Good to see. Obviously, David formerly coached by Gary as well, so it's all a little bit all part of the family, I guess, to a certain extent. So Apex getting ready to get into the tunnel. I like the history on the tunnel helmets. That's really cool. Thank you for that, Laura.
That's okay. It's I think for these guys, again, a lot of experience, and I'd be really interested to talk to them actually about how they feel that experience is translating for this team, because they've all come from quite different backgrounds but all flown at a very high level before.
Really nice technique from the first 10. A little bit, Pete was struggling, I think, a little bit for level there.
Taking the blind turn.
Yeah, very good.
There seem to be moments where they're not quite sure.
Yeah, exactly. They start off really strongly and they have this, you're right, intermittently coming into the middle of the dive, which isn't helpful for them. But, they're working their way through it. And I think, if they really, maybe with a bit more time, a bit more training, you're right, we should get them in for an interview.
I'd really like to. I think it's fairly common to almost not lose focus, but to have that bit of a glitch in the middle. And I think it's that point between being really concentrating and being in that flow state where everything is just coming naturally and you're used to it. And I've often found there's a moment where my brain is sort of switching off and settling into it, but then you remember, oh no, I need to remember what's happening next. So not a surprise, but it will certainly come with experience. And now we've got UK Wimby entering the tunnel. These guys currently in 3rd place.
So I don't think teams are going to get too many points on this round, as in, they're not going to make loads on another team, just the nature of the blocks that we have in here. But
so that would be an interesting grip just taken very high on the leg there.
Could be a bust there.
Could be. So the way that the scoring works here is that the teams have to show the formations correctly, but they also have to take the grips in the correct place. So anything below, I guess you'll be able to say more, Ray, but below where the leg strap would be when they're skydiving is a scoring area.
Yeah.
So one of those grips that was taken just previously was a little high and an incorrect turn there on the 14.
Exactly.
So he gave himself a little bit more work to do. This is looking a less confident round for
very
UK
much. And
Wingby.
again, it deteriorated. It's similar to Apex. It's like they started off really strongly and it just seemed to deteriorate with some glitches in there. So,
but now bringing it back. Now it's starting to look nice again.
Yeah, but now they're out of time, so that won't count for very much, unfortunately. But yeah, no, it's interesting, isn't it? It's like, you know, having that slot switch on the back piece has thrown some of these teams as well. So be interesting to see what Marikai do here.
How did you prepare yourself mentally? Did you do sort of visualising and brain training style things?
Visualising, brain training. You know, you kind of go through that. You know, what do you need to do for yourself? What do you need to do for the team? You know, everybody needs to do things a little bit differently. I used to overthink things, which is always a problem, right? So this is a nice view of Marikai. Nice work on the
very
on the
nice
hopping
on the
of the
17
tail.
there, yes, very
I'm
nice.
not sure if that was nutty, but it was
this
pretty
is
good.
looking crisp and clean again. This
Nice
is what we're getting used to seeing from Marikai though, and I think what they have maybe in the past lacked in speed, they've certainly had in discipline, and that for me is the foundation for then getting just stronger and stronger.
If anybody's watching at home, but the technique on the 10 when Nutty's hopping is just quite special.
17, yes,
Sorry, the
excellent.
17. Yeah, it's quite cool.
You can see the experience that she's got, because
it's like she literally holds it and then she uses that explosive power to like just jump over it, and it's just amazing.
And there's a lot of we call it preloading, a lot of sort of gathering air, catching air, so you can then displace it to your advantage, and these guys just know how to fly their bodies and they look happy with that.
Yes, look at that. Team Huggle, bring it in.
Happy faces. I'm enjoying these helmets as well. That's snazzy, aren't they? But yeah, they'll be really pleased with that flying.
Yeah, it's really cool. It's nice to see. And look, it's nice to see how they're talking to each other. The smiles are back. I think they had not so happy with their round 3. So this is, they're probably going to be a bit happy in a better place with this one. Kath is going, I can breathe now.
Sorry, go on.
No, let's not forget Kath's been out injured for some time as well, right? She had a shoulder. When I say injured, she had a shoulder surgery as well. So she's come back into it slowly this year as well. She's had to take some time out. So, you know, it's good to see how they're bringing it back together.
And the indicative scoring showing us that Marikai 24 points, Team 108, which is UK Wingby 22, along with 107, which is Apex, and 106, which is R4MJ 22. Quite a strong round for R4MJ to be matching UK Wingby and Apex. Very nice.
And it's good to see, like, they had a better round. You know, they obviously, the differences in technique or how they individually fly didn't matter in this round, because it was really about how what your strengths are in the moves that you're doing. So it's a different kind of round, you know, and maybe you don't need as much comms. The 14 is quite a slow block. So, you know, pretty good, and they were pretty good flyers for the 17 as well. So in at the moment we've got Jeanette Wimby, so Julien doing his second team.
I do find sometimes these big thinker jumps can help to just rein things in as well.
That's good.
We're seeing the same thing with these guys here. They look a little bit more controlled. Oh, a different approach there on the 17. That was interesting.
They've got, this is a mirrored team.
It's
as
mirrored,
well,
but they also appear to leave their hopper behind almost and just move the piece instead.
Well, it's just another way of looking at it, right?
Oh yes. See it again here.
Yeah,
it's
not. Right. Oh, didn't work out so well there, but that was end of time, so it was pretty cool.
Not bad, not bad.
Good work from Jeanette Wimby.
Very nice. And the next team we're going to have coming in, currently top of the leaderboard, it's NFTO. So they're going to get themselves lined up. Checking the wind speed is all good to go. They're given the go-ahead, and they will set up in the door. So each one of them needs to make sure that they're ready to fly. And that they're nice and buoyant, but that they don't enter the tunnel until everybody is ready to get in together, because that's when the timer will start. So in they go, and we're off. E14, 17. Nice, keeping everything very nice and small.
Yeah,
there's no unnecessary distance to be covered.
Yeah, really nice work by this team.
Nice on the 14. A lot of discipline on
really
there.
Nice on and off the key. Oh, just as we said it, right? It was like, ah. But really nice kind of, we've reset a little bit. You know, you can see that in the dive. Thinking again, let's build it up again. Really nice way of looking at it. Nice work.
You want to find the line, don't you, where you're not quite breaking it, but you are treading that line, and I think they slightly went over it for a moment, but they saw it and they caught it, and they should be, I think they'll be fairly pleased with that. I think Marakai probably have taken them on that one. I think.
Well, I don't know. I think NFTO looked a little bit faster on that round, maybe just by a point or two. Let's have a look at the indicative scoring, but Marakai just looked calmer. So you know when you look at the difference between like the teams, it's like NFTO are flying really fast and we're keeping it really small. I just think Marakai have got a little bit more in them.
Yeah. And so here we've got the next team to get in is going to be Boom Entry.
Yeah. And as we, I wonder about the slower pace, not as a trained team as NFTO. Always difficult to come in behind them. Are following them into the tunnel. You've just seen all of that explosive power, and you can't replicate that without the training jobs that NFTO have done. So they're taking their time with this, which is good. Not coming on and off the grips at the same time, which isn't too good for judging, and this is one of the things that if you're watching at home or a more junior team, like really look at how you come on and off the grips. This isn't necessarily the way to do it. You want to make sure that you're showing the judges that you have clear separation when you go on and off.
And that's the thing, isn't it? We have a responsibility as the team to show what we're doing, and whenever there's any kind of uncertainty around what you've been able to show, you've got to bring it back to the team's responsibility to make sure it can be seen.
Yeah, exactly. So that was really good to see. We just seen the AAA round 4, I think it is. I get confused, but I think it is round 4.
Yeah, round 4.
And next in, we will be having the AA, which is the AA category, which is sponsored by Semantic, websites that mean business.
Business.
And this is round 4 for the AA, so it's a 21L2, so that's a zigzag marquee, adder, and a side body donut, side flake donut. I didn't even know that's what a 2 was.
So we've got the 21, very similar to the 6 in style, in that there's two-person pieces, and there is a start, there is a clear halfway picture, and there is a finish. So the way that our teams will do well in this particular round will be to see those pictures and have the discipline with the 21. The 2, on the other hand, is a solo. The point is going to go solo while the other 3 create a donut, and they'll spin that around. So there needs to be speed, teamwork in the donut to make that happen, but also making sure that there's enough space for that point flyer to go around the outside.
The amazing thing about 21 is it's a single A block 21. It's one of the first blocks that you learn along with block 6. And I've spent so many years in different categories and in teams in AAA, breaking down that 21 again and again as to how to fly it, the most efficient way of flying it. It has to be one of those blocks out there that there are so many different ways of flying it that when you break it down, you can actually ruin what you're doing with it. So it's interesting to see how some of the teams actually fly it.
So what we should see on that 21 should be an opening and almost a black hole picture for fans of historical FS, a black hole before you then go into the final close. And let's see if these guys can do that. So there's the build. They're fairly in sync.
But then you've got some levels on the close. And it'd be nice, I think, as the teams are coming through for this, to see that side view again, so you can see some of the levels that are built in for the 21. You can see that you want to build in a little bit of level, don't you, Laura?
Yeah,
for the 21,
absolutely.
so the front piece can just get over, skim the legs of the back piece.
There's also a lot of stopping required in the 21. So we spoke about anchoring in the block 6. It's the same thing with the 21. The centres need to step out, and then they need to hold their ground while the next part of the move is done by their teammates.
You think whoever was putting the dive pool together actually thought about how we should introduce the blocks into the dive pool, right, with 6 and 21. So yeah, no, again,
very tight there from Grenade.
They're looking good, right, Grenade. And again, if we could see some of that side view at some point, it'd be really good to see. So block 2.
So we've got a little bit stuck on the side of the tunnel there. So the trick to that block 2 and the donut move is that whilst I did say that it's just 3 people spinning around, it's actually not that at all, is it, Ray? No. It's one person goes backwards, then the next one, and the output of that is that the whole thing should move.
Exactly. But block 2 is one of those blocks, I think, again, is one of the early blocks in the categories, right? That is kind of like, you can break it down so many ways to spin it. And if you introduce a new team member as well that's flying in that 3-piece, it can change the dynamic of how you turn that piece.
Yeah,
so, it's a really interesting block, and it's nice to see them. I mean, we focused on the new sets of blocks that we got in AAA recently, which is the 1 and 13. And I think we said to each other last night, we miss Hammer, the old 13. Right, we've focused very much on the newer blocks coming into it, but you know, it's now I think some of the more experienced teams and some of the coaching you get is how do you break down those blocks that you learn early on in your formation skydiving career, and how you make those more efficient as well going forward.
What I also enjoy about Block 2 is that it's not about the individuals, it's about how they bring it all together. So if one person on the Block 2 goes too far backwards, or they do it with too much power or too little compared to their teammates, that's where we got what we saw there with Grenade, where the donut piece is moving around the tunnel rather than staying in place.
Exactly, and it doesn't help, right? It's always that thing about how much energy you put into something. Somebody's got to stop it somewhere.
Yes.
Right, so if it ends up being the tail fly, if it ends up being the point flyer trying to stop it, which would be...
Or the wall of the
tunnel. The wall of the tunnel, yeah. It can
always
be
helpful.
Variety of different options. But next into the tunnel we should have...
Zora and then Quadruplane. So another 2 AA teams coming into the tunnel now.
We are rocking through this, aren't we? I can't believe it, already on round 4. I feel like I've just sat down.
What do you think of the pace of the competition?
I think it's super fast. I think I'm going to lose my voice by tomorrow. But and generally speaking, I think it's good. And I think the teams are managing it and would rather get through it. You know, if you sit for too long in between rounds, oh
dear.
There you go, back on it. If you sit in between too long for rounds, for me at least, I find I can lose my concentration.
Yeah.
I can't keep the focus up. I remember there was a Nationals, I think it was 2013, where the weather held for days. Like it was over days, and I played one game of chess with Johnny Flowers over that whole time, and it was great because it got me through the competition. But it's just that not jumping is hard to get that, get your brain working again. So you have to keep focused. So this pace I think is pretty good.
And one of the benefits of indoor skydiving as well is that we're not affected by the weather conditions. So you're absolutely right. It's really difficult when you're sat waiting for the cloud to pass before you can do your jump. Whereas these guys, they know exactly what time they're getting in, to the minute, to the second almost, and they can be prepared.
Yeah, and iFLY aren't hanging about. you will adhere to this timeline, so
we will get things done.
Exactly.
You will not take a break, Ray Ahmed. You will be in here. So Quadruplane are now in the tunnel. Here they go. So there's that block 21, and quite synchronised. I think maybe a bit too much step out from one of the centres, but not bad. Let's see how this block 2 goes for them. Quite a tall team, so it looks like they're feeling a little bit squashed in the tunnel environment, but then that can often help to reveal some of the areas that we can improve on blocks like a 2. If we're finding we can't fit that into a 14-foot tunnel, it probably means we're scooting across the sky when we're outdoors.
Exactly.
So it can be quite revealing.
Okay, this is a bit of it's okay, they're out of time on this as well.
Bit of a fumble. So each one of our teams is flying for, I believe it's 45 seconds.
That's right.
Of that, 35 will be judged. So the moment that they enter the tunnel, the timer starts, and then 35 seconds, that's when the time will stop.
I mean, I watch it, the more I'm watching it now, the more I want to compete in every discipline. Not that I have the competence to compete in every discipline. But it just, I just want to get in there and fly. But again, I don't think I want to be in the Goldfish Bowl either. And I don't want to be untrained. So just forget what I'm saying. I've obviously been talking.
You don't want to do it.
I don't want to do it. I just talked myself out of it. Thanks, Laura, for listening.
I'm glad I've been here for you through this difficult time. It's weird being here and not competing, because whilst you've done this commentating job for many, many years now, this is my first time for, I think, 15 years that I haven't been competing.
That's amazing.
So even from my very, very first baby days as a skydiver, I was in the competitions. So now it's really strange not to be getting in there.
I know, I can imagine. That's why when I used to commentate at places like Windoor or wherever it was I was commentating before, I would always try and compete as well at the same time, so I'd keep myself occupied.
I think that would be nice. So we've got some indicative scores coming up. Team 202 and 201, both on 11 points there. That's Grenade and IBME. Then we've got Team 204 Quadruplane on 10, and Team 203 on 9, and 203 was Sora. So some decent scores there for these teams, and we should be seeing the next set of teams getting ready to come in now, which will be Birds of Paradise.
So there's a plan for you next time. Laura, you can commentate on the VFS or the dynamic, and you can compete in the FS.
I'm trying to work out what's going to be easier, to learn VFS and dynamic, or to be able to fly it, or to learn it to be able to commentate.
You like a challenge. It took me forever to figure it out, and judging dynamic is hard enough. So yeah, I think it's and I've still not learned it all, so there's still a long way to go.
Give me a couple of weeks.
Yeah, you're on it. There's the confidence that we know. So this is Birds of Paradise. Both Vic and Beck's in this team.
Yeah. So what we're looking for here is synchronicity on the 21. If that's what is that the right word? Synchronicity. That'll do.
Yeah.
That'll do. So just a little bit ahead in one piece compared to the other piece, which is putting them offset for the ending of that 21, making it slightly difficult to close. But they're still managing to do it. They seem happy with it again. They always seem happy, don't they? Look at those smiles.
No, it's great.
They're
I think
happy
they're
no
feeling
matter what,
tired
aren't
now. Both brain and body. They're both bumped into Vic and Bex outside earlier.
Yeah.
And I gave them the thanks for all the hard work and the efforts they're going through. And they just looked a little bit kind of like, oh, we're tired now.
It'll hit them, won't it?
Yeah,
Saturday night, they'll be very, very tired.
They'll sleep well tonight as well.
Such a mum thing to say. You'll sleep well tonight. Get
Oh,
some fresh air, you'll sleep well. All right, here we've got squad game getting into the tunnel. Very nice on the 21 opening there. Just a little bit of distance being created during that inter, but really nice discipline on the opening. Then we've got a bit of movement going into the 2.
The nice spin of the 2, that piece.
That
in the centre,
donut piece is
really
looking great,
nice,
isn't it?
Yeah. And they had a really good round 3, right? So it's good they're bringing it back now, getting to feel a feel for each other again, which is really nice.
Absolutely.
How they fly.
L is always a tricky random. I'm not a big fan of L's. Dude, so L is one of those where there's so many variants on it that you can choose as well. But at this level, you've probably just got the one. And
the one I would always
nice.
prefer is, of course, the one where I'm on the back, where I'm picking up the grips.
Oh yeah, me too. Yes, I think that was our standard L. It's always tricky as a coach though, because you're like, do the standard L, and people are like, I don't know what that is. I don't know which one it is.
Very true for an L, right? There's so many of them. What was it? The long L. I used to hate the long L.
Yes. Yeah. Zigzag L.
Zigzag L.
Hey Ray, look who it is.
Hey, it's the
Winged
Hussars. I'm not going to be able to pass them without singing.
Why is that a thing? Why have we made this?
I just love it. It's such a great name.
It really is. So here they go, getting ready to get in. So these guys heading in for 21L2. So we should be, yeah, there we go. Some nice pictures in the 21 there. Well done, James. Good coaching. 21L2.
Nice,
and good
keep
flying as well by the guys. It's not all on the coach, obviously, but
you can see there when they built that 2, there's a little bit of that pull it all in and then spin it. You know, you compress it. Let's see if they do it again now on the build of the 2. Yeah, really. No. Yeah, bring it in and then turn it. They're just letting it go a little bit too soon. I think they need to hold that. But nice work. James is doing a great job with this team, huh?
He is. Absolute legend.
He knows his stuff.
He does. James is a fantastic coach, and I think a lot of it comes from his detailed understanding. Oh, they're happy with that. But he's got such a detailed understanding of how things work, and I think there are some people who fly through intuition and through feeling, and there are some who fly very much through being told this goes there and this goes there. And James is a brilliant balance of the two, where he just gets it, he can feel it, but he understands exactly how it works, and that's the making of a fantastic coach, in my opinion. Someone who can explain the why as well as the how.
Or you can be one of those ones coaches. Look at how happy they are.
That's Mac there jumping up and down.
Okay, so yeah,
they're so happy, aren't they? They're such a good group of guys. So we've got going to open the doors again now, and then we will be bringing in the Chili's and Vortex, who are the last 2 of our AA teams, and then we'll be moving into single A with Children of the Corn. So we'll bring up the draw now for single A and see what they are going to be facing. So we've got B, the stair step diamond. Then we've got an L again, Ray's favourite.
My favourite.
And then we've got block 7 again. It's so weird that these blocks are appearing in different rounds. They seem to be doing 7 all day today. But we've got, yes, B, L, 7. Fairly straight up, I think, this one.
The good thing about that is, though, you'll get teams in single A, even double A, who are executing these same like, you know, formations or same randoms or blocks, but in a different way. You might get somebody in a team in the single A that actually perform better than those in the double A.
Yeah.
Depending upon the block. So it's still good to see it across the different categories.
All right, so here we go, getting ready to go in. This is Chili's.
And they're in.
And they're off. There they go. Not bad on the 21. Escaping out for the L. And then into this 2. Let's see how they do. Oh, getting a little bit stuck over at the side there. So a lot of this can come from where everything builds the moment you get into the tunnel. You know,
Yeah.
sometimes you don't launch in far enough, or sometimes you go too far, and you really need to be conscious of where the centre is so that you can leave enough space for your teammate.
Yeah, it's true actually, and I think that whole thing about, you know, bringing it tight before you start to try and do anything, like making sure you built it, it's tight. You compress for a little bit to think about where it's going to go, hold on, and then spin it.
Yeah.
Is a really good way of thinking about it, especially in the tunnel, because as you said, you can really squeeze and hose your teammate.
Yeah.
On
No, you
twos
really
and
can.
fours. So next in we should have, that was Team Chile. So this is the last of the AA teams. This is Team Vortex.
Indeed. And I have to give a shout out. I've just got a picture through from Chris Cook, who is at home. So Chris is my partner. He's at home with the cat. Cat
Oh,
Mika.
very nice. Hello, Mika.
Mika the cat is watching all of this. So if you want to come out of the tunnel and give a little wave to a cat, you can do. Hello, Mika. Hello, Chris. Thank you for watching. And thank you to everyone who's watching us, wherever you are. Let us know. Why not? Get in touch. Hashtag BISN 2022. Let us know where you are. Let us know what you're up to. And we'd love to give you a shout out.
Definitely.
All right, so Vortex. Not bad. A lot of these teams I'm noticing are looking out at the end of
Yeah.
that 2 for the point catch a little bit too early. This is another one of those blocks where you've just got to execute your move, trust that the other person's going to do theirs, and then be there to pick them up. It's equally a block where you can see a lot, actually, for most of it. So,
But you're right, if you're focusing on the move that you need to do, you just need to execute what you're doing.
do.
And then just trust in the fact that the point fly can just go a little bit further if they need to.
yeah, exactly.
Or stop a little bit sooner.
I was going to say that was one of their better
Yeah,
ones there, but
exactly.
then it was out of time, unfortunately. But not bad at all for Vortex. So I think they should be looking fairly pleased with that. Lots of high fives. And we are moving now into Single A, Children of the Corn.
So Children of the Corn, they've had some ups and downs, but been pretty consistent and super happy with their last round that they did, round 3. So let's see if they're equally as happy with how their performance, I should say, of round 4.
So round 4, BL7. There's the B, there's the L.
Very cheated L.
And there's a 7. Little bit of miscommunication. It looks like some people were leaving before the others were there, but this is now looking a bit better. They don't seem super confident with the build of
No.
that 7. Potentially a place where they could have maybe spent a little bit more time on the creepers just to make sure they're super clear on what their own personal moves are.
Yeah, and those Bs look very wide, don't
They
they?
do,
You need
they
to bring them
do.
in. The wings need to come in a little bit more, which doesn't help to the next round, to the L.
We also seem to have a little bit of I think it's Joe there, like clearly very capable flyer, but watching him on the 7, not to kind of single him out, but there was certainly one a couple ago where he kind of threw in a really quick spin, which is great, but it doesn't necessarily help the rest of the team. You've got to be in sync with one another.
You've got to fly team speed. There's no point in flying them individually. Oh, nice bit of
Exactly.
knee flying there. They still look happy though, don't they? Look
They
at
do,
that.
they do.
Are they a Langer team, are they? Or
No, I don't think so.
I'm not
I don't
sure
think
where
I've
they're
seen
based.
much of them about. No, I haven't got any information about them either, unfortunately. Oh no, hang on, I do. I'm lying. Let me tell you what I know about Children of the Corn while we wait for the tunnel to boot back up. So, Children of the Corn is Joe Connolly, Lee Clift, Michael Benson, and Philippe. They experienced their 2022 Outdoor Nationals. They were in the rookie category then. And now they're in Single A, so they have moved up. And then their aim for next year, depending on how this weekend goes, they'll either do Single A or maybe even move to Double A.
Wow.
That'd be a bold move, a double category jump.
I hope they consolidate a little bit first as well, work on some of the basics that they want to, and then move up, because they've got a lot to learn. There's a lot of the slot switches and everything
Yeah.
else. And we're seeing a lot of leaps these days from teams, which is a really good thing. But we need to always make sure we're working on those foundations of how to build the team, how to work on that communication. But if you want the additional challenge of slot switching blocks, make that leap.
They also learned quite a lot at the Outdoor Nationals this year. They were the team, I didn't realise this, it was Children of the Corn who did the wrong round.
Oh, no.
So they missed out on a podium position by 1 point because they went up and did the incorrect round. So, Yeah, they said to me they won't be doing that again. And a lot of these experiences, you can only learn from them by going and living them.
Exactly. That's so true. Yeah, lived experience is the most important thing, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So something makes good coaches as well. If you've had to power through and battle through certain things, it can make you a good coach because you know where the difficulties are and how hard it can be.
That's the approach we took in Chimera. We've just been training to be really good coaches. A lot of adversity. I know Ali Milne, who is quite a well-known coach, instructor, skydiver. He used to do a lot of VFS as well. He refers to experience points.
Yes.
Whenever we're instructing, you've done something that hasn't gone to plan, but you've earned some experience points. Here we've got some potential busts, I think, in there for a team with no name. It depends how harsh the judges are being, but I fear that Claire's grips on the L there may have been a little bit too high.
But not only that, they went on and off at the same time as well, so the judges will be taking a closer look at it, which means that when the judges take a closer look at it, it will also mean that they will spot that if that grip is taken up too high. So next in the tunnel we have is that fledglings? No, I can't remember. Fornado, sorry. Me getting a little bit lost on the old schedule there.
Come on, Ray, you've only been doing this for the last 5.5 hours.
It's like 24
Come on,
hours.
be more on it. Coffee to the studio, please. All right, Fornado, another player-coach team with Bex, Maggie, Paul and Martin. Martin's an experienced inside centre flyer, but he is flying point for this competition. Apparently we'll probably be able to see his confusion in his eyes.
Confusion in his eyes.
Indeed, yes.
There's a lot of that in my eyes a lot of the time. So it'd be
interesting that they also tell me that Paul is an experienced four-way flyer who has most commonly flown point. So they've obviously decided that we'll put the inside centre in point and we'll put the point somewhere else. Why not?
Why not?
Mix it up a little bit. And it's good fun to do that sometimes, isn't it, as you were saying?
I mean, I really enjoyed flying. I still do enjoy flying the back piece just because it's
so much easier.
It's not comfortable. But you're right. It's not. But when it comes to a C, not so much as the inside centre. But to be fair, it's nice to have a different challenge, you know, and it's learning different block techniques and, you know, learning different blocks. The technique is pretty much, you know, what you do with it. But I think just learning different blocks and seeing different pictures.
I think just being able to fly everything as well. I mean, we mentioned that I've done some free flying in a free fly team. I was terrible at free flying when I first started trying to learn, but then I spent hundreds, if not thousands of jumps doing flat flying, came back to free flying and I was like, this is so much easier because you just understand how to fly.
Yeah, exactly. And it's very true, you know, and also you've got the confidence that you know you can fly. Right, okay, so you know you can achieve things. So when you come back to doing something that you've not been able to do before, it's actually much easier.
Yeah, stay flat, kids.
Stay flat. I would say mix it up, kids.
Mix it up. So here we've got Raspberry one-trick ponies. A little bit of a trick, and he needed to stay flat. Oh dear. Yeah, that was a cool trick. I liked it a lot. We've got a little bit of confusion though. Oh, that's a real shame for them. But yeah, it can happen. They seem in good spirits though.
Yeah, it's
giving each other a hug. These things happen. Sometimes it doesn't go quite to plan, and as we talked about earlier, it's how you bounce back from those things.
Yeah, and they will bounce back. But look at them; they're still like happy. You're right. I'm not seeing anybody come out look really annoyed with their performance, or you know, been heads down too much. Maybe apart from the tunnel instructors who are thinking, okay, doors are going to open, doors are going to close. No, but seriously, the competitors, as you said, the energy is just...
It's brilliant. I think a lot of them, having spoken to a few of them while you're doing artistics, quite a few are viewing this competition as the beginning of their season. So it's very much we'll just throw it out there, see how it works, and then take it from there for the rest of the season.
Yeah, no, it's good to see. And... it's good to see that everybody's watching as well. So many of the senior team members from the AAA, I should say, are actually coaching some of these teams as well. So they're all outside watching, seeing how they're getting on. There's a lot of really good, healthy camaraderie, which is really nice to see. A lot of giving back to the sport. Lots of people like, even as I'm walking out to just go to the toilet, people like, good job, Ray, like give you a pat on the back. It's just a nice atmosphere.
It is really nice, and hopefully the teams are taking advantage of that as well. You know, how often are you in the same room as these world-class athletes? We've got world champions competing here today. We've got world champions coaching, and it's just worth walking up to people and just saying hello and seeing if they've got anything that they can share with you.
Yeah, exactly. This is the time to ask, right?
Indeed.
This is Nemesis looking good. They're building on their last few rounds, I think, Nemesis. And really bringing it together now, which is good to see.
I spoke to them over lunch.
Yeah.
Laura said, she made a joke. She said, I bet all you've been saying about me is that I'm the lesser Laura. And I actually hadn't said that at all, but now I have said it.
Oh, now you've said it. Oh, the lesser Laura. I think we should reverse that.
I think she's doing a fantastic job. So brought in as inside centre just 3 weeks before the Outdoor Nationals in August. They've had minimal training since then and absolutely smashing it. These guys are looking very neat on this round, actually.
Who are they being coached by, Laura?
Oh, who are
Is
they being coached by?
an NFTO coaching job?
No, I don't think it is. I think it's a Kath coaching job.
Oh,
yes,
cool.
it's Kath Leather
Cool.
is coaching them. So both Kath and Kate have done a huge amount of coaching with teams, and also Find Your Four-Way Teammates, a Facebook group that they put to get people together to do events like this, which is fantastic.
Exactly, and it's really good to bring people together because it's really hard as well. We talked about it early in the day. To find teammates, to approach people, to know who to fly with, to know how to set your training schedule, to know how to, do certain things. It's really hard to figure out how to do it. So having somebody or people like Kath and Kate to help you plan, bring teammates together is a great way to do it. I know Satori used to do it with their camps as well, bring people together, get them to fly together. Give them a plan of action of how you'd approach the year. It's just a good way to come and get into an environment where you can have a little bit of discipline and move the team forward a little bit.
Shock and Awesome flying for us now.
No shocks, not seeing any shocks, which
not
is a
shocked
shame.
at all. This is very disappointing. They just look like they're calm and they're on it and they're learning it as they go.
Just as we said that.
We've got to stop talking. We are not helping.
Jinxing it completely. But I think that was definitely probably out of time. I think Brian's given up on the indicative scoring, I think. Probably taking a little bit of a break. It's been tough. But Shock and Awesome, you're going to have to change your team name because you're just looking awesome most of the time at the moment. So next in, we should have Team Tilstock. Nice bright blue suits, looking really good, Team Tilstock. Their round one was very impressive for me. Let's see how they get on.
This team being coached by Rich Cotton, who is an instructor up at Tilstock. And they're always so nice to have around. They're always so lovely and just so enjoying each other's company.
It's a long way to come from Tilstock, so...
It is indeed. They also tell me that they are all eligible for POPs, which is parachutists over 40. Julie loves an Excel spreadsheet. Steve loves to eat. And their team saying is, "Where's Dave?" So these guys are doing a nice job here.
There's nothing wrong with being on POPs.
No, are you there?
Years ago, yeah, definitely. Be lying to tell you my age now, but yeah, definitely. Many years ago. If they've got a thing for the 50s, I'll be there soon enough.
Excellent. When's your 50th? What are we going to do?
I don't know, let's have a party.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Let's do a team.
Yeah.
Team party.
So you've got four years.
4 years.
Yeah.
To get head down dynamic.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Oh, lost it a little bit there, but it's probably out of time for them there. I think they just got a bit of confusion about what they were doing, but not a bad round for Team Tilstock, I don't think.
Did you guys have that inner built clock, that you knew when time was out, that you could let it go?
I just stopped moving immediately on 35. I don't think so. I think you purposefully try not to have that because the one time you get it wrong, but it does feel very weird when we jump from maximum altitude.
Yeah.
A normal outdoor skydive is 10,500 feet, which gives us about 40 to 45 seconds in free fall. So that's pretty much the competition time. And if we're ever asked to go from higher than that, you do find you get a little bit out of breath at that point.
Exactly.
And is it over yet? But no, did you?
Yeah, no, I did after a while. But I think one of the differences, between doing the FS and doing the dynamic, I guess, to get in is that for the FS you kind of want to make sure you're balanced in the door, not too close to each other, so you don't have a bit of a pop when you get in, but just to make sure you're balanced, you give yourself the time at the beginning to get into the tunnel, to breathe and get into it, and you ramp it up. Whereas with the dynamic, I find that you're running into the door.
You just gotta go.
Right, you just got to go as fast as you can, and it's a very different dynamic. So I never had really a feeling for time on the dynamic, but definitely got a little bit of feeling for time when that time was ending for outdoor. But not so much for indoor. I think indoor just rushes. It's so quickly. When you're looking out, you're not seeing these people. It's just you're just looking at perspex or glass, aren't you, really, to a certain extent?
You've just got to see each other as well, especially in FS. Your focus has to be in the team. as soon as you start looking elsewhere, even if it's to check how much time is left on the timer that's at the side, or to wave at a friend in the audience, that's going to throw you off. You've got to be completely focused on what's happening. And the wind kickers seem to be doing that. Nice to see the side footage as well, so we can see how these guys are dealing with potential level changes, especially as we're doing the block 7. As you're putting in those 360-degree turns, it can be quite easy to lose the arched body position that gives you your full rate, but these guys doing a relatively good job of keeping it all together.
It's interesting to see the different body positions, like the multicoloured suit with a weight belt on, very much grounded, centred, and very stable in that. It's always about how you feel in your fall rate, right, to a certain extent. And we talked about weight before, but sometimes whacking on a weight belt actually helps to I don't know, be balanced in your turns and to work to that kind
Everyone needs enough air to play with, and you have to, like you say, go with the lowest denominator, I suppose.
Exactly.
Did you wear weight in Kaizen?
Yeah, up and down. I was the fastest faller for a period of time, depending upon the team, and then it came to a point where actually, I was flying with François Catalan, then it was a case of I needed a little bit of weight, and then I lost loads of weight, and so I didn't need to wear the weight. It just depends, right? Where you are, and it just depends. As long as you're self-aware and you know that you are comfortable within your fall rate, and you tell the team that, no, we need to fall a bit faster, or I need to put some weight on, or whatever else that might be. And it takes time to build that kind of relationship, right? And to make sure that you have that. And you talked about this earlier, to make sure that you're honest and open and transparent with each other.
Yeah.
Is super important.
Yeah, definitely.
So this is for Arch, and they are doing a great job.
Looking nice and clean. I don't know much about 4Arch. I don't even know who's in the team. So if anyone out there knows, hashtag BISN 2022, tell us about 4Arch. We'll have to go and find them.
Yeah, we'll have to find them later. Find out who are you.
Who
if we
are
can
you?
recognise them when they're not lying down on the wind flow.
We'll have to get everyone to lie on the floor and say, we only recognise you from this.
Yes, please.
Put your helmets on, lie down. All right, so we've got Triple Trouble coming in next. So Triple Trouble, we've got Karina there, just got into the door, Tano, Cole in the middle, and then Marcus on the outside. I'm not sure what to expect of these guys on this round.
Let's hope that Marcus doesn't mess it up for them, eh?
Oh my goodness, can you imagine? Would you do a team with a family member?
Probably not. Definitely not. Tricky. Be very tricky. Would you?
With a family member? Yeah. I mean, my family are terrible skydivers, but yeah, if one of them is good, I don't see why not. I think part of being in a team is having that level of friendship, which is either something that organically has grown over time and then you've become a team, or you add it in afterwards once you've manufactured your team. But either way, you have to have that trust, and I think in many ways your teammate is your family.
Yeah,
it sounds really cheesy, but I know the members of Chimera much better than I know some members of my blood relatives.
The good thing is, though, at the end of your team journey, or during breaks that you have, like in between seasons, you can get away from your team family. But if you're flying with your family and then you are spending time with your family, it can be a bit much.
True. Although I do work with my teammates as well,
That's
and we
true.
all live within a 5-minute drive of each other, so not that easy to get
just
away
have a
from.
very,
But I don't
very
want to
lovely
get away from them. I don't
There
want to
you
get
go.
away.
No, fair enough. And I can't argue with that. And don't get me wrong, I loved all my past teammates, and I do miss them. But at the same time, it's like, I don't know what to say about that. It's like maybe you're just lucky.
I am. I'm very lucky.
Very
Some
lucky
indicative scores up here then. Team 305 on 22 points. 305 was Nemesis. Team 310 on 18 points. That's Triple Trouble. So a nice round for them. They did a great job. 308 on 17. Team 308 is the Wind Kickers. And then we've got 307 on 15, and that was Team Tilstock.
Yeah, Team Tilstock.
Nice round for Team Tilstock there. They'll be pleased with that, I think.
So we just had Team Tilstock. And what have we got next? So we should have the Redland Harpies.
Yep, Redlands Harpies followed by Live, Laugh, Low Turns.
Yep, and then we will have the rookies in, and then another round of EFS. So still lots to come your way. And maybe a big shout out, maybe a few more fun facts, maybe from iFLY.
Oh yes, please.
Let me choose a few. I mean, it's not a fun fact per se, but just a fact. And we've seen it here, really, that indoor skydiving is for all ages and all abilities, not so much as outdoor flying. We've iFLY have worked a lot recently with veteran charities such as BLASMA, which is the British Limbless Ex-Servicemen's Association, and Pilgrims Bandits, as well as flying groups from the MS Society, Sportability, and lots more. And all 3 tunnels hold the TripAdvisor Certificate of Excellence.
Oh, there we go.
You
can't argue with that, can you?
Yeah. And a fun fact, or a fact you might not know, that a typical iFLY tunnel construction includes a move of 1.2 million cubic feet of air every minute.
That's a lot, isn't it?
How do you measure a cube 1.2 million cubic? I guess you've got to funnel it through something to then figure out. This is a physicist in me coming out, so I'm just going to stop talking.
Good, it's fun when we learn about science.
Exactly.
So now that we know how it all works, let's watch some more people fly in the tunnel. So these are live, laugh, low turns. So in they get, Dan giving the key for them there. And it looks like Dan has had a change of suit. I think I spotted a Chimera logo on that one.
Way.
So Dan, he was telling me over the break he had a little bit of a zip malfunction, so he is now wearing James Woods' Chimera jumpsuit. Let's hope he brings in some of that James Woods skill.
Very good. Very good.
Go.
And so now
looking nice. So these moves, as we can see them here on the side level, a little bit of a level change as they go through that block 7, but that's really common to happen. As I've already mentioned, when we've got those 360-degree turns, it can be difficult to keep the arch that keeps you down on a level with your teammates, but they're doing a great job. Hillary there, smiling loads, they're having a lot of fun. And it's got some nice speed to it, actually, this jump. There's a little bit more energy. I think they overheard me when I was chatting and saying that maybe they looked a little lethargic on their random round. And they agreed, to be fair. They said that they felt there was a lack of energy. So a little bit more pep in their step on this one. And next we're going to be moving in to the rookie category. So if we can get so we've got some scores, and then hopefully we'll be able to get the rookie draw up for you. So at the moment, Nemesis, 22. On the unofficial scores for round 4, Triple Trouble on 18, Wind Kickers on 17, and then we've got Team Tilstock 15, Children of the Corn also on 15, so it's still pretty tight, especially for that 3rd place spot.
Yeah, it looks good, and I think now we're going to have a look at what's coming up as well. We have the rookie starting next, and that will be the draw will be there shown for you. You can see it right now. It is Phalanx, Ada, Mika. So that is a Q, L, and E. And I've been wanting to see an E for a while in a random round to see if there's any walking around the tunnel. So I'm really looking forward to see what the wacky wavy whackers are going to do on this.
Indeed.
Laura, remember I said I don't want to see any walking, so let's see if
you were excited to see this Mika, so
it's now, it's great.
It's happening.
So the tunnel is starting up. You can see the team's getting ready, and the first team that we will have in is Team 404, team name not found. They still haven't found their teammate, Laura. team name, in fact.
They found their teammates. There's all 4 of them present. There's just no name for them. So in we go. And here we go with the first of our rookie teams. So Team 404, team name not found, and they are doing for us a beautiful job on QLE. So there's the Q, a tricky formation because of the 2 out-facing people there. L, we've seen lots of L's, and then E should be a relatively straightforward one, but what Ray's alluding to in talking about it walking around the tunnel is that it is easy in trying to give your leg at the same time as taking someone else's arm to end up going backwards, and that's where we'll see the teams rotating around the tunnel.
Interesting, this team is actually moving it forwards.
Yes, unusual.
And it's good. I think they're actually deliberately, the comms here is really good for the teams. The inside centre is really waiting for the outside centre to make their move.
Yeah.
So really good foundational work from team name not found, 404 team name not found. And really happy with that as well. Really good to see. Look, the smiles all round. So next in we will have team Fledglings.
Fledglings, so this is with one of the Bradley twins. Also we can see closest to the screen there, that's Fleur. So Fleur, I think I mentioned already, recently became an AFF instructor. She's actually from a ballet background. Did you know that?
Yeah, no, she's a really good free flyer as well, right, Fleur?
She's a good freestyler. So quite often you see people from a dance background can do super well in skydiving because it's all of that body awareness that they're able to bring to it. It can be a real advantage.
Yeah, gymnasts and skiers, moglers, that's also common as well. Just, you're right, it's discipline at a young age as well. I think it lends itself quite well to, as you say, to body awareness in the tunnel and just understanding how the airflow hits you as well to a certain extent.
So I think there's going to be a bust there for that team. I think that the inside centre just didn't let go between the Q and the E there. So you do have to show complete separation between the two different formations that you're building.
And that inside centre was one of the Bradleys.
Ah, maybe that didn't happen.
No, maybe we should slap them on the wrist. I think that was probably it was probably out of time as well, to be honest. So we're moving in with another. I think Bex is on this team now, so this will be team
second 8.
Second 8. Oh, that's right, because they were first 8 last year.
They were first 8 last year. I like it. I like it a lot. And then they've got Elliot in there, who is the brother of Sophie. So both siblings competing against one another. There we go, there's the E, into the Q, and then into the L. I did hear some discussions about this Q to the L with some of the teams while they were dirt diving, and there was talk of taking what we call a blind move. So from that Q, if you watch the person who is sort of topmost of the screen, the outside centre flyer, from the Q, they could take a small move and step forward into that L. But they're choosing instead to take the larger rotational move because that's much more guaranteed. They can see everything.
References, right?
Yes.
And I think in a tunnel, I would probably take the option of taking the smaller move. In the sky, it might be a little bit different.
Even at this level?
Yeah, even at this level. I think it's, but that's just, it depends upon the team that you're on. But it's worth exploring, right? If you're not in it for medals, or you're not you just want to see a different visual. But obviously, tunnel walls means that you'll keep things a bit tighter. You won't move as far, but we'll see if any of the other teams actually do this going forward as well.
Yeah, true. No, I think if it was a more experienced team, then I'd probably encourage them to take the smaller move. But then, like you say, in the sky, it can be very dangerous to do that because you could end up miles away from your teammates without actually realising. So
that's a really nice view of Chantal's helmet there, by the way. I'll have to take a look at that a little bit later.
Is that the one with all the stickers on it?
Yeah,
doesn't it look great?
Yeah.
And here they are, the wavy whackers.
Yes, super excited about seeing
I'm
them.
very excited for you more than anything, Ray. You've been waiting for this E from the wavy whackers. So had a good chat with them on the interview that you guys will have all seen, hopefully, and enjoyed. And they were telling me about their approach to it. And they've done a few competitions. They did the ESL over in Belgium, and they seem to be feeling really comfortable. And one thing they actually mentioned to me is that for this meet, they've got themselves an apartment that they're all staying in together.
Wow.
And Sophie, I think, was saying how important she thinks that is. What do you think? Keeping the team staying together?
Super important. And they're a pretty not that experienced a team as well, to have that on your shoulders, to know that you need your own bubble time, I like to call it, where you spend time together. You can be comfortable in each other, but you can go to your room or do whatever, but just have some time away from all the hubbub of the competition.
Absolutely.
I think is super important. So
and it's building what's then normal for your team. When you first enter into a team, everybody brings their own backgrounds, their own thoughts on things, but then over time that sort of levels out, and you become much more normalised with one another. And I know with Chimera, we've definitely got to a point where we know what we're going to eat, we know where we're going to go, we know what time we're going to go to bed, we know we're going to spend the evening playing Squabablograms together, and we're going to be eating onions and peppers is pretty much our staple diet. But you get into this routine of what is normal for you, and I think it's so important to have that.
I think so. I mean, I remember many years going to nationals and just we got the same house. We'd rent the same house. You cook the same food. I'd bring like Harry Potter series to inflict on Maria. It'll be the normal thing, where you just you'd sit down and you'd watch a movie and chill out and just do stuff together as a team. But you're not in the middle of what's going on with all the politics, the talking, how you're getting on, the scoring, all of that. You're out of it. Which is quite a good thing. So. I think we've got Kaleidoscope coming in next, I believe.
Excellent.
Just recognise them from breakfast this morning as well. I'm getting good at this.
Did I go for breakfast at the wrong time? There was nobody there when I did. Or people just ran away from me when they saw me come in. She's going to interview us. All right, so Kaleidoscope about to get into the tunnel. Another one of our rookie teams. Flying at 66%, so about 90 miles an hour. There we go. So they're building a slightly rounder version of the Q.
Yeah, which are around curly Q, right?
Bit of a curly Q.
Yeah, I like curly Qs.
Yeah.
Does it lend itself well to the...
Interesting. I like it. I'm into this. So the E, looking nice.
I'm not sure I am, to be honest. It seems a lot of movement that's going on into the L.
I'm just liking the creativity.
Oh no, creativity is good, but it's got to be for a reason.
So what they've done is chosen a way of building the formation. So all of the formations are sort of dictated to us in the pictures that we've been showing you guys on the screen, but equally, as long as the grips are in the right place, you can build it in whatever shape you want to. So those guys have just chosen a slightly different shape of a Q.
I mean, if they took the curly Q and a different L and the E, that would have made a little bit more sense to me. But it's interesting, their engineering choice.
Just showing off, aren't they?
They are just saying, look, we can do this.
We can do this.
Have you seen this before? But we're getting in there now with the rookie team.
The wavy whackers.
Wavy whackers. I want to see. I've got high hopes for this team.
Keely looking very relaxed there. Nice big smile as they get in. Good.
Standard
Q. That
Standard
big
goes
turn
to the
into the L. And then the E. Q. Into the L. And it looks like they're keeping this E in place. You are going to be very excited by this, Ray.
I'm holding my breath.
They are staying pretty much in the same place. There's a lot of nice discipline in this team. Great work by Keely in the point slot. She's seeing a lot for someone who is out facing so much. She's really on it. And same with B. I know B's only got her skydiving B license, which means that she's got fewer than 200 jumps, the least experienced of the team, but she's in charge of the whole thing.
That's just
really
amazing, right?
Brilliant.
Really good to see. Wavy Whackers, they are definitely my favourite team. So far. So next up, that was the last of the rookie teams. No, sorry,
we've got two more rookie
coming.
teams, and then we'll move into VFS.
Yeah, and next up we should be seeing the VFS draw that will be coming up. So Omni will be performing this. So this is a random wave, a satellite, and a zin-zin. So the zin-zin is interesting because you can see that there are some foot docks with some teammates in a different orientation. So we'll have some levels in this. So it'll be good to see the side camera for this as well, so you can get a true representation of the levels for the zin-zin. So interesting, that'll be coming up from Omni first at the end of the... so they'll be the last team that fly the next set of flyers that come in for the VFS. But first up, we have two more rookie teams that are coming in now.
So over the rainbow, and then the mini jets are going to be coming in.
Be good to see.
Everyone looking happy and ready to go. So the last two rookie teams in round 4, so they are going to be doing for us the QLE, and we'll see if they can keep the E in place. Make Ray happy.
Oh, yes.
So we can see patting each other on the back, a few claps. Quite often there's a bit of nervous energy, isn't there, just before you get in, that you almost need to expel. Either that or you're too relaxed and then you need to hype yourself up. But either way, this team is looking ready. I see what you mean, yes. Charlotte's suit has got stars in the front.
Yeah, exactly.
Very pretty.
It's awesome.
Nice compromise as well. Not distracting for the judges from above, but snazzy for us.
Yeah, so you know you've got it, right? It's kind of like...
My hidden
cool.
jazz.
Hidden jazz. You can rely on that. It's like inner power.
Yes, I like it. Nice to see them helping each other out there as well.
Tentative, but all good. Oh, taking the blind turn.
There we go. This is what I was saying. It's tricky.
Take the blind turn, but then you could just build it on the outside. I'm off on my own little tangent
Here she is,
now.
Coach Ray. Get yourself out there. I've got this.
Quiet,
get out there. Get them told.
But you can see this is a really good way of seeing. Okay, we're taking the blind turn, but how tentative you are.
Yes.
With that, and that all comes from confidence as well. If you've seen the pictures, if you know how that feels.
They've lost what they're doing. I think they've got a bit confused. Oh, honestly, there's nothing worse, is there, than in that moment realising that, oh, we've lost it.
Yeah, completely.
That absolute stomach clenching. Oh, just the horror of it.
Yeah, I just want to get out there
bad.
so quickly.
Yes.
That's the first team I've seen like really like head down, kind of thinking, oh, what have we done? But you know what, guys? Guys and girls, just throw it off.
Yeah.
There's another round coming up where you don't need to worry about this. It'll be forgotten. Nobody will remember. Hopefully you'll forget as well. So just dust it off.
So here they are, the mini jets about to get into the tunnel. This is the last of our rookie FS teams. So the mini jets. There's the Q. And then we move into the L. Good, nice discipline. And then to the E. Some really nice discipline from this team, and just having a look, they are flying at 54%, so they are the slowest
Have you ever flown at 54% in here, Laura?
I imagine so for training purposes,
I
but
can
not
lift a
particularly
toe
successful.
when I'm on my not when free fly, when I'm like doing some low speed stuff. 54, I can like literally lift a foot. So it's pretty low speed.
We used to do it out with Dennis in Belgium.
Yeah.
Dennis from Hayabusa. He used to either start us flying and then turn it down, and it was the last one to remain flying was the winner. Or you do it the opposite way, turning it up, and the last one to get down is the winner. But it's difficult. But they're just setting their speed according to what they need for their size and their fall rate, and they did a nice job.
Here we go. The VFS is starting up. The power's going up.
Live from iFLY in Basingstoke.
I know.
There we go.
And if you want to join us or send any messages out to us, or give us any information, or just tell us to be a bit quieter, or change the topic of conversation, please come back to us at #BISN2022. We go with Omni. So this, as I said, is wave, satellite, zins in, and this is a nice view to see. So first one is a random wave, and then that is the satellite, and we're into the zins in. You can see there's some levels there, which is always harder to build, but a pretty straight up round. Some foot docks. Here we go.
These guys are coping so well, aren't they, with doing so many different teams? I mean, you used to do. Did you do dynamic and also FS at the same time?
I do talking on FS, but not competing in FS and dynamic. That'd just be too much. These guys are doing, as you said, an amazing job, right? It's just really hard but coming back to the VFS, I think for them is like bread and butter. So they must be comfortable doing this.
Yeah,
probably
true.
more uncomfortable doing the belly. But yeah, no, really good effort, and I'm loving their shoes. I need to find out where they got them from.
They're back again, aren't they? Those rainbow Vans.
Yeah, I like them. They're very nice. They're happy with that. Go Team Omni. They're really enjoying themselves. They're probably doing a lot of coaching as well. It's a shame to hear that Sarah's not feeling too good. I hope she gets better. Not easy to fly, coach, and then be in a competition as well. You're not feeling too good. So good on you, Sarah.
Those guys are sponsored as well by Skydive Langer, I think.
They are indeed. That's
next
really
year.
cool.
So moving from their home drop zone, which was Dunkeswell, up to Nottinghamshire, moving up to Langer. So should be good to see those guys doing a lot more coaching and a lot more event organising up there.
Yeah, this should be good. I mean, next in we should be seeing the remaining VFS teams. So that's Pan 99, Enigma, and Rebellion.
It looks like Ant has got himself a new helmet as well. So we had a bit of a helmet issue, didn't we?
Malfunction.
Helmet whoopsie a bit earlier. Apparently it was because he couldn't find his own helmet, so he took someone else's, and it turned out it was too big.
Funny that.
Indeed.
But that would have slowed them down. But as a team, I don't think they're too disappointed. They'll pick themselves up and move back on. Ant doesn't seem like the type of person to worry about that for too long.
So these guys all getting ready. The tunnel ramping up again.
Getting ready to go. And next in we should have Team Enigma, and again that side view, Pan 99, that side view would be really good to see how the teams manage that zins in. You can really see, you've got to work as a team, right? When you're moving, when you're cross partners or whatever, you're moving from head up to head down, you've got to move at the same speed. So there's a wave, there's satellite, so you've got one piece turning 360 and two solo flyers.
This is looking very calm from them.
Very good. There's the zins in. You can see taking foot docks, not the easiest thing in the world to do, but these guys are looking really calm. And I used to fly with Becky years ago when she was starting out, and she's such a confident flyer now. Great to see. They're based in Holland now, I think, both Seb and Becky. Okay, this really good flying from Pan 99. Really nice.
There must be a lot of strength training, things that go into this style of flying, as in pushing each other around in the tunnel, because you've got to deal with a lot. Those changes in fall rate when one's head up and one's head down. These guys have got a lot to deal with.
Yeah,
they seem happy.
Really good round from them. I think giving Omni a run for their money on that round. And you're right. I mean, just flying on your head at the wind speeds that you're flying at is pretty hard work, and it's a killer on your arms. So generally speaking, you don't do the 1 minute 40 sessions when you're doing when you're training in the tunnel. You'll do like a minute session.
Oh really?
So yeah, now we have Rebellion, and Ant's got his helmet on, the right helmet, which is good. Sorry, it's not Ant that's flying
That's
in
not
this
Ant,
team.
no.
No, I'm just getting really confused.
I was just thinking
That's
Ant's
right,
got
it's
an
the wrong
orange
team.
helmet on.
And I'm getting
So it's
very
not-
confused.
That's Enigma, isn't it?
Yeah, it's Enigma, yeah.
So we've just got the wrong team name at the bottom of the screen, but that's okay. That's Enigma that we can see there. It's not a break either. We'll get there. But this is Enigma that you can see on your screens now. So we've got Max, James, Rob, and...
So we just saw Max flying the two-way dynamic.
Yes.
So great to see him back here in the VFS. Doing a really good job there, Team Enigma. There you go. Got the name right now.
Very nice. So James, Max, Rob, and someone else there was Saul.
Yeah, I was going to think Ant looked a little bit bulkier
There's
than
Ant.
recognise him. There he is.
There he is.
Poking
There
his
he is.
eye.
A little poke in the eye.
I'll have that.
Yeah. Recently got his AFF rating as well.
Yeah.
We've got lots of skydiving instructors here, and what's really cool is that these people can instruct people both up in the sky, but then also come and do wind tunnel competitions like this to build their own skills. So great job there by Ant.
Okay.
And the most Welsh man I've ever met, I think.
Yes, he's very Welsh.
I think his words when he introduced himself to me were, "I'm Welsh, I am."
I
was like, I hear that, yes.
It's really good. He's been doing a lot of skydiving podcasts recently as well, Ant.
Yes.
And generally, he's a fantastic coach as well.
He is,
but he's now spending, as you said, a lot more time doing some both tandems and AFF now, right? So it's really cool. It's good. These guys are flying a little bit higher in the tunnel as well. Not the best solution at the end of the day because you do have a few hiccups. It's harder to then, because you've got all that vertical to fix. But no, it's good. They're done. Rebellion have finished their round 4. So now it's will be. That's it for the rookie, the VFS categories, and now we'll be going shortly to an ad break, and there'll be an interview with Apex following up. Following, we'll be then moving on to round 2 of the artistics and the dynamics. So just some VFS scores in for you there. We have Omni leading the front on 18 indicative scores, I believe, for 18 for round 4, and Pan 99, as we said, not too far behind them on 15. No. A really good round from Pan 99 and Enigma and Rebellion following up there.
Yep, very
so
nice.
We are going to go straight into an ad break now, and then we'll be following up with an interview with Apex.
That's going to be good.
Do your business systems make life easier or more complicated? Are your different departments using their own specialised systems that don't talk to each other, so you end up using spreadsheets, costly bespoke integrations and manual workarounds to see the full picture? Data gets duplicated, you get frustrated, and worst of all, it starts to affect your guests' experience. The Fuse Metrics system brings everything together. It's been designed from the ground up as one easy-to-use system with everything from finance to HR, ticketing, tills, and your CRM. It's a smarter way of working, so your team can work more efficiently, with each team member just seeing the parts of the system they need to do their jobs. Fuse Metrics even integrates with your website to bring your online ticketing, retail, membership, and other data all into the same system. Fuse Metrics is one system, so your staff will have a more consistent working environment and a single point of contact for technical support. Training staff becomes faster and easier with all departments trained in the same work environment. It just makes sense. So end the web of subscription costs, support calls, and hair-pulling frustrations of multiple management systems for different jobs, and let Fuse Metrics streamline and simplify your leisure business, letting you focus on what's really important. Fuse Metrics. Do your business systems make life easier or more complicated? Are your different departments using their own specialised systems that don't talk to each other, so you end up using spreadsheets, costly bespoke integrations and manual workarounds to see the full picture? Data gets duplicated, you get frustrated, and worst of all, it starts to affect your guests' experience. The Fuse Metrics system brings everything together. It's been designed from the ground up as one easy-to-use system with everything from finance to HR, ticketing, tills and your CRM. It's a smarter way of working, so your team can work more efficiently, with each team member just seeing the parts of the system they need to do their jobs. Fuse Metrics even integrates with your website to bring your online ticketing, retail, membership and other data all into the same system. Fuse Metrics is one system, so your staff will have a more consistent working environment and a single point of contact for technical support. Training staff becomes faster and easier with all departments trained in the same work environment. It just makes sense. So end the web of subscription costs, support calls and hair-pulling frustrations of multiple management systems for different jobs and let Fuse Metrics streamline and simplify your leisure business, letting you focus on what's really important. Fuse Metrics.
Welcome back, and we're going to go straight over to join Steve, who's interviewing Apex, I believe. Steve, are you out there?
We are indeed, we are indeed. So we are now here with Apex. Hello everybody, give them a good wave. So first of all, first question for you is, you guys still look like you're potentially still learning the dive pool, or is it that you changed slots? Which one?
We've changed slots, so I've gone from tail to point, and Taff switched out point to tail, and then Fletch has switched from point to OC, so it's all change, so loads of new shit to learn. I mean, stuff to learn.
Universal with no excuses this day. And he's not gone away with it today.
Everybody
has to put the work in. Yeah.
And how is it that you guys actually got together as a team?
Well, actually, Mark, myself and Pete were here in February doing the first Indoor Nationals, and we were commentating. And at the time, we were trying to set something up. And Chris was a viewer out in the public watching the live stream, and he just kept messaging, sort of wanting to try and get on a team. And no matter what we did to say no,
He didn't take no.
he was very persistent.
Yeah,
He was very persistent.
I should go do that.
Yeah. So we said, sure, if you change slots. So he went, yeah, no problem. So yeah, it was born from the last Indoor Nationals. So here we are.
Well, there we go. I'm glad that it's actually worked out and we've actually created a team from that, and good luck to all of you as well. As Mark, coming over to you, you're actually one of the founders of BISA, is that correct?
Yeah, I'm a glutton for punishment. Before BISA, I used to help out with the Council on British Skydiving, and there's always been a drive to be very outdoor focused, and when we offered to take the indoor aspect of the sport off their hands, they were very grateful, and they've been very supportive of us, and long may that continue. It's been a lot of fun.
Well done. And then what can we expect from you from this competition, and also what can we expect from you next year?
Pete can answer that, because everyone else has answered the question.
My objective is not to speak that much through this interview.
This comp was really the end of our training season. This is a training season for us to just cement foundations, people to learn slots, and actually give us a springboard into next year. So next year's our focus. Aiming for the Outdoor Nationals in September.
TBC, I believe.
TBC.
Yeah, mostly outdoor.
Yeah, so that our target was always outdoor. So next year is the outdoor target for us.
All right, well, brilliant. Good luck, and hopefully we'll see more of you. And we're going to go back to the studio now, and we're actually going to go to Freestyle. Thank you.
And we're back in the studio, and I've had another change of guard. I've got somebody else, one very wonderful Emma Matacola, who's coming back in, and we're going to be talking and watching two-way dynamic, four-way dynamic, and some freestyle. And I'd just like to say that this is a great competition, and we're really enjoying ourselves. I'm really liking the way that we're mixing things up across the competition. You know, a little bit of we're getting the dynamic in now as well, and it's nice to have a different presenter next to me, like changing the vibe a little bit. So thanks, Emma.
You're very welcome, Rain. It's been nice to have a few little breaks. So here we've got the graphic on the screen for the four-way that is coming up next. We've got a head-down mixed snake into back layout. And then a head-down in-face shuffler.
So we think this one's going to be pretty quick, right?
It
that
will.
little person singing and waving in the background is definitely going to be a fast round, we think, for the four-way. So the tunnel is on. We're going to head back towards the tunnel now. We can hear it hotting up over there. And the teams are getting ready. And the first team in we should have should be, I believe, two guys and a girl.
It is two guys, a girl and Harry. So this time Emily King is joining them. Last year there were three guys and Harry, I think. So this team, having looked at the scores from before, they had a slightly faster raw score time, but the other team had 4 busts anyway. So this team, two guys, a girl and Harry, are currently in first place in the dynamic four-way.
So let's see if they can go clean again, huh? They're keeping it really good and clean, and even though they're going a little bit slower, it just means, especially with four-way as well, you know, if you get less busts, go show 3 busts is 15 seconds of time, right? So it's quite a lot.
Absolutely. And so these guys have done 40 minutes of training time. They've got quite a lot of experience between them. Quite a lot of them are instructors, not Emily. Oh, they will be gutted to see that 5-second bust.
Big shout out to my son Bodhi, who is currently raising a chicken nugget. Hi Bodhi, waving at the telly saying hi mummy. So just a quick shout out there to my little boy.
Oh, hi Bodhi. So the team are flying nicely. They look like they've got 1 bus so far, but other than that look like they're flying quite big lines, keeping it quite not flying as fast as they possibly could, but they look like they're
keeping it clean, Emma. That's the thing, right? They were conscious of that one bus that they had, and I think they're really saying, okay, we had one bus, but let's keep it clean, slow it down. Yeah, good job catching Emily as she comes out the door. Nice work.
So that looked like a really, really nice round there from two guys, a girl and Harry. Emily King's first time competing in dynamic four-way.
Yeah. You could see the bus that was on the sideline there, coming through from the fourth flyer. So yeah, definitely a bus there. Penalty of 5 seconds, but you know what? Slightly slower than the next team, but then, you know, let's see what happens on the bus from this team. Let's see if they can fly it clean.
Well, I'm a Snake previously in the previous round got 4 busts, which was a 20-second time penalty. I spoke to them before. They were kind of saying, well, we didn't really train for it. We're quite happy with how it went. And this round, we're going to do even better.
Here we go. I'm a Snake.
Are you, Ray? Okay, you can see they're flying a little bit slower. But yeah, so far it's looking good. We're keeping our eyes out for any busts. And we will see that because the red lights will show. So
we hope.
We hope not to see any red lights. So they're on head down mixed snake, back layout, and head down in face shuffler into
really
page
nice work.
2.
There's one bust. Not sure I got in a bit of confusion now. Slow it down, move it along.
So Tim Gain saying he's picking up
He doesn't know where he's going. Oh, a bit confused.
These are the moments we want to avoid, Ray. Nobody quite knows what they're doing, and
I've been there.
It's so hard to communicate when you can't hear anyone else.
Yeah, it's just crazy, right? You just don't know. You don't know. One person's confused. You're just flying around the tunnel. Oh, I feel really bad for them.
Tim is desperately trying to pick it back up.
Martin orchestrating in the corner, saying, okay. Just trying to get those pictures right.
Oh.
Just start again from page 2. I think that's the only thing they can do, right?
Right, come on,
or just have some fun.
Exactly. What do we think the score is going to be, Ray?
Oh, it's going to go past, right? It's going to be a 120 and a... What is it? It goes to a certain score, right, when you get out? I can't remember now. Oh, there you go. They see the funny side of it. I'm a Snake. Oh, there you go. Smiles all round. When it goes, right? There's not a lot you can do about it. It's hard to get it back.
And especially with 4 people trying to coordinate, you know, even if 2 are kind of on the same page and they're going to pick up from a certain point, but then to have all 4 of you coordinating. I'm a Snake, you did really well, given the circumstances.
Exactly. And it's hard when the lead gets it wrong. You can't figure out where it should be. You can't see the right pictures. It's really hard for everybody else to put it in place, right? So these replays will be a bit painful for them all. But I think it's time to move on. So it helps. It pays to take it a little bit slower, right?
It certainly does. So that was, you know, the scores. The positioning hasn't really changed, we don't think, from round 1, where 2 guys, a girl and Harry were in the lead, followed by I'm a Snake.
So now we're going to be moving on, I think, to the freestyle, and I'd like to say that the freestyle category is powered by Studio 34, making your marketing ideas perform. So first up, I think they're all getting into the tunnel now. We should have Serendipity, followed by Emily Watton, Emily King, Owen, I got it right that time, and Harry Sohn. So this will be good.
Yeah, so we've got some scores now for the first round, Ray. We've got Emily Watton in 5th position, Emily King in 4th, Owen taking 3rd position, which is a significant improvement for him from last year's Nationals. Harry Sohn in 2nd and Config in 1st. And this is only the first of the 5 rounds. Well, this is the second of the 5 rounds, but that was the score after the first of the 5 rounds. So everything's still to play for, but Connor is looking really good and really strong in his routine.
So Laura Hampton, girl of many skills, has just bought me a cup of tea. Thank you very much, Laura. And next in, come on, Connor.
Right, so this is Connor. He's going to show us his routine for the second time. In the Nationals, we just see the free routine. We don't see any compulsory rounds. So Connor is getting ready. The wind speed is going to start picking up a little bit. He's getting ready to get in the tunnel and fly his routine for the second time.
It's one of the judges, Joel, just sitting there, keeping an eye on it, see how he starts. Looks a little bit more comfortable with the wind speed on this round, I think, Connor. Definitely his body feels a little bit stretched out. He's using the wind a lot more. Just seeing some confidence in his flying. Definitely routine. That's a nice flip spin, if you want to call it that.
Yeah, this definitely looks. He does look more confident than the first round, I think.
Very much so. And I guess flying in a tunnel that you haven't flown in for a while, he's getting that confidence back. He's definitely getting there, which is great to see. Nice flying from Connor. Side flying now as well.
Was that a little kiss he just blew?
Yeah.
That was very nice.
Very cool.
See, he always looks very in control. He's very comfortable to watch, isn't he? He's very sort of strong and...
Powerful flyer.
Powerful flyer. He's enjoyable to watch, and he always creates good routine.
Yeah, good routine. It's artistic, it's nice to watch, it's fluid. It's got some spins in it. Could he be stronger in some of those spins in his body position? Could he hold things for a little bit longer? Potentially, yes, but that's just me with a judging hat on. But I think generally speaking, there's lots of confidence in the way he flies, but also he's got a lot more to give. So it would be great to see how Connor gets on in the years going forward as well.
A very exciting flyer.
So next up we should have Emily Watton. So Emily gave us her first ever freestyle routine, and see how she improves on that going forward. And she's just about to get into the door. Go Emma, what have you got for us?
That's a great entrance to the tunnel, isn't it? With that nice leg spin. She's looking a bit more comfortable this time. But she was pleased with her first round. So when I spoke to them before, Connor was saying Emily brings more of the elegance and grace, and Connor's a bit more of a... they've got very different flying styles and freestyle styles.
Yeah.
And I guess that's what's really nice to see in a freestyle competition.
Exactly, and it's nice to see how as Emily's confidence and her experience grows in this, she'll be adding more flips, routines, she'll be linking things together, making more use of the tunnel. And her artistry will come into its own element then as well.
That's great. I really like that.
I do like that.
That must be very difficult to do in the tunnel.
I can't do that. Not in the tunnel. So
come on, Ray, it's a challenge for next year.
If I can't do it on the ground, Emma, it's not going to happen in a wind tunnel.
Some really lovely head up and head down spins from Emily in her first competition. She's doing a really lovely job of this routine, and we're looking forward to seeing it again.
Exactly. So next in we should have Emily King, I believe.
We do. Currently fourth after one round. This is Emily King. She's been flying since she was 4 years old.
4 years old. Incredible.
She loves wind tunnel flying. She's really excited by it. It's her favourite sport. But just recently she's won a very important lacrosse competition at her school.
Very good. It's nice to see how Emily's she's taking some of the stuff, her discipline that she takes in sports, and it's coming across in other sports as well. But she's growing as a human, right? So she's going to have other interests as well, and it's great to see her competing in the four-way dynamic. Really cool to see.
It's amazing to see the progression in her flying. She's so much more stable. She's so much stronger. She was, as everybody is when they're learning, she was a lot more flappy when she was younger. But as she's growing, and I guess her body's growing as well, she's got this amazing control, and through, I guess flying from so young, she's got this brilliant awareness of her body and the wind and all the ways it can move and the things it can do.
That's really good to see. I mean, it's really nice flying. I mean, I think all of the flyers that have come in have realised, well, this is round 2. We got used to the tunnel now. Let's go and make it ourselves a little bit stronger. Nice exit as well from Emily.
That was a really nice exit. Be interesting to see. I wonder if we'll see higher scores throughout. I think the performances we've seen so far, I think perhaps look to our eyes maybe better than the first round?
Yes, I think so. Luckily, we're not judging; we're just talking about it, which is almost sometimes better, I think. But nice exit, nice, and a nice replay of that as well. So thank you very much, team. Good to see. Next in, we have Owen.
So I've just spoken to Owen after his first round. Oh, he's already in. Speedy Owen. And he did compete in February at the last Nationals, and he couldn't actually fly outface then. And there were lots of things in his flying that he was unable to do then that he's now able to do. And this routine is a world away from Owen's flying in February. And he's made a huge amount of progress, and it's really good to see how he's put that into a routine to showcase all of his best progress.
I know, it's really good to see him. And you know, I've always found that, you know, Owen's a quite a quiet instructor, and you don't really know he's getting on with this, but this is really good to watch him put this into play and to show his wares to his teammates in the tunnel and to all those people he stood by the door with getting in and out of the tunnel as well. Must be quite cool to do this as an instructor here.
Yeah, and using the little bit of time they get to, after they've done their first timer flights, using that little bit of time to get every little bit of training in.
Exactly. Well done, Owen. Good effort. Next up, we've got Harry. So Harry's currently, how's he doing in the scoreboards after round one?
Owen, who we've just seen, is currently in 3rd position. Harry, who we're about to see, is in 2nd position. Just below Connor Figg at the moment, but the scores are quite close with the top 2, with Connor and Harry. Harry with 8.5 and Connor with 8.6. But after one round, all could change in the next round. We've seen some really strong performances, and Harry's in the tunnel now. So he's got some nice spins, using lots of the tunnel. Good side spin there.
Some nice flying from Harry. He's not added too much to his routines that I've seen in the past. Probably timing and trying to get it all in, right, all the training and everything else that's coming in, but still has the same confidence that we've seen from Harry as well.
Yeah, he said that his sort of biggest improvement since the last competition is that he's been consolidating those bigger moves like the breakers and the twists, flip twists mainly.
Nice exit.
That was a really nice exit. I think he was pleased with that.
He was, very much so. That was nice to see. Bit of a replay now. You can't explain to people at home how difficult some of these moves actually are. You know, just to hold yourself, just to get those flips right and to get, you know, in position in the right place in the tunnel, and then to get things out the door as well, like we were about to see. Very nice work, Harry.
And at high wind speeds as well, because it takes a high wind speed to lift you off the net enough for you to be able to fly like that. And so any mistake is far more dangerous.
Exactly. So next up, I think we're going to be watching the two-way dynamic, and I think that draw, Emma, what do we have for round, is it round 2?
Round 2,
wow.
Yeah. So we've got head down mixed snake, crossing classic. So this is the one we saw in the first round of the dynamic 4-way, and this is one of the new moves. And then we've got head up shuffler. So we're not expecting this to be probably the fastest round that we could see.
Yeah. Let's have a look at it. And we know that the two-way is actually sponsored by CM Brand, the promotional product specialists. Thank you, CM Brand, for bringing this to us. And here's a video we can just see, people can see what the two-way is doing.
So we've got one flyer out in front and the second one follows, but they've got a very specific pattern that they need to follow. If they don't follow that, or they go through any of the lines they're not meant to, the lights will flash up red and there will be a 5-second penalty called a bust.
We'll be heading across. We can hear the tunnel noise. The team is about to go in. The first team we have on the list is Team Enigma.
Enigma currently in 5th position. They are into the tunnel. They've not had the fastest first round, but these guys have been doing lots of work, lots of practice, to try to improve their performance from last year, which they certainly have done.
Yeah, he's got a bust on the sideline there. Just bear with it, guys. Keep going. Don't worry about that. Just pick it up and move on.
It's so hard not to be distracted by that.
It's really hard as well when you see so many red lights that you don't know which is a blue and which is a green light anymore. You just like get confused. That you just keep flying around in circles. So doing a good job here. Enigma got picked up a few busts on their round 1 as well, so they want to try and keep it a little bit cleaner. Just fly it a little bit slower. Make sure that their team speed is they're not the fly number 1 isn't going too far ahead of fly number 2.
Yeah, I thought we would have been seeing more busts on the new move, on the Crossing Classic, but everybody seems to be kind of taking that in their stride. It's been looking pretty good, actually. So Enigma on 72 seconds so far. They're currently in 5th position. They're looking, I don't think there was a massive, I think there was a bit of a significant gap between those and those in position number 4.
Doing well here, right? They've slowed it down. They learnt from that first bust, which is always good. It's really hard to be in a learning position while you're flying any of the dynamic lines, but they're actually learning through the competition as well. I feel, to a certain extent that the team they're really flying each other. They're flying their own slots, but really have a good eye for what the other one is doing as well, which is important. And a good job from Team Enigma there.
Yeah, and I think on that, what you were just saying, Ray, they're teammates, but they're also friends. They spend a lot of time together, I think, skydiving and probably outside of skydiving, although when you're skydiving, is there a life outside of skydiving?
I don't know if you have time for it, but yeah.
But you can really see their relationship. You can see that they're a really good team. They work well together as a team. And yeah, that looked like a more confident round, a couple of busts.
No, it was really good to see. And a couple of busts, I think was it 1 bust or 2? Can't remember now off the top of my head. So 2, Emma thinks 2, so we'll go with that. And next in we have Team Martise.
So Martise are currently in 1st position after 1 round. They got a raw score of 83 seconds, followed then by A to Z, which is Zach's team. But they had 2 busts. So currently Martin and Elise in 1st place, hoping to keep that gold medal position. But we're only 1 round in, so let's see how they do on round 2. This is head down mixed snake, Crossing Classic, which has just been introduced to the dive pool, which we can see there.
Oh, no, they got it back. I like the Crossing Classic, and I'm looking forward to try and fly the Crossing Classic. It looks like a lot of fun, Emma.
It does. It's got that same sort of, the like butterfly with the crossing, the flowing. I find those moves quite satisfying.
Exactly, me too. They're quite nice.
Bit scary in 4-way.
I try not to fly 4-way. I don't think the 3 other people will be quite happy with me flying 4-way. It'd be like pinball.
So this is the fastest team so far. Oh, Ray, would you be able to make a note of the time?
I will do, yep. Thank you, Emma.
Finish?
I will do that.
But these 2 are looking good. They're looking fast. They're looking confident. So far, it's been a clean round. They're definitely the fastest team that we've seen so far. And their main competition is Team A to Z.
So they'll be coming in and they'll hope to go in clean, I think, Team A to Z to beat Martise.
Yeah, I think A to Z perhaps need to slow it down a little bit, just try to avoid those busts. But Martise is looking fast.
Oh, they're flying really well, nice and big, clean lines. Nice work. Coming out.
That's
out the door. Oh, a bust right at the end there.
And the time has just vanished.
Time just vanished off the screen there, unfortunately, but I think we'll see what we've got.
We will see. So, right, this is Connor and Max ready in the door. It was originally meant to be Max and Sarah Boyd, but Sarah Boyd has had to pull out the last minute, and Connor Figg luckily was there to step in, save the day, and ensure that Barely Competent can compete. Although from their first round, they had a really good first round. no busts at all. And they're quite close in score to Buster Lines. So I'd imagine they'll be fighting it out for that bronze medal position.
I think Max is pretty, I mean, I would be happy as well in my first competition in two-way dynamic. To get a clean round is pretty damn awesome. So I'm quite impressed by that.
It's very impressive, right?
Me and Emma can only dream.
Can only dream. Right, there is Max. He's got to be really nervous, right?
Yeah, but he went under that ring. Pretty impressive. Very good. Good, he's doing it. He's nervous, but I think his confidence is growing. Oh, just as we say that, there's one bust.
So there is that crossing classic. We did think it might be catching a few people out. Into the head-up shuffler. So this is a head-up in-face, head-up out-face, head-up in-face, and it involves crossing over that centre line of the tunnel.
It's really good though. Max knows where he's going. He knows what he needs to do. He's got really good references, understands the tunnel, the lines really well. Really good flying. It's really good to see.
Yeah, and Connor's got that balance of he's ensuring he's waiting, but he's still kind of pushing. He's there. He's on his tail, waiting, like pushing him on.
I think that crossing classic has spooked Max a little bit. A couple of busts on each of that page. It's a real shame.
Well, as we were saying, it's really difficult once you've seen that red light. I mean, Connor knows where he's going. Connor's able to sort of pick this up, but then again, it's that communication, and these two flyers have never flown together before.
Yeah. This is really good. You know, people at home might be thinking, well, why don't you put the more experienced flyers flyer 1? And the whole point is that flyer 2 needs to be able to slow down for flyer 1. Sometimes it's much easier, I think, to be flyer 1, because then you know where you need to go if you need to reset. There's another bust there. It's a real shame, but you know, they're powering through again. I think that was on the classic. And going free and finishing up. And out the door. And just scored, I think that was 5 busts.
Well, it wasn't the best round, but I mean, you know, this is a team that have just picked up on the day. They've never flown together before. That was pretty impressive.
It was, I think.
Despite those few busts.
Hey, it's a couple of, like, you know, red marks against your name. It's not too bad. I mean, I think I've picked up 6 or 7. How many? What's the maximum number you can pick up in a round? I'm sure Adam will come in and tell us at some point, but I can't remember now. Is it 8? I don't know. We'll have to look into that one, but I've definitely picked up the maximum number of busts you can get in a round. I'm sure Loren's listening to this thinking, we're not proud of us ourselves, Ray. We're not proud of ourselves.
Well, the skips as well, aren't there?
Exactly. So there's so many you can pick up. And maybe one of the judges can let us know after this competition, after this round. Just drop us a message. How many busts can you actually pick up in the two-way dynamic pool?
Next up, we have got Buster Lines.
Buster Lines.
Buster Lines, great name. They're currently in 3rd position. Pretty similar score to Barely Competent. They also had a clean round, so no busts at all. They're just getting ready. So this is Matt Kite and Dan Mills, both Welsh, usually fly at Manchester iFLY tunnel.
Here we go.
So these two have been practicing most weeks, really working on learning their dynamic flying, which they only learnt about 18 months ago.
It's pretty special, right? When you say learn the dynamic lines, it's kind of like, yeah, learned them a few years ago, but it's a relearning process every single time, right?
Very true. These two are looking really good. I mean, they were pleased with that first round. They were pleased to have not got any busts is absolutely amazing, but they're just looking more confident as this round goes on.
Yeah, very much so, and it's great to see. It's like they're giving each other a lot of room, but not too much room, you know. They're like, you know, again, you can tell they're a fresh team, new to the lines, because they're each following their own line, but keeping an eye out for each other as well. It's a shame. As soon as I speak, there's a bust.
Oh, Ray.
I know, I'm jinxing it. I should just stop speaking, Emma, and just let you do all the talking, because that seems to work a lot better for these teams.
Perfect. Well, I'll bring all the good luck then, hopefully. So these two, the move that they were really worried about was the one in round one, which was the head down 360, which involves doing a head down 360 degree spin. But they absolutely nailed it in that first round, and this second round is going really well.
I think so. They're doing all right. Buster lines.
So if the competition continues like that, like I say, we never know what's going to happen. But they could be fighting it out for a bronze medal, which I'm sure they would be absolutely delighted with.
I would too. That would be very cool.
And that looked like a really good round, and that was a time of...
Oh, missed it. 112.601, if that includes a bust. Let's see. So this is now, we've got team A to Z. They'll be coming in, and I think the time to beat, I think for them is with Matisse. They're on an 85.271, Emma. So let's see how A to Z get on.
Yeah, that would be really interesting because they actually had the fastest raw time.
Yes.
A to Z had the fastest raw time in the first round.
And they're in.
But they did get those two busts. So you can see they're straight off flying fast, as were Matisse. And they will just need to try to not get any busts.
Yeah.
So this is head down mixed snake, crossing classic, and head up shuffler.
Being a judge in this in dynamic flying is, there you go, there's a bust. It's a shame. It's really tricky, like sitting on the either centre line or the sideline or on the ring. It's just tricky.
Yeah, so we've got 4 judges, 2 watching the centre line, 2 watching the sideline. Very busy. They've got access to the Dynamar system, which is the light system that you can see with the green and the blue lights, which help the flyers to know whereabouts they are and where they're going. This is looking like a good round from A to Z. They've got 1 bust so far. The score that they are looking to beat in our indicative scoring, this is not the official scoring, is, what was it,
85.271. So they should be, I think they might have this.
Yeah, it's looking good, Ray, isn't it?
Yeah, it is so far. Throughout the door.
Oh,
2 bust on the way out. Oh, and I just missed what the timing was there.
Oh, was it 80, 82,
it was like
83?
83.44. 81.422. Does that include their busts? Yeah, I must do, right? I don't know. We'll have 2 busts. So 81.422 with 2 busts, and I think Matisse had 85.271 with 2 busts. So it looks, I'm not sure, we'll have to see, but it looks like A to Z might have pipped them on that one.
Oh, that would be a very interesting one to find out the scores. So we'll keep you updated once we find out the scores on that.
Exactly. So that was pretty intense. It's, we're kind of like still in the moment. It's great to finish on the two-way dynamic. It's always like you're looking for the scores, you're looking how they get out of the tunnel. And I think that we are looking at the freestyle scores now, and this is for round 1, and these have been scored officially. So at the moment we have the official scores of Serendipity, so that's Connor, just slightly ahead of Harry, and Owen following up in 3rd place, and then Emily King, and then Emily Watton. All pretty close to those scores, right, Emma?
Yeah, they are, yeah.
And we're back in the studio now, and I think we are looking to go to an advert break shortly, and we'll be back with you, maybe potentially for an interview, and then we'll be heading back to look at some more formation skydiving. See you very soon.
Do your business systems make life easier or more complicated? are your different departments using their own specialised systems that don't talk to each other, so you end up using spreadsheets, costly bespoke integrations and manual workarounds to see the full picture. Data gets duplicated, you get frustrated, and worst of all, it starts to affect your guests' experience. The Fuse Metrics system brings everything together. It's been designed from the ground up as one easy-to-use system with everything from finance to HR, ticketing, tills and your CRM. It's a smarter way of working, so your team can work more efficiently, with each team member just seeing the parts of the system they need to do their jobs. Fuse Metrics even integrates with your website to bring your online ticketing, retail, membership and other data all into the same system. Fuse Metrics is one system, so your staff will have a more consistent working environment and a single point of contact for technical support. Training staff becomes faster and easier with all departments trained in the same work environment. It just makes sense. So end the web of subscription costs, support calls and hair-pulling frustrations of multiple management systems for different jobs and let Fuse Metrics streamline and simplify your leisure business, letting you focus on what's really important. Fuse Metrics.
Hey guys, you're back with Steve. We're just going to interview Buster Lines here. So we have Matt Kite and we also have Dan Mills. So first of all guys, where are you actually flying and what's your training sort of regime been up to now?
We've been flying at iFLY Manchester for, well, about the last sort of year and a half, flying together, yeah, for about the same sort of time and yeah.
Seriously training from sort of the end of the summer, like in most weeks. But before that, we've only sort of learned the dive pool since sort of 18 months ago. Okay. Like we started doing dynamic about 18 months ago.
And how much time do you think you've actually done as a team together, as a two-way?
Do we have to be honest about that? Can we do what everybody else says? And half an hour. Don't look at my bank balance. I don't know. It's into the double figures probably. Maybe over the last maybe 18 months. Oh no, since January. Since January, we've probably done about 10 hours. Have we?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Or maybe just a bit less. Let's go 5 hours.
We'll go with 5 hours. That's fine. That's fine. And then sort of what to ask you next? Sorry, my mind just completely blank again. So how have you found the competition so far? So what have you been doing in the comp? How do you think each round has gone? Is there anything that you could have done better, do you think?
There's plenty we could have done better, but we're super happy to get the head down 360 out of the way so early. Yeah. That was the one that we were stressing over, and to get it out of the way and not screw up on it too badly, I don't think. It was good.
Good.
And where are you aiming to go? So do you think you can get a podium finish on this? Looking at your results so far, do you think it's possible?
Yeah, I guess after the first round we seemed to be third, which was a massive surprise. I think we just wanted to not come last. But there are expected a lot of instructors to enter. There's not as many as we thought. So maybe, I don't know. I think the objective was just to not mess up. I think anything better. So if we don't come last, that'd be great. But
well, guys, I think you've got a good chance at the podium here, so good luck, and we're rooting for you, especially for the Manchester team. That's where I'm from as well, so let's see if we can do this. But that's it from us. Thank you very much, Buster Lines, and we're going back to you guys.
Back everybody, and I've managed to magically switch my my co-hostesses around. So Laura, welcome back.
Thank you very much. Good to be back.
It's good to have you back, and I think we're heading from the very fast round that we had in the 2A dynamic. We're back into the tunnel now, and we're going to be watching some FS. Another round of FS. What have we got coming up for round 5?
Well, Ray, this is round 5 of the AAA. So we have 6, which is Stardian. We've got 9, Cataccordian. And then we have got block 13, a mixed accordion. So block 13, one of the newer blocks to the dive pool, but it's been around for a few years now. So hopefully people have got to grips with it. There is an engineering choice to be made in the 9 and how the teams want to build it. But it's pretty much a straight up round, and it should be quite a nice one for a lot of our AAA teams here. I think we'll be seeing potentially some nice higher scores.
Yeah, because I think even though it's a triple blocker, one is a random block, and I think block 13 now is a bit of a boogie block as well, really, to a certain extent.
Block 13 quite quick. Block 6 can be quite quick as well. Yeah. Similarities between those two blocks as well, 6 and 13, both need the halfway picture that we've talked about in a lot of the other rounds that we've had. So the discipline will need to be there on both. But here we go, say it again, but slowly.
So here we go, yeah, Bradley's back in. These guys have been working about as hard as I have. In the flying that they've done today, I think you said they were flying in the tunnel every 10 minutes, I think.
Yes,
Laura.
yes, that's what they said to me this morning. So I caught up with them during the artistics break, and yeah, they were saying that it's going really, really well, but getting quite tired now. It's not showing in their flying, though.
No, not at all, and that's good to see. And it's interesting, these teams are they're taking it pretty slowly, and the block 13 will be pretty new. Well, I guess, you know, if this is the first time they've flown it as a team, it doesn't really matter, does it, to a certain extent? But showing us what needs to be done.
Indeed. They've chosen the engineering that I would have gone for as well, which is having the point flyer facing in at the beginning of the block 9. It just makes for an easier build from outside centre coming into the 13. But nice, they look really happy with that, and they should be. Calm, collected. Good job. Good start to the AAA round 5, which is our last round of today, isn't it?
It is. That's gone really quickly. I don't know if there was daylight today. I can't actually really tell. But yeah,
I'm not sure. It's certainly dark now. I went outside to check for you. And here we have Omni Tummy Edition making their way into the tunnel now. So these guys do have a long enough history of doing 4-way either in this particular team lineup or previous teams that they've done to remember old 13. So let's see how they navigate new 13. That was a 6. There's the 9. So they've chosen a different engineering of the 9, but they're... Oh, I was going to say they're doing it very well, but then we had an incorrect grip there.
Yeah, taken for the 13.
Yeah, but you can see how well they're able to anchor on the halfway picture of these blocks, and I think that is testament to their ability as flyers, but also the coaching they've been having. I think they mentioned they've been getting a little bit of feedback from NFTO.
Perfect.
Just informally over a beer at the end of the day, so you can see that they clearly know what they're doing.
But you know, they've got... This is like, it's really good to see Omni being able to pretty much fly everything at the moment.
Incorrect grip. That I was getting a bit confused there because I was like, what are they picking up? But yeah, it is awesome to be able to see them doing everything. And it's interesting, isn't it? You kind of feel that if they were to put a little bit more into the FS, they'd probably do really, really well at that as well.
How much can they put into everything? That's a problem, right? At the end of the day, it's could detract a little bit from some of the other stuff they're doing. At least they're having fun with it, though, which is the most important thing. So Silver Linings looking good. Back in the tunnel, and big shout out to them. They nice smiles before they got into the tunnel, looking pretty relaxed. It's the last round of the day. Oh yeah, bit of confusion there on the 13.
So I was chatting with Jordan from the Silver Linings and also with Phil just during the artistics rounds there, and they were saying that they had some real trouble trying to get training in ahead of this meet. They were due to come down here to Basingstoke to train, and one of their team members was unwell, and then their coach was unwell, and then they ended up with a stand-in team member and a stand-in coach for their only 45 minutes of AAA flying that they've ever done. So these guys doing a fantastic job of getting their heads around these slot switches and the new blocks. Good job there on the 6 and the 13 as well.
Really good work from Silver Linings, and you know, sometimes you've got to improvise, right? You got to think about what it is. You've got 45 minutes of time. You've got to make what's best for the team and what best you're going to put out there. So these are the official up to round 4 scores for the AAA, and you can see there that Maracay got 1 point back on NFTO. Just 6 points behind them right now, and I think Apex are Apex and UK Wimby, or we should say their name's changing, I think, to FGMCB Wimby. Sorry, I'll get that right for you. And they are tied on 81 points. And then you can see our R4MJ and Jeanette Wimby also very close in points. And then we've got a little bit of a drop down to Peregrines, and then the rest of the lineup. So I would discount the indicative scores for round 5 for Silver Linings, Say Again Slowly, and Omni. They've got yet to be confirmed. So that's interesting. That leaderboard is still pretty tight, right, Nora?
It is, especially the fight that's starting to emerge for 3rd place. I think going into tomorrow and moving into round 6, the second half of the competition, the teams are going to have to look at the scoreboard, but also just take on what they need to from today's performance, take forward what they would have done regardless of where they are on the table, and not get those results get into their heads and distract them from what they're doing.
So the tunnel has started up again, and you can see that the next set of teams are in. This is Team Peregrine, I believe.
It is indeed.
And just as a reminder that this AAA category is brought to you by Fuse Matrix, suppliers of state-of-the-art business management systems.
Fantastic. Thank you very much to all of our sponsors. And Peregrines, they are in the tunnel. Let's see what these guys have got to do for us. Fun fact about Peregrines, Fuzzy Paul, he's not actually small. He's just always very far away.
Really?
There you go.
Wow.
Good to know. That? Good to know. So these guys doing a really nice job, actually. We talked a lot in their training sessions about discipline and seeing the pictures on these blocks, and they seem to be doing that, and with some confidence on this one. I'm enjoying this round.
Yeah, this is good to see. You happy with that?
I am. Nice engineering there on that block 9 as well into the 13. Good discipline. Nice build of the 6. They're going to be really happy with this round. This is looking super nice. Yeah,
there's a
little wiggle from them.
That was explained to me that Pete's just trying to do a little bird indication. I still think it'd be good if he stuck his legs out and just went straight out the door.
I wasn't sure what was going on, but
can you do some coaching on that for the next round, please?
Whatever floats your boat. But a nice round from those guys. So now we've got the foreigners, I think it is, coming into the tunnel now.
So the foreigners have had some up and down. I think their last round was pretty good. Not the first few rounds were not their best. They're fairly experienced flyers, I think, right? And I think now that this is looking good so far.
I mean, I would say, yeah, it's looking pretty good. The discipline of seeing the pictures that we had from Peregrines, I mean, there's a potential centre point bust there, which is it's a tough bust if you get it, but the block 6 does have the potential. You have to cross the centre lines. You can't stay on your own side. So that one was much better. But I think maybe just a little bit more discipline in seeing the pictures and giving each other some space would help this team.
Is there a centre point or a sideline, centre line for the 13, or is it just on the 6?
Do you know what? I feel like logically there should be one for the 13, but I'm not 100% sure on that. But yeah, certainly giving themselves the space, giving themselves the air to be able to fly on would benefit them, and I think make their blocks a bit sharper. But not a bad round.
No, pretty good. So next in we have RM4J, and they had a really good round, stonking round on round 4, I believe.
They did, yeah. Super nice round for those guys. So they were quite close to UK Weenby on that one, weren't they? And also to the Apex score. So they should be going into this with a bit of confidence, but we know they can bring a lot of energy to it. Can they harness that energy to deliver us some good results?
Getting ready in the door.
So they're going to launch the 6.
Good. I love that launch.
Yeah, it's fun, isn't it? You can use the momentum of the entry, can't you? So that's the 6, then the 9.
It's nice. You can see a little bit of a hop over from the 9, the flyer. So they're taking the standard 9. Nope, they're not. They're taking the other 9. Yeah, as you said.
That beginning of the 13 move is really tricky. You've got to try and show the judges that you've got the grip, but also try and use the momentum of going forwards to get you over the top of your teammate. So I think they're doing a good job of it. But
really good job.
Chimera definitely burned by it in the past, where it just wasn't clear enough that we'd taken that grip in the middle. I think these guys have learned from things like that. But looking very nice.
Really nice work on those 13s. They're really upping their game, R4MJ, I think.
They are, yes.
The last 2 rounds have been really strong for them, and I hope that continues into tomorrow as well.
Absolutely. Looks like they're happy with that as well.
Really nice. Good
dizzy
effort.
from some spinning. But nice job by them.
So now we're going to have a few more teams coming in. The competition's hotting up, so Apex, UK Wimby, and Merakai.
Indeed.
And this has been really good competition. I mean, I think we're feeling a bit of it. It's been a long day, and I can imagine for the competitors as well, it's been a fairly long day, like 5 rounds of FS.
Yeah.
For even the rookie teams as well, is very can be quite difficult. But we've got some indicative scores there on the left-hand side. So Team 106, which is Team R4MJ, there again at the top of the leaderboard for the time being with a 21. Pretty impressive from them.
Yeah, nice.
We did say that this was, even though it's a triple blocker, we expect this to be a fairly fast round. So we expect the next few teams that come in as well to raise their game a little bit. And expecting some higher scores in that round, you know. So let's have a look there. And I think other teams, we've got Peregrine and we've
Foreigners
got
and Peregrines on 16 there.
Yeah. And then 103, 101 and 102 all around the same scores with 12, 11 and 10. So let's see, the tunnel's back on. We have Team Apex, who we just interviewed a little while ago by Steve, telling us a little bit about what they plan for next year, probably a big year. So let's see, this is a little bit of consolidation for this competition, see how they get on. And they're in the airflow, just that 6. Pete got a little bit stuck in the door there.
Yeah, they've taken that 9 engineering for the easier 13 build.
Which makes sense, right, completely.
Yeah, it does. And it really doesn't make any difference for the flyers themselves. It's a symmetrical block, so it should be easy to swap it around.
I'm really liking the ease of the vert on the 9s that they have here. It's quite deep, that one, on the front piece, sorry.
Yes, yeah. They've gone for the high grips on the 13 as well, which is not a choice that all the teams will make. A lot of them will enjoy the flexibility of the low grips. But it's keeping them nice and tight.
Yeah, really nice. That's a really nice round from them. Just the ease of that, the front piece on their 9s is really nice to see. It's like the confidence is coming back.
Yes, yeah. It looked like there was a bit of a fumble potentially on the 6 build, just there on the front, but Taff looks happy with it. He's celebrating on his way out of the tunnel.
So that was an indicative 23, 24, can't remember. I've forgotten already. So, no, it'd be good to see. So next in we should have UK Wimby.
Excellent. So they've had a name change, I believe.
They have, and I keep forgetting what that is.
I'll find out for us. But
here
they go, getting ready to get in. So FCGB.
FCGB. Well, now the next thing is we've got to find out what that stands for.
Yeah. Who knows?
Wow. French Connection, Great Britain. It's amazing having a microphone in your ear. This is looking good from FCGB.
I like that, changing your team name partway through the competition.
Well, they wanted the French Connection in there, obviously.
This is looking clean as well. I think this is going to be one of the highest scoring rounds of the competition. Not necessarily just their round, but for this round in general for all the teams. Round 5 should be a good one. And it's not often you say that in a round that's got 3 blocks, is it?
But that just goes to showing, like, do you remember how slow Hammer used to be? Especially at the door or in the air. Very difficult round, but this is it's definitely shortened it up a little bit.
That was nice. They'll be pleased with that, I think.
Did you catch the indicative score there? I missed that one.
Oh, I didn't. I get hypnotised by the tunnel.
I know you do.
Honestly.
It's about 24, 25. Not sure. I think Apex on the par with Apex to a certain extent. So looking pretty good. So next in we will have Marakai, who gained a point back after round 4. I think probably lost a point on NFTO on round. No, sorry, that was on. No, they gained a point on round 4. So let's see what they can do with round 5.
There we go, and they're on their way. Nice 6 straight in through the door. They're not wasting any time getting started on these blocks.
No, looking good.
Very nice on the 13 as well. That move into the 6 can be a sticky one because you've got to go from inside to outside and then go forwards again in some of the slots, but they're really doing it very nicely here, making it look easy.
Yeah, they are. It was a bit of a reach on one of the 9s from the outside centre, but bringing it back together.
And Pete from Marakai, you mentioned, was your coach.
Yeah, Pete's been a coach in many different forms.
Yes.
For many years. Good friend. You know, very solid coach to have in your life, I think, Pete. Really good at what he does and he knows, and he's also a fantastic canopy pilot as well, doing lots of the XRW now. Really good, showing that you can constantly challenge and learn as you go through your skydiving career. So, and recently inducted into the Hall of Fame as well.
Yes, I saw that. Isn't that amazing?
Very
what a
cool.
cool achievement.
It's about time.
He coached us as well.
Did
we
he?
had some coaching from Pete over in Spain. Yeah, really nice guy, really knows his stuff. Very balanced.
Very, very balanced coach indeed.
Very chilled coach. So we've got the next set of teams making their way in. Oh, look who's coming up. The AA scoreboard shows us it's the Winged Hussars. But not yet.
So there you go, the indicative scores. 109, so that is Team Marakai on 25. Team FCGB Wimby on 24, and then Apex on 23. So
unofficial scores, of course, but interesting to see it's tight, but there's definitely some teams pulling ahead very slightly.
Which is good. I mean, we didn't expect the scores to be, I mean, this is a triple blocker, right? There's so much, there's not, how do I say it? It's a leveler to a certain extent, but you know, some of the more experienced teams, because they are short blocks, you can potentially get an extra point here and there. You know, it's more in the random rounds that you can win it or lose it to a certain extent. But we don't have any all random rounds in this meet.
We do not at this competition. They are rare to come up, and when they do, it's always very exciting. But I think round 5 is as close as we're going to get for this competition. I think this will be the fastest round of the meet. So here we go. We've got Jeanette Wimby making their way into the tunnel now.
Yeah, and they'll be learning from each round they do. I don't think they had the best round 4, if memory serves.
No, I don't think they did. But this is looking a lot better.
Very much so.
And often it is just a case of stepping out of the tunnel and putting things behind you that you can't change. You know, they won't come out of this tunnel and describe the technique that they used on the block 13 or things like that, but general learnings you can take. So maybe we've been a bit grip hungry, or maybe we've been a bit out of time with one another, and it looks like that's what's happened here.
I would like to know if it's Jeanette Wimby or if it's Jeanette Wimby. I don't know. Let's find out from somebody who's French. Maybe Terry, the chief judge here, can let me know later on if it's Jeanette or Jeanette. And stop criticising my French accent. I'm trying. So next up we have NFTO. Let's see what they put on it. Some nice fist pumps. So it's a really good vibe with this team at the moment. And I think Libby's probably feeling a little bit of pressure, but it's like, you know, the rest of the team vibe is really helping out, helping her feel a little bit more relaxed.
Absolutely. They've got a real good camaraderie between them, haven't they? And I think because they've been together for such a long time, even with this new person into their lineup, it's being welcomed into an existing family rather than having to find their own new way of doing things.
Very
fast.
Oh, but then they caught it a little bit on that 13. Maybe just slow it down a little bit. Yeah, they've slowed those 13s down a little bit to make sure they get that grip.
It almost feels like they're increasing in confidence as they go through. They've maybe seen the scoreboard. They know that their goal of getting the qualification for the female category is in the bag already. They can almost just start to send it a little bit and be quite confident in what they're doing.
It's an amazing score. 27, I think. Yeah, I'll look indicative scoring, maybe a little bit more, but no, I mean, I don't know, point or two out, I'm not sure, but that was a really good round from NFTO,
nice
right?
from
They'll be
them.
really pleased with that. It'll be really interesting when we sit down tomorrow to see what the next rounds are, to see where we think these teams can make or lose points, but that was really good to see. It's great to see David and Gary sit next to each other, each coaching different teams that are vying with each other, which is quite cool.
Here we go. So our next team getting ready to go in is going to be Boom Entry again. So let's see what these guys can do. And we're off. Nice quick block 6 there.
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice to see, especially at the door. I mean, NFTO was super fast with that block 6,
They were,
right?
they were. I think you used the phrase boogie block earlier on. Boogie block, just referring to stuff that we do. Oops, stuff that we do just for a bit of fun. So skydiving boogie is like a skydiving festival, and if you're having a boogie and you just want to do some silly fun stuff with your team, then you might go and do some of these boogie blocks. And I think 13 probably in that category
definitely.
now.
Both are
6
boogie
definitely
blocks.
in that category.
And you know, you've got a random block in there as well with 9, so you know it's a pretty fun.
I'd love a bit of 6, 9, 13.
Me too.
That'd be a great way to spend the evening, wouldn't it?
too.
Maybe we should try and get some time this evening and just do that round.
Funnily enough, for the VFS coming up later on, we're going to talk about that round. That 6, 9, 13 has a very different connotation.
Oh, really?
So it's a 6, it's a slot switcher. So it's going to make it a little bit interesting to see what the engineering is for that round. So the slot switch 6 into a 9 for them is pretty tricky. So we'll see. We'll start off with Omni later on. But I think that is it for the AAA.
It is. So AA will be coming up next, of course, in association with Semantic. Websites that mean business. So we'll be starting with the AA, and we'll try and get the draw up on the screen for you. But first, let's have a look at how that leaderboard is looking. So currently in first place, it is the Winged Hussars. They are on a total of 55. Right on their tail, we've got Grenade on 54, and then Vortex on 50 up in third place. Very close behind them, we've got IBME. So I think we're going to have some battles for the top of the table as well. In fact, everybody very much in contention at this point.
It's really good to see, right? It's nice to see these battles. And next up, we have round 4, which is for the AA. It is, sorry, round 5.
4 FJ. Are you okay, hon?
No, I'm not tired at all. You know, all of this talking.
Coffee, people, coffee to the studio. So round 5 is 4 FG. No engineering questions here. However, G, not the most fun. A long formation, particularly if you're a taller team, it's going to be a sticky one to fit into this tunnel, but let's see how the teams get on. Block 4, I always think block 4 is a lot of fun as well. More so when you do it that way,
exactly.
I think.
Sorry, guys, you didn't quite get the bottom of that, so that will definitely be a bust there.
It will. Here's the 4. So one of a few blocks actually where you have a 3-person piece and then a solo spinning. They're just not quite getting the distance that they need there for their point flyer to come in.
I think it's always about that, bringing it in together, isn't
Yeah.
it? Making it a nice 3-piece, so then you spin it. It's the same as a 2 as well. You need to make sure you're intact on one piece, because otherwise it just tends to drift.
It's true.
And it's hard to it's hard for the point flyer to just fit on top of that. But I love block 4, but I preferred it as the spinner, as the outside flyer. Never liked being on top of the block 4.
I think at that point, once you've had it not going quite your way a couple of times, you almost go into survival mode, don't you? And I think that's what we saw with IBME there. They started to slow things down because they knew, okay, this isn't our best round at this speed. Let's just rein it back in. And I think they probably dealt with it very well there.
Yeah, it's really good to
So
see.
Grenade.
Go.
I had a nice chat with Grenade upstairs during the break. So they've been struggling with getting time together. They were saying that one of them has just started a new job where their annual leave doesn't kick off until the beginning of next year, so they've not had any time. Another one, Tej, I believe, lives over in France, so they've been struggling to get time together. But in spite of that, putting in a nice, solid performance. I think their experience over the last couple of years is reaping rewards for them at this competition.
Oh, and I think that's good to see. I mean, you know, we keep talking about team dynamics, how to build a team. You know, we talk about the work that Kath and Kate are doing, that Satori used to do at bringing teams together, and we talk about team flying as well. You have to work to the lowest common denominator. So as a team, you have to work to who has, you know, the lowest common denominator in time, and in money as well, to a
Yes,
certain extent.
yeah.
And you need to build your team around that and accept that that's who you are. You know, you can only work to this budget or these time constraints.
Yeah, absolutely. That was always a struggle for us. We were always very much time poor.
Mm.
Not that we had all the money in the world, but the struggle was finding the time to do the jumps that we wanted to do. And it's a really tough thing to have to deal with.
It's the same for us as well. It's always that case of, you know, most of us have got jobs outside
Mhm.
of the sport, you know, pretty senior, you've got corporate roles that we need to continue to do, and then also to come in and fly every moment of your day, you know, is start up with training, every holiday you take. It's quite intense. As NFTO mentioned earlier, right, it's quite an intense thing to do. So for these teams, they're learning lessons of like now how to build, and I think it's always worth thinking, okay, what is the denominator, what is the lowest thing that we can work to,
Yeah.
and this is what we have, and just accept that, and you work towards those goals.
I think you always feel so fortunate as well when you find a group of people who have got common goals and common things that they've got in common, their budgets, their time availability, what they want to get out of it. If you've got 4 people who are aligned in that way, then you've got something amazing.
It's perfect. I mean, I think next in we have Team Sora.
Oops, careful there.
Nice big extension on that leg.
Yeah, so all these teams, as they're entering the tunnel, trying to get into a position where they are flying at least a part of their body, so they're ready to go as soon as the count is given. That was a nice 4 from those guys.
Yeah.
Everyone dealing with the G very well as well, despite the constraints of the tunnel.
Yeah, the G is I mean, I guess for most of my skydiving, I've probably been on a ladies team, so it's quite easy to build Gs and stuff in 14 footers when you're all quite small.
Yes.
Not quite the
I
case
can't
for
comment, no. But this is looking very nice. Their 4's very methodical, so you can see their point flyer is getting their head into that nice
Yeah.
gap. There's no potential for collision there. They're just going to get into that space, and every time they're flying around as much as they need to, the piece is doing the same. They can trust that the other person's going to be there. Apart from now when she's left
Had
the tunnel.
enough. Yeah, time's out. We're done.
See ya.
Don't need to see that gap anymore.
But nice work. That beard fitting into that visor. Just about.
Right? It's great. So next in we have.
It's going to be quadruplane.
Quadruplane.
What is a quadruplane, Ray?
I don't know. Should we Google it?
Let's Google
Is
it.
it a planer with 4 sides? Is it I don't know.
Quadruplane. No internet. There we go.
Okay, well,
we'll
I'm
never
going
know.
to try on something else while you comment
Pick up a
on
different
that.
device,
If anybody
but-
wants to write in and let us know what quadruplane is on hashtag BISN 2022, please let us know, because both myself and Laura are getting a little bit tired and can't actually use any of the equipment around
Can't
us
use the
today.
internet. Don't know what's going on, but these guys just holding that 4 at the beginning just to make sure that everyone's completely balanced and ready, and then seeing the rewards of that. It is, of course, Ray, a biplane with 4 levels of wings.
That's amazing Google work from
That's
somebody.
that's what I said, though.
I'm very impressed by
You
that.
spoke over me when I was trying to explain it. It's clearly that's what it is.
Yes, clearly, Laura, clearly.
Do I get to keep the person speaking in my ear once we finish doing this?
Don't give up our secrets, Laura.
I don't know how to live my life without this support
Exactly.
anymore. So quadruplane, a plane with 4 wings. I love that. It can't fly without all of its wings in place.
That's fantastic.
Nork in the team. There
So
we go.
that was, we've got another set of AA teams coming in now. So we'll have Birds of Paradise Squad Games and the Winged Hussars. Tomorrow, by the way, for everybody at home, when you see the Winged Hussars coming on, we're going to get higher and higher in our pitch. So you have been warned.
What fun for everyone.
Yes,
What
exactly.
a treat. Well, no one's messaged in to say they're not enjoying it, so we'll just carry on.
No, they just stopped listening.
So some indicative scores there for AA. We've got Team 202, which was Grenade on 13, the same as 204, which is Quadruplane. So Quadruplane and Grenade on 13. Team 203, which is Sora on 12 there, and then 201, which was IBME on a score of 9. So these unofficial indicative scores there for us on the AA. And of course, iFlyWorld.co.uk is where you can find us. And of course, if you're watching this, you've already found us, but share it. Why not invite your friends to come along and watch as well? If you're a skydiver and you've got friends who don't understand what you do, get them on here, get them watching. If you're not a skydiver and you want to see something cool, same thing, iFlyWorld.co.uk. We've got the next team then getting ready to enter here. So this is going to be Birds of Paradise.
Here they come, and it's the Bradleys back in again.
Is it the Bradleys again?
I think so.
Can you imagine?
It's like I'm getting confused now, but whenever I see the 4 different labels on their helmets, I mean, can the judges even see that? Do they
Just
even
looks like
know?
a huge barcode, doesn't it?
I wonder if we could just run in, stick one of them in the toilet, lock the door, and just put their helmet on and see if we can go fly.
That's a great shot, and obviously we won't do that. No one try and protect the Bradley twins.
Exactly.
They're fine, but this is looking nice.
Looking really good.
Very controlled. It's always good to have player coaches in a team as well. I think a lot of us do 2-on-2 training, and what we mean by that is that we've got 2 people who are higher of experience level, and then we've got 2 people who are more junior. And it just means you've got a reliable person to, you know they're going to be there, you know that you can't push them over, and you can learn a huge amount.
And you also they can also dictate what the team speed is as well, so you tend to not go above the line. You tend not to overreach. It's just really good to have a player coach environment. And I recommend 2-on-2 for anybody or any teams that are learning. It's a really good environment to learn and to challenge yourself as well.
And of course, Ray and I famously are 2 people.
Yes.
So if anyone wants to be the other 2,
come
we're
join us.
available. That's to coach us or to be coached,
exactly.
we don't mind. So squad game making their way into the tunnel now. Okay. So it didn't go exactly as they would have planned at the beginning of that 4, but their discipline in knowing the points that they were supposed to be targeting, they managed to make it happen anyway. So their solo spinner on the 4 knew exactly where they needed to be, had a little tumble on their way there, but still made their way to the target point. And that means that this team is putting in a nice round.
It is really nice, and really good control there.
Very nice indeed.
Is it Jason there in the middle?
Yeah, Jason in outside centre with Sam as inside, Debbie in tail, and Patty in point.
Yeah.
This team, 3,000 skydives between them. This is the first competition where all of their team members are present, and apparently their awesome coach, Kath Leather, has said that they just need to survive. Aim high, guys. I think they're actually doing much better than that.
I think they're doing exceptionally well, and I think next in it's one of my, if not my favourite team. It
Go
must
on, who
be
is it?
the Winged Hussars.
We should get together tonight and find a way to harmonise this.
Let's do this.
So here they go. Speaking to James during the artistics, he was saying that he's really proud of how the team are doing. They seem happy with how they're getting on as well. They do have a tendency to to go a bit full send, as we saw there. Really went for it. I think a thing for these guys is going to be seeing that leaderboard ahead of tomorrow, seeing that they are potentially going to be sat at the top of it and not getting overexcited.
I think they've seen it. I think they've seen it. They're a bit overexcited at the moment. I think you're right. James is just going to have some work to do tonight, I think.
I think so.
This is the most, how do I say it, energetic dive I think I've seen from them.
There's a lot going on, isn't there? There's a lot of noise, as we would term it. You know, they've got a lot of unnecessary movement, and it's calming down for sure. It's not necessarily a bad thing, but what we're typically aiming for in a competitive environment is to have level emotions. You know, you don't want to be riding the roller coaster of, oh, we're doing fantastically, oh, we're doing so badly. You want to keep everything nice and level, so that will be something for those guys to learn on. So we've got the single A is going to be starting in our next set. So we've just had the Winged Hussars, we're going to have the Chilies, and then we're going to have Vortex, and then it will be Children of the Corn, first of the single A team. So single A will be doing O, the satellite, followed by 21. We saw 21s earlier.
Yes, we'll see them again, and we'll see them being done by the single A teams now. We saw them being done by the triple A teams earlier.
We did.
So let's see what they've got. So this is a nice round, small thing, even though it's a random and a block. O's are bread and butter, nice and round. Everybody, comms are really good, and then from the O to the 21, it's going to need a little bit of a shift of angle.
Yes.
And to make sure that you accommodate the point flyer, or whichever way you want to look at it, who's moving around a little bit, because it looks similar, but you do have point and tail on the other side of the what do we call that? Formation when you've got 2 people holding onto each other. The star in the middle. Is it the star?
Yeah, that would be pin.
Pin, that's it. A pin.
Two-person
Thank you.
pin.
Thank you.
But yeah, that's it looks like it's going to be a pretty straight up, quite straightforward dive, but then both points have clear similarities between them. So as soon as you get into a bit of a pickle and you lose where you are, you could get a bit lost.
Like that. In a pickle.
In a pickle.
Beans in the bag.
Beans in the bag. Quaff.
Quaff.
That's a good word. Have you heard that one before?
Yeah, I have heard of quaff.
There you go.
quadruplane, we now know what the definition is.
We know
This is great.
quadruplane.
We're learning lots today, people. You know, if you've got anything else to impart knowledge-wise with us, please come in and speak to us. Get in touch on #BISN 2022.
Absolutely.
Myself and Laura are all ears, and we are willing to learn.
We are. And if you'd like to have a guess at which words I've been tasked with saying today and having to drop in, get in touch as well. Can you guess which ones I've been managing to shoehorn into the commentary?
Well done.
Ever the professional.
Yeah, no, I spent a whole year doing that one time. It's great. In every commentary session, you must say this word. It's very good.
Have you got any for this commentary session?
I haven't. You know, nobody's cornered me on that so far. I'm a bit
Come on,
disappointed,
guys.
and I wish they would. So you can message me if you know me and you're listening. Let's see what words we can get in for you for tomorrow.
Let's see what we can get Steve to say as well. He was brilliant on our practice last night. It turns out we can make him say whatever we like. So words for the presenters, send them in. Coming in next, though, we have got the last of our AA teams for today. Sad.
Team Vortex.
And
Yeah.
the end of a AA era for Friday, the 2nd of December.
It is, just for Friday the 2nd.
Indeed,
We'll
it will be back tomorrow.
Yeah,
Back
we're moving
tomorrow.
on for Saturday the 3rd. Let's not get too depressed, everybody. They'll be back.
So this is Team Vortex. Oh, having another tricky start to their round. I really feel for them because these guys are having ups and downs today.
Yeah.
They've had a couple of good rounds, a couple of not so good rounds, and I've been there. I'm sure you've been there
we
as
have.
well.
And it just depends upon, I think, how seriously you're taking yourself, if you've done some training. And, you know, there's Zed in here, Zoe Edwards, and 3 pretty tall blokes in here as well. So, you know, if you've got a long formation and, you know, Zed gets squeezed up against the tunnel, it's not the nicest feeling in the world, is it? And you want to show your best to everybody around you. So tomorrow's another day, right? Just wash it
Indeed.
all off and get on with it. And thank you very much to Vortex for showing us what they can do. But you're right, ups and downs today for them.
Yeah, I think so too. But they look pleased. Some fist pumps as they're getting out of the tunnel. And as we know, this is a sport where the camaraderie, the teammanship is, everyone's going to be supporting each other. So I'm not sure we are moving into the AAA. I think we're going to move into single A instead. We've already done the AAA. We could get them back in.
We could.
Do
I'm
it
not
again,
sure they'd
please.
want to. But no, this is definitely a single A.
Let's go single A. So here we have single A team, Children of the Corn.
Actually, it's Children of the Head Corn.
Do you know what? I heard that rumour.
I know. And Brian, thankfully, has corrected us and given us that input. And it's
Is
actually
that supposed to be their registered team name?
Children of the Head Corn. And it's come out as Children of the Corn. So let's see. I mean, if anybody wants to write into us and tell us, or if you can grab Children of the Head Corn at any point, Steve, our roving reporter, might want to just ask them, are they Children of the Corn or are they Children of the Head Corn?
And what does it mean?
Now,
What does it mean, Ray?
Maybe
So-
they've spent a lot of time at Headcorn. In
Yes.
the corn. Who knows?
Oh, fantastic.
That was our single A team. And this round is, for me, I've actually already forgotten what this is.
Good job. So I'll just fill while I try and remember also.
Yeah, exactly. we will come back to you. They look happy but tired, Children of the
It's
Headcorn.
021.
021.
We
there
did
you
know
go.
that. We talked about
It's
that.
been a long day, everybody. We're really sorry. We should remember. Yeah, we did talk about it.
So nice job by them. They're looking happy. And we've got an indicative score from Mr. Brian Cumming of Children of the Corn 11.
Children of the Headcorn. I'm going for Children of the Headcorn.
Children of the Headcorn. Well, these teams changing names partway through the competition. I don't know if I'm coming or going. Honestly. But yes, we are having the doors opened, so we will be getting the next teams in. And we've got the wonderfully named A Team with No Name. Just making our jobs easier every day, guys. Thank you very much. A Team with No Name, Fornado, and Rasper One Trick Ponies.
This is looking good. All these teams actually flying again. The wind speed is anywhere between 66 to 67%.
Nice handshake there from from a team with no name. Handshakes, Ray. Talk to
know.
me. Handshakes, good or a bad thing?
Oh, they can. You kind of, they're a good thing. I think they're great for camaraderie of the team. But you can kind of get into this mess, can't you, with handshakes, where if you don't do it right and before you get out of a plane or before you get into the tunnel and the jump goes wrong, you kind of like, oh, did we mess up the handshake?
Yep.
Do we need to rethink it? Are we doing too much here? So I think it's like having carrying around a rabbit's foot or something.
Such a
you can
superstition.
take it too far.
You can. Ours was so complicated. Honestly, it's got to a point when you've been together 7 years, you've got all sorts of intricacies and separate shakes with separate people.
Just push each other out the door. That's the way forward, right?
Oh, honestly, when you're at a point where the dive is less complicated than the handshake, you've gone too far, I think.
Exactly.
But these guys, nice simple handshake and a nice simple approach. See
Exactly.
that segue?
I noticed with NFTO that there's a little bit of a fist pump or a shoulder pump from Varna and
Sean, I think it was, yeah.
Which is nice. A
Yeah.
little bit different. I'm showing strength and solidarity in the team, which is good.
Or just punching each other.
Exactly. So if anybody out there has a nice handshake that they want to share, that's got some history to it, a story to tell, please write into us at #BISN2022.
Do you know what I love is when you've got historical handshakes with people. So Pete and I in Chimera, we used to be in a team called Enigma, and we had a different handshake for Enigma than we have for Chimera, but we've just merged the two together and then add in the perpendicular chickens as well, and
it just becomes this at the end of the day. Me and Laura just like, it's basically
Just
your
slapping
handshakes
hands
just
around,
become
aren't you?
like slapping hands, and it doesn't actually mean anything after a while.
So
I just think, you can you can put a lot of faith in a handshake and stuff, but if it helps you and it helps your confidence, it makes you feel like part of something, then it's worth doing.
Oh yeah, placebo or not, who cares? It's helping. So here we've got Fornado, another Bradley Twins creation. So looking calm. This is the style that we're seeing from all of the Bradley teams today. Just calm and collected as much as possible. And even when if things go not quite to plan, everyone's just on it. Everyone's very calm and relaxed. They've really got that calming influence, haven't they?
It's great. They are really good. And it's a big momentous occasion for us, especially for us sat here in the studio. We have 2,000 live stream views of the stream today, so keep it coming, people. We want
Hang on a minute.
keep
Haven't we
on.
had 160,000 people flying iFLY
Exactly.
this year alone?
Come on, people, get on it.
Come on
Get
now.
on, listen to our dulcet tones. We're talking you through this. We've still got to finish the rookie category.
We must know more than 2,000 people between us.
Between us, maybe.
Come on, people. So get it shared, get people watching. Let's get the YouTube channel or iflyworld.co.uk, share that out, and let's get more people watching. But for now, turn your attention to the one-trick ponies. Let's see what tricks they've got for us.
They gave us a bit of backflying on their last round as their trick. I wonder what they're going to give us today on this round.
Everyone's just staying belly to earth. How boring.
Oh, no.
Oh.
No. Yeah. And if you're going to give yourself a name of one trick pony, you've got to give us a trick on every round,
You
whether
do.
it's like getting in or out, or
You do.
whatever it might be.
It almost looks like they're trying to execute that 21 to make more space by sending one pair through first, followed by the second pair, which I'm not convinced by that.
No, but I'm sure their coach or they'll tell themselves that when they rewatch the videos and want to get themselves a bit faster, but still happy.
Indeed.
With what they're doing, which is great. And that was the one trick ponies, our Aspinall one trick ponies, and we're just having a little bit of the tunnels gone down. We're going to let these teams out. The next set of teams are going to be coming in, and we should be having Team Kaleidoscope.
So I think it'll be Nemesis, Shock and Awesome, and Team Tilstock.
Yeah, you're right. I'm getting confused between Rasper one trick ponies and Rasper no trick ponies.
Indeed.
So I'll just stop speaking and let Laura do some speaking.
I'll do some speaking, shall I?
Yeah.
Okay. Would you like to know, Ray, about the iFLY Gold Rush?
Oh, yes, please. I gave an intro earlier. Tell me a
did?
little bit more.
Well, let me tell you, for it does say here on my paper, please allude to this. So I
allude.
shall allude away. All proceeds of this, in all seriousness, guys, all proceeds do go to charity, so it's well worth getting involved. The iFLY Gold Rush, there are lots and lots of prizes. If you're familiar with the Gadget Show, we're looking to emulate what their prize pot looks like. So there are lots and lots of prizes up for grabs. One lucky winner will take home a prize pot worth over £1,200. And what I should have done before alluding to this competition is to know what you have to do.
What do you have to do?
I do not know.
We should find out, really.
I know that you can win a lot. One winner, one huge prize. The winner takes it all.
And I'm sure there's a link on the iFlyworld.co.uk website, or there might be a YouTube link that we can give you later. But
You
watch
can
this
win a
space.
Stomp rocket.
What is a Stomp rocket?
It features 3 foam planes and an air-powered launcher. How
Wow.
wonderful. gosh.
that written down on your piece of paper there,
No,
Laura?
just came straight up my head yes to my paper. So yeah, we look forward to finding out more about what you have to do, but please get involved in the iFLY Gold Rush. And here is Nemesis.
Looking very good.
They've got some energy in this, haven't they?
They do. It's like they've found some. They've actually getting stronger as the competition has gone on, which is fantastic to see. And look at them, they're looking happy. Team Nemesis, great way to end the day for them. You can see the atrium is emptying a little bit now as the teams are just the FS flyers are just dwindling now, finishing their round 5. Ready, getting themselves ready, probably creeping downstairs for a few rounds for tomorrow.
Heading out for a nice walk, maybe a bit of a run down to the gym with athletes.
Have we got gyms here?
Don't know. What, in Basingstoke?
Probably. I was doing a little bit of an improvised weight workout this morning, but we won't get into that right now, because now we are looking at
Shock and Awesome.
Shock and Awesome.
Again, not shocking us at all. They're doing a great job.
We're going to have a word, I think that's with Vic, to tell us, to give us something that's a little bit more shocking tomorrow.
Excellent. I've been reliably informed, by the way, the iFLY Gold Rush. Speak to staff to buy tickets.
There you go.
Potentially a raffle. Let's say it's a raffle then. But all of the proceeds are going to charity. The charity's chosen by our own inclusivity ambassadors, Brian and Glenn Mills and Al Hodgson. So we are going to be giving the proceeds of the iFLY Gold Rush to Pilgrim Bandits, the MS Society and Dementia UK. So it's well worth getting involved in. If you're here at the wind tunnel, go and get yourself a ticket. A lot of those prizes are on show down on the reception desk as well. So go and whet your appetite for the things that you could be winning. Give us some money and you could be taking home a really great prize pot and helping charities. So here we go, Team Tilstock now getting into the tunnel for their final round of today. So building that O seemed to be
really hanging on to that O as well.
Yeah.
It's a bit unusual. Maybe they were just resetting, or there's a close of the 21. Yeah, definitely on.
So it looks to me like they're thinking about the re-angling of the 21, but overthinking it, sending it slightly in the wrong direction. And a lack of symmetry in their step out there for the 21 is just going to make it difficult to get the close. They're doing it here. They're managing it at these speeds, but that was better.
Yes.
So in order to get it faster, that's where we need to see the precision, and we need to hit those target points, see those pictures. So there should be a halfway picture. We've missed it again, so it makes the close a little bit trickier.
Yeah, and you don't want to be closing with too much energy again, you know, because you've got to step, both centres have to step back out to the O, but you want to do it on the right line. And you're right, they're just overcompensating a little bit. But it's end of time, they'll be happy with that.
And some nice cheers from outside the tunnel as well.
And some indicative scores for the A category. So on 19 points, Team 305 for that round is Team Nemesis. Really good round from them. And then we can see some of the other teams coming in with 11, 9, 10. So Team Nemesis really stood out there with their 19 points.
Very nice round for them.
Yeah, very
nice.
So.
Impressive to bring that out at the end of the day as well. It has been a long day. And whilst it may seem like, well, it's only 5 minutes of flying time, it's actually a huge amount of preparation. Is that
in the conga? I mean, somebody's obviously got them coffee. Maybe our coffee that people were meant to bring to us up here in the booth has gone to these guys.
Where is our coffee?
I have no idea. Anybody know where our coffee is? No idea. I mean, if you do know where our coffee is, and the audience here listening, over 2,000 viewers, please let us know at #BISN 2022.
Or better still, bring us a coffee.
We would love that. Just get in your car from wherever you are across the country, just drive down and give us a coffee.
Oh, look at these people, they're dancing, they're so excited.
It's like a good way to get your energy levels up, you know, really like feeling it. Maybe we should do a conga in here.
Do you think we should?
We should. I think
it's an audio platform.
Epitech might have a bit of a fit with all the equipment we've got.
I bet coffee will turn up quickly though.
Yeah,
exactly.
If we start might just do that.
So here we go. The next team getting in is the Wind Kickers. So our single A team, they're going to be doing 21.0 for us, or 021, who knows. So there's the O, then move into the 21. And they've actually engineered that very well. So they've not re-angled it, but they've recognised where the potential shortcomings are going to be. They could have changed the angle slightly to help out their tail flyer a bit more, but it's not bad. And actually their execution of the block means that I think this will be quite a nice round for them.
Yeah, just going back to that iFLY Gold Rush, just so you know, I think the tickets are £2 per ticket. or 6 tickets for £10, and lots and lots of prizes, as Laura's already alluded to.
And also notice that there will be a draw. The draw for that, so it is a raffle. The draw will take place on Saturday, the 3rd of December, during the competition award ceremony. So you can buy as many tickets as you like, see any staff member to purchase them. And a nice round there for wing kickers. I think their technique on the 21 there, for Arch. For Arch. I did find out about their team name.
Perfect.
So a bit of a sad story behind this one, but it's a nice way to recognise it. So they had one team member had a cat called Archie, who sadly passed away a couple of weeks ago. So this is for Archie, or for Arch.
Oh, good job for Arch. That's a really nice and a good way to keep a family member alive and in your
Indeed.
hearts. So yeah.
You got any pets, Ray?
I've got 2 dogs.
What are your dogs' names?
Finn and Avila. Shout out to my 2 lovely dogs. They're probably listening to me right now. They are Bodie, my son's brother and sister. Brother and sister. They are very much the Wolf family, and they are my children. And,
I love that.
To be fair, on air, Finn is he's the firstborn. So
a special place in your heart for the firstborn.
In my heart.
Excellent. This is looking good.
Nice, and they're going to close.
And we've got an indicative score there of 7 for Arch.
Well done, 4 Arch.
And little team handshake at the end of the day. It's funny how we have to do those things in the tunnel, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Couldn't possibly step out and then have a hug.
No,
Nice.
no. It's your last round of the day, you know. You've got to figure that out, and you've got to make what works for you guys. So that's good, guys and girls.
Absolutely.
So next in we have Team Triple Trouble. I've not talked about Team Triple Trouble very much. Triple Trouble. Oh yes, of course. This is Marcus and Tano.
Marcus, Cole, Tano, and Karina.
That's right. Yeah. So we have talked about Triple Trouble.
So I asked Cole how things were going.
What did he say?
He said if we didn't have any busts, it would be better, which was educational.
So you learnt a lot from that, right?
I did.
Yeah.
I mean, Chimera famously lots of busts.
Yes.
Even at the World Meet, 5 busts in 1 round. So, yeah, if only we'd had Cole there to tell us that it would be better without them. But I love the energy in this team. I love the competitiveness. Marcus just kind of going along with it all. He's got a huge amount of experience in this sport, but the others just really, really hungry, which is great.
Which is great to see, right? Nice work, Triple Trouble. Your round 5 done for the day.
Fantastic. Good job, team.
So we've got 3 more.
Little celebration.
3 more single A teams coming up. We've got Redland Harpies, Live, Laugh, Low Turns, and actually, sorry, no, that's 2 teams, because Team Spare is not a team. 2 more teams in the single A category, and then we'll be moving into the rookie category. So let's see what we've got here. The teams will be walking out. They'll be going and getting some refreshments, probably getting some drinks into them, and then working on the next rounds for tomorrow, and then take a well-deserved break, which I think we all will.
Absolutely.
At the end of today. But we've still got some to get through the rookies that are coming through as well, and they're ready and willing and waiting in the outskirts that you can just see outside the tunnel. And then we will have the VFS, which will be a really good round. So they're round 5. Then we'll take a little bit of a break, and then we'll have the dynamic round 4, I think that is, with the 2-way dynamic, the freestyle, and of course the 4-way dynamic as well.
Fantastic. And we've got some indicative scores, some unofficial scores up for the single A. So Team 305, which is Nemesis with the highest score at the moment with 19. 310 have got a score of 13. Team 310 is Triple Trouble. 308 I've got team score of 12, and that is the Wind Kickers. So I think I would be surprised if Triple Trouble only scored that many. Maybe we'll see a change there when the official scores come through. But now we've got the Redlands Harpies coming into the tunnel now.
Just goes to show how strong a round that was from Nemesis, actually. You know, that 19 sticks out.
Yeah, it looked very peppy. It looked very confident. So this is looking calm and collected. I do wonder about the one team member without any booties. I think he'd really benefit from having someone just to help him out with some of these, keeping close to the centre. But managing to get through it a little bit slower than... Oh, spoke too soon again. I jinxed it again.
Yeah, and Fiona Mayburn, it's just... Fiona Mayburn has just sent a shout out to Fiona for saying we're doing a great job.
Oh, hey, Fee.
Yeah, nice to hear from you. What have you been doing all day? Probably working, I guess. Should have been tuned in earlier, but nice to hear from you, Fee.
Good job there by those guys. Hi, Hillary. Giving us a little wave there. There he is, Dan Staples, masquerading as James Woods. We know that's not James, but it is James's jumpsuit. So we had a little bit of a jumpsuit boo-boo earlier on. Dan's jumpsuit zip broke, so he's managed to get a jumpsuit from the reigning indoor and outdoor national champion, James Woods, which is very, very generous of James, and lucky that they're the same shape. So, live, laugh, low turns on the 21 there.
Or are they? Or is that just James flying? And we just don't know.
Oh, the controversy.
Oh, dear.
Oh. I don't think it's James. I'm fairly sure.
I think maybe that suit is a little bit too long. James's suit.
But then you roll with it, don't you? If you're in the middle of a competition, your jumpsuit breaks, you've just got to get it done. I think the jumpsuit is the one thing that I would not want to go. If I could borrow a helmet, I could borrow a rig, I could borrow shoes. The jumpsuit is the very personal thing to you, and as soon as you're in someone else's, it can really hinder you.
Oh, you need to tell Ant that, because he misplaced his helmet for another helmet.
You did?
And we did see Ant there as he was putting on his own helmet, just like, you know, having a bit of a rummage around his nose area, and then he shot. I wonder what he's going to give us later on today.
I look forward to seeing that. But a nice round there for Live, Laugh and Low Turns, who actually, Harry from that team was the winner of the Rookie Rumble in 2021, which is something well worth us mentioning, I think.
Definitely.
Here
Yes,
today.
very
So
much
the Rookie Rumble, I was going to say the brainchild of, I think he was inspired by an American event, but Brian Cumming brought the Rookie Rumble to us here in the UK, which is a 3-way FS competition taking place at Skydive Langer during Boogie 2 next September. So a really great event to come and meet lots of FS flyers and come and get involved and learn some new stuff together as well. So we're moving into the rookies. Coming up next, we're going to have 404, Team Not Found, Fledglings and Second Date. And the rookie teams will be doing GCJ.
Oh, another long things, which isn't very nice for the rookie teams. Long, complicated things, G and a C. Not nice for inside centre and outside centre. And again, not nice for inside centre on the C. So
the J as well, potential to move around. So the J, very similar to what we were saying about the E earlier on today.
Yeah.
There is a potential as people try and give their leg grip that they go backwards. So we can expect to see the teams rotating around the tunnel unless they've got some good discipline. Let's see how it goes.
yeah, not the nicest draw, I think, for the rookies. But as we
No,
said,
not at all.
that's it. And you just got to make sure you step out and build the right shapes. Keep that communication with your cross partner. Make sure you're keeping good comms in the middle from the centres. Super important. And don't be chasing grips.
Yes. Using Luke's height advantage there, I think, to get the grips on the
Go
C.
gadget arms.
Indeed. That's what we were talking about with Will. That was our advantage when we got him into the team. He could reach anything. Makes you lazy, though.
Exactly. I just remember many years with Maria going, yeah, I'm good, I'm strong, I can do this, but I'm not sure how I'm going to get that from this, especially on turbulent exits. She was like, you want me to do what? Okay.
And some little dancers in the tunnel there. They seem really happy.
They do.
And they should. It's been a good day for them. Sophie, of course, in the blue helmet there, also competing in AAA. So she's had to do 10 rounds today. All different rounds as well, all in different orders. So
good for her.
Yeah, fantastic.
She's
work
also
by
flying
her.
with her brother in this team as well. Is that right?
No, she's flying against her brother. So
Against her
Elliot's
brother.
in
Oh, wow.
Second Date.
Oh wow.
Whereas Sophie is in Team Not Found, Team Name Not Found. So this is the fledglings that we see here, just navigating that tricky G formation, which is just very long, and now the C with the outfacing. Point Flyer doing a brilliant job there of the outfacing, and going into that J, just a slight backwards rotation, but as we expected.
I think that's Vic doing a great job there in the inside centre, just trying to get the team to fly. Oh yeah, that's it. Off the grips. Well done. Oh, just unfortunate.
Bit of an early key there, unfortunately. But it's difficult sometimes when you're in the inside centre slot and you've got someone behind you and someone in each one of your
exactly.
arms, and you've got to keep a track of where everyone is. So,
and imagine those girls are tired now. Oh, it's the last thing I'd want is an inside centre slot on that. But look, still ready for the high fives coming in. That'll be Bex ready to go in with her team.
Indeed.
which is team...
This is second date.
Second date. So this is the team that...
This is Sophie's brother.
Sophie's
This is
brother.
Elliot.
What's Sophie's brother's name? I need to
Elliot.
find- Elliot.
Elliot. And there he is sporting an old Chimera suit.
Very good.
There we go. He likes to tell people that he is our alternate.
Very good. Is
Mhm.
he, indeed?
Sure.
Why not, eh?
A lot would have to happen for us to bring him in.
Oh, Laura, you're brutal. Brutal.
Harsh, wasn't it? It's just, you know, I'm not saying global apocalypse and really only
Elliot,
He's-
if
he's
you listen
great
to this
fun.
later, just ignore
Elliot,
Laura.
never watch this back. Do you know what? When I went out there during the break, a lot of people are watching this. A
Are
lot
they?
of people are going to pull us up on what we've
Really?
said.
Very good. Well, hopefully Elliot's one of them.
Fair play to him if he does. So this is looking nice. That side view camera again giving us a really good indication of how the levels are changing amongst the team. Some tricky moves into that G. It's just, it doesn't fit particularly well unless you shape it perfectly. So well executed though, well navigated by that team. Lorna there looking pretty happy with how it's gone. There's Bex as well looking pleased with it. So good job by that team. Really, really nice work. And we're going to open the doors again and we're going to bring in our next set of rookie teams, which will be Rasper No Trick Ponies, Kaleidoscope, and hey Ray, it's the
Yeah.
Wavy Whackers.
Wavy Whackers,
Oh,
my favourite
yes.
team. Yes.
Very
yes.
excited to see them. And some indicative scores for you there as well. So team 403 in the rookie category. 403 was second date with a score of 9. 402, which is fledglings with a score of 8. And then we've got 401 with a score of 6. And team 401 was 404, team name not found. So in the right siblings rivalry, I think that's Elliot out on top.
Oh, no.
There we go.
Yeah, your alternate. The time's
My
come.
alternate, yes.
Should the apocalypse actually happen.
So fortunate to have him. So let's have a look at the team handshake here.
Oh, this is complicated.
No, that's a high five, Ray. You could do
No,
that.
no, that's complicated. Look at that. See, that is proof that that is complicated, right? Why bother when it gets that complicated? If it's a high five and it's that easy, no. Just slap each other on the head, close each other's visors, and just get on with it.
Yeah, fair enough. So we won't be coming up with a commentator's high five then.
We can do, but
think we should.
we can work on that one tomorrow. Along with
In
our
all the spare
pitch for
time
the
that you've got.
Hussars.
So here we go. It's Rasper No Trick Ponies. Have you got any tricks for us?
One, yes, it'd be good. Maybe we should start looking at the level shot, the side cam for the rookies as well. Get a good idea of levels, how tired they may be now.
That would be nice. It certainly gets harder to stay on a level the more tired you get as well, doesn't it? It's the body position that you have to adopt in order to get the same fall rate as one another is very much an arched body position, hips low, keeping your head up, keeping your legs out in the airflow, and it's not easy to do. That's a lot of wind that's hitting their bodies and a lot of muscles that you don't use in any other walk of life.
No, it's true, and you don't forget these guys and girls have been using a lot of brain power as well, and that's tiring as well. So not only are you physically tired from doing 5 rounds in a day, but you're also mentally really tired as well. So I think everybody is doing a fantastic job. That's a nice view of the side cam getting out the tunnel. Hopefully we can have more of that as well. For the next few teams that come in. And that was Rasper No Trick Ponies, and next up we have Team Kaleidoscope. Oh, nice shout out. Nice to see you too.
Did you have a post-jumping or post-tunnel routine to cool you down or stretch you out?
Not really. It was kind of like a case of get out and then think about things. I mean, if it was a good flight, you'd be like, yay, well done, like high fives. And if it wasn't so good, you'd be like, okay, fine, but just move on.
Yeah.
I think in the goldfish bowl that is indoor flying, I think it's just time to move on, forget about the last round and get with it.
I loved that little bit of communication
exactly.
from them there. So we had the tail flyer picking up a side body when it should have been a cat grip, and the inside centre flyer just going, no, shaking their head.
Exactly, take our time.
This is nice though.
It's very nice.
So
it's very tight.
This is very much the epitome of learn it, earn it, burn it. So we learned it, we made sure we got the right grip. Now we're earning it, consolidating, and then as they're getting more and more comfortable, it's just going to speed up a little bit more each time. And that's the general idea anyway.
No, it's good, and that was a really good flight from Kaleidoscope to see
indicative
that
score
working.
of 9, I think there. So
Pretty good, in line with everybody else that we've seen so far. So not bad work from Kaleidoscope.
They look pleased with it as well.
Yep, they let me skip the queue to get into the hotel yesterday. Thank you very much, Kaleidoscope. Nice team, very friendly.
That's good of them, isn't it?
Very good.
Legends. So here they are. I feel like we should play this down a bit because we've made a bit of a thing about liking this team.
Yeah, but I do like this team, and
I
they're
do.
a great team to watch. They're good role models. They're smiling. They're happy. They've got energy, and they're really efficient in the way they fly.
Carry on being good role models for us, guys.
Nice work.
Sophie being a good example. Classic instructor trait there.
Very good work.
A little bit of movement going into that J, but actually they're managing to hold their point tail axis pretty well. So what we mean there, and we mentioned this earlier, but if you have a look at Keely in the white jumpsuit and then Tom in the black and yellow, they're not moving too much around the tunnel. They're not sort of travelling around in a circle as they go, and that just shows that they're all very conscious of where that line is. And the more we can keep people flying in their own quadrants or flying in their own piece of the tunnel, the more efficient we're being with our moves. And that's what I think you and I are really enjoying about this team today.
Exactly. Yeah, there's a bit of a hiccup there in the middle of the dive, towards the end of the dive, where just some miscommunication, didn't pick up the right points, but you know, they moved on. Look at that, hugs all around. These guys worked hard today and they'll be pleased with that, so good job, good effort.
They look very happy.
Really good effort, and it's really nice to see that that level of, you know, coming out, going, we've done a good job today, let's just consolidate, move on. High fives all round. See, they got their high fives right, not too complicated.
They did.
And their jumping today is done. So next in we have we'll have over the rainbow mini jets, and then we'll be firing up the tunnel to maximum, almost maximum, with Omni with the VFS. So this is the round 5 for the VFS, which is Snowflake, Snowflake, Shorty, Shorty, and Star. The difference here, I guess, with the block Snowflake, which is different, I guess, to the FS, in the fact that the Snowflake for the VFS is actually a slot switcher. So depending on what you want to do, if they want to swing out of it, we'll see what some teams may do. But the slot switcher adds the extra dimension for the VFS. So let's see what happens with that. So just 2 more rookie teams to go for today. And first in we will have over the rainbow.
There we go. So another Tilstock team, I believe we've got here. Over the rainbow making their way in. Tilstock putting a good entry in of teams, considering it's a relatively small drop zone, skydiving centre, not open every single day, but a really nice community spirit around that whole place. And I think the rainbow has become synonymous with their brand as well, hasn't it? So that's why we've got over the rainbow here.
And also they've come a long way as well, you know. It's Tilstock is quite a distance. I really love that jumpsuit.
It's cool,
I'll go and examine it tomorrow if I can get out.
I think what I love about all of the Tilstock flyers is that even more so than the rest of the skydiving community, they just champion inclusivity and fairness, and they're all just really nice.
Yeah, nice people.
I'll be heading up there next year for the Rainbow Boogie.
Yes.
Yeah.
When is it?
June, I believe.
Okay, we should get some dates.
We
out
should.
there.
We
Make
should.
Sure it's a boogie that everybody should attend. You know, if I'm free, I might come over.
Absolutely. Well, let me pull it up on my calendar now, and I can tell you exactly when it is. Probably going to get this wrong, and that would be a real shame. But Rainbow Boogie, yeah, June 15th to the 17th of June. So Thursday, Friday, Saturday, head up to Tilstock, Skydive Tilstock. Go up there, and the Rainbow Boogie is just a lot of fun. I've never been before, but I've heard very, very good things about it.
I've heard some good things. There were a lot of free flyers last year, I think, that attended it. It was really good fun. So in now we've got the mini jets. A little bit of confusion there, but now they've got it. The C is not on it at all.
The confidence on that C from their point flyer, who's just completely outfacing and not even looking behind them. It's be nice to have a look at these on the side view, actually, so we can see how they're dealing, because it looks to me, we've got a small screen here that's showing us both views at the same time, and it looks like they're doing a really good job of maintaining their levels in spite of these trickier formations. So there we can see they're flying quite low to the net, which is good. They've got as much air as they need, but they're not going to be flying up and getting themselves in a situation where they've got too much leeway, but they're just keeping everything on level, very calm, showing some nice flying. Little helmet looks like it's not going to stay on for very long.
Oh, no, yeah. And they're out of the door.
And
so
they're done.
They're done.
Oh, they're looking very
happy
happy with that. There's Anna Hicks in the background giving them a thumbs up as well. So huge congratulations to that youth team, the NFTO youth team, the Mini Jets, who have done a fantastic job. Must be about their bedtime now.
Yeah, it's
Bless
about
them.
mine, so
Yeah.
yeah, it must be theirs. So next up we have the VFS coming in, and so the tunnel being turned up, Omni getting ready, getting into the door. Hopefully we'll have that side cam view continues to watch these guys. So it's Snowflake, Snowflake, Shorty, Shorty, and head down, Star, Star. So this is the slot switcher, and they're going straight into the Shorty, Shorty. So they're taking the switcher, and this will be the head down, Star, Star. So Star, Star is quite a nice move, nice block. Back to the Snowflake, close the Snowflake, into the Shorty, Shorty. They're making good work of this Omni, really good, and then we're into the head down, Star. Great work. Back to the Snowflake, close the Snowflake. Yeah, good work. They just look, so you can tell this is a trained team. They've known each other for a long time, and they just make it look really easy. So good to see. Nice flying from all team members.
And they look very relaxed in it, don't they?
They do. And it's because they're getting distracted by, not distracted per se, but they've got the diversion of other disciplines as well, I think.
Yes.
That makes it much more relaxing for them. They're happy, super excited. They're round 5, and their competition for the day is done. They look super happy with that. Well done, guys and girls. Nice big smile from Sarah there as well.
Hopefully she's feeling a bit better as well.
Definitely.
Doing all of this when you're feeling poorly, not an easy thing.
They're like, let's get out of these suits quickly.
Let's
go. Well, they've got to get into other suits because they've got some dynamic flying to be getting on with.
Oh my goodness, of course.
So that's an indicative score there for Omni of 16. There's some good scores that they're coming out with here. And as I said, it had a slot switch in it in that round. So the first block, block 6. So that was a Snowflake, Snowflake. So let's see what the other rounds, the other teams can do. So Pan 99 looking pretty good and solid in second place. And then Enigma and then Rebellion. So I'm hoping that Rebellion, you know, when they have the issues with their helmets and a few other things sorted out, and you know, they get on with it and they show us what they can do, because they're, you know, when they've got it together and, you know, they can fly. Ryan there, you can just see Ryan there in the background. They'll be pretty good. And just seeing some handshakes, more handshakes from Pan 99. It's as if they're listening to us and giving us crazy handshakes.
I think lots of people are listening to us, Ray.
Really?
Yeah, I've heard rumours that it might be more than 2,000.
Getting ready to get into the tunnel. Hopefully we have that side cam again. Very good. Look, they're really excited. They had a good round 4.
They did.
So let's see how they get on with this. Let's see if they take the slot switcher, which I'm sure they will. Yeah, taking the slot switcher. There you go. That's the end of the Shorty, Shorty, and into the Star, Star.
And this is looking good already from Pan 99.
Yeah.
Rapid.
Really good. He's doing a good job there, just losing a little bit of wind. She has got a slightly tighter suit on the most. For this, more of a dynamic suit.
Flying it well though.
Oh no, she's flying a VFS suit, I think. Sorry, my mistake. So she has got a little bit of drag on this suit. Really flying well. See how she's weaving through for the close of the Shorty.
Very
nice work, Pan 99. It'd be good to know what their indicative score is. Can't be too far off the 16 that Omni got.
They look happy with that. So it's Enigma coming in next to the tunnel. Rocking the pink gloves.
Yeah,
enjoying
pink
those.
gloves and a coloured mirrored visor.
I feel like every time I see these guys at the moment, they're training.
Yeah.
They have put a lot in, especially over the past couple of weeks, getting themselves ready for this competition, knowing that it was going to be a tough one, that you've got Omni, the reigning champions, difficult to beat, but also putting it out there and showing this is what we've got, this is what we've been working on. It looks great.
Looks really good. I mean, that indicative score is coming up now. Missed out on knowing what the indicative score was for Pan 99, but Enigma looking really strong. Really good round from them. They'll be pleased with that. Nice, as I said, keeping it low in the tunnel, not too far off the net, where you've got most of the wind that will help you as well. That's the important thing about when people ask why people fly higher or lower in the net is, you know, you want to fly lower to the net because you've got more wind, you've got more stability. as soon as you go higher up in the tunnel with the diffuser, you lose a little bit of that wind as well. And also, if things get a bit scary, or you lose some of the concentration in the grips, it's harder to reform at a higher level than it is close to the net. So now we're getting
There
in.
he is. There's Ant. Oh, thanks for the heart.
Thank you, Ant. Good to hear from you.
So here we go with Team Rebellion, the last of our formation skydiving group. So the VFS will be done after this, and after that we'll take a break, and then we'll be heading into the artistics. But our last team here, Team Rebellion.
Looking really good. Like Ant flying around there for the close of the shorty, and then the head down star.
All of our teams doing a really great job of that shorty move
really
as well.
Good, really good. Really good work, guys. And this is showing us what they can do. Ant really showing us there what you can do when you're a really slim flyer on the head up. Really good work. Nice, and I'm glad they put in a decent score on this round. Last round of the day for Rebellion. Good on you. Nice work. Yes, look at the smiles.
They are happy with that.
It's really good. So that is the end of the VFS for today. 5 rounds, smiles all around. Well done, guys. Super stoked for you that had a good round on that. We're now going to be moving, I believe, to an interview with Marikai. So, Steve, have you got Marikai with you?
Have indeed. So we have Marikai here, or Meraki, depends how you want to say it.
Ask them how they say it.
How do you say it?
I'd say Meraki.
You'd say Meraki?
I'd say Meraki.
Okay, Laura, Ray, do you want to comment on that? No. So I think the first thing I got to say is your outfits, guys. Like, these are absolutely brilliant. Like, you do look really, really good, and you look the part, and you can tell they're a little bit Americanized, but really, really, really nice. So first of all, first question, if you don't mind, is just give us a little bit of background and insight into your team. What have you achieved so far? Where have you come from?
We got together 2.5 years ago, and we made it through the pandemic, training whenever we could. We were at Nationals here just under a year ago, where we placed second to Chimera.
Nice.
Yes. And actually from there we went to the World Cup in Belgium, and we placed 4th in the European. Yeah. So that was cool. And then since then we've been training whenever possible. If we can, once a month, been once every couple of months recently. And we have Dave Growls, who's a world champion, as our coach.
Very well done. And where do you think you guys are going to come in this competition, or where are you hoping to come in this competition?
Well, any competition in this kind of, we're not going up against another team. We're trying to perform the best that we can. We'd love to win, of course. I mean, we feel like we have a good skill set, good training, but that depends on other teams' performances as well. I mean, right now we're not there, but there's 5 more rounds to go.
Good. Well, hopefully you'll smash it. How do you think then, since you've been to multiple competitions, how do you think this competition setup is incomparable to it? Anybody want to answer that?
Yeah, I think it's been run really well. I mean, obviously we were here for the last Nationals, and I think iFLY have done a fantastic job this time. The facilities for the jumpers has been great, with the marquee outside. Yeah, it's really well run so far, so looking forward to day 2.
Well, thank you very much. We definitely took some learnings, I think, from last year, listened to everyone's feedback, and I think we've definitely improved on many things. So once we get a bit more feedback from this one, hopefully we can make it even better next time. Now, I believe you guys have got some quite interesting sponsors.
Yeah, I have to thank my ex-wife for that, who I have a really good relationship with. We're one big happy family. And she has 2 dogs, Sherman and Tank. And there we go. Little dogs, but with a big heart. And they're sponsoring us for a lot of our flying and our great clothing. And this is kind of a blast from the past, because her and I used to live in America back in the day. So,
okay.
Yeah.
What part of America was that?
Florida. I mean, we also have Cookie and Vertigen as a sponsor, and we're very happy to share them with the rest of the world as well.
Awesome. And that's just one final thing, is apparently there is a fun fact flying around amongst this team. Who's going to explain that one?
So we're not actually very good at creeping. Our coach says, luckily, we're better at flying than we are at creeping. So that's our fun fact.
All right. From the fact that I'm old enough to be all their grandfathers. So.
All right, so guys, thank you very much for your time today. And we are now going across, believe, to a little break and then into artistics from here.
Do your business systems make life easier or more complicated? Are your different departments using their own specialised systems that don't talk to each other, so you end up using spreadsheets, costly bespoke integrations and manual workarounds to see the full picture? Data gets duplicated, you get frustrated, and worst of all, it starts to affect your guests' experience. The Fuse metric system brings everything together. It's been designed from the ground up as one easy-to-use system with everything from finance to HR, ticketing, tills and your CRM. It's a smarter way of working, so your team can work more efficiently, with each team member just seeing the parts of the system they need to do their jobs. Fuse Metrics even integrates with your website to bring your online ticketing, retail, membership and other data all into the same system. Fuse Metrics is one system, so your staff will have a more consistent working environment and a single point of contact for technical support. Training staff becomes faster and easier with all departments trained in the same work environment. It just makes sense. So end the web of subscription costs, support calls and hair-pulling frustrations of multiple management systems for different jobs and let Fuse Metrics streamline and simplify your leisure business, letting you focus on what's really important. Fuse Metrics. Do your business systems make life easier or more complicated? Are your different departments using their own specialised systems that don't talk to each other, so you end up using spreadsheets, costly bespoke integrations and manual workarounds to see the full picture? Data gets duplicated, you get frustrated, and worst of all, it starts to affect your guests' experience. The Fuse metric system brings everything together. It's been designed from the ground up as one easy-to-use system with everything from finance to HR, ticketing, tills and your CRM. It's a smarter way of working, so your team can work more efficiently, with each team member just seeing the parts of the system they need to do their jobs. FuseMetrics even integrates with your website to bring your online ticketing, retail, membership and other data all into the same system. FuseMetrics is one system, so your staff will have a more consistent working environment and a single point of contact for technical support. Training staff becomes faster and easier with all departments trained in the same work environment. It just makes sense. So end the web of subscription costs, support calls and hair-pulling frustrations of multiple management systems for different jobs and let FuseMetrics streamline and simplify your leisure business, letting you focus on what's really important. FuseMetrics.
Welcome back everybody, and I'm joined by my charming presenter Emma Matacola. Welcome back, Emma. And I think we are going straight to watching the video of the four-way dynamic, which gives you a good idea of the draw. What have we got coming up, Emma?
We've got head up in face snake, head up 360 and mixed shuffler.
Yeah, so the thing with this is it's a lot of head-up work, right? So it's going to be a bit slower than some of the rounds we've seen before, and the mixed shuffler, which is head up and head down, so just a bit slower, I think.
It will be, and especially with 4 people in the tunnel, it might be quite heavy, quite a lot of flapping arms going on, particularly with what we've seen in the last 2 rounds.
Yeah, very much so. And I think the teams are coming into the antechamber now, and I think the wind speed will be going up as soon as they're in, and we will be watching 2 teams coming in for the four-way dynamic. So they would be 2 guys, a girl and Harry. And I'm a snake. Really, I'm not a snake, but that's the team name. I'm a snake. And I think it's pretty tight. I think did two guys, a girl and Harry, have they sneaked in? Do we know what the scores are, Emma?
Yes, I think 2 guys, a girl and Harry were doing better on the previous round, and I think they still maintain that lead. And I'm a Snake had a bit of a disaster with their Tim. I think I spoke to Tim, and apparently Tim got a bit lost at the same time as Seb corked upwards. And then it all just descended into chaos from there.
Yeah, it looked like chaos, but it looked like her fun chaos at the end, and then they just decided to go flying around each other in the tunnel.
Exactly.
To have a little bit of fun. And I don't think we found out actually what the maximum number of busts actually are you can get before you're just kicked out of the tunnel. I don't know if they can just kick you out of the tunnel, but if anybody knows, please get back to us at #BISN 2022. Apparently there are enough of you listening, so you should let us know. And in the tunnel, we have 2 guys, a girl and Harry. Let's keep it clean.
We do. This is head up in face snake, a head up 360 and mixed shuffler. So far no busts. It's looking quite good actually.
Looking really good, aren't they? I mean, they've kept it so clean. They only had, I think, 1 bust, or was it 2 busts over the first couple of rounds. So let's see what they've got now. This is round 3, I believe, if memory serves. Yeah.
It certainly is, Ray. So we can see there's a bit of confusion there, and especially with 4 people. Harry is desperately pointing, telling Emily where to get into position. And they've resumed it. It looks like...
It looks good. Oh, no, it looks really good. How on earth Harry and Emily managed to figure out what he was pointing out was fantastic. Good effort, team.
That was some very successful communication. They've picked up where they left off. They've got one bust, and the few seconds it cost them to figure out what was going on, but that looked like an epic save.
Amazing. It's really good work. Good effort from the team. I mean, yeah, really good work, Harry, I think, for saying this is where you need to be. Come on, let's get on it. And Emily really like paying attention, keeping an eye on. For somebody that's 14 years old, not bad, you know. She's not done a lot of dynamic flying, so she's bit of confusion again, just as I spoke, but that's it. They're back in line. 2 busts, but they keep it clean. This will be good.
That was another good save, though, Ray.
I know, really good, right?
Okay.
And I guess the good thing about this, saving this, is that it's head up, right? So, you know, you're in the right orientation, something that you know, not too much head down, apart from the shuffler, so it's pretty good. And this is looking good so far.
Yeah, it is. And so they're nearly finished. Oh, they're going at quite a good speed as well.
No, it's really good. The confidence is growing, right? It'd be good to see what they bring tomorrow as well. So, out the door, good effort.
Very nice. 40 minutes of training time for this team,
Exactly.
this 4-way team, one of our 2 4-way dynamic teams competing at the Nationals.
And they close out on a time of 116.332. So let's see how I'm a Snake can get on with this round. I hope they can keep it clean, not too much confusion. I do love 4-way. It's a fantastic discipline to watch in the tunnel. I especially like the free routines that 4-way teams put together, but this is really good. And let's see if I'm a Snake have done enough prep. I went out to get a little bit of a break after we finished with the FS. They were prepping, came out back from the toilet, came back, and they were still prepping, so I think they're taking this one seriously, Emma.
Definitely. Well, they've got lots of different disciplines that they are competing in, so they've got a lot, must be a lot going on in their minds, so they need to get their head in the game, ready for this 4-way dynamic. They're going to be doing head up in face snake, head up 360, and mixed shuffler, led by Tim Gaines.
Come on, Tim, you've got this. Good.
So we can see that the snakes are slower in the head up orientation, but so far it looks good, it looks clean.
Head up flying, as I like to call it, is nails. It's hard.
Nails.
There's the first bust. Just don't get lost, we're all good.
And into the mixed shuffler, which could be a little bit of a confusing one.
I hope they've got that. And back, there we go. Nice work.
And starting on page 2.
So that's the interesting thing, I forgot what it's called, but the inters between the pages as well, you know. For head up, you've got to do a full layout and then a push back to get onto the next page, and sometimes that can be a bit confusing, especially with four of you in the tunnel flying, like which way do you go, you know, and if your fly number 3 or fly number 2 is a bit slower, you know, you can bump into them. So this is just really important for them to keep an eye on that, and they're doing well so far. Only one bust, and they're remembering where they're going, and it's, as I said, it's head up, right? So it's a little bit more, it's a little easier, I think, to visually recognise when you get lost where you actually need to go to.
Yeah. How do you think they're looking compared to the previous team?
I think they're a little bit faster than the previous. Actually, I don't know, you know, the previous team were pretty fast as well, so...
and what was their final time on our indicative scoring?
Their time was 116.332, so watch that bottom right corner as they get out the door. When they get out the door.
Finishing off the shuffler.
And they're out the door. Can they do it? Oh, a third bust. Unfortunately not, if that adds on the 15 seconds. So that will give them, oh no it does, sorry, 107.318. So yeah, they've taken that round from the 2 guys, I've forgotten the name now. 2 guys, a girl and Harry. So good effort then from I'm a Snake. They got it back together. Still some busts in there, but they were generally a little bit faster.
Yeah. So it could be anyone's game, although at the moment the points scoring, it looks as if 2 guys, a girl and Harry are significantly above I'm a Snake, so it would take some significant catching up to do.
Significant catching, I like that. Big words we're using here. So next up we have the freestyle category, and this is powered by Studio 34, making your marketing ideas perform. So I think we're going to have we've got 5 competitors. Let's just remind you, we've got Serendipity, that's Connor flying. Emily Watton works and lives with Connor out in the Netherlands. Emily King, who you just seen flying, so in the four-way dynamic. Owen, who's an instructor here, and Harry, who's also an instructor here. So Harry Soren.
Yeah, so after 2 rounds, we've got the scores. We've currently got Emily in 5th position, Emily Watton in 5th position, Emily King in 4th, Owen in 3rd, Harry in 2nd place, and currently at the top of the leaderboard after 2 rounds is Connor Figg of Serendipity.
What's interesting is there's only 0.1 in it between 1st and 2nd, and only 0.1 in it between 3rd and 4th. So
that is true. And also the top 2 teams, Harry and Connor, scored exactly the same score on their 2nd round.
And we said it as well, I think, to a certain extent, right? That the teams that get all of the flyers here are growing in confidence. You know, they're understanding the wind flow, they're relaxing into what they're doing, getting used to the tunnel. So they're just, each round we expect to get stronger, which is good to see.
Yeah. So Connor straight in with his confident, strong and powerful routine. And it's nice watching these routines multiple times because you start to notice the little nuances that you didn't really notice before.
This is one of the good things about being an artistics judge. You get to see the free routines, at least to give them some form of difficulty beforehand. So it's, it's easier to then spot what where the execution comes into play and how much they're improving or not improving as the rounds go through. So you're right, it's a very different view. We're learning, it's a learned experience as we go through it, right? And I think this just doesn't feel, to me, parts of it do, but doesn't feel quite as strong as the previous round. But I don't know what your thoughts are there, Emma.
Well, I think you're more qualified in that department. But I feel like this seems really strong, and this seems he seems quite stable. And
bit of a hit on the exit there, unfortunately, but it's all good. Pretty much on par. I agree with you, Emma. The second half of that dive is really cool. Bit of a hiccup on the exit, but really nice work from Connor.
And with them scoring so closely, with Connor and Harry scoring so closely together, it really will be in those tiny, tiny details, those maybe the execution details, that the judges will be looking at. And it, with there being 0.1 in it at the moment, it really could be anyone's gold medal.
Exactly. We'll find out tomorrow.
So next up, we have got Emily Watton. This is Emily's first competition.
She's doing really well though, right? Showing us what she can do.
A really nice entrance into the tunnel. She's got some lovely head up and head down spins in this routine. Maybe looking a bit more hesitant there, but that was a really nice confident spin there into a bit of side flying. She's given it everything. I really like that slow spin as she comes down to a head-up spin. And that's great. I really like these unique moves that they put in.
It's really nice to see, right? Not entirely unique. Some of them are like variations of as well, but just nice to see another flyer putting it together and taking their own spin on things. Nice exit there from Emily.
Oh, that was a good round. I'm sure she'll be pleased with that. The nerves start all over again tomorrow though, Ray.
They will. Tomorrow's another day, and I think the good thing about the freestyle, I think, is that these flyers are now used to the tunnel. They're used to the visuals, and they know they're getting more and more comfortable with their routine, I think, to a certain extent. So I think for them at least tomorrow will just be another day of consolidation. Hopefully they get a good night's rest, they get some sleep, and they just bring their best game tomorrow, their A game. Slightly different scenario for the FS, those that are tying in certain slots. They'll have different demons to manage overnight. But no, for these guys, I think these guys and girls will be really good, nice and relaxing for them. Emily's also improving a little bit, getting things a little bit more on point for her. She's finding her freestyle groove after just competing in the four-way dynamic. Amazing, right? To do that at the age of 14.
She's a very impressive girl. And this routine looks really nice. It looks strong. It looks more confident. She's managing to stay more on heading, stay more stable and level when she's doing these transitions, using the space in the tunnel, and just trying to refine those, skills like side flying. And it just takes an enormous amount of skill and practice.
I've managed to side fly one direction once with a lot of coaching from Amalia.
Wow.
My little sis, as I like to call her, Lauritsen. Good job there from Emily. A really good work, Emily King. Next up, we're going to have Owen. But this nice shot of a replay, concentration. It's not easy to fly this. It might look easy, but honestly, it's. I can't even do that off the tunnel. The net of the tunnel.
Her face looks so peaceful, though.
Yes. Have you ever flown any freestyle moves, Emma?
Not well. Well, that's a hard question.
Not intentionally. I've done a lot accidentally.
Depends what you define as a freestyle move, but I would more do the dynamic flying.
Yeah. No, I find freestyle just like holding the moves really, really hard. But that's what I was saying. The level of control you need for freestyle lends itself really well to competing in a dynamic, and I think that's a really good thing. So now we got Owen looking really strong. He's also growing in confidence, right, Emma?
Yeah, I think he seems, but when you meet him, he just doesn't seem fazed by anything at all. He's just laughing and smiling and, I don't know, taking it all within his stride. But yeah, he definitely looks more and more confident as this competition goes on. And certainly from the last Nationals, his skill level has grown enormously.
It's really good. Really good to see. And I keep thinking it's a nice thing for the iFLY tunnels to be the iFLY instructors to be able to show, what they're working on, improving. It's really good. Builds a new relationship with the people that come in off the street, but also teams when they come and fly. There's a camaraderie builds when you've seen, one of your instructors being able to fly this as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And it can give you sort of an inspiration to go and start competing yourself, and makes it more accessible. And competing changes your flying as well. It makes it, I don't know, you feel maybe more proud or more driven to work on certain aspects that maybe you didn't want to beforehand, but you need to for the competition.
Yeah, so now we've got Harry, who is very closely tied with his with Connor from Serendipity.
Yeah, with just 0.1 in it.
I think tomorrow we're going to have to agree on which routine we prefer. And maybe not today. Let's think about it overnight, and then we can both come clean tomorrow. Not talk to each other about it and just say what we think.
Oh, I like it, right?
It's going to be good. I do like the use that Harry has of the tunnel as well. And then the slowing, he changes the rhythm as well quite a lot, which shows a different skill set, which I like to see.
Yeah, I know what you mean about the tempo. Sometimes he's going fast, but when he's really wanting to showcase a skill, he'll slow it down. A lot of the side flying we're seeing, and a lot of twists as well.
I don't think some of the moves he doesn't execute as well as Connor, but it's, as the judges have pointed out, there's not much in it. Well done, Harry. That was really well done. That was a freestyle competition. That went by really quickly, super quick as well. If me and Emma seem a little bit calmer and quieter, it's only because we're watching and taking it on board, I think, to a certain extent. There's lots to see here. Some really good flying, and these flyers are coming into their own for round 3 of the competition. Next, I think we'll be moving on to the two-way dynamic, which we have 5 teams competing. I think in the lead we've probably still got, have we got Martise in the lead?
Yeah, Martise is still in the lead, followed closely by A to Z. But at the bottom of the table, there has been a swap. So Enigma have moved up to 4th place.
Well done, Enigma.
With Barely Competent taking the 5th place at the moment.
Two-Way Dynamic is brought to you and sponsored by CM Brand, the promotional product specialists. Now we should hopefully be able to see the video, a short video, to show you what round 3 has to offer for the Two-Way Dynamic. Go, Emma.
Right, so we've got the head down in-face snake, butterfly, and then head down in-face shuffler.
And I think this is actually quite a nice nice draw round. As you say, it's pretty much, you know, all head down, and it means that we're moving quite fast, so it's good to see.
Yeah, I think we can definitely expect to be seeing some faster times than the previous rounds. This one perhaps the fastest so far, and that's when we'll get to see some teams starting to build up the speed, and that's where, you know, they really need to not make any mistakes, and then we might be flying some shorter lines.
Yeah, exactly. So let's see. Maybe it makes it a little bit riskier as well on the bus as well, because it's head down, so people might try and cut it a little bit finer. So let's see what happens. And as you can see, there's round 1 and round 2. So Martise out in front, shortly followed by Team A to Z, and then Buster Lines, Enigma, and Barely Competent.
Yeah, so Buster Line's quite confident there in the middle of the table, and then it's A to Z and Martise. It's, you know, it's not too big a difference. It's definitely doable for A to Z to sneak in.
Let's see what happens. So we predict faster round for people, potentially some bustability. And then first in we have Team Enigma.
Yeah, this is Sol and James. They've been training hard. Hopefully this is going to be a nice fast round for them. So they've managed to move up from 5th position to 4th position after a nice round last time. This is looking good. So we can see that this is faster, and we can see that the flyers are moving a bit faster, especially in that head-down orientation. But this is a slightly simpler draw anyway.
Yes. Oh, there's one bus that they picked up there. I'm not entirely sure why. I'm sure I'll have a look later on the replay, but what you said here is, yeah, head down snake is the first snake you learn on your head. Obviously pretty fast, and then the butterfly as well. Just got to be careful on the butterfly that you're crossing over into the opposite quadrant. And then you have the head down
shuffler.
Head down shuffler. And it's all head down. So, you know, you don't have to worry about, you know, in between the verticals, and I'm getting confused now. I'm getting tired. I'll stop talking again.
It's been a long day for you, Ray.
Yeah, it has.
You've done a wonderful job.
Just stop talking. But, you know, we've now got, you can see that the team have got 2 busts in there at the moment. Not bad, really, considering we did say there was some propensity for bustability. Do you like me putting those words again?
Bustability. I was enjoying that word, actually, Ray. So they are making their exit from the tunnel with a time of
85.756 for Team Enigma.
Okay, so we're looking definitely, we think we'll probably be seeing a faster score from our next team, but that was a really great round from Enigma. A couple of busts, but they were flying fast.
Yeah, they were, which is really good. I mean, but we said, you know, it's a head down round, so it's not going to be too slow. Not like the round we had before from the 4-way dynamic, which is pretty much all head up.
Yeah. So Martin and Elise, both very fast head down flyers.
Team Martise. And they're in.
Straight in, Martin followed by Elise for their head down in face snake.
Looking good so far.
Crossing over for the butterfly. And into their head down in face shuffler.
And Elise's a bit caught out there behind. I hope Martin slows down for a little bit. Yeah.
That was nicely rescued. Into the second page. Into the butterfly. And we can see already that this team compared to the previous team are moving a lot faster through this. Coming up to 40 seconds. Clean round so far, no busts.
Oh, Emma.
Sorry.
As soon as we say that, there's always the jinx of the bust. But we did say that there is the propensity for bustability.
Absolutely. Into their final butterfly. Just the in-face shuffler next. And then they will finish the bottom loop, cross that final line with a time of...
I think it was a 71.286. Very good, Matisse. Next up, we should have, is it barely competent? Or fairly competent? I think we should change their name.
Oh, fairly confident. They had a bit of a shocker of the last round, though.
Yeah. But, you know, that can happen. You know, it's really good. Connor looks like he's enjoying himself there. Max has just shown like just what it takes to fly. He's just doing such a great job flying with a new teammate as well, leading the way, #1 flyer.
Really enjoying watching these two. Never flown together before, but they're sort of finding their rhythm.
Exactly, looking really good.
They do look really good. Into the butterfly.
Nice work, Max, on the butterfly.
Nice. And into the shuffler.
Oh, just a little bit short across the sideline.
That looked like, a little bit of confusion there. Looks like Max is sort of asking what to do. We know Connor's an absolute pro at this, showing where to pick it up. Oh, had a few busts, and it's really, really off-putting when you do see that red light and you're not sure where to go. Connor's saying, watch me, this is where to go.
There you go. Nice work, Connor. I think I might have to go across to Utrecht and get some coaching off Connor and Emma and Connor and Emily and who have I forgotten about? Rosie.
Yeah, so they're at City Skydive, aren't they? They've got the twin tunnels.
It's in Utrecht, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they are carrying on going. They've got 5 busts so far. And this is the butterfly on the final page. Bit of a knock there. They've got that shuffler to go, and they are carrying on like absolute legends. I think Max looks like he's shaking his head a little bit.
He's just lost. I know exactly how he feels. I've been there.
That's it. And out. Oh, nicely done, guys. They carried on. That was a hard situation.
Good to keep that time up for us, but I understand there are quite a few busts in there. So next up.
Oh, we do feel the disappointment for them. But I think it's part of your first competition, isn't it? Got to feel
he
a
had
bit
one
of
clean round one. That was pretty impressive.
Yes,
right?
he did.
Sorry, barely competent. I'll be pretty pleased with that.
So it sounds like we're just getting a time.
And that was 103.620.
Okay, so that's significantly longer than the other two teams. But what great teamwork there to be able to rescue that and you know, take the time, take a breath, and go right. I'm just going to watch Connor decide where to go and pick it up again.
Exactly, really good.
Really
and
good.
Connor did a great job of getting there, showing Max what to do, and then staying there so Max could get on and ahead to see what was going on. So really good work. Good work by Connor as well, and Max. Good effort for seeing it through. Good job.
So next up, we've got Buster Lyons, who are quite comfortably sitting in that bronze medal position as we're coming to the end of day 1 of the competition. And yeah, this is Matt and Dan, both from Wales, both really enjoying this competition. They were really nervous when I did see them this morning, but they're getting more and more confident, and they just seem to be getting more and more excited.
Yeah, they do, and they had that interview with Steve as well, saying like, you know, just want to have some clean rounds, just want to enjoy what they're doing. But look a bit tense, a bit nervous. Wind speed's coming up again now.
Yeah, so they've had 1 bust so far in this competition. They had 1 bust in the previous round. The first round was clean, so let's hope for another clean round from these two. Looking to be a bit faster with the head down, dominant round into the butterfly.
I do love a good butterfly.
I do. It looks so nice, doesn't it? Especially,
and it feels nice to fly.
Especially the view on the left side. It does. Oh.
Bus number 1. Let's go see if these guys can get through it.
And into page 2. Oh,
just an execution bus that they're getting here. Just getting a little bit confused on where to go next.
Oh, that was a very good save.
Good save.
That was a very good save.
I had to think there for a minute, did they actually save it?
I think they bust through the ring on that butterfly. And into the shuffler, and that is just so hard when it's gone wrong. It's so hard to pick it back up again. Oh, I'm gutted for them watching this.
There you go. It's just so hard, isn't it, when you're upside down? Me and you know this, Emma. It's like we don't understand the orientation. We don't understand where we are, which lines we should be looking at. We just need to fly it through. The whole world is watching. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. This is we feel your pain.
Into the shuffler. Oh. Just keep on going. And they're going to finish off, and they're going to get out of the tunnel. I think they're both just thinking, how wrong did it go?
But they're still smiling, yeah? So, you know, when we get their time as well, we'll see how that compares to barely competent as well.
And I think when it's your first competition as well, you pick you go for sort of the best things about it. And if you've had a clean round, you can feel good from that.
Confident.
You and I know that.
Yeah, I haven't had many clean rounds in competition, I'm afraid. That was always been an ambition when we've flown together as a team, is just to get those clean rounds. But hey, never say never. Next year is another year. Let's see what we do.
I believe in you.
Thank you, Emma. That's what got me there to begin with. The fact that you believed in me. Quite important.
Oh, thanks,
people don't know this at home, but Emma and Laura Kenyon, when they were flying together, provided a little bit of inspiration for me to come and fly and do some dynamic flying. So thank you very much, Emma. Much appreciated.
You're very welcome. My aim for that Wind Games was to not come last, and I didn't. So
that's well done.
We're all winners.
All winners. So next in we have Team A to Z, who are hot on the heels of Matisse. So they need to fly clean on this round.
All right, Zach and Harry, they're in the tunnel now on what we predict to be a fast round. Very fast head-down flyers here. Into the butterfly, it's all looking good. It's all looking smooth, Ray.
Looking good so far, but there's still 2 pages to go.
Into that shuffler, really nicely executed, and onto page 2.
Looking good.
It's a nice fast head down in face snake. Into the butterfly, making sure not to bust through that ring. And to the in face shuffler. These two are really enjoyable to watch. You can see them starting to speed up, but also you know that they're being so cautious not to bust, because they do not need that 5-second penalty, especially when things are so tight and they're wanting to take that top of the table position.
Yeah.
Zach and Harry making this look far easier than it is, with a beautiful exit. They're out of the tunnel.
Look at that, clean round, and then when we get the score for that as well, we can compare that to Matisse. So they've just pipped Matisse, I think 68.908, flew that very clean, so they will have pipped that round from Matisse. So tomorrow is going to be very interesting what happens in the two-way dynamic. What a competition, Emma.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how that does affect the scores with the cumulative scores, and we will keep an eye on the scoring.
Definitely, and what a fantastic day. It feels like I've spent day and night in this seat today, and seen some amazing stuff on the FS, on the VFS, and then just finishing up now with the two-way dynamic. Really good. I'm really super excited about seeing what comes tomorrow. As we said, tomorrow is another day. I think one of the proud points I think we can have for today and for the team that are managing this competition is that we flew to time. We're on schedule today. It's a rare event for a tunnel competition for us to fly to schedule, so definitely a big thumbs up to the whole of the crew that ran today. A lot of work going on in the background, but most importantly the competitors for bringing it. What a competition we've seen today. And I should say another thank to our sponsors for today, for the event, making this event actually happen. So that is the Freestyle competition is powered by Studio 34. The FS AAA competition is brought to you by Fuse Metrics. The FS AA competition is in association with Semantic. And two-way dynamic category has been sponsored proudly by a CM brand. So lots of good sponsors. Any thoughts from the day, Emma?
It's been great. It's been a great atmosphere, being out in the crowd. You know, people are enjoying themselves, the buzz. People are happy, and it's just a great competition.
It is a really good competition. I think one of the things that I've really enjoyed about it is seeing so many people back in the same space, and just how, and I think Laura mentioned it earlier today, how chilled everybody is.
Yeah.
And how relaxed they are, even with the scores. Like, you know, a lot of these teams are competing against themselves. A lot of them are scratch teams. They're in different places in their competing careers, but it just seems to be a really nice, easygoing vibe.
Yeah, good dynamic.
Really enjoyed that. So we'd like to say thank you today to everybody, and we will see you, I think we're back and live at 10 a.m. tomorrow, I believe. 9 a.m. Sorry, my mistake. Try that again. It's been a long day. 9 a.m. We'll see you back at 9 a.m. You'll see our faces. It's been a great commentary team. Thanks again to my co-hosts, to Emma and to Laura. See you tomorrow, everybody. 9 a.m. We'll bring it all back.